when fellow disciples of the same sect were consumed by envy over secret opportunities. I spent 3 centuries nurturing radishes with a spiritual spring in the field, while the formidable practitioners of the demonic path performed blood sacrifices on millions of cultivators. I was diligently using celestial vines to weave fences for the spiritual fields, even when celestial beings from the upper realms descended, overshadowing all cultivators of the Tianyuan Realm. I remained unfazed, continuing to eat, drink, and take events in stride. Chapter 1. Harvesting Growth, Lifespan Beyond Deities. A place for storing one's head, a reliable storage, automatically returned upon departure with a billionfold enhancement to appearance, savings, and charm. The realms of this book include chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, harmony, great ascension, tribulation, crossing, and ascension. There are 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and perfection. Xu Changqing opened his eyes, gazing at the scene before him, utterly dumbfounded. Soon, fragmented memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Tianyuan Realm. Dongting Immortal Sect. Outer disciples. This was the cultivation world known as Tianyuan. He was an outer disciple of the Dongting Immortal Sect. Due to the awakening of his wood spirit root, he was assigned to the spiritual fields. Little did he expect that after a prolonged stupor, he would finally unravel the mysteries of his past life and awaken his inherent wisdom. Not a loss. Reincarnation into a cultivation world. Is this not what I have yearned for? With excitement etched upon his face, Xu Changqing rose from the hard wooden bed. He had harbored a dream of cultivation in his previous life, and now it could finally be realized. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door jolted him. Xu Changqing did not open the door, nor did he speak instead. He remained vigilant and watchful. He was still adjusting to his surroundings and felt that caution was prudent. A somewhat familiar voice called from outside. Xu Changqing, it's senior brother Zhang from the assessment. Zhang Er. Xu Changqing quickly recalled, instinctively taking a step back. Zhang Er continued, I know you're in there. Failing the assessment is a significant blow for many outer disciples, especially since you failed twice in a row. Xu Changqing's mind raced. What assessment? The qualification assessment. 1 mu of spiritual rice must yield at least 1,000 pounds. 3 quarters. Success in just 1 quarter would grant him the status of a formal disciple. However, the former him had been muddled during the awakening of his spirit root, intermittently grappling with the mysteries of his past life, resulting in poor comprehension. While others learned the Changqing technique in as little as 10 days, Xu Changqing took a full 2 months to reach the first layer. Consequently, he missed the first assessment, resulting in failure. The second attempt began well, but midway, the spiritual rice encountered issues, leading to a decline in yield. Ultimately, he only harvested 900 pounds, falling short by 100 pounds, thus failing again. The Dongting Immortal Sect had a rule. Failing 3 times in a row not only barred one from becoming a formal disciple, but could also result in expulsion from a sect. Thus, Xu Changqing had but one opportunity remaining. Failure would mean either joining a minor sect or becoming a solitary cultivator without support. Regardless, Xu Changqing was resolutely unwilling to leave. The Dongting Immortal Sect was one of the 3 premier sects of the Tianyuan Realm that, in terms of resources, spells, and status, it surpassed any branch, minor sect, or cultivation family. You have only one chance left. Carefully consider what I mentioned before, Zhang Er remarked, sensing the prolonged silence within. With that, he turned to leave. After a while, the wooden door creaked open a sliver. Xu Changqing peeked out, confirming that Zhang Er had indeed departed. He then opened the door and stepped outside. As he exited the cramped room, he was immediately struck by the visual splendor of the spiritual fields. As far as the eye could see, there were endless stretches of fields. Since the second quarter had already been harvested, no spiritual plants remained. Yet, a faint waft of wood spiritual energy greeted him with a refreshing breeze. Simply standing outside for a few seconds left Xu Changqing feeling invigorated. After several deep breaths, his thoughts began to clarify. Contemplating, he made his way to the spiritual field he temporarily managed. Isn't that Xu Changqing, who has failed the assessment twice? If he fails again, he must leave. While spiritual roots are important in cultivation, comprehension is even more crucial. Xu Changqing paid no mind to the surrounding chatter. Before long, he reached his destination. The spiritual field had been harvested entirely, with only 3 inferior spiritual rice plants remaining in the corners. Xu Changqing observed closely. They drooped instead of standing tall. They were shriveled and not plump. Normal spiritual rice turns yellow when harvested, yet these were blackened. Xu Changqing activated the Changqing technique. A thin layer of light green spiritual energy manifested in his right hand. He immediately touched the inferior spiritual rice before him. Soon, information flooded back to him. Nutritionally deficient. Upon reaching the first layer of the Changqing technique, he could sense the basic condition of spiritual plants. The situation was as Xu Changqing had surmised. He decided to take one with him and seek guidance from someone. Just as he snapped off a stalk, a ding resonated in his mind. Ding. Harvested inferior spiritual rice, 1 stalk, lifespan 1 day. Detected that the host has unraveled the mysteries of the womb, awakened past wisdom, and meets the activation conditions. Xianxia system activated. Instantly, an attribute panel materialized before Xu Changqing's eyes. Xu Changqing. Male. 18 years old. With spirit root. Effect 1. Affinity with plants. Qi refinement initial stage. Effect 1. Enhanced stamina. Changqing. Technique Layer 1. Effect 110 increase in cultivation speed. Effect 2. Touching plants allows for basic condition assessment. Remaining lifespan 18-26 days. Awakened wisdom and system leading to this will recover later. Do you wish to consume 1066 days of lifespan to elevate the Changqing technique from Layer 1 to Layer 2? Xu Changqing's eyes brightened. This is my golden finger. Aside from the one he just broke, there were still 2 stalks remaining. He attempted to snap the other 2 inferior spiritual rice plants. Harvested inferior spiritual rice, 1 stalk. Lifespan 1 day. Harvested inferior spiritual rice, 1 stalk. Lifespan 1 day. Xu Changqing immediately glanced at the attribute panel. Indeed, the line for remaining lifespan had increased from 1826 days to 1828 days. That Xu Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that this golden finger allows me to harvest mature spiritual plants to gain lifespan, and then consume a portion of that lifespan to improve my learned techniques? Wouldn't that mean endless farming and perpetual joy? With such a golden finger, he could even outlast celestial beings. While lost in thought, a familiar voice resonated again. Junior brother Xu, a youth clad in white, adorned with green rice seedlings embroidered on his chest, beamed at him. In the Dongting immortal sect, only formal disciples wore white robes. Outer disciples were restricted to gray attire. It's you again. Xu Changqing quickly recognized him. Zhang, the assessment senior brother who had knocked on his door earlier. He had thought the man had left, only to encounter him here. Zhang, with a half-smile, inquired, "What have you decided? The spiritual field?" Xu Changqing decisively refused. "I will not hand it over." Once he became a formal disciple, he would be granted a contract for a move of second-tier spiritual field. This represented a continuous stream of resources in the future. How could he easily relinquish it? 1 tier is the lowest, 9 is the highest. Zhang was taken aback, still unwilling to part with it. "Correct," Xu Changqing affirmed with a firm nod. Zhang attempted to persuade him. "With my help, you can become a formal disciple, and all you would lose is a low-quality spiritual field," Xu Changqing countered. "Is that all it amounts to?" A Zhang fell silent. Xu Changqing could not help but express, "Spiritual fields represent resources, even if I become a formal disciple of the Dongting immortal sect with your assistance. Without resources, how can I cultivate?" According to the regulations of the Dongting immortal sect, formal disciples are required to submit 5,000 pounds of spiritual rice or its equivalent in spiritual plants each year. Beyond this, all subsequent harvests belong to the individual. On the surface, it appears that one has merely relinquished a mere acre of low-grade spiritual farmland. However, in truth, the other party is brazenly seizing resources essential for cultivation. Zhang raised an eyebrow, astonished at the newfound cleverness of this individual, and then menaced, "Are you not afraid of failing the 3rd assessment as well?" Xu Changqing replied earnestly, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. I wish to try again." "Try?" Zhang scoffed, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he retorted, "You cannot possibly harvest 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice from this plot." Perhaps realizing he had misspoken, he promptly fell silent but continued to smirk. Xu Changqing paused momentarily before hastily inquiring, "How do you know that?" Zhang dismissively replied, "It's merely a matter of experience." Xu Changqing was not naive enough to believe such words. In light of your pitiable circumstances, I shall extend my generosity, senior brother. As long as you agree, you can become my tenant farmer and obtain the most basic resources for cultivation. Though meager, it would suffice for you in the Qi refinement stage. Zhang Er believed himself to be quite benevolent. Other formal disciples would have offered even less. Xu Changqing's gaze remained resolute. I stand by my words. I wish to try again. Times have changed with the system at his disposal. He genuinely felt no apprehension. Zhang Er's expression grew slightly frosty upon hearing this. Yet he chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. There were other outer disciples within his sights. Xu Changqing calmly watched him depart. He could see this moment. The disparity in their identities and strength was too vast. One could neither provoke nor overpower the other. Thus, he could only endure for the time being. After all, with the golden finger in hand, he was certain he would outlive his adversary. Chapter 2. A fleeting moment spans 1,000 days, and the assessment is about to commence. However, this time I did not head towards my own chamber, but instead walked in the opposite direction. Before long, I found myself standing before a slightly ajar door. Listening intently to the faint sounds emanating from within, I called out, "Is Brotherly there?" "Who?" A moment later, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, and the door was pulled open to reveal a mature visage marked with curiosity. I smiled slightly and said, "It's me, Changqing." Changqing. Xianxia barely recognized me before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Everyone speaks highly of Brotherly, claiming he has already mastered the second level of the Changqing technique. "So I wish to seek your insights on this spirit rice," I replied, handing it over. "This is the inferior spirit rice you cultivated?" Xianxia exclaimed in surprise as he accepted it. Almost instantly, a layer of rich light blue spiritual energy manifested in his palm, allowing him to quickly assess the condition of the subpar spirit rice. "How is it?" I asked eagerly. "It lacks nutrition, is deficient in water. And the spiritual energy is insufficient," Xianxia replied without hesitation. "Is that the reason for my low yield?" I furrowed my brow at his words. The disparity between the first and second levels of the Changqing technique was stark. While I could only grasp a general understanding, he comprehended the details so thoroughly, which explained his prolonged tenure in the spirit fields. "Indeed," Xianxia nodded, then shifted his tone. "Generally speaking, a normal first-grade spirit field should not exhibit such conditions." I pondered, "Are you suggesting there is a problem?" Xianxia speculated, "Given the current circumstances, it is highly likely that there is an issue with your acre of spirit field, which is why the yield is not improving." I pressed on, "Is there a solution? If you have connections, you might invite a disciple from the Yushui Pavilion who possesses water spiritual roots to perform the little rain technique. Are there any other methods?" I inquired, feeling somewhat troubled. Xianxia nodded slightly. "There is." "What method?" My eyes brightened with hope. Xianxia stated promptly, "Elevate the Changqing technique to the second level, and your yield will also increase." "To the second level, you say?" I contemplated. "You seem to have only one opportunity left?" Xianxia regarded me with a complex expression. "Yes," I replied with an awkward smile. "Thank you, brother." I bowed in gratitude. Upon returning to my chamber, I gazed at the half-stalk of spirit rice in my hand, contemplating the 3 methods Brotherly had provided. Currently, elevating the Changqing technique seemed the most immediate solution. As for seeking out disciples from the Tianyuan and Yushui Pavilion, I had neither the connections nor the time. One must take advantage of the shade of a great tree. Since I had chosen the path of cultivation, I could not easily depart from a top-tier sect like Dongting. Countless individuals yearn for the opportunity to join, but find none. Once one departs, they are left with no choice but to lower their standards, ultimately leading to either joining a lesser sect or marrying into a cultivation family, or worse, becoming an unanchored rogue cultivator. Would you like to consume 66 days of lifespan to elevate the Changqing technique from the first to the second level? The prompt appeared once more. Yes, I responded decisively. Suddenly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Changqing technique flooded my mind. Successfully consumed 66 days of lifespan to elevate the Changqing technique to the second level. I glanced at my attribute panel once again. Remaining lifespan, 762 days, Changqing technique, second level, effect 1, cultivation speed 20, effect 2, yield increase 10, effect 3, can perform detailed diagnosis of spirit plant conditions. The effects of the elevation were indeed remarkable, and it truly enhanced the yield. Brotherly did not deceive me. I smiled. Next, I sat cross-legged to attempt cultivating. However, I soon discovered that although the cultivation speed had indeed accelerated, the concentration of its spiritual energy in the chamber was exceedingly sparse. It was challenging to maintain normal cultivation, let alone elevate my realm. The following day arrived, with the sun barely rising. My breakfast consisted of a bowl of thin porridge accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. The food merely served to fill my stomach and offered no assistance in my cultivation. Such was the reality for outer disciples. At that moment, A cacophony of noises erupted outside. It turned out that someone was departing. Regardless of their success or failure in the assessment, they could no longer remain here. However, the number of outer disciples had not diminished. In fact, it seemed to have increased. As one of the three premier cultivation sects, the daunting immortal sect was never short of disciples. All the familiar faces around me had vanished, replaced by an array of unfamiliar visages. Since I did not recognize them, I felt no inclination to engage in conversation. After finishing my breakfast, I hoisted my hoe and made my way to the spirit field. Only 3 days remained until the third assessment commenced. Success was the only option. Failure was not permissible. Therefore, preparations before planting the spirit rice were crucial. The first step was to till the soil, also known as loosening the earth. This was done to improve the aeration of the spirit field and to incorporate weeds and previous root systems into the soil for decomposition. Heavens! Linen had actually invited a disciple with earth spiritual roots to assist. He was truly going all out. Where did this lad acquire the spirit stones? If my memory serves me correctly, even a disciple with earth spiritual roots from the outer sect would require 10 low-grade spirit stones for a single session, right? He was exchanging 1/10 of his yield for long-term collaboration. The crowd was astonished. I stood before the spirit field, my gaze drifting towards the opposite side. Lin An's spirit field lay not far off, and beside him stood a young man. This individual must be the earth's spiritual root disciple everyone spoke of. He appeared tall and robust, his skin a shade yellower than average, yet radiating a healthy sheen. Before long, this earth spiritual root disciple was treading barefoot in the spirit field. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, accompanied by a series of resounding thuds. In no time, the weeds and residual root systems were shattered. Meanwhile, the compacted soil seemed as if it had been drilled through by an earth dragon, swiftly overturning. The efficiency was astonishing. Within a short span, the majority was completed. While others toiled and sweat profusely, Linen seemed untouched by fatigue. Onlookers were left wide-eyed in amazement. Yet, one could not deny that Linen's strategy was indeed astute. Not only did it augment his chances of becoming an official disciple, but it also forged alliances with other spiritual root disciples. Though he sacrificed a portion of his yield, he gained a partner in collaboration. Observing this, I felt a surge of inspiration and contemplated the prospect of collaboration as well. Just as I was about to inquire, a throng of people surged forward, leaving me unable to approach. Even the Earth spiritual root disciple was taken aback by his unexpected popularity. Chapter 3, Cultivating the Land is equally cultivating Qi. Serving as the foundation of the path. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The third assessment was about to commence. I stood in line with others to receive spirit seedlings, only to once again encounter that familiar face. Zhang, with a grin that seemed both humorous and menacing, asked, "Junior brother Su, is this your final opportunity? Have you considered it carefully?" The smile on Zhang face instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of piercing intensity. I had shown leniency by offering him a chance to solidify his position. Not only did he fail to appreciate it, but he also repeatedly declined. Once the third assessment concluded, I would ensure he paid a severe price. Not wishing to waste time, I reminded him, the spirit seedlings. Zhang casually tossed a small storage pouch containing spirit seedlings towards me. Upon receiving it, I did not leave immediately. Instead, I opened the pouch to release my spiritual energy and ascertain the contents. Confirming that the spirit seedlings were without issue, I finally turned to depart. Not long after, I arrived at the first grade spirit field I managed, only to find someone standing there. Who? The Earth's spiritual root disciple aiding Linen. I had intended to seek him out, but he came to me instead. Upon noticing my arrival, he beamed and asked, "Friend, is this the spirit field you manage?" "Yes," I nodded in response. "I am Hansu, a disciple with Earth spiritual roots." He introduced himself. Hansu promptly remarked, "Su, my friend, there appears to be something amiss with your spiritual field." Xu Changqing inquired, "What have you discerned?" "If I am not mistaken, the yield seems low, and the spiritual plants are not thriving," Hansu countered. "Indeed, why is that?" Xu Changqing pressed for clarification. Hansu, with a hint of intrigue, replied, "My awakened Earth spirit root grants me a keen sensitivity to the Earth's energy. It seems a portion of the Earth's vitality in your field has been siphoned away." As I suspected, Xu Changqing exhaled deeply. Why does Zhang persistently linger? He seems convinced he cannot complete the third assessment. Clearly aware of the true state of this spiritual field. "Perhaps, my friend Su, I can assist you in replenishing the Earth's energy." Han Su's eyes glimmered with a slyness, unexpectedly pleased by the prospect of a profitable venture. "What is the cost?" Xu Changqing was well aware that no good fortune comes without a price. Hansu blurted out, 10 low-grade spirit stones, or 1/10 of each harvest. "I have no spirit stones, and a tenth of the harvest is out of the question, Xu Changqing replied. Though he needed Han Su's assistance, he was not foolish. Once he became a formal disciple, he would receive a second-grade spiritual field, doubling his yield to at least 2,000 pounds. To demand a tenth was to claim 200 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. If it were a one-time deal, he might begrudgingly agree. However, to seek a share every time was a clear attempt to exploit his eagerness for recognition. Han Su blinked. Su, once you become a formal disciple, what is this minor loss? Xu Changqing's expression turned serious. Precisely for that reason, it is impossible. This is how I collaborated with Lin, and Han Su shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He is he, and I am I. Xu Changqing remained steadfast, unwilling to compromise. What do you propose? Han Su, seeing his firm stance, was reluctant to depart. Xu Changqing stated earnestly, in this collaboration, you may take a tenth from this harvest, and we shall negotiate future terms thereafter. If I had spirit stones, I would have offered them already. This is the only arrangement I can make. Han Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Xu Changqing reminded him, do not forget, you are not the only one with an awakened earth spirit root. Han Su's eyes darted around, and after considerable thought, he nodded. Very well. He recognized that not everyone was as generous as Linen. Yet, as long as there was profit to be made, even the smallest morsel was worth acquiring. Begin your performance, Xu Changqing gestured. Watch closely. Han Su grinned widely, promptly shedding his shoes and stepping barefoot into the spiritual field. Since Xu Changqing had already cleared the weeds and loosened the soil, he omitted this step and directly employed the earth summoning technique. The entire process involved channeling the wandering earth spirit energy into the ground, ensuring the soil of the spiritual field would be sufficiently nourished. Xu Changqing observed with relief as the earth's energy was replenished, leading to an increase in yield. Thus, no one would suspect he possessed any external advantages. Noticing Han Su's peculiar expression, he could not help but ask, are you well? It's merely an overabsorption of earth spirit energy, Han Su waved dismissively. Xu Changqing nodded slightly. That is good to hear. Now, let us formalize our contract. Han Su produced a yellow talisman. Xu Changqing inscribed his name and pressed a drop of blood from his index finger onto it. Han Su did likewise. Once everything was finalized, the previously dull yellow talisman glimmered with spiritual light, signifying the activation of their collaboration. Should Xu Changqing breach the agreement, the sex overseer would personally address the matter. Even if he failed the assessment and did not become a formal disciple, as long as Han Su presented this talisman to the overseer, he could still exchange it for 100 pounds of spirit rice. Though it was merely the most common first-grade spirit rice, it was still spirit rice. A pleasant collaboration. Do seek me out next time, Han Su beamed. The spirit rice was rich in nutrients and imbued with spiritual energy, suitable for long-term consumption without harm, and could gradually enhance one's internal spiritual power. Though it was a temporary partnership, it was not without its merits, as he was only sacrificing a small amount of spiritual energy. Subsequently, Han Su walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Xu Changqing narrowed his eyes. Zhang Er was the most ruthless, seeking it all. Han Su was slightly better, only asking for a tenth. Without the so-called golden finger, he might have had to relent. Thereafter, Xu Changqing, like many outer disciples with awakened with spirit roots, began to cultivate spiritual seedlings in the field. However, this was not a mere act of planting. He first enveloped the seedlings with his feeble spiritual energy before planting them. While it seemed an additional step that drained more energy, it was, in fact, a method of refining qi. As the saying goes, cultivating the land is akin to refining qi. In the early stages of refining qi, one possesses only a wisp of spiritual energy, which, through practice, would gradually increase until it reached 9 wisps. Further breakthroughs would require a substantial influx of wood spirit energy. Time passed, and the once barren field became filled with spiritual seedlings. Xu Changqing's spiritual energy increased from 3 wisps to 6, just as he planted the last spiritual seedling. Enveloping it with spiritual energy, suddenly, all the seedlings resonated. They began to grow at a visibly accelerated rate, and even the concentration of wood spirit energy in the air surged. The situation in other spiritual fields mirrored this phenomenon. Initially small in scale, they eventually merged into a larger expanse. Ultimately, all the spiritual seedlings in every field grew simultaneously, releasing abundant wood spirit energy. This concentration of wood spirit energy was remarkable. With a stroke of luck, a breakthrough might be possible. However, without the second layer of the Changqing technique, a breakthrough was unattainable. At this moment, all the outer disciples in the spiritual field sat cross-legged on the ridges, diligently operating the Changqing technique to absorb the rich with spirit energy. Rising phase, stable phase, declining phase. The rising and stable phases yielded the greatest benefits for disciples with spirit roots, as they could absorb the concentrated with spirit energy daily. Xu Changqing was also cultivating, and it felt exhilarating. The Changqing technique advanced to the second layer, enhancing his cultivation speed to a remarkable 20. It was akin to drinking water. While others sipped cautiously, Xu Changqing gulped down large mouthfuls as if he were a whale. Not only was he cultivating at an unprecedented speed, but he also siphoned the surrounding with spirit energy. Despite failing the assessments twice, he reaped the benefits, accumulating a significant amount of spiritual energy. As the vast influx of wood spirit energy surged into his body, a sharp sound echoed as his spiritual energy began to split, rapidly dividing from 6 wisps into 9. However, under the influence of the 20-fold cultivation speed, the 9 wisps gradually converged. Initially, they intertwined like slender snakes. But as the wood spirit energy continued to surge, they became increasingly solid. Ultimately, they transformed from wisps into a robust strand. While the quantity appeared to change, the concentration of spiritual energy had at least doubled. Have I broken through? Xu Changqing marveled. He hurriedly checked his attribute panel. Xu Changqing, male, 18 years old, wood spirit root, effect 1, affinity with flora, mid-chi refinement, effect 1. Enhanced physical strength, effect 2. Increased vitality, remaining lifespan, for 1,414 days, an additional 10 years of life? Xu Changqing's eyes widened. Changqing technique, second layer. Would you like to consume 2,600 days of lifespan to elevate the Changqing technique from the second layer to the third? Chapter 4, Spiritual Energy Splits in Two, a Glimpse of Light Rain. Would you like to consume 2,600 days of lifespan to elevate the Changqing technique from the second layer to the third? Yes. Xu Changqing did not hesitate. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Changqing technique flooded his mind. Before long, the enhancement concluded. Successfully consumed 2,600 days of lifespan to elevate the evergreen technique to the third level. Remaining lifespan, 1,814 days. Evergreen technique, level 3. Effect 1, cultivation speed increased by 30. Effect 2, yield enhancement by 20. Effect 3, ability to anticipate and diagnose issues in spiritual plant growth. Xu Changqing inhaled sharply. Astonished. In just a few short days, he had transformed from a perennial failure to a figure rivaling formal disciples in both cultivation level and spell proficiency. It felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. However, he noticed a decrease in wood's spiritual energy. Hadn't there been plenty just moments ago? If only he had a bit more wood's spiritual energy, he could break through to the next realm. Meanwhile, those around him were engaged in hushed discussions, some bearing grim expressions. Only Xu Changqing reaped the greatest benefits. Yet, rather than flaunting his achievements, he endeavored to minimize his presence. After all, while the Shandong system was formidable, it was not invincible. Thus, maintaining a low profile until he matured was prudent. In the days that followed, Xu Changqing blended seamlessly with those around him, adhering to the routine of rising with the sun and retiring at sunset. One day, after finishing breakfast, he returned to the spiritual field, gazing at the thriving spiritual rice, which was more robust than in the previous quarter, and couldn't he help but smile with satisfaction. In the first 2 assessments, he had failed due to slow comprehension and lack of experience, compounded by issues in the spiritual field. However, this time was entirely different. With the strength of mid-stage chi refinement amplifying his perception, and bolstered by the formidable effects of the third level of the evergreen technique, he was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the yield would undoubtedly reach 1,000 caddies, perhaps even surpass it. Yet, Xu Changqing aimed to keep it just above 1,000 caddies. Meeting the assessment criteria to become a formal disciple was all that mattered. There was no need to draw excessive attention, which might arouse suspicion. He seated himself on the ridge of the field and commenced his daily cultivation, channeling the third level of the evergreen technique. The wood's spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual rice was swiftly absorbed into his body. Suddenly, his spiritual power increased from a single strand to 2. As time passed, a small amount of impurities seeped from his pores. He felt a surge of strength, filling him with delight. Why has Linen brought more people? He wondered. This time, they were not disciples of the Earth Spirit Root. Judging by their attire, they were disciples of the Water Control Pavilion, Water Spirit Root disciples. At that moment, Xu Changqing's attention was drawn to the commotion around him. Linen had indeed brought along a stranger, but this time it was a woman, with an unremarkable appearance and a slender frame. She surveyed the dirty surroundings with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Zhao Daoyu, I entrust this to you. Linen appeared remarkably courteous. Zhao Xian responded vaguely, waving her delicate hand. Instantly, the water's spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to gather rapidly. In no time, a dense mist hovered above the rice field. Soon, the sound of rain began to patter down. It was no ordinary rain, but rather a spiritual rain infused with water's spiritual energy. The spiritual rice below absorbed it, becoming more hydrated. And even the rice grains appeared plumper. Little cloud rain technique? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow upon witnessing this. Compared to Han Su, the earth spirit root disciple, who could hardly collaborate more than a few times each quarter, this water spirit root disciple was indeed a vital long-term partner for everyone. Ordinary spring water, stream water, and running water had only basic effects. In contrast, the spiritual rain produced by the little cloud rain technique could not only enhance yield but also repel pests, heal, and repair damage. It was undeniable that Linen was determined to become a formal disciple, sparing no effort. One couldn't he help but wonder how much harvest he was sacrificing this time, 10%? Or perhaps more. After all, they wouldn't he assist without a reason. Xu Changqing felt a twinge of temptation, but ultimately restrained himself. He was confident he could succeed in the assessment without any additional assistance. There was no need to engage in unnecessary risks. Not only would he be giving away a portion of his harvest, but the laborious expression on the face of the female disciple suggested she had only a rudimentary grasp of the little cloud rain technique. She likely had little spiritual power, indicating she was merely a novice. Consequently, she had to seek collaboration with outer disciples of the spiritual fields. If she attempted to work with second-grade spiritual fields, it would be an uphill battle. Why was Linen so eager to seek her out? Because he too had only one opportunity left. Furthermore, his cultivation was still in the early stages of qi refinement, and his evergreen technique remained at the first level. His ability to manage the spiritual field could not compare to Xu Changqing's meticulousness, prompting him to explore every avenue to boost yield. Yet, such desperation came at a cost. Even after becoming a formal disciple, he would have to share a portion of the harvest with Han Su and this female disciple. This reflected the stark reality of many outer disciples. Unless one possessed exceptional talent and insight to succeed on the first attempt, the path was fraught with compromises and concessions. If Xu Changqing lacked external support, his ultimate outcomes would likely fall into one of three categories. Either he would find himself continually seeking assistance, losing part of his harvest like Linen, or he would become a tenant farmer under the formal disciple Xianxia, forfeiting nearly all his yield. Or he would completely sever ties with the Dongting sect, resulting in no harvest at all. Su Dayu, are you not going to inquire? Urge those around him. You have only one chance left. You cannot afford to fail again. Indeed, you must seize this opportunity. Although the onlookers were intrigued, they remained cautious. Having recognized the water spirit root disciple's lack of strength, they hoped Xu Changqing would test the waters. If the cost were manageable, collaboration would be possible. However, if the price were too steep, it would be best to refrain. All right, Xu Changqing observed the many eyes fixed upon him, realizing he could not decline. Though he did not require assistance, he needed to maintain appearances to avoid raising suspicion. Just then, Zhao Xian's little cloud rain technique concluded, and she began to restore her spiritual power. Upon noticing Xu Changqing's arrival, Linen's expression revealed a hint of resistance. With both of them having only one assessment opportunity left, they were often compared, leading to an underlying discomfort despite the absence of direct conflict. Linen raised an eyebrow and asked, Su Daoyu, do you have something to discuss? I would like to inquire about the cost for this esteemed Taoist to demonstrate the little cloud rain technique. Once, Xu Changqing replied, shrugging. Linen hesitated and glanced at those nearby. This, Zhao Xian cast a brief look at Xu Changqing before stating, 40% of the yield. Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing stared incredulously at Linen. The onlookers were equally astounded, quickly retreating from the idea. The earth spirit root disciple Han Su only required 10%. Yet this water spirit root disciple demanded 40%. This meant Lin and was essentially offering up 50% of future yields to another. What audacity! Chapter 5. Assessments are not difficult. Challenges lead to confrontations, Part 1. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The spiritual field was set to undergo its third quarterly assessment. As long as each mu of first-grade spiritual field yielded 1,000 caddies or more, one could become a formal disciple and fully join the Dongting sect. Everyone rose early, gathering on the ridges of the fields, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Xianxia for the assessment. With Xianxia yet to arrive, Xu Changqing sat cross-legged, attempting to cultivate. In the preceding 2 months, bolstered by the powerful effects of the third level of the evergreen technique, his internal spiritual power had expanded to 5 strands, distributed throughout his limbs and lower back. The results were evident. He no longer needed to individually inspect the spiritual plants. By simply releasing his spiritual power, he could envelop a 5-meter radius, effortlessly discerning the state of the spiritual plants and even predicting changes within the next 3 days. After numerous attempts and realizing the process was too sluggish, I ultimately had to concede defeat. Fortunately, the focus this time was not on spiritual energy. Xu Changqing then turned his gaze toward the spiritual field ahead. Over the past 3 months, under his meticulous care, the spiritual rice had thrived remarkably. Each grain was particularly plump, and the golden ears of rice swayed gently in the breeze, creating ripples that delighted his spirit and caused a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. The assessors had arrived. Zhang and Li Sankai were both present. The third figure, however, was unfamiliar. Soon, Zhang, Li Sankai, and the newly appointed disciples stood before the crowd. Everyone, this is Brother Luo from the Spirit Beast Valley, Zhang announced while scanning the assembly, quickly honing in on Xu Changqing. He had expected the individual to appear anxious, yet was surprised to find him remarkably calm compared to the others. Had he resigned himself to fate? Brother Luo, Xu Changqing, and the others bowed respectfully. Luo Buqing responded indifferently. Junior brothers, I am here to weigh your spiritual rice. With a flick of his wrist, a circular ring flew out from his sleeve. After spinning a few times in the air, a golden shadow leapt forth, rapidly descending while expanding. With a resounding thud, a massive golden toad appeared on the ridge. Its entire body gleamed with golden light, adorned with round, lustrous golden beads on its back. A spirit beast. Xu Changqing instinctively stepped back, mirroring the reactions of those around him. Luo Buqing explained, you may harvest at your leisure. Once you are finished, simply call out, and Lord Jean will automatically consume the spiritual rice you have cut, allowing you to ascertain the yield. Understood. The crowd murmured in awe while nodding. Xu Changqing felt a twinge of relief. The last assessor had been a disciple with a golden spiritual root, who had effortlessly completed the task with a mere wave of his hand. Had it been the same individual this time, he would have been unable to reap any lifespan. Zhang, growing impatient, urged, let us begin. Immediately, all the outer sect disciples taking the assessment grasped their sickles and commenced their work. Xu Changqing exerted himself the most vigorously. Harvested 1 stalk of quality spiritual rice. Lifespan increased by 3 days. Harvested 1 stalk of quality spiritual rice. Lifespan increased by 3 days. Harvested 1 stalk of quality spiritual rice. Lifespan increased by 3 days. With each notification, Xu Changqing felt an exhilarating rush. Were it not for the fear of drawing suspicion, he would have harvested all the spiritual rice without pause. However, in an effort to remain inconspicuous, he matched the pace of those around him. Zhang, with a bemused smile, asked, Brother Luo, how many do you think will be promoted this time? Luo Buqing pondered. With 300 candidates, if 10 are promoted, that would be quite satisfactory. And what of you, brotherly? Zhang turned his attention to the nearby spiritual field, where Li Sankai was stationed. Zhang visited occasionally, while Luo Buqing only came during assessments. Compared to the other two, he was most familiar with the conditions of the spiritual field, having conducted private inspections regularly. Who? Zhang inquired curiously. Linen, perhaps? Li Sankai shrugged. Zhang raised an eyebrow, recalling, I remember that fellow. He has only 1 chance left. It was worth noting that the spiritual field was quite distant from both the earth vein and the water pavilion, and one had to consider the whims of others when seeking assistance. Initially, he had set his sights on Linen, attempting to gauge him privately multiple times, believing he would agree to become a tenant farmer. To his surprise, Linen had taken an alternative route, one might even say an extreme one. Indeed. Li Sankai nodded slightly. Zhang pressed further, and who else? Li Sankai's gaze had already fixated on Xu Changqing, but upon recalling something, he glanced at the scrutinizing Zhang beside him and shook his head. Let us await the final results. He was fully aware of the underhanded dealings that transpired privately. In truth, every formal disciple assigned an assessment task engaged in such practices. This exploitation had nearly become an unspoken rule in the spiritual field, tacitly accepted by all. Time swiftly passed. Those who had completed their harvest began to call upon the golden toad. Su Yuan, 700 pounds of spiritual rice, assessment failed. Zhang Binsan, 800 pounds of spiritual rice, assessment failed. Zhao Ziao, 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice, assessment successful. The assessment for 300 individuals persisted from dawn until dusk. As night approached, only 3 remained, including Xu Changqing and Linen. In truth, the harvesting had long concluded. The delay was primarily due to the queue. It's my turn, Linen remarked, watching as the golden toad drew closer, his breath quickening. Zhang, with a playful smirk, teased, Junior brother Lin. With your tireless efforts to recruit earth and water spiritual root disciples, isn't your success in the assessment a foregone conclusion? Lin's expression shifted, lowering his gaze in response. At that moment, the golden toad had arrived. It swiftly extended its golden tongue, snatching the spiritual rice into its mouth. Soon after, the golden beads on its back began to swell, one after another, until it reached 11. Luo Buqing announced loudly. 11 beads signify 1,100 pounds of spiritual rice. Assessment successful. Finally, Lin fell to his knees, overwhelmed with emotion. To become a formal disciple, he had sacrificed 50% of his future harvests. Had he failed, the consequences would have been dire. Thankfully, he had succeeded. Congratulations. Xu Changqing empathized with him. Next was Zhang Er, who observed the remaining two. It's my turn. At that moment, another stepped forward. Xiaoying, right? Zhang Er recalled this individual. Having conversed with him privately, Xiaoying, with a hint of implication, stated, Brother Zhang, I agree. Zhang Er, however, did not overtly display his thoughts. The golden toad then extended its tongue, consuming the spiritual rice before it. The golden beads began to swell, one after another, but when it reached the 9th bead, it halted. This indicated that Xiaoying had only produced 900 pounds of spiritual rice, falling short of the required 1,000 pounds, thus failing the assessment. Chapter 6. Assessments are not difficult, but challenges bring humiliation, Part 2. Seeing that he was just 100 pounds short, Zhang Er exchanged glances with Luo Buqing, who understood the unspoken message and subtly gestured with his right hand toward the golden toad. Suddenly, the 10th bead swelled unexpectedly. This small act was clearly witnessed by Li Sankai beside them, yet he did not intervene, nor did he expose the act. Knowing he would receive a payoff for his silence later, Zhang Er beamed, exactly 1,000 pounds. Congratulations, junior brother Zhao, for passing the assessment and becoming a formal disciple. Thank you, brother Zhang. Xiaoying wiped the sweat of nervousness from his brow, bowing profusely. Now, only one person remained. Who? Naturally, it was Xu Changqing. He could have validated his results beforehand, yet Zhang Er deliberately delayed him until the end. The reason was simple, to humiliate this individual who had continuously rejected him. Serving as a warning to others, Zhang Er mockingly inquired, Junior brother Xu, are you prepared? Of course, Xu Changqing nodded. Zhang Er, wearing a knowing expression, asked, How do you feel about your chances? I believe I will succeed this time, Xu Changqing replied with a smile. Humph, Zhang Er sneered, his tone laced with derision. In his mind, there was no way Xu Changqing could succeed. After all, some of the Earth's energy had been siphoned away from the spiritual field, and very few were aware of this fact. Therefore, even if the number of seedlings was sufficient, the inadequate nourishment would inevitably lead to a yield below 1,000 pounds, an unavoidable outcome. Lord Jean, Luo Buqing called out. Swish. The golden toad opened its mouth, using its tongue to snatch the spiritual rice before it. Instantly, the golden beads on its back began to swell, one after another, at an astonishing speed. Without any pause, it reached 10 beads. Zhang Er, having dismissed Xu Changqing without a glance, prepared to ridicule him directly. Beside him, Luo Buqing exclaimed, 10 golden pearls. With a yield of 1,000 pounds, assessment successful. What? Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing was momentarily taken aback, while Zhang Er's eyes widened in disbelief. He hurriedly glanced at the golden toad, observing the 10 golden pearls swelling, alongside an extraordinarily high spiritual energy content in the rice. His expression shifted to one of incredulity. Brother Zhang, you have not failed us. Xu Changqing chuckled, cupping his hands in greeting. Zhang Er's expression darkened, and he shouted, This is absolutely impossible. What? Luo Buqing narrowed his eyes at the accusation, coldly retorting, Are you questioning the integrity of my esteemed golden one? No. Zhang Er's complexion shifted slightly as he waved his hands defensively, quickly explaining. It's just that this plot of spiritual land cannot possibly yield 1,000 pounds of spiritual rice. Yet, the golden one would never err. Upon hearing this, Luo Buqing furrowed his brow and asked, Have you resorted to cheating? Zhang Er immediately glared menacingly at Xu Changqing. Xu Changqing replied coldly, Brother Zhang, one may eat hastily, but one should not speak recklessly. This plot of spiritual land is incapable of yielding 1,000 pounds, and you dare suggest it is not cheating? After voicing this, Zhang Er cast a sidelong glance at Li Sankai, instinctively sensing that this fellow was aiding Xu Changqing. Cheating? He thought. Surely not. The surrounding onlookers were astonished. In the face of skepticism, Xu Changqing retorted, You claim it is impossible to yield 1,000 pounds, but where is your evidence? Zhang Er insisted. You did not reach 1,000 pounds last time. Xu Changqing confidently replied, That was due to my lack of experience. What of it? Li Sankai interjected, Brother Zhang. If you lack substantial evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. Evidence? Zhang Er was flustered, pointing at the spiritual land below, declaring, This plot lacks earth energy. Thus, the soil is deficient in nutrients and cannot achieve such a yield. Xu Changqing challenged, But you lack an earth spiritual root. How do you know the earth energy is insufficient? Xianxia was momentarily speechless. Some truths are acknowledged publicly, yet one cannot blatantly confess, lest they offend numerous formal disciples or even the lofty immortals. I believe this fellow has cheated, Xianxia persisted, unconvinced. Xu Changqing boldly proclaimed, esteemed colleagues. Since Brother Zhang accuses me of cheating, why not summon someone with an awakened earth spiritual root to inspect this plot and ascertain whether the earth energy is deficient? Would that not suffice? Indeed. Luo Buqing's eyes brightened. Xianxia felt a pang of unease at Xu Changqing's confidence. Lin Shidi, do you happen to know someone who can assist? Li Sanzai's inquiry was more of an assertion than a question, leaving no room for refusal. Very well. Lin promptly turned to leave and soon returned with Han Su. Upon seeing the crowd surrounding the spiritual land, Han Su was taken aback. Isn't it unnecessary for me to come here to loosen the soil? Lin quickly stated, Li Shixiang, I have brought the person. Greetings, esteemed brothers. Han Su greeted nervously. Li Sankai scrutinized him. So you are Han Su? Yes, that's me. He nodded vigorously. Li Sankai gestured towards Xu Changqing's location. Please inspect whether the earth energy in this plot is sufficient. Be thorough, do not be negligent. Xianxia glared, his demeanor fierce. Han Su scratched his head. This does not require inspection. Luo Buqing and Xianxia exchanged glances, unable to suppress their curiosity. Why not? Han Su, quite pleased, replied, 3 months ago, I was the one who restored the earth energy in this plot. To him, this was an excellent opportunity for self-promotion, so he spoke loudly enough for all to hear. What? Xianxia was left dumbfounded. No wonder Xu Changqing was so confident. It turned out he had already had someone restore the earth energy. Who leaked this secret? Brother Zhang, did you hear clearly? Do you still believe I cheated? Shall we continue this dispute? Xu Changqing inquired. Xianxia, suppressing his displeasure, forced a laugh, a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Xu Changqing then asked, so, Brother Luo, have I completed the assessment? Since there are no issues, it certainly counts as completed. Luo Buqing nodded emphatically. Congratulations, Dao friend Su. No, I should now call you Brother Su. Congratulations, Brother Su, on your formal induction. The onlookers, who initially anticipated Xu Changqing's failure, were taken aback by his unexpected success. Their attitudes shifted, and congratulations began to pour in. Congratulations! Xu Changqing responded with a bow. However, this was not the source of his joy. The true reason lay in the remarkable revelation. Xu Changqing, male, 18 years old, with spiritual root, effect 1, affinity with plants, qi refining mid-stage, effect 1, enhanced stamina, effect 2, increased vitality, Changqing technique, level 3, effect 130 increase in cultivation speed, effect 220 increase in yield, effect 3, ability to predict and diagnose issues in spiritual plant growth, remaining lifespan, 16. 814 days. Converting this into years, it meant an astonishing increase of 46 years of life. Chapter 7. Changqing ascends to level 5, transitions to formal disciple. Han Su grinned. Dao friend Su. No, I must now call you Brother Su. How courteous. Xu Changqing waved his hands with a smile. Han Su earnestly said, Brother Su, you must take good care of me from now on. Of course, Xu Changqing replied somewhat dismissively. Upon noticing this, Han Su's eyes darted around, and after some contemplation, he made a decisive expression. Suddenly, he pulled out the contract they had signed from his sleeve. Without hesitation, he tore it forcefully in front of everyone. With a ripping sound, the contract split in two, and the glow that emanated quickly dimmed. This signified the complete nullification of their agreement. What are you doing? Xu Changqing was startled. Han Su, looking pained, said, if it weren't for you, Brother Su, I would never have this opportunity to promote myself in front of so many people. Therefore, what is the worth of a mere 100 pounds of spiritual rice's contract? What? Xu Changqing was at a loss for words. Brother Su, given my sincerity, may I come to you in the future to purchase spiritual rice? Han Su blinked. Linen had sought his and another water spiritual root female disciple's assistance, toiling for 3 months, only to yield a mere 1,100 pounds. Meanwhile, Xu Changqing, despite having failed twice, succeeded on the 3rd attempt. It was said he did not enlist anyone to perform the little cloud rain technique, and even personally loosen the soil. What did this signify? It indicated that Xu Changqing's success on the 3rd attempt was due to his own efforts and suggested that his talent and cultivation surpassed Lin's. Analyzing from the perspective of potential, he was indeed a worthy investment. Very well, Xu Changqing, seeing Han Su's sincerity, did not refuse. I shall not disturb you further, farewell. Han Su finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave, with Xu Changqing accompanying him to the door. After Han Su had walked far away, Xu Changqing soon returned to Li Sanzai's door. He knocked gently. Who is it? came Li Sansai's voice from within. Xu Changqing chuckled. Li Shixiao, it's me. What brings you here? The door opened, and Li Sankai was somewhat surprised to see him. I came to express my gratitude for your assistance, Xu Changqing said sincerely. Don't misunderstand. I merely cannot stand that fellow, Li Sankai replied with a smirk. Regardless, you have helped me twice. Should you ever need anything, I will not refuse. Xu Changqing earnestly expressed his appreciation. The first time, Li Sankai informed him of the issues with the spiritual land, which led him to collaborate with Han Su. The second time, had it not been for this fellow's subtle support, Zhang Er would likely have continued without end. Junior brother? Li Sankai reminded him with a meaningful glance. Now that you are also a formal disciple, you should call me Dao friend. No. You've been a formal disciple longer than I have. I must call you brother. Xu Changqing quickly waved his hands. Since you've called me brother, let me give you a reminder. Li Sankai squinted his eyes. Please, go ahead. Xu Changqing leaned in attentively. Li Sankai spoke softly. Do not pursue it. Huh. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Li Sankai continued, it is an accepted norm in the sect for formal disciples to exploit outer disciples. Even if you harbor discontent towards someone, you must endure, suppress it, and remain vigilant. The junior disciple understood. Xu Changqing quickly grasped the implication. It is best that you comprehend. We must depart for another place tomorrow, so rest early. After Li Sankai finished speaking, he closed the door. Brother, do take care to rest early as well. Xu Changqing gazed at the closed wooden door, his expression contemplative. Li Sankai's words were evidently a warning to him. If Zhang Er dares to exploit, it signifies that other formal disciples are equally bold. Since they all dare, it is evident that the higher-ups are complicit. This also implies that Zhang Er, or others, must have powerful backing. Should one seek revenge on Zhang Er, it would equate to offending a series of individuals, including the exalted immortals. With his current strength, such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Although Li Sankai meant well, he could never fathom that Xu Changqing possessed one thing above all others, a lifespan longer than anyone else. While others may not have the luxury of time, he certainly did. As the clock struck midnight, Xu Changqing sat cross-legged on his wooden bed. The thought of becoming a formal disciple the next day made him unable to suppress a smile. However, he quickly regained his composure and focused his attention on his attribute panel. Remaining lifespan, 16. 814 days, Changqing technique, level 3, effect 1. Cultivation speed 30, effect 2. Yield increase 20, effect 3. Ability to predict and diagnose issues in spiritual plant growth. Do you wish to consume 4? 602 days of lifespan to elevate Changqing technique from level 3 to level 4? Yes. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Changqing technique flooded his mind. Successfully consumed 4. 602 days of lifespan to elevate Changqing technique to level 4. Remaining lifespan, 12. 212 days. Changqing technique, level 4. Effect 1, cultivation speed 40. Effect 2, yield increase 30. Effect 3, ability to sense the detailed status of spiritual plants within a Tianyuan radius. Can it be improved further? Xu Changqing was astonished. Do you wish to consume 7,072 days of lifespan to elevate Changqing technique from level 4 to level 5? Yes, in an instant. A torrent of knowledge regarding the Changqing technique surged forth. Successfully consumed 7,072 days of lifespan to elevate Changqing technique to level 5. Remaining lifespan, 5. 140 days, Changqing technique, level 5. Effect 1, cultivation speed 50. Effect 2, yield increase 40. Effect 3, ability to sense the detailed status of spiritual plants within a Tianyuan radius. Effect 4, ability to predict the optimal harvesting time for spiritual plants. The prowess of the level 5 Changqing technique was indeed formidable. Xu Changqing inhaled deeply. Such remarkable effects from a mere low-tier technique. What about high tier, earth tier, and heaven tier? Even the legendary immortal tier. On the following day, before dawn, Xu Changqing prepared breakfast, simple rice porridge and pickles. This will be the last time I indulge in these. I shall miss them. Xu Changqing sipped from the bowl, relishing each bite. Xu Changqing, a voice called from outside. Xu Changqing hastily tidied up and hurried out, spotting Linen, Zhaoying, and Zhao Ziyao, all of whom had passed the assessment. Even Luo Buqing and Li Sankai had arrived. Li Sankai said nonchalantly, Luo Daoyu, the people are all in your hands. Understood. Luo Buqing nodded slightly. Li Sankai cast a warning glance at Xu Changqing before turning to leave. At that moment, Luo Buqing produced several small storage bags from his sleeve and remarked, you should be familiar with these. Of course, Xu Changqing and the others nodded in agreement. Every time they received spiritual seedlings, they encountered these small storage bags. Possessing one would be incredibly convenient, and their desire for it was undeniable. These will now belong to you. Luo Buqing tossed them one by one. Xu Changqing caught one, opened it, and used his spiritual energy to sense its contents. He was astonished to find not only a brand new set of formal disciple robes, but also 100 pounds of first-grade spiritual rice. The entire small storage bag had a capacity of 5 cubic meters. Chapter 8. The sky is high, and the birds fly freely. Spiritual roots are inherently different. Inside was 100 pounds of spiritual rice and a set of formal disciple attire. Luo Buqing glanced over the group. Yes, everyone confirmed that everything is in order. He then reminded, if you wish to store anything else, do so quickly. Upon hearing this, Lin En and the others turned to leave. Only Xu Changqing remained rooted in place, for there was little that he held dear. Luo Buqing half-jokingly said, be sure to keep the small storage bag safe, after all. It is not an advanced item and cannot be bloodbound to you. If lost, do not come crying to me. Laughter erupted among the group. Luo Buqing added, if everything is satisfactory, we should set off. All right. Everyone was eager to leave. At that moment, Luo Buqing took out a token engraved with a crane design and called out to it, 19, we are ready to depart. A moment later, a crane's cry echoed from afar. Soon, a massive shadow approached at an incredible speed. Xu Changqing and the others looked up to see a gigantic white crane with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. As it drew near, it unleashed a powerful gust of wind, causing everyone to sway and struggle to maintain their balance. Lin En, Zhao Ying, and the others stumbled backward, while Xu Changqing, being in the mid-stage of qi refinement and possessing 5 strands of spiritual energy, managed to feign surprise while taking a few steps back. A monster? That is a spiritual beast of the sect. If it were a monster, we would have been devoured by now. Discussions erupted among the group. Luo Buqing, looking exasperated, said, 19, do not tease these juniors. The enormous white crane emitted a human-like chuckle, and the wind subsided. Xu Changqing and the others finally stabilized themselves, gazing at the colossal bird with lingering trepidation, only to discover it observing them with its pink eyes. Everyone, please mount the back of 19. After the crane landed, Luo Buqing called out, leading the way. Xu Changqing and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to approach. What are you waiting for? Luo Buqing, noticing the hesitation, urged, get on. Finally, they cautiously climbed onto the broad and sturdy back of the crane. As soon as they steadied themselves, they noticed the scenery rapidly retreating. Curiously, they looked down to find they had unwittingly taken to the skies. Below, the spiritual fields and buildings shrank in size. From above, the outer disciples appeared as countless ants. Luo Buqing chuckled. Indeed, it is time to see more. After all, this is your final day in the periphery. The periphery? Xu Changqing was taken aback. With a teasing tone, Luo Buqing replied, you did not think the spiritual fields were merely this large, did you? Xu Changqing and the others were left speechless. In truth, what lay below was just the outer edge of the spiritual fields. The core area could only be accessed after becoming formal disciples. Luo Buqing offered a brief explanation. Now I understand, they all exclaimed. There is still time. Do you have any questions? Luo Buqing shrugged. The group hesitated for a moment. Brother Luo, may I ask what type of spiritual root you awakened? Xu Changqing, seeing no one else daring to inquire, took the initiative. Among formal disciples, just call me Luo Daoyu. Luo Buqing added, I awakened the waterwood spiritual root. Dual spiritual roots. The others gasped in astonishment. Xu Changqing pressed on, Luo Daoyu, is there a significant difference between single and dual spiritual roots? Luo Buqing affirmed, yes, and it is quite substantial. How substantial? Not just Xu Changqing, but everyone was keenly curious. Why were they confined to the spiritual fields, while this individual with a waterwood dual spiritual root could venture into the spiritual beast valley? You should be aware that once one awakens their spiritual root, they will receive a spiritual barrier. At this point, all attacks from mortals are rendered ineffective against us, right? Luo Buqing replied with a rhetorical question. Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing and the other two looked bewildered. The well-informed Lin En nodded and said, indeed. There is such a saying. Luo Buqing, appearing somewhat pleased, remarked, I possess two. Ah? The others were left speechless. How so? Noticing their lack of understanding, Luo Buqing elaborated. It's akin to the interaction of spiritual roots, particularly the 5 elemental roots. For instance, what overcomes earth overcomes water overcomes fire overcomes metal, and metal overcomes wood. Everyone instinctively nodded in agreement. Luo Buqing continued. Thus, while you may restrain earth's spiritual roots when confronted with the other types, particularly metal and fire roots, you will instead be suppressed, and the spiritual barrier will be of no defense. I see, Zhao Ying murmured, as if beginning to comprehend. No wonder I felt intimidated by metal spiritual roots, Linen remarked, enlightened. Xu Changqing pondered. So, having more spiritual roots means higher defense and fewer weaknesses? Luo Buqing shook his head. Not only that, but it also signifies that you can wield a greater variety of spells. The vast majority of spells possess attributes. For instance, those with spiritual roots can only cast what attribute spells. The more roots one has, the more spells they can utilize, and the better they can counter their opponents. Does that mean the 5 elemental roots are the best? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Luo Buqing regarded him with a look of admiration. Currently, the mainstream in the realm of cultivation is indeed the 5 elemental roots. Unfortunately, such talents are exceedingly rare. Their emergence invariably incites fierce competition among the major cultivation sections. This online novel has misled me, Xu Changqing exclaimed inwardly. He had not anticipated that what was truly valued in the Tianyuan Realm was not the spiritual roots themselves, but rather one's comprehension. The spiritual root is merely a prerequisite for cultivation, or a threshold, so to speak. Observing the troubled expressions on their faces, Luo Buqing couldn't help but comfort them. Do not be disheartened. Since spiritual roots can restrain one another, they can also nurture one another. Xu Changqing hastily inquired. How does that nurturing occur? Quite simply, Luo Buqing replied, revealing a knowing expression. Once you have amassed a certain foundation, you may seek partners with different spiritual roots. Through mutual cultivation, new spiritual roots can be born. So that's how it is, Xu Changqing realized. Of course, you must seek roots that nurture one another, such as water nurturing wood. Avoid seeking roots that restrain one another. Otherwise, before the new spiritual root emerges, you may find yourselves overcome. Luo Buqing winked. How long does that typically take? Xu Changqing inquired with great curiosity. Linen and the others were momentarily taken aback. Although cultivators with spiritual roots tend to enjoy a longer lifespan, even reaching the peak of the chi refining phase only grants them a mere 100 to 130 years. In other words, by the time a new spiritual root is born, they may have already passed away. Therefore, Luo Buqing concluded, with this time, it would be better to focus on diligent cultivation. He shrugged, spreading his hands. Time? Xu Changqing squinted, thinking to himself, I have plenty of that. While others may not be able to wait, he was indifferent. After all, if he were to bide his time cultivating, he might as well gather his spiritual roots. 100 years? He could wait, even 1,000. Chapter 9. Choosing a place to call home, one's unique elegance. It was uncertain how long they had flown. Suddenly, both Xu Changqing and the others felt a wave of refreshing energy. They quickly sensed the surge of spiritual energy in the surrounding air. What is this? Xu Changqing exchanged glances with Lin, and Luo Buqing pointed ahead and announced, we are nearing the core area of the spiritual field. Instantly, everyone gazed downward, rendered speechless. A multitude of spiritual plants expanded their horizons. In the lower left, the spiritual plants resembled a green ocean. As the wind swept through, it stirred up layer upon layer of waves. On the other side, vines stretched dozens of meters long, transforming into a massive nest in the air, bearing fruits resembling human faces. In the distance stood a golden sun-like sunflower, towering like a great tree, radiating a blinding golden light akin to the sun. Xu Changqing cast a brief glance and was immediately struck with the sensation of being pierced by a sharp object. The entire core area of the spiritual field seemed boundless, extending infinitely. My heavens, this is true spiritual flora. Do we have the chance to cultivate them? Xu Changqing and Lin appeared quite excited, for it was entirely different from what they had imagined. They had initially thought it would be filled with spiritual rice and the like, but now their eyes were opened. Luo Buqing affirmed, as long as you meet the annual assessment of 5,000 caddies or an equivalent value, you can cultivate whatever you desire. Xu Changqing was the first to regain his composure, pondering, it shouldn't be that simple, right? Of course, Luo Buqing replied, casting a slightly surprised glance at him before continuing. These things come with requirements concerning cultivation realms and spell levels. You must act within your means. At this moment, Shizhou's flight slowed, descending at a remarkably steady pace. Simultaneously, a barren mountain appeared ahead. It wasn't particularly tall, merely over 100 meters. There were no plants surrounding it. At the summit lay a platform, upon which stood a small, ancient-style palace. Luo Buqing pointed at the palace and explained, this is the core management office of the spiritual field. You will submit resources here or apply for spiritual plant seeds. Any request will be processed through this office. All right, the others nodded in agreement. Luo Buqing chuckled. Having delivered you here, my task is complete. Thank you, Taoist Luo. Xu Changqing and the others hurriedly clasped their fists in gratitude. No need for formality. I will still require your assistance in the future. Luo Buqing waved his hand. He maintained a cold demeanor towards outer disciples, much like most formal disciples. However, now that Xu Changqing and the others had been officially recognized, they were essentially peers. Thus, he naturally could not remain aloof and risk leaving a poor impression. Although the spiritual field disciples were not particularly strong, they provided a wealth of resources. Thus, they were the last group one should offend. Once Xu Changqing and the others dismounted from Yishizhou's back, the crane took off again, shortly vanishing into the horizon with Luo Buqing. "Let us head inside," Xu Changqing called out. The group approached the entrance of the core management office of the spiritual field. Upon entering, they found no one present. Due to the need to care for the spiritual plants, most formal disciples in the spiritual field rarely ventured out and only came to the core management office when necessary. However, deep within the palace, there bloomed a spiritual plant, a red flower with a large bud. Linen could not help but exclaim, "Is anyone here?" Suddenly, the bud unfurled, revealing a visage resembling a human face, albeit aged, with skin wrinkled like dried orange peel, each wrinkle layered upon another. It was clear that it had lived for a long time, bearing the marks of time. Linen was startled and nearly screamed, but Xu Changqing quickly restrained him. Then respectfully called out, "Senior." With the precedent of Yishizhou, Xu Changqing understood that the presence of this being in the core management office of the spiritual field signified its exceptional nature. The younger generation reacts swiftly. The human-faced flower smiled stiffly, its mouth twitching. Xu Changqing curiously inquired, "We are outer disciples of the spiritual field who have successfully passed the third quarter assessment. Here to become formally recognized. May I ask who the esteemed senior is?" Xu Changqing and the others were astonished to discover that the caretaker of the core management office was actually a flower. No, more accurately, it was a flower spirit that had lived for an unknown duration. "Greetings, esteemed caretaker." This time, the group responded promptly. The flower spirit chuckled, "Young ones. From the moment you donned the attire of formal disciples, you have already been recognized. The purpose of your visit here is primarily to distribute second-grade spiritual fields and the land contracts." "I see," the group understood. "Come, choose a plot," the flower spirit said, unfurling a massive scroll. Inside was a map of the core area of the spiritual field. Remarkably, many locations had already been marked, including the golden sunflower that Xu Changqing and the others had previously seen. "Is there a difference?" Linen couldn't help but ask. Zhao Ziao promptly declared, "I wish to be closer to this place." "Very well." The contents of the scroll in Elder Hua's hands became momentarily blurred, soon revealing only a few options. All were second-tier spiritual fields nearest to the core management office of Lingtian. After glancing at them, Zhao Ziao made his choice, believing that proximity was undoubtedly preferable for convenience. Soon, it was Lin Yin's turn. He selected a spiritual field that was neither too close nor too far, though it was surrounded by people. Then came Xu Changqing. "What about you, young one?" Elder Hua regarded this youth with a favorable impression. Xu Changqing replied slowly, "I prefer tranquility. I wish for a more distant and secluded location." There were only 3 options, which Elder Hua remembered distinctly. Shortly after, the 3 locations appeared before Xu Changqing, all situated the farthest from the core management office of Lingtian. One was at the foot of a mountain, another along the path they arrived, and the last near an abandoned cave. Xu Changqing inquired, "Excuse me, are there any formidable official disciples nearby these 3 locations?" Elder Hua answered, "The first and second have some, but the third is devoid of any people." Xu Changqing immediately decided, "Then I shall choose the third." "Why choose such a distant spot?" Linen questioned, perplexed. "Wouldn't it be better to stay with us?" Zhao Ziao also expressed confusion. "I am not fond of socializing." Xu Changqing grinned. "Now, it is your turn to choose." At that moment, Elder Hua turned his gaze to Zhao. Zhao was brimming with excitement as he prepared to make his selection. "I will choose the one closest to me." Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Upon hearing it, Zhao involuntarily shuddered, the smile on his face vanishing, replaced by a flicker of anguish in his eyes. Elder Hua bluntly remarked, "It is he who chooses, not you. What do you think?" Zhang Er, however, looked at Zhao and then smiled knowingly. Zhao forced a laugh. "Yes. I choose the spiritual field nearest to senior brother Zhang." Xu Changqing and Linen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. It seemed this individual's status as an official disciple was undoubtedly tied to Zhang Er. Regardless of becoming an official disciple, he would still end up serving others. "Very well, everyone has made their selections. Here are your land contracts." Elder Hua, unconcerned about any underlying issues, produced the contracts. Xu Changqing took one and found it to be a talisman. As it was not activated, its surface remained dim. Without hesitation, he pricked his right hand to draw a drop of blood and pressed it upon the contract. Indeed, as the blood was absorbed, the talisman immediately radiated a faint glow. Nearby, Lin Yin and Zhao Ziao imitated his actions, all following suit. Zhao Ying, filled with reluctance, trembled as he handed it to the watchful Zhang Er. However, Zhang Er, having received a land contract, was still not satisfied and greedily eyed Xu Changqing and Linen. The official disciple competition occurs every 10 years, with the next one in 2 years. The higher the ranking, the greater the benefits. With good fortune, one might even become a core disciple under a prominent master. If provided with these spiritual fields, Zhang Er's strength could significantly increase within 2 years, potentially reaching the foundation establishment stage. By then, he could strive for a better ranking. Yet, Xu Changqing and Linen not only refused to compromise but had also become official disciples. The three had become peers, yet remained in a competitive relationship, much to Zhang Er's displeasure. Chapter 10. Life is bound by 1,000 weights. One walks alone upon thorny paths. Elder Hua reminded them. There are houses near the spiritual fields, so you need not worry about resting. If you are unsatisfied or have ideas of your own, you may request assistance from the Earth Spirit Root disciples for modifications. Understood, the group nodded. Elder Hua added, additionally, considering the fourth quarter is winter and you have just joined, this year you are exempt from submitting your yield until the official start in the spring. That's fantastic. Linen and Zhao Ziao exclaimed, their eyes gleaming. So we can plant? Xu Changqing blinked. Elder Hua promptly stated, if you choose to plant, you must submit at least 1,000 pounds of second-tier spiritual rice by the end of the year. I want to give it a try, Xu Changqing declared, unwilling to forego the opportunity to harvest longevity. Elder Hua cautioned, young one, you must think carefully. Winter yields will be reduced. Linen could not help but advise indeed. Su, is such exertion necessary? It seems as if we all enjoy being idle. Zhao Ziao appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Regardless, we ought to do something instead of idling. Xu Changqing shrugged. Do as you please. Elder Hua noted Xu Changqing's name. The reactions of those nearby varied. After much internal conflict, Linen ultimately chose to withdraw, unwilling to plant in winter for 2 main reasons. First, winter yields would likely fall short of the task. Second, if he planted, he would have to share half of the harvest with Han Su and Zhao Xian, which could jeopardize meeting the task requirements. It was better to wait until the official start in spring, allowing for months of preparation and a chance to understand the workings of the core Lingtian area. Zhao Ziao, seeing Xu Changqing, who had failed twice, daring to undertake a task, felt challenged and thus also approached Elder Hua for a task, determined to give it a try. As for Zhao Ying, he had no choice but to follow Zhang Er's gaze and submit his name. Elder Hua added, by the way, official disciples may receive a high-level spell. High-level? Xu Changqing and the others' eyes sparkled with interest. There are 3 spells in total, with spirit cultivation technique, with spirit binding technique, and with spirit longevity technique, Elder Hua introduced. What are their detailed effects? Xu Changqing pressed for more information. Wood spirit cultivation technique is an advanced version of evergreen technique. Meanwhile, wood spirit binding technique is the only offensive spell. As for the wood spirit longevity technique, it is self-explanatory, extending your lifespans. Elder Hua elaborated. Xu Changqing mused silently. The first and third do not suit me. Firstly, my evergreen technique has already reached the 5th level, which is more than sufficient. Secondly, I have no need to worry about longevity issues, so I can disregard that. Considering Zhang Er's ever-hungry gaze beside him, it was clear that he was plotting something. Once you've made your decision, come forward to collect it, Elder Hua yawned. Linen pondered. Is there even a need to choose? Obviously. It must be the wood spirit cultivation technique. Indeed, Zhao Ziao wholeheartedly agreed. What shall I choose? Zhao Ying glanced at the individual beside him. Zhang Er, with a blank expression, stated, cultivation technique. All right, Zhao Ying nodded. Soon, those in front finished collecting their spells. As Elder Hua's gaze fell upon him, Xu Changqing asked, can these high-level spells be exchanged later? If you have enough points, Elder Hua confirmed. Xu Changqing no longer hesitated and decisively approached to claim the wood spirit binding technique. He chose the offensive spell, wary of potential retaliation from Zhang Er, aiming to strike first. As for planting, the fully leveled evergreen technique was sufficient. At worst, he could later exchange points for the wood spirit cultivation technique. Elder Hua was taken aback to see that he had chosen the only offensive spell among the 3. Nevertheless, he did not comment further. Everyone had the right to choose, and even the overseer could not interfere. What did you choose? Linen asked curiously as he approached. The same as you, Xu Changqing shrugged. Linen and Zhao Ziao immediately exchanged knowing glances. For spiritual farmers, yield was paramount. There was no need for combat, hence selecting the wood spirit binding technique was unnecessary. As for longevity, wood spirit root cultivators naturally lived longer than others. At that moment, Xu Changqing held the jade tablet in his hand and enveloped it with spiritual energy. Instantly, The details regarding the wood spirit binding technique unfolded in his mind. As expected of a high-level spell, it was considerably more profound than the lower-tier, evergreen technique. Due to the nature of this offensive spell, there are certain prerequisites. One must at least be at the mid-stage of Qi refinement to qualify for its practice. Those at the initial stage of Qi refinement may find it somewhat challenging. Upon successful cultivation, a spiritual seal will manifest within the body, allowing the wielder to manipulate the surrounding flora by merely expending spiritual energy. Xu Changqing carefully placed the jade pendant into his small storage bag and, filled with curiosity, inquired if there were other options available. Naturally, there are, and in abundance. The elder who responded with confidence. However, the suitable choices for us may be rather limited. Zhao Ziao was no fool. He understood that if one were at the initial stage of Qi refinement, and if the Changqing technique was below the second tier, the only option would be the spiritual rice. However, reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement would expand the selection to as many as 10 types of spiritual plants. After a brief explanation from the elder who, Xu Changqing decisively stated, "I choose spiritual rice," without even posing a question. Although he had already attained the mid-stage of Qi refinement and elevated the Changqing technique to the 5th tier, thus meeting the prerequisites to select other spiritual plants, he deemed it prudent to keep such advancements confidential. Therefore, spiritual rice remained the sole option, lest it attract the attention of others, particularly Zhang Er. "I shall also select spiritual rice," Zhao Ziao stated, not daring to take any chances upon witnessing Xu Changqing's resoluteness. Shortly thereafter, Zhaoying followed suit and chose spiritual rice as well. They had cultivated it for 2 to 3 seasons during their time on the periphery and were quite familiar with it, possessing a wealth of experience. Had they chosen other spiritual plants, even if they did not fail, the yield would have been subpar. "Everything is sorted. You may take your leave," elder who declared after distributing the seedlings, signaling the conclusion of the reception task. "Let us depart," Xu Changqing said, leading the way outside. Soon, they stood before the palace, exchanging glances with one another before their gazes settled on Zhaoying beside Zhang Er. Only the 4 of them were transitioning into formal disciples, and the mood was tinged with complexity as they contemplated the prospect of tending to their own plots of land, fearing there would be little opportunity for future encounters. Wishing everyone the best of luck, Xu Changqing offered a courteous nod before departing. Lin turned to Zhao Ziao with a smile. "We are close by. We should keep in touch." "Certainly," Zhao Ziyu readily agreed. The two initially intended to converse with Zhaoying, but upon noticing Zhang Er's presence, they ultimately shook their heads in resignation. Soon enough, the expansive mountaintop platform was left with only Zhang Er and Zhaoying, who gazed enviously at the departing Xu Changqing. Lin and Zhao Ziao. Just then, a hand landed lightly on his shoulder, seemingly weightless yet imparting an immense pressure, causing Zhaoying to stoop down, unable to straighten again. Chapter 11. The Wanderer Hubu Gui, Resolving Woes and Unraveling Difficulties. As the view broadened, Xu Changqing finally beheld his very own second-tier spiritual field. At first glance, it appeared quite similar to the first-tier fields on the periphery, with no discernible differences in area or the height of the ridges. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the soil was a rich black, a clear indication of its higher nutritional content. This black earth not only promised the cultivation of superior quality spiritual plants, but also ensured an increased yield. Not far off, approximately 10 meters away, stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. Xu Changqing approached, and was surprised to find it devoid of dust, even free from snakes, insects, and rodents. It was remarkably clean. Inside, the layout consisted of a room, a hall, a bathroom, and a kitchen, though it lacked elaborate furnishings, containing only a bed and basic cooking utensils. Not bad, Xu Changqing mused, feeling quite satisfied. Whatever was lacking could be gradually supplemented over time. At the very least, it was sheltered from the wind and rain. Next, Xu Changqing's first order of business was to change his attire. He had always disliked the gray garments worn by outer disciples. Before long, he donned the white robes designated for formal disciples, embroidered with a green rice seedling on the chest. His entire demeanor transformed, exuding a newfound gravitas that dispelled any immediate assumptions of him being merely a spiritual farmer. Then came the delicacy he had been yearning for, spiritual rice porridge. Xu Changqing grinned, realizing that as a formal disciple of the Dongting Xian sect, he would no longer need to consume ordinary rice porridge. This 100 pounds of spiritual rice would sustain him at least until the following spring. Without delay, he made his way to the kitchen, set a pot on the stove, and boiled water. Half an hour later, a fragrant pot of spiritual rice porridge was ready. The concentration of its spiritual energy in the kitchen had significantly increased. Xu Changqing ladled a small bowl, placing it before him for careful observation. The spiritual rice appeared plumper than ordinary rice. Even when cooked, it retained its integrity, possessing a slight elasticity and setting into a jelly-like consistency. Taking a tentative sip, Xu Changqing's eyes brightened. The texture of the spiritual rice was exquisite. With each bite, the spiritual energy melded with the aroma, enveloping him in an intoxicating delight. "Ah!" Xu Changqing exclaimed in surprise. "My spiritual power is increasing." Although it was a gradual process, this substance had no limitations and could be consumed long-term. It became evident why Zhang Er, Han Su, Zhao Xian, and the others were all preoccupied with spiritual rice. This was the reason. Moreover, the spiritual rice produced in first-tier fields already exhibited such effects. One could only imagine the astonishing benefits of second-tier or higher. Once satiated, Xu Changqing did not rest or tend to the seedlings. Instead, he retrieved a jade tablet and continued studying the with spirit entanglement technique. As long as Zhang Er remained alive, he would harbor a sense of urgency. Therefore, it was imperative to cultivate a means of self-defense. However, the with spirit entanglement technique was a high-level spell, and mastering it in a short span was unlikely. Fortunately, the current Xu Changqing was no longer the same. Previously, it would have taken him over 2 months to grasp the basics. But now he felt confident that he could achieve it in no more than a month. Once mastered, he could utilize his unique abilities to forcibly elevate his skill level. Time passed until the 3rd day of his formal discipleship. Xu Changqing hefted a hoe and began to loosen the soil in his second-tier spiritual field. It was winter now, with temperatures dropping and the weather growing increasingly frigid, resulting in the black soil being harder than anticipated. Were it not for his mid-stage qi refinement and the support of 5 strands of spiritual energy within him, accomplishing this task in a short time would have been quite challenging. Xu Changqing pondered to himself, "I wonder what the yield will be." Just then, a voice rang out from nearby, filled with surprise. Xu Changqing turned to see a stout figure leading a spirit beast resembling a camel as it approached step by step. The beast sported a bell the size of a palm around its neck, ringing melodically with its movements. Its back was laden with bundles, and as it drew nearer, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. "I am Hubu Gui, a formal disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley. May I inquire about your esteemed name, fellow cultivator?" The somewhat portly Hubu Gui grinned, causing the flesh on his cheeks to jiggle. "Xu Changqing," he replied. "Are you a new spiritual farmer?" Hubu Gui asked, astonished. "Indeed, I have just become a formal disciple." Xu Changqing nodded slightly. "I see you are loosening the soil. Are you planning to plant in the winter?" Hubu Gui expressed his surprise. Xu Changqing chuckled. "Well, I have nothing better to do." "How fortuitous. I happen to have just what you need." Hubu Gui's eyes lit up. "Are you a merchant?" Xu Changqing asked, taken aback. "One could say that, but more accurately, I am an aspiring businessman." Hubu Gui replied with a sense of pride. "What do you sell?" Xu Changqing inquired with curiosity. "I hail from the Spirit Beast Valley, and what I bring is none other than the dung of spirit beasts." Hubu Gui turned around to retrieve a small package, then faced Xu Changqing to unveil its contents. Instantly, a far more pungent odor erupted, causing Xu Changqing to take several steps back. Only when the stench subsided somewhat did he cautiously approach. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it contained chunks of spirit beast dung, dark in color and filled with numerous plant fibers. "This is the dung of a century-old spirit beast, perfectly suited for your second-tier spiritual field," Hubu Gui proclaimed with a grin. "What price do you ask?" Xu Changqing mused, contemplating his options. The fertility of black soil is naturally high. However, when combined with the dung of spirit beasts, its benefits are amplified. Especially during winter, who wouldn't wish to enhance their yield? Hubu Gui, with an air of grandeur, stated, "Originally, 100 pounds of dung from a century-old spirit beast would cost 10 low-grade spirit stones. But since you are a new customer, I shall offer it for 8. Xu Changqing shook his head, replying, "I have no spirit stones, only spirit rice." Hubu Gui nodded. "Spirit rice is even better." Xu Changqing, puzzled, inquired, "How many spirit stones can 10 pounds of first-grade spirit rice be exchanged for?" Hubu Gui chuckled awkwardly. "The market price for 10 pounds of first-grade spirit rice is 1 low-grade spirit stone. Although the demand for spirit rice is high, its production is substantial. The price of first-grade spirit rice is relatively stable. Only higher quality and rarer spirit plants command a higher price." "Are you saying that 10 pounds of first-grade spirit rice is equivalent to 10 pounds of dung from a century-old spirit beast?" Xu Changqing was taken aback by this revelation. Hubu Gui awkwardly defended, "It's too expensive. Give me a friendly price. We're not engaging in a one-time transaction. Surely you don't intend to never return here?" Xu Changqing was unwilling to concede easily. Hubu Gui agreed. "Isn't that how business works? Give and take. Mutual trust. After a moment's thought, he raised two chubby fingers of his right hand. What does that mean? Xu Changqing was perplexed. Hubugue earnestly proposed, you give me 10 pounds of first-grade spirit rice, and I will give you 20 pounds of dung from a century-old spirit beast. How does that sound? Just 20 pounds? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. 25 pounds, no more. Hubugue gritted his teeth. Deal. Xu Changqing did not wish to sour their relationship. After they completed the transaction, Hubugue suddenly smiled mysteriously. I have some good items. Would you like to take a look, Taoist Xu? Good items? Xu Changqing expressed serious skepticism. You're selling dung. What more could there be? Perhaps to showcase his prowess. Hubugue produced a small storage bag, opening it to reveal several items, a jug of wine, a paper figure, and a few seeds clinging to the dung of spirit beasts. Xu Changqing instantly displayed a look of disdain. What is all this? You, being all alone, must need some comfort. This paper figure was designed by the talisman master of the water control pavilion. It can represent both male and female, and its realism rivals that of a living person. It's currently priced at only 50 pounds of first-grade spirit rice, Hubugue added with a wink. Xu Changqing's forehead twitched in irritation. In Chapter 12, the spirit seedlings thrived, and the market was bustling for the new year. Noticing the other party's silence and peculiar expression, Hubugue sighed. I admit I've used it. 40 pounds of spirit rice should be acceptable, right? What? Xu Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This has been used. 30 pounds of spirit rice. That's my final offer. Hubugue grimaced. Who said I wanted to buy it? Xu Changqing rolled his eyes. What? You don't want it? Hubugue was mortified. Xu Changqing waved dismissively. I don't want the paper figure. What's in that bottle? Hubugue immediately replied. A century-old monkey wine. A truly exquisite item. What effects does it have? Xu Changqing was curious. To me, it holds little value. He shook his head, then turned his attention to the third item, asking, what about these seeds? Hubugue shook his head. I don't know what kind of spirit plant these seeds belong to, but they were expelled by a millennium-old spirit beast, so their price is not low. You probably can't afford them. Just give me a price so I can be disheartened. Xu Changqing didn't believe that new items could be exorbitantly priced. Since they came from a millennium-old spirit beast, they surely weren't ordinary spirit plants. Although there was an element of gamble, wasn't that part of the allure? After all, if one is idle, why not take a chance for unexpected gains? 250 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. Hubugue raised 3 chubby fingers. Roke. Xu Changqing immediately felt disinterested. If you're not buying, I'll take my leave. Hubugue didn't want to linger any longer. Wait. Xu Changqing called out. Hubugue grinned. I knew you would need the paper figure. Xu Changqing quickly interjected. I'm not buying that. Can you help me find a brewing recipe instead? You want to brew spirit rice wine? Hubugue's expression turned serious. Yes, Xu Changqing nodded. Okay, I'll bring it to you next month. But you must pay a deposit first. Hubugue's eyes sparkled with cunning. Xu Changqing promptly asked, how much? Hubugue blurted out, 10 pounds of first-grade spirit rice. You give me 5 pounds up front. Xu Changqing was not short of spirit rice. Same time next month. Hubugue had a triumphant look as he led the spirit beast camel away swiftly. Once they reached a secluded area, he opened the small storage bag and rummaged through it, pulling out a brewing recipe for spirit rice wine. This item may not be ubiquitous, but many spirit farmers possess it. Though the price of spirit rice isn't high, spirit rice wine is something else entirely. Why not sell it directly earlier? That would have turned it into a one-time transaction. Only by keeping the other party yearning could one remain memorable. Days passed, and the temperature continued to drop. Xu Changqing began planting spirit rice. The quality of spirit rice is significantly influenced by the quality of the spirit field. The higher the grade of the spirit field, the more spirit energy it contains. Naturally, the quality of the spirit plants produced will also improve, along with the yield. In a first-grade spirit field, one can only achieve a yield of 1,000 pounds. Beyond that, it won't exceed 1,500 pounds. With the help of soil and water spirit roots, they managed only 1,100 pounds. However, in a second-grade spirit field, the yield doubles, starting at 2,000 pounds. When combined with cultivation realm, spell level, and external factors, it can even reach 3,000 pounds. This is why Xu Changqing sought the dung of spirit beasts. However, the few dozen pounds were insufficient to cover the entire spirit field. Thus, he specifically arranged it in a corner to serve as an experiment, observing how the addition of dung from a century-old spirit beast would affect the quality and yield of the spirit plants. Thus began the planting for the fourth quarter. As the spirit seedlings filled the second-grade spirit field, the surrounding wood spirit energy rapidly increased. Truly, it was the core area, rich in wood spirit energy. Xu Changqing immediately sat cross-legged on the ridge and began to circulate the Changqing technique. Instantly, a powerful force drew the wood spirit energy from the spirit field into his body. 5 strands of spiritual power began to circulate, completing one cycle after another. In the following days, Xu Changqing continued his cultivation. Finally, the next month arrived, December, the time agreed upon with Hu Bugui, the disciple from the Spirit Beast Valley. While cultivating, Xu Changqing patiently awaited his arrival. As the accumulation of spiritual power within him increased, suddenly, a 6th strand of spiritual power emerged. Although it seemed only a single strand more, it represented a significant advancement in strength. Daoist Xu. From afar, Hu Bugui's voice resonated. Xu Changqing opened his eyes and turned towards the source of the sound. The familiar spirit beast camel, the familiar bell, the familiar package, and the familiar plump cheeks appeared before him. Hu Bugui smiled broadly. Daoist Xu, am I punctual? Of course, Xu Changqing nodded slightly. Is this the spirit rice you planted? Initially indifferent, Hu Bugui suddenly froze in awe as he observed the thriving spirit rice before him. Although he was a disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley, frequent transactions in the core area of the spirit field sharpened his discernment. Upon inspection, he noticed that the spirit rice was remarkably robust, particularly considering it was winter planting, which posed greater challenges and tested one's skills. It was now on par with seasoned spirit farmers. If he recalled correctly, the other party had only been a formal disciple for 2 months. This astonished Hu Bugui, who then beamed even brighter. Winter indeed poses challenges for cultivation, Xu Changqing smiled. Ah, yes, Hu Bugui feigned agreement while internally bemused. If this was considered challenging, what would others be? Incompetent? Have you brought the brewing recipe? Xu Changqing asked eagerly. Since you promised, you must deliver, Hu Bugui replied, patting his chest before producing it from his small storage pouch. Xu Changqing took the recipe, and indeed, it was the method for brewing spirit rice wine. The primary ingredient was spirit rice, and the process involved soaking the rice, steaming, cooling, mixing with yeast, saccharifying, and fermenting. The steps were meticulously detailed and easy to comprehend. However, Xu Changqing was somewhat surprised when his attribute panel suddenly displayed a change. Beneath, Changqing Ju, level 5. A new entry appeared. Spirit rice wine, beginner. What did this signify? It indicated that one could indeed enhance it by consuming lifespan. Rest assured, Hu Bugui confidently assured him. After receiving the remaining 5 pounds of first-grade spirit rice, Hu Bugui curiously inquired, Su Dao brother, how many pounds of second-grade spirit rice can your field produce? It was expected to yield around 2,000 pounds, while the quarterly task only required 1,000 pounds. This meant an additional 1,000 pounds of profit. He chose not to disclose the entire truth, opting to keep half of it concealed. After all, it was wise to be cautious. Hu Bugui mused. 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice should suffice. What did he mean by that? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. During the new year, the Immortal sect will host a market in Maple Valley, where formal disciples from various regions, even core disciples, will participate, Hu Bugui explained. What does that have to do with me? Xu Changqing still did not understand. You can trade spirit rice for other things, Hu Bugui said earnestly. Ah, I see. Xu Changqing finally grasped the implication. Xu Changqing committed the New Year market matter to memory. Even if he couldn't acquire anything of great value, he could still enjoy the lively atmosphere. Moreover, it was within the daunting Immortal sect, posing no danger whatsoever. As night fell, after consuming a meal made from spirit rice, Xu Changqing sat cross-legged on his bed, holding the jade pendant containing, with spirit binding technique. He continued his studies. After approximately half an hour, the attribute panel appeared before him. Xu Changqing, male, 18 years old, with spirit root, mid-chi refinement, low-level Changqing Ju, level 5, spirit rice wine, beginner, high-level with spirit binding technique, level 1, effect 1, weeds transform into vines, effect 2. Single vine with a pulling force of 50 pounds, effect 3, temporarily binds the target, remaining lifespan, 5,140 days at last. Xu Changqing's eyes brightened. Over the past month, he had devoted his days to cultivation and evenings to relentless study, compressing his rest time to the utmost. Finally, his efforts bore fruit as he mastered the first level of a high-level spell. As he circulated his internal spirit energy, a faint, wood, character manifested in the palm of his right hand. This was the spiritual seal of, with spirit binding technique. Though it seemed indelible, dispersing the spirit energy would render it invisible. Without hesitation, Xu Changqing leapt from his bed and hurried outside, seeking a patch of land thick with weeds. Merely infusing the wood spiritual seal with his internal spirit energy, the weeds beneath him began to sway violently. Soon, one by one, the weeds transformed into climbing vines. The greater the quantity, the more spirit energy was consumed. A single strand of spirit energy could sustain about 10 vines. Each vine possessed a pulling force of 50 pounds, resulting in a cumulative force of 500 pounds for 10 vines, and so forth. Thus, the more vines there were, the greater the force exerted. With Xu Changqing's current 6 strands of spirit energy, he could sustain at least 50 vines for 3 minutes. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, the wood spirit root was not suited for combat in its early stages, especially when compared to the gold and fire spirit roots. Even the only offensive spell available for the wood spirit root during the Qi refinement stage in the Dongting immortal sect was not particularly remarkable. Subsequently, Xu Changqing walked further, the vines trailing closely behind him, until he reached a single-person embrace-sized poplar tree. An idea sparked in his mind, and the weeds at his feet immediately began to entwine around it. Crack, crack. Instantly, deep indentations appeared on the surface of the tree trunk. Xu Changqing observed, finding it satisfactory. Do you wish to consume 2,233 days of lifespan to elevate the wood spirit binding technique from level 1 to level 2? It inquired. Indeed, high-grade techniques demanded greater lifespan expenditure, a fact Xu Changqing anticipated. For the sake of enhancing his self-preservation capabilities, he deemed any cost and investment in his safety. Without hesitation, he consented, successfully consumed 2,233 days of lifespan to elevate the wood spirit binding technique to level 2. Remaining lifespan, 2,907 days. High-level wood spirit binding technique, level 2. Effect 1. Evolved into toxic thorn grass. Effect 2. Single vine with a pulling force of 100 pounds. Effect 3. Lasting binding of the target. Effect 4. Inflicts paralyzing poison. It can evolve? Xu Changqing was astonished. He looked down and immediately infused another strand of spirit energy into the wood spirit seal. The weeds swiftly transformed into black, spiked toxic grass. When they coiled around the poplar tree once more, the result was indeed different. The densely packed thorns punctured the bark, creating numerous pinhole-sized holes. With just a tug, large chunks of bark were effortlessly stripped away, creating a shocking sight in mere moments. Although the paralyzing poison had yet to be tested, the potency of the wood spirit binding technique at level 2 was evidently several times stronger than at level 1. This also indicated that Xu Changqing had gained a measure of self-defense. Next, he redirected his gaze to the attribute panel. Spirit Rice Wine, Beginner, Effect 1. Increases spirit energy absorption speed by 5 for 1 hour, since the wood spirit binding technique could only be elevated to level 2 for the time being. He might as well enhance the spirit rice wine as well. Do you wish to consume 888 days of lifespan to elevate spirit rice wine from beginner to proficient? Yes. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge and techniques regarding brewing flooded his mind. In no time, Xu Changqing comprehended it all. Successfully consumed 888 days of lifespan to elevate spirit rice wine to proficient. Remaining lifespan, 2019 days, spirit rice wine, proficient. Effect 1. Increases spirit energy absorption speed by 10 for 1 hour. Effect 2. In a tipsy state. Increases understanding of low-level techniques by 5. Not bad, Xu Changqing nodded. After all, spirit rice wine was one of the most commonplace beverages in the realm of cultivation. Achieving such effects was already commendable. Do you wish to consume 1,566 days of lifespan to elevate spirit rice wine from proficient to mastered? He decided to proceed. In an instant, an even richer array of experiences and techniques surged forth. Successfully consumed 1,566 days of lifespan to elevate spirit rice wine to mastered. Remaining lifespan. 453 days, spirit rice wine, mastered. Effect 1. Increases spirit energy absorption speed by 15 for 1 hour. Effect 2. Reduces spirit energy consumption by 10 when using wood techniques. Effect 3. In a tipsy state. Increases understanding of low-level techniques by 10. Negative effect 1. Prolonged consumption may decrease reaction speed. A negative effect appeared. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. However, the increase in spirit energy absorption speed was a worthwhile gain. Combined with the 50 cultivation speed boost from Changqing Ju, level 5. He felt he would soon break through to the late Qi refinement stage. In the days that followed, Xu Changqing remained diligent, immersing himself in cultivation. Finally, 2 months after becoming a formal disciple, the 7th strand of spirit energy manifested. Thus, he was not far from reaching the late Qi refinement stage. The speed of cultivation has far surpassed that of Lin and others, even catching up with those seasoned spirit farmers who have been entrenched in the core area of spiritual fields for several years. These individuals boast abundant resources, bolstered by at least the 2nd level of the evergreen technique, with some even advancing to the 3rd level. Yet, when compared to Xu Changqing, they still fall short. as his evergreen technique has already reached the 5th level, amplifying his cultivation speed by 50-fold. Curiously, Xu Changqing noticed a myriad of yellow-brown specks crawling on the spirit plants. As he approached the field ridge, intending to cultivate, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. He immediately attuned his senses, and his expression shifted slightly. It turned out that these yellow-brown specks were living insects. The vast majority of the second-grade spiritual field had been overrun by them, with the spirit rice stalks and ears nearly covered. This was Xu Changqing's first encounter with such a situation. During his previous year on the periphery of the spiritual fields, he had not witnessed anything of the sort. After mulling it over, he promptly headed towards the core management office to seek counsel from Elder Hua. Upon arriving at the mountaintop palace, he noticed many fellow disciples entering and exiting. Elder Hua, Xu Changqing called out upon seeing him again. Xu Changqing, Elder Hua recalled vaguely, remembering that he was capable of cultivating exceptional spirit rice. Yes, it's me, Xu Changqing nodded eagerly. Elder Hua chuckled. You must be here regarding those insects, am I right? Xu Changqing replied in astonishment. Indeed, the spiritual field is teeming with yellow-brown insects. Elder Hua expounded. Those yellow-brown insects are known as winter awakening insects. They awaken only in winter when the temperature drops sufficiently, emerging from the soil. Winter awakening insects? Xu Changqing inquired, slightly bewildered. Elder Hua nodded slightly. These insects appear only in second-grade and higher spiritual fields because they have long been dormant in the black soil. Now I understand, Xu Changqing said, then pursued. How can this be resolved? There are 2 methods. Elder Hua paused, then continued. The first is to find disciples with golden spiritual roots to exterminate the insects. The second is to seek out water spiritual root disciples to employ the little rain technique. What if we do nothing? Xu Changqing tentatively asked. Elder Hua replied with a serious tone. If left unchecked, while your spirit plants won't be entirely devoured, their yield will drop by at least 2/3, making it impossible to fulfill the quarterly task. Xu Changqing sighed. It seems I must seek assistance. You can post a task over there and select specific rewards. If someone accepts it, the eradication of these insects will be swift. Elder Hua gestured towards the other side of the palace. This time, due to the crowd, Xu Changqing observed many disciples who had come here for part-time work. He scanned the area, finding it reminiscent of his previous life's business dealings. Each person at their respective window, waiting in line. Reluctantly, he chose a less crowded queue. After approximately 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. What can I assist you with, fellow Taoist? The female disciple across from him smiled. I wish to post a task for exterminating the winter awakening insects, Xu Changqing stated promptly. The female disciple inquired, what will the reward be? What is the minimum? Xu Changqing was not well versed in this matter. Spirit stones or spirit rice? Spirit rice. First grade or second grade? First grade. The minimum is 50 caddies. Understood. The task for extermination was processed swiftly. Shortly after, a spiritual talisman was handed to him, with the explanation, if someone accepts your extermination task, this talisman will illuminate. The closer they are, the faster it will flicker. Got it. Xu Changqing accepted it. By now, his spirit rice supply was dwindling. Chapter 14. The sword pellet to eliminate insects. Lin comes to seek. Xu Changqing had initially planned to use the remaining spirit rice to brew spirit rice wine. However, he did not anticipate that these winter awakening insects would disrupt his plans. He had already given Hubugue 20 caddies of spirit rice, and now he was required to part with another 50 caddies, even if they were merely first grade. This was a considerable loss for him, especially since the spirit rice would not be ready for harvest for at least another month. Gazing at the dense mass of yellow-brown insects before him, Xu Changqing found himself devoid of motivation to cultivate, merely staring blankly. Just then, the talisman in his hand began to tremble, emanating a faint glow. It lit up. Xu Changqing was taken aback. He had posted the task at the core management office in the morning, and unexpectedly, someone accepted the extermination task by noon. He wondered what kind of spiritual root they possessed. If it were a water spiritual root, they could both eliminate the insects and nourish the spirit rice. As afternoon approached, the talisman's flickering intensified. This indicated that the individual who accepted the extermination task was drawing near. Xu Changqing hurriedly made his way to the field ridge, waiting patiently. Before long, a slender man approached, holding a flickering talisman in his hand, clearly the one who had accepted the extermination task. Xu Changqing squinted, trying to discern the emblem on his chest. The anticipated water pattern was absent. Instead, there was an inverted golden sword. This signified that the visitor was not a water spiritual root disciple, but rather one with golden spiritual roots. Golden spiritual roots are associated with aggression. Even in the early stages of qi refining, they exhibit formidable combat prowess. As the man drew closer, Xu Changqing felt discomfort, akin to being pricked by needles. This was inevitable, as with spiritual roots are countered by gold and fire spiritual roots, invoking a natural repulsion. Are you the one who posted the extermination task, Daoist Su? The man, named Luo Zhao, asked, scrutinizing him. Xu Changqing nodded, yes. Luo Zhao waved the flickering talisman in his hand, jesting, this place is rather secluded. I prefer tranquility. Xu Changqing replied with a smile. Luo Zhao continued, before we proceed with the extermination, could you show me the spirit rice? Why? Xu Changqing's smile faded, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Luo Zhao chuckled wryly. I've been owed a lot in the past, so I'm a bit cautious. Xu Changqing understood and promptly retrieved the spirit rice from his storage pouch. After confirming its authenticity, Luo Zhao finally relaxed, a friendly smile gracing his face. I'm Luo Zhao, a disciple of the Forging Peak, with golden spiritual roots. Xu Changqing expressed mild surprise. The very same, Forging Peak, known for crafting spiritual tools and magical artifacts? Indeed, Luo Zhao affirmed. Xu Changqing couldn't help but remark, aren't you quite busy? I thought you were just an apprentice. Luo Zhao shrugged, I'm merely a novice. Xu Changqing blinked. Can I purchase spiritual tools from you? Since cultivating in a second-grade spiritual field, I've realized that ordinary farming implements are no longer sufficient. If it weren't for my lack of spirit rice and spirit stones, I would have bought a set of spiritual tools long ago. I'm not qualified to sell. But I can refer you. Luo Zhao waved his hand. Let us discuss it later, Xu Changqing replied, deciding not to waste any more time. All right, Luo Zhao responded. Not bothering to elaborate, he suddenly flicked his wrist, and a white sphere flew out from his sleeve, infusing it with his spiritual energy. Xu Changqing watched as the sphere illuminated, radiating a white aura while emanating a sharp intent. Seizing the moment, Luo Zhao aimed at the spiritual field and flung it forward. The white sphere soared, releasing a mist of faint white gold energy as it did so. A series of popping sounds echoed as it passed through the area. Xu Changqing was astounded to see that the yellow-brown, winter-awakening insects on the spirit rice had been utterly shredded. Waves upon waves of them perished without even a chance to struggle. In no time, a third of the area was cleared, and the spirit rice remained unscathed. It was evident that Luo Zhao possessed remarkable control. What is this? Xu Changqing gazed in astonishment. Luo Zhao's voice broke through. This is called a sword pellet. Sword pellet? Xu Changqing inquired with curiosity. Luo Zhao promptly elucidated. All formal disciples who awaken a golden spiritual root are bestowed with a mysterious iron sword talisman, which they must nurture daily with their own spiritual energy. If I do not venture out to earn some extra income, it would be utterly impossible to sustain myself. Xu Changqing immediately grasped the situation. It seemed that different spiritual roots came with their own unique burdens. Although the wood spiritual root may not be suited for combat, at least the resources were relatively adequate. In light of this comparison, he felt a sense of relief. As time passed, evening drew near. Luo Zhao nearly exhausted all his spiritual energy to cleanse the pest from the spiritual rice fields. Thank you, Daoist Luo, Xu Changqing said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Luo Zhao handed him a talisman, saying, no need for formalities. If you require assistance next time, simply use this communication talisman to contact me. Agreed, Xu Changqing replied, accepting it. Afterward, Luo Zhao placed 50 pounds of first-grade spiritual rice into a small storage pouch and then departed. Xu Changqing watched as he gradually vanished from sight, and then turned his gaze back to his own second-grade spiritual field. In truth, dealing with these pests was not particularly challenging. Had he possessed a golden or water spiritual root, he could have resolved the matter without seeking external help and would not have expended so much spiritual rice. At that moment, his desire for other spiritual roots intensified. Daoist Su, a sudden voice called out from a distance. It was a familiar face. Who? Linen, a fellow disciple who became a formal disciple alongside me. Linen rushed over, breathless and drenched in sweat. Su Daoist, I had quite the time locating you. Xu Changqing looked at him in surprise. You have something to discuss with me? Just as Linen was about to explain, he was captivated by the flourishing spiritual rice in the second-grade field, where the plants grew robust and the rice ears were plump with grains, indicating high quality and yield. What brings you here? Xu Changqing prompted. Harvesting. Linen's eyes lit up at the mention. The spiritual plants cultivated by a foundation establishment disciple were undoubtedly extraordinary and might yield unexpected rewards for him. Linen continued. It's not for free. I'll require 10 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice as compensation afterward. Xu Changqing could not help but inquire, how many days will this take? Linen contemplated for a moment. With 1 person per acre of second-grade spiritual field, it should be manageable in a day. Xu Changqing agreed, smiling as he said, it's not merely about the 10 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice. It's also because you came all this way to find me. So I cannot let that effort go to waste. Ha ha. Lin An's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily. Don't leave just yet. Let us go together tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late, Xu Changqing led him towards his wooden cottage. This friendship was certainly worth the investment. Lin felt a sense of gratitude. Chapter 15. Assisting in the harvest, a significant increase in lifespan. The next day arrived swiftly. At dawn, as the sun began to rise, Xu Changqing and Lin hastily departed without even having breakfast. The Foundation Establishment Spiritual Farmer was located conveniently near Lin and Spiritual Field, allowing him to gather information promptly and relay it widely. Lin stated earnestly, let me tell you, the Qi refining stage and the Foundation Establishment stage are truly different. Why? Xu Changqing inquired, looking at him. Lin retorted, do you have any idea how many acres of spiritual fields a Foundation Establishment Farmer possesses? I have no idea. Xu Changqing shook his head. 10 acres of second-grade spiritual fields. Lin raised both hands in emphasis. What? Xu Changqing exclaimed in astonishment. Satisfied with his reaction, Lin continued, I later discovered that each time one ascends a level after reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, they gain an additional acre of second-grade spiritual field. Yet, even at completion, it amounts to only 5 acres. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. The remaining 5 acres of second-grade spiritual field, I believe you and Zhaoing all understand how they came about. Lin hinted meaningfully. Understood, Xu Changqing realized instantly. It appeared that this Foundation Establishment Farmer, much like Zhang Er, had ventured to the outskirts to serve as an assessment senior brother, acquiring those additional 5 acres during that time. Lin cautioned. This Foundation Establishment senior brother is named Zhang Su. He has a decent reputation. As long as we do not damage the spiritual plants, we should avoid provoking him. Xu Changqing waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured. Before seeking out Zhang Su, the two decided to meet Zhao Ziao first. Although Xu Changqing had not seen him for a few months, there was little to discuss. However, he noted that Zhao's spiritual rice was not faring well, suggesting a low yield that would barely meet the quarterly task. Before long, the trio arrived near Zhang Su's spiritual fields. Xu Changqing scanned the surroundings, noting that they were enclosed by a fence. The 10 acres of spiritual fields were clustered together, with a rich concentration of wood spiritual energy in the air. However, what surprised Xu Changqing the most was the diversity of spiritual plants. Some resembled eggplants, while others were encrusted with frost. With not a single stalk of spiritual rice in sight, with the 3 of them, they gathered a total of 10 individuals, all of whom had just transitioned to the Qi refining stage for less than a year. Remember, do not damage the spiritual plants. Each one is more precious than your own lives. If anyone is unsteady, it would be best to leave immediately. Zhang Su, unlike a typical spiritual farmer, exuded an air of arrogance and affluence. As he spoke, his gaze hardly rested on Xu Changqing and the others, merely glancing at them to remember their faces. Yes, senior brother. The 10 responded in unison, nodding. You will go to the first spiritual field, which is on the far left. Zhang Su began assigning tasks, and Xu Changqing, Lin, and Zhao Ziao found themselves assigned together to the 3 acres of second-grade spiritual fields on the far right. The spiritual plants Xu Changqing was to harvest appeared rather peculiar, requiring him to excavate the soil and work from the exposed roots. Xu Changqing and Zhao Ziao glanced over. They noticed 2 exceptionally attractive female disciples standing beside Zhang Su, their figures curvaceous and their features refined. The patterns embroidered on their chests indicated they were both water spiritual roots. It seemed Zhang Su sought to cultivate new spiritual roots through such means. Zhao Ziao shook his head, saying, Stop staring. They are Foundation Establishment disciples. What do you know? I too aspire to become such a spiritual farmer in the future. Lin declared with longing. Xu Changqing could not help but retort, You should focus on growing your own spiritual plants first. Lin felt embarrassed at once. Xu Changqing and Zhao Ziao were at least engaged in cultivation, even if it was the most ordinary spiritual rice, while Lin was still meandering aimlessly, afraid to plant anything for fear of making mistakes. Before long, the 3 arrived at their respective spiritual fields for harvesting. Xu Changqing approached his field cautiously due to the presence of sharp thorns, wielding a spiritual tool sickle as he searched for the right spot. In contrast, Lin and Zhao Ziao found their tasks considerably easier. One was dealing with eggplant-like spiritual plants, while the other faced a dense cluster of red flowers. See, just 10 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice can attract a crowd of people to willingly assist me without my needing to get my hands dirty. Zhang Su observed the bustling Qi refining stage spiritual farmers, a distinct air of superiority gracing his countenance. While others toiled exhaustively for a mere 10 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice, he could simply deliver those herbs to the alchemy pavilion and earn thousands of low-grade spirit stones. You are truly impressive. The water spiritual root companion on his left gazed at him with starry eyes. The one on his right, who had recently joined, was still adjusting but could see that he was enjoying the admiration of the women around him. Eventually, Xu Changqing found a suitable entry point. He felt a surge of inspiration and employed the Qinglong technique to sense the surrounding spiritual plants. Mature, no damage, sufficient spiritual energy, quality today, excellent tomorrow. This indicated that the actual harvest time was the following day. Although they were indeed mature and could be harvested now, the quality and yield would certainly be somewhat lacking. In this regard, Xu Changqing did not have any intention of offering reminders, as it was not his own spiritual plant. His actions were purely driven by curiosity. Subsequently, he began to excavate the somewhat hard black soil to harvest the roots. Harvested 1 quality blackthorn, lifespan 5 days. Harvested 1 quality blackthorn. Lifespan 5 days. Harvested 1 quality blackthorn. Lifespan 5 days. From daybreak until nearly dusk, he was engrossed in his task, pausing only to drink water, neglecting even the thought of food. Fortunately, his strength had reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, providing ample spiritual energy to sustain him. Zhang Su observed the perfectly harvested black thorns with a satisfied expression and inquired, "Very well, what is your name?" He continued, "How long have you been in the core area?" Casting a sideways glance at Linen, who was startled into bowing his head, Zhang Su returned his gaze to Xu Changqing and added with a smile, "To achieve such a complete harvest on your first attempt, especially with the most troublesome black thorns, it is evident that your foundation is solid. Thank you for your praise, senior brother," Xu Changqing replied with a respectful gesture. "Given your exceptional performance, I shall grant you an additional 10 pounds of second-grade spirit rice," Zhang Su declared with a wave of his hand, eliciting envious glances from those around them. Zhao Ziyo even exhibited a hint of jealousy. "Thank you, senior brother," Xu Changqing bowed again. Zhang Su gently patted Xu Changqing's shoulder and smiled. "I shall remember you. Next time you harvest, you need not sign up." "Understood," Xu Changqing nodded vigorously. Linen remarked enviously, "To be appreciated by senior brother Zhang, you've hit the jackpot." Xu Changqing merely smiled, and then offered 5 pounds of second-grade spirit rice, saying, "I owe you this. I have nothing else to express my gratitude." "What are you doing? This is too courteous." Linen hastily waved his hand. "Please accept it," Xu Changqing insisted. Zhao Ziao chimed in, "At least we are cultivating spirit rice. You've been wandering around. Your supply of spirit rice must be running low." Well then, Linen reluctantly accepted. He had to admit that Zhao Ziao was quite astute. Having met many people, he had also given away a lot of spirit rice and had come here to assist Zhang Su in harvesting spiritual plants. Xu Changqing recognized this and, feeling genuinely thankful, specifically offered 5 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. "All right, then I want to keep you overnight," Linen chuckled knowingly. Thus, the three parted ways. However, upon returning home, the first thing Xu Changqing did was not to eat or rest, but to immediately check his attributes panel. Xu Changqing, male, 18 years old, with spiritual root, mid-stage qi refinement, Changqing technique, 5th layer, spirit rice wine, mastered, with spiritual binding technique, 2nd layer, remaining lifespan, 29. 672 days. This time, assisting Zhang Su in harvesting the black thorns granted him an astonishing increase of 80 years in lifespan. Would you like to consume 567 days of lifespan to elevate the wood's spiritual binding technique from the 2nd layer to the 3rd layer? Yes. In an instant, a vast reservoir of experience and skills surged forth. Xu Changqing felt as if he had personally cultivated for many years, rapidly absorbing the knowledge. Successfully consumed 567 days of lifespan to elevate the wood's spiritual binding technique to the 3rd layer, remaining lifespan, 25. 105 days, with spiritual binding technique, 3rd layer, effect 1, evolved into a 100-year black iron vine, effect 2, single vine with a penetrating power of 100 pounds, effect 3, with spiritual imprint can store seeds. Effect 4, can switch between 3 forms, green vine, thorny grass, and black iron vine. Effect 5, upon switching, it will restore its original power and attributes. Surprisingly, it only reached the 3rd layer. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Even the low-tier Changqing technique had 5 layers, yet the with spiritual binding technique only reached 3 layers. However, upon reflection, this was merely a high-tier technique for the qi refinement stage, which inherently required more time than lower-tier techniques. Xu Changqing swiftly made his way to the exterior of the wooden house, locating the previously tested poplar tree. With his right hand open, the wood's spiritual imprint manifested in his palm. He was astonished to see it transform from a mere illusion into something tangible, resembling a verdant tattoo embedded in his hand. Upon channeling a thread of spiritual energy into it, a perceptive domain extending 10 zhang was established. Within this area, the weeds sprang to life, swaying energetically as if a pack of eager puppies vying for their master's attention. With a thought, a nearby weed swiftly evolved into a black iron vine, its surface gleaming like metal. This 1-meter-long black iron vine immediately lunged toward the scarred poplar tree, penetrating its trunk effortlessly as if slicing through tofu. Xu Changqing gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. The power of this strike was indeed terrifying. It seemed impossible for an opponent of the same realm to withstand it. Moreover, he was not limited to just one vine. Although with spiritual binding technique, at the third layer allowed him to conjure only 5 black iron vines from a single thread of spiritual energy, which was a reduction by half, it was still formidable. After several more attempts, Xu Changqing discovered that this iron-hard black iron vine could penetrate not only tree trunks, but even harder stones, provided they were not too thick, reducing them to mere rubble when 5 of them surged forth simultaneously. Once he finished testing the power of the black iron vines, he proceeded to experiment with switching forms. Soon, the sturdy black iron vine transformed at an observable speed into thorny grass, covered in spikes, and then reverted to its initial form, the soft yet resilient green vine. However, Xu Changqing noted that each switch consumed a portion of spiritual energy. The shift from the third to the second layer, and then to the first layer was not overly taxing. But switching from the first layer to the second, and then to the third nearly depleted a thread of spiritual energy. Next, Xu Changqing turned his attention to Spirit Rice Wine. Spirit Rice Wine, mastered. Effect 1. Increases the absorption speed of spiritual energy by 15 for 1 hour. Effect 2. Reduces spiritual energy consumption by 10 during the operation of wood-based spells. Effect 3. In a tipsy state. Increases the comprehension speed of low-tier spells by 10. Negative effect 1. Long-term consumption will decrease reaction speed. Would you like to consume 2? 378 days of lifespan to elevate Spirit Rice Wine from master to expert? Yes. In an instant, deeper insights and techniques regarding Spirit Rice Wine filled his mind. Xu Changqing felt like an experienced brewer, intimately familiar with the craft. Successfully consumed 378 days of lifespan to elevate Spirit Rice Wine to expert. Remaining lifespan, 22. 727 days. Spirit Rice Wine, expert. Effect 1. Increases the absorption speed of spiritual energy by 20 for 1 hour. Effect 2. Reduces spiritual energy consumption by 15 during the operation of wood-based spells. Effect 3. In a tipsy state. Increases the comprehension speed of low-tier spells by 15. Effect 4. In a tipsy state. Increases the comprehension speed of high-tier spells by 5. Negative effect 1. Long-term consumption will continuously decrease reaction speed. Negative effect 2. Long-term consumption may cause damage to internal organs, aside from myself. I doubt anyone else could achieve such a quality of Spirit Rice Wine. Xu Changqing chuckled. He glanced again at his attributes panel. Would you like to consume 33 days of lifespan to elevate Spirit Rice Wine to master? After much contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Currently, reaching the expert level was sufficient. Spirit Rice Wine was merely one of the most common spiritual wines in the cultivation world, even if it could enhance the comprehension speed of high-tier spells. Xu Changqing did not possess a second high-tier spell. More crucially, since Spirit Rice Wine had such effects, he could seek recipes for higher quality and rarer spiritual wines. In that case, selling Spirit Rice Wine and indulging in superior options for himself would be far more delightful. As the days passed by, time continued to flow. As the temperature continues to drop and the weather grows increasingly frigid, it has now been 3 months since I became an official disciple. During this time, Xu Changqing has brewed a small batch of Spirit Rice Wine using the remaining high-quality spirit rice. It amounts to merely 10 caddies. The intention is twofold: to sample it himself and to exchange it for spirit stones at the market, with the new year fast approaching in less than 5 days. This also signifies the imminent opportunity to participate in the Homegrown Valley market. Standing on the ridge, Xu Changqing gazes at the somewhat frostbitten spirit rice and begins to sense its properties. Mature, sufficient spiritual energy, no loss, second-grade spirit rice, exceptional quality today, yield, 2,100 caddies. It is ready for harvest. With a gleam in his eye, he decisively picks up his sickle. Harvesting exceptional spirit rice, 1 stalk. Lifespan, 6 days. Harvesting exceptional spirit rice, 1 stalk. Lifespan, 6 days. Harvesting exceptional spirit rice, 1 stalk. Lifespan, 6 days. From dawn until dusk, Xu Changqing labors tirelessly. And as he looks upon the bountiful spirit rice before him, joy fills his heart. Moreover, The previous experiment utilizing spirit beast manure has yielded results. Compared to unfertilized areas, the same quantity of spirit rice over the same expanse has indeed increased. This explains why the initial estimate was over 2,000 caddies, yet upon actual harvest, it turned out to be 2,100 caddies. While others are simply relieved if their winter yields do not diminish, this is Xu Changqing's first winter planting. And not only did he not experience a reduction in yield, but rather, he witnessed an increase. Once all the spirit rice is safely stored in a small storage bag, Xu Changqing glances once more at his attribute panel. Xu Changqing, male, 18 years old, wood spirit root, mid-stage qi refinement, Changqing technique, 5th layer, spirit rice wine, expert, wood spirit entanglement technique, 3rd layer, remaining lifespan, 36,544 days. This harvest has granted him an additional 6,872 days of lifespan, totaling precisely 100 years. Chapter 17. A bountiful year awaits. The spirit farmer controls prices. Xu Changqing does not rush to submit his task. He must ensure he and others are on equal footing. With only 2 days remaining until the new year, once everyone has completed their harvesting, he heads to the core management office of the spirit fields to meet Elder Hua once more. It is much like his previous visit, due to the crowd. Some disciples are working part-time. Elder Hua. Xu Changqing greets respectfully, acknowledging the authority of the elder. Ah, it's you. Elder Hua replies, recalling their previous interaction. Xu Changqing nods slightly. I am here to complete the winter task and submit the spirit rice. Elder Hua scrutinizes him. If I recall correctly, this is your first winter planting. Did you manage to meet the yield standards? Just barely. Xu Changqing feigns a bitter smile. Elder Hua appears somewhat surprised. As long as you completed it, that is what matters. Those in your batch couldn't even reach 1,000 caddies. Xiao. Xu Changqing's mind conjures the name. Yes. Elder Hua nods slightly. Though Xu Changqing is taken aback, he dismisses it as inconsequential. Their relationship has always been average, and if not for Lin En's involvement, they might have never interacted again. Subsequently, Xu Changqing submits his winter yield of 1,000 caddies of second-grade spirit rice. Exceptional spirit rice? Elder Hua exclaims in disbelief. In this era, very few newcomers manage to cultivate exceptional spirit rice. Xu Changqing muses silently, realizing that exceptional spirit rice is indeed not something everyone can cultivate, yet he possesses only this variety. He soon discovers that the points awarded for exceptional spirit rice differ. For high-quality spirit rice from second-grade fields, 1,000 caddies yield 200 points. However, 1,000 caddies of exceptional spirit rice from second-grade fields can be exchanged for 250 points, granting an additional 50 points, along with praise from Elder Hua. Before departing, Xu Changqing inquires about the requirements for exchanging for a higher-level technique, only to learn that it necessitates 2,000 points. This means he must either submit a total of 10,000 caddies of second-grade spirit rice at once or accumulate points gradually over time. It seems he must wait a little longer, Xu Changqing contemplates. As he exits the core management office of the spirit fields, he unexpectedly encounters a familiar face at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Ziyu. The other man appears troubled, clearly in a poor mood. However, upon seeing Xu Changqing, his expression brightens, and he quickly stops him. Xu, my friend, what brings you here? Xu Changqing regards him with caution. What do you need? Zhao Ziyu, unable to restrain himself, asks, have you completed your winter task? Xu Changqing ponders for a moment, ultimately opting for honesty. Since Elder Hua has already shared Zhao Ziyu's situation, it is clear that the news of his own completion cannot be concealed. Therefore, it is better to acknowledge it openly and gauge Zhao Ziyu's intentions. Seeing Xu Changqing's acknowledgement, Zhao Ziyu's eyes flash with displeasure, but he quickly masks it, then inquires. Could you lend me 100 caddies of second-grade spirit rice? As expected, Xu Changqing realizes that something is amiss. He feigns difficulty. I barely managed to complete my winter task, and I still need the remainder for myself. Zhao Ziyu presses, how much do you have left? 50 caddies, Xu Changqing shrugs. That's a bit scarce, Zhao Ziyu frowns. While there is a possibility of Zhao Ziyu concealing the truth, Xu Changqing himself had fallen short in yield for his winter task. Thus, the likelihood of concealment seems low. Perhaps this time he succeeded purely by chance. I can only lend you 10 caddies. I cannot part with more. Xu Changqing states regretfully. 10 caddies will suffice. Zhao Ziyu does not refuse. Xu Changqing quickly retrieves 10 caddies of second-grade spirit rice from his storage bag. I will return it to you next year, Zhao Ziyu assures him. Very well, Xu Changqing smiles lightly. With that, Zhao Ziyu continues toward the mountaintop platform. And Xu Changqing turns to observe the eager figure retreating, his expression instantly turning cold. This person is not one to forge a deep connection with. Their relationship has always been somewhat indifferent, and his eagerness to borrow is troubling. In contrast, Linen, despite some initial tension, has never sought to borrow anything from him since becoming an official disciple. Even during that incident with Zhang Su, when Xu Changqing offered spirit rice, she only reluctantly accepted. It has started to snow. Thankfully, the harvest was timely. A bountiful year awaits. Next year will surely be better. At that moment, the gray sky suddenly releases large flakes of snow, enveloping the spirit fields in a chilling embrace. With little else to do, Xu Changqing pauses to admire the snowy scenery. He observes that not all areas are blanketed in snow. Many spirit fields remain unaffected, still resembling autumn, with some even exuding warmth. The snowflakes melt before they even touch the ground. 2 days swiftly pass. When Xu Changqing opens the door, a gust of cold wind accompanied by snow rushes in. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he is not deterred by the cold. Outside, the spirit fields lie under a thick layer of ice and snow, and the vast world has entered a state of preservation. Crunch. Xu Changqing steps out cautiously, making his way toward the core management office of the spirit fields. As he approaches, he notices an increasing crowd, all seemingly heading in the same direction. Flying paper cranes can carry up to 300 caddies. Reaching the market in half an hour. Renting 5 low-grade spirit stones for 1 day. Purchasing requires 50 low-grade spirit stones. Spirit beasts take only a stick of incense to travel to the market, costing 10 low-grade spirit stones for a day. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Xu Changqing is astonished to find a number of disciples from Yushui Pavilion and Spirit Beast Valley, stationed by the roadside, all selling or renting various means of rapid transportation. However, it is evident that, compared to spirit beasts, the options are limited. People generally prefer flying paper cranes due to their more economical price. 5 low-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 10 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. At this moment, a disciple with a wooden spiritual root, who had rented a flying paper crane, called out to those nearby, "I can take 2 more people to Maple Valley for just 1 low-grade spirit stone or 2 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. I will go." Xu Changqing quickly said as he took out the rice. It wasn't long before 3 individuals were gathered. Subsequently, the flying paper crane began to flap its wings with great effort. However, it failed to ascend. No, to be precise, it could not fly high. It was uncertain whether it was due to the weight of the 3 passengers or the design of the crane itself. The altitude of the flying paper crane was merely about 5 meters from the ground. The person who rented the crane smiled and inquired, "How was your harvest this year, my friends?" Xu Changqing shrugged and replied, "It's all right." The other individual, a female disciple with an awakened wooden spiritual root, added nonchalantly, "Better than last winter." The crane renter introduced himself, "I am Xu Mingxing, a formal disciple for 5 years." Xu Changqing pondered for a moment and said, "Kai Kuan, 2.5 years." The female disciple concluded, "Lin Mingru, 2 years." Xu Mingxing remarked teasingly, "Dear friends, this year's Maple Valley market will be quite lively." Xu Changqing asked with curiosity, "Why is that?" Xu Mingxing explained, "Because in 2 years, the competition for formal disciples will commence, prompting all formal disciples to prepare their resources." "That has nothing to do with us," Lin Mingru scoffed. "Disciples with wooden spiritual roots are not suited for combat, even if they participate in the formal disciple competition. Their rankings are unlikely to be high. No matter how formidable they are, they cannot compete with those possessing golden or fire spiritual roots." Xu Mingxing waved his hand dismissively. "Lin, you're mistaken." "Oh?" Lin Mingru raised an eyebrow, slightly unconvinced. Xu Mingxing stated earnestly, "We can take this opportunity to sell our spirit rice and spirit plants at a higher price." Xu Changqing wholeheartedly agreed with this logic. Therefore, he expressed, "I wish to discuss market prices with you in advance." Xu Mingxing got straight to the point. Xu Changqing had always believed that every spirit farmer was a solitary entity, thus not requiring to band together. However, after interacting with Xu Mingxing, he realized how erroneous that belief was. The sale of spirit rice generally occurs through 2 channels, an official channel where spirit rice is exchanged for points, and an unofficial channel where transactions occur at market prices. The transaction price of the unofficial channel has always been determined by Xu Mingxing, or rather, the force behind him. This force comprises veteran spirit farmers who have been part of the core area of the spiritual fields for at least 3 years, known as the Farmers' Heart Society. They control when prices rise or fall. With only 2 years remaining until the formal disciple competition, Xu Mingxing and his associates intentionally limited the number of spirit plants. They aimed to reduce the supply in the market to increase customer demand, thereby seizing the opportunity to inflate prices and reap substantial profits. Typically, 2 pounds of second-grade spirit rice could be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone, but under their control, it could now be sold for 2. Chapter 18. Everywhere is monopoly. Everyone is helpless. Xu Changqing found this concept intriguing. I wish to join. Su Mingxing immediately beamed with delight. Welcome, Kai. What about you, Lin? Instantly, both he and Xu Changqing turned their gaze to the third person. Lin Mingru furrowed her brows, contemplating for a moment before responding. I will think about it. Of course. That's no problem. Even if you choose not to cooperate this time, it is of no consequence. Su Mingxing nodded. The Farmer's Heart Society monopolizes the majority of spirit rice and spirit plants. Even if a small amount flows into the market, it will not significantly affect the overall situation. However, Lin Mingru's refusal meant that, throughout the journey, Su Mingxing primarily conversed with Xu Changqing. This dialogue allowed Xu Changqing to gather a wealth of information, such as the 5 factions represented by the 5 types of spiritual roots. Leading the wooden spiritual roots is the Farmer's Heart Society. The water spiritual roots are led by the Talisman's Guild. The fire spiritual roots are led by the Alchemist Alliance. The golden spiritual roots are led by the Spirit Tool Workshop. The earth spiritual roots are led by the Formation Masters. Each of these 5 factions has trading points in Maple Valley. The names alone reveal their monopolies. The Farmer's Heart Society dominates the spirit plant market. The Alchemist Alliance controls the pill market. The Talisman's Guild governs the talisman market. And the Spirit Tool Workshop holds sway over the spirit tool market. Only the Formation Masters are somewhat unique. Not all Earth spiritual root disciples can become Formation Masters, as this profession requires a high degree of comprehension to enter. It must be acknowledged that most individuals possess only average understanding. Due to their scarcity, they are irreplaceable, thus commanding high prices. Moreover, everyone requires the assistance of formations, with demand increasing as one's cultivation level rises. Of course, there are pure solitary individuals, but they are few. Either they are newcomers without the qualifications to be recruited, or they are powerful enough to look down upon any particular faction. Xu Changqing inquired curiously. Su, does that mean most spirit farmers in our spiritual fields, especially those senior brothers who have reached the foundation establishment stage, are largely part of the Farmer's Heart Society? Indeed. Su Mingxing affirmed. I recall a senior brother named Zhang Su who is at the foundation establishment stage. Is he a member? Xu Changqing further questioned. Senior brother Zhang is not present. Su Mingxing shook his head. Oh? Xu Changqing was slightly surprised. Su Mingxing elaborated. Senior brother Zhang has some connections with the Alchemist Alliance, hence he cultivates medicinal herbs. Xu Changqing understood, which explained why the other party did not cultivate spirit rice. Upon arriving at Maple Valley, Lin Mingru, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke up. Xu Changqing, upon hearing her, looked ahead and was immediately captivated by the scenery. It truly lived up to its name, Maple Valley. As far as the eye could see, everything was adorned with crimson maple leaves, merging into a sea of blood-red hues. In the deepest part of the valley stood an extraordinarily massive ancient red maple tree, its branches lush and towering into the clouds. Its leaves resembled the delicate pink palms of a human infant. As the wind blew, the sound of rustling leaves echoed, resembling applause and welcome. Soon, under Su Mingxing's guidance, the flying paper crane gradually descended, and the 3 landed. Lin Mingru said little and walked ahead, while Xu Changqing followed Su Mingxing towards the trading point of the Farmer's Heart Society. Before long, an ancient wooden building, exuding an air of antiquity, came into view. It had 3 stories in total. While the upper 2 floors were uncertain, the first floor was bustling with activity, with nearly everyone standing in line. Above the trading window, the day's transaction prices were prominently displayed. Due to the deliberate speculation by Su Mingxing and others, the price of spirit rice had skyrocketed. The spirit rice produced by second-grade spiritual fields, though varying in quality, did not deviate drastically in price. Previously, 2 pounds of premium second-grade spirit rice could be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Now, the exchange rate had transformed to 15:1, meaning 15 pounds for 1 low-grade spirit stone. Even the first-grade premium spirit rice had changed from a 10-to-1 ratio to 7-to-1. As for the top-grade spirit rice, it was in high demand. Many desired to make a name for themselves during the formal disciple competition. With a stroke of luck, they might capture the attention of a celestial master and become a core disciple. Xu Changqing, observing the scene, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Su Mingxing, feeling quite pleased, remarked, Kai, now you understand how wise your choice is. How should I proceed with the transaction? Xu Changqing quickly regained his composure. Su Mingxing smiled. You haven't yet completed 3 years, so you cannot fully join the Farmer's Heart Society. But with my introduction, 18 pounds of premium second-grade spirit rice can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone. 18:1, is it? Xu Changqing pondered thoughtfully. This was indeed above the market ratio, which was 15:1. Clearly, it was to his detriment. To be honest, that Lin refused to join earlier, so our people will deliberately target her. As the situation unfolded, Xu Mingxing no longer concealed his true intentions, his gaze turning fierce. Over the years, the market had long been monopolized by the Nongxin society. Even if there were a few outliers, they could hardly create a stir. Xu Changqing found no valid reason to refuse. Even if he attempted to sell outside, he would be targeted, with no certainty of how long it would take to sell, and the ratio would undoubtedly be even less favorable than now. Thus, cooperation with the Nongxin society seemed the wiser choice. It might appear as a loss at first glance, yet the market's pricing was entirely under their control. Without the Nongxin society, 2 pounds of second-grade spirit rice would fetch only a single low-grade spirit stone. Therefore, even if he sold at an 18:1 ratio, there would still be profit. To escape this predicament, one could only switch to higher-quality spirit plants. The exquisite quality would naturally command a higher price, or one could, like Jiangsu, grow various inherently expensive spirit herbs. Xu Mingxing earnestly stated, Taoist Kai, you will never regret your decision today. Xu Changqing presented 300 pounds of prime spirit rice harvested from second-grade fields as a preliminary probe. It was indeed prime spirit rice. Xu Mingxing regarded this fellow disciple with newfound respect, having initially thought achieving quality would suffice. Now, with prime spirit rice, the ratio was decidedly different. The quality ratio was 18, while prime stood at 16. Without hesitation, he handed over 187 low-grade spirit stones. Now, excluding the 10 pounds lent to xianxia, and adding the 300 pounds sold, Xu Changqing still had 790 pounds of prime spirit rice remaining. Here is my communication talisman. You may contact me at any time. Xu Mingxing produced a talisman. All right. Xu Changqing placed everything into his small storage pouch and departed from the trading point. Upon stepping outside, he soon spotted Lin Mengru, the wooden spirit root female disciple who had arrived at the Hongfeng Valley Market with him. As expected, she opted to sell her second-grade prime spirit rice at a ratio of 16:1, slightly above the market rate. Just then, another wooden spirit root disciple appeared beside her, setting up his stall at an even higher ratio than Lin Mengru's. No matter how Lin Mengru adjusted her prices, he consistently undercut her. Ultimately, 2 pounds of second-grade spirit rice equated to 1 low-grade spirit stone. Lin Mengru lost all her customers, even being accused of being a profiteer. Xu Changqing observed silently, noting that no matter where she moved her stall, someone would invariably emerge to challenge her. Left with no options, she had no choice but to head towards the Nongxin Society trading point. It seems this Taoist Lin has little trust in the Nongxin Society? Xu Changqing pondered. Drawing from his past life experiences, he had agreed to Xu Mingxing's proposal. To refuse would be to offend not just this individual but the entire Nongxin Society. What could a mere small spirit farmer use to contend with such a market behemoth? For now, the Nongxin Society was inclined to support spirit farmers. The matter was merely one of profit margins. Chapter 19. Fire overcomes metal, Pei Mo's obstacles and magic. Xu Changqing casually found a spot to set up his stall. But instead of selling spirit rice, he offered spirit rice wine, which caught the attention of several members of the Nongxin Society observing from the shadows. Friend, how much for this spirit rice wine? 1 pound for 10 low-grade spirit stones. What? Is this made from second-grade or third-grade spirit rice? You can surely tell it's different from what's on the market. May I taste it? Of course. Xu Changqing assessed the male disciple before him. Clad in white robes adorned with a white crane motif, his head shaved, and a centipede scar gracing his face. While he bore a rather hefty chain blade on his back, he appeared to be a multi-spirit root disciple, skilled in combat. The disciple reached for a small cup of spirit rice wine, first inhaling its aroma. After confirming the scent was satisfactory, he took a small sip. The cool liquid sliding down his throat, the rich fragrance of rice and alcohol enveloping him. Instantly, the doubtful expression on his face vanished, replaced by brightened eyes. Xu Changqing smiled and inquired, "What do you think?" "Excellent wine." The male disciple exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Isn't that the dual spirit root madman? Pei Mo? He's back at the market looking for wine again. Stay away. He becomes unruly when drunk, attacking anyone in sight. It's said he has a peculiar temperament due to conflicting spirit roots. Fire overcomes metal. This fellow's fate is sealed." Many recognized him and quickly distanced themselves, as if he were a harbinger of plague. Xu Changqing observed their reactions and then asked Pei Mo, "Would you care to buy?" "I will." Pei Mo finished the remaining spirit rice wine in one gulp and nodded vigorously. "How much?" Xu Changqing prepared to portion it out. However, Pei Mo waved his hand dismissively. "All of it." Xu Changqing was taken aback. 10 pounds amounts to 100 low-grade spirit stones. "Are you sure?" Pei Mo stared intently, retorting, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Xu Changqing ceased further discussion and handed over the full 10 pounds of spirit rice wine. Paymo promptly produced 100 low-grade spirit stones without hesitation. After completing the transaction, just as Xu Changqing was about to leave, Paymo suddenly stopped him with a grin. Bro, here's my communication talisman. If you have more quality wine in the future, give me a shout. Sure. Xu Changqing accepted it. Good wine, truly good wine. Paymo ambled away, sipping his drink. With most of his trades concluded, it was time for Xu Changqing to procure supplies. He contemplated replacing everyday items and spirit tools, as he was running low. And a new year called for a fresh start. Continuing through the trading street, he noted that while most resources were monopolized by the 5 major foundational forces, many scattered vendors still offered goods, albeit of lower quality. Before long, Xu Changqing spotted a familiar face, the spirit beast trader Hu Buguwei, with young spirit beasts for sale. All at reasonable prices. Indeed, you are here. Xu Changqing approached him. Oh, if it isn't Taoist Xu. Hu Buguwei brightened. What's up? Not selling manure this time? Xu Changqing teased. Hu Buguwei, slightly embarrassed, replied, times change. Care to pick a spirit beast? Seeing this, Hu Buguwei promptly recommended. As a wooden spirit root disciple who needs to tend to spirit fields, you should buy a spirit cow. They have long lifespans and can assist in plowing, making them a popular choice among wooden spirit root disciples. I don't want to ride on Chen Laozu's coattails. Xu Changqing shook his head. Huh? What coattails? Hu Buguwei looked confused. Nothing. I'll take a look. Xu Changqing dismissed. Just then, a bark interrupted them. Xu Changqing turned to see a young yellow dog in the corner, its white face and lively eyes, tail held high, alert to anyone approaching. In his past life, he had grown up in the countryside, where they had many cats and dogs, including one named De Huang, known for its intelligence, though not identical. The feeling he had upon seeing this dog was hauntingly familiar. Do you like it? Hu Buguwei quickly waved his hand. It's a gift. No, I'll buy it. Xu Changqing declined the offer. Hu Buguwei shrugged indifferently. The little yellow dog isn't worth much. In your eyes, it may seem common and dirty, but to me, it is precious. Xu Changqing said as he produced 5 low-grade spirit stones from his small storage pouch and offered them. Hu Buguwei, however, did not accept and instead asked with a dry laugh, can we trade that for spirit rice? You have no rice? Xu Changqing was taken aback. Hu Buguwei expressed his helplessness, stating that the price of rice had become exorbitant. Not only was second-grade spiritual rice unaffordable, but even first-grade spiritual rice was beyond his means. In response, Xu Changqing exchanged lower-grade spirit stones for 10 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice, presenting it to Hu Buguwei. Hu Buguwei was astounded. Having initially thought Xu Changqing was merely being polite, he never expected such generosity. The small yellow dog was hardly worth 10 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice, and it was clear that Xu Changqing had genuinely considered him a friend, which moved him deeply. After handing over the rice, Xu Changqing slowly approached the small yellow dog. Strangely, while others drew near and the dog exhibited wariness, even barking and acting aloof, it wagged its tail joyfully upon Xu Changqing's approach. Perhaps this was fate. Xu Changqing's gaze softened as he gently cradled the little creature in his hands. The tiny dog immediately extended its soft, black and pink tongue and began to lick affectionately. Curiously, Hu Buguwei inquired, have you thought of a name yet? Not yet. Let us leave that to the readers, Xu Changqing replied, shaking his head. You speak in riddles. Hu Buguwei rolled his eyes. Anyway, I need to buy some daily necessities, so I'll take my leave. Xu Changqing turned to depart. Wait. Hu Buguwei hastily produced a metallic ring. This is a spirit beast collar, capable of holding a spirit beast no larger than 5 meters in height and 10 meters in length. It is quite valuable. Normally, I wouldn't part with it. But given your sincerity, I cannot be stingy. Xu Changqing accepted the collar, inspecting it closely. You should keep it. Who knows when you might encounter another spirit beast. Hu Buguwei chuckled. Xu Changqing attempted to infuse spiritual energy into the collar, and the words owned appeared as a mark. In an instant, the little yellow dog was sucked into it. Simultaneously, a vision appeared in Xu Changqing's mind, revealing a 3-dimensional space akin to a small storage pouch. Inside, the little yellow dog looked around in confusion, having lost its owner. With a flicker, it reappeared in Xu Changqing's palm. Woof woof. Upon seeing its owner again, the little creature barked excitedly. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. Xu Changqing gently stroked it before bidding farewell to Hu Buguwei and continuing his shopping. Before long, he had procured some daily necessities. Upon arriving at the spirit artifact workshop, he discovered the prices were exorbitant, with even the simplest spirit artifacts exceeding 10 low-grade spirit stones. Clearly, both the Spirit Artifact Workshop and the Agricultural Heart Society sought to capitalize on the current situation, causing prices to soar. Unfortunately, Xu Changqing had no alternative purchasing avenues and had to accept this exploitation. ultimately spending 40 low-grade spirit stones on 4 daily spirit artifacts: a sickle, a hoe, a shovel, and a kitchen knife. Having acquired his necessities, Xu Changqing decided to search for spells. However, after several rounds of searching, he found none. Upon inquiry, he learned that spells could either be exchanged for points or obtained privately. If one wished to purchase them outright, they would need to visit the external casual cultivator market, where the quality of spells varied greatly and many were incomplete. Genuine, complete spells were almost entirely monopolized by the immortal sects and cultivation families. I won't venture out without foundational cultivation, Xu Changqing mused, raising an eyebrow. Within the confines of the immortal sect, one need not worry about danger. But outside was an entirely different matter, rife with peril. Chapter 20. The core disciple Li Lingbai. Dreaming of the new year, the market at Hongfeng Valley continued to bustle. As it was Xu Changqing's first time participating, everything appeared novel to him. As noon approached, the crowd at the market swelled. Suddenly, something flashed in the sky not far away. In the blink of an eye, several dark flying boats hovered above the market, among which was a particularly eye-catching red boat with a flag. The formal disciples of the foundational stage had arrived. Xu Changqing, like those around him, gazed up in awe. The flying boats were small, accommodating only a few individuals, while the red boat was several times larger. Soon, amidst a throng of formal disciples, the core disciple descended from the red boat. Clad in purple amidst a sea of white, he stood out distinctly. Xu Changqing observed closely, noting the unique emblem embroidered on the core disciple's chest, a triangular mountain with a character that seemed to suggest a connection to the water control pavilion, albeit subtly different. At that moment, a bystander remarked, "That is Li Lingbai, the core disciple who awakened 3 spiritual roots." Xu Changqing could not help but inquire, "Fellow cultivator, why does his emblem differ from ours?" The individual explained, "Core disciples all have masters, and those elders reside on our daunting immortal sect's sacred mountain." Another added, "The character on the triangular mountain signifies the shape of the mountain and the lineage of his master. Does that mean he is adept at talisman crafting?" Xu Changqing speculated. The bystander concurred, "Indeed, Li Lingbai is not only a genius with gold, water, and with spiritual roots, but his master is the talisman master of our daunting immortal sect." The Yuanying true monarch Mo Qiushui. Xu Changqing noticed that many viewed Li Lingbai with envy. After all, the status of outer disciples and formal disciples was generally lowly. Only by becoming a core disciple could one glimpse the chance of destiny, which explained the fervor surrounding the formal disciple competition. "Isn't that brotherly Sankai?" Xu Changqing was taken aback. He recognized a familiar face standing beside Li Lingbai. It was indeed Li Sankai, who had helped him multiple times outside the spirit field. Judging by their positioning, it was evident that Li Sankai was closer to Li Lingbai, especially considering the presence of several formal disciples with greater strength than him. Noticing someone gazing at him, Li Sankai instinctively turned his head. Upon recognizing Xu Changqing, he was momentarily stunned, surprised to encounter him here. "What's the matter, cousin?" Li Lingbai inquired. "Shall we wait for you?" Li Sankai quickly shook his head. "No need." While he did share some history with Xu Changqing, their relationship had not reached that level of intimacy. Moreover, his cousin had urgent business at the Hongfeng Valley market, so he merely nodded to Xu Changqing as a greeting. Shortly thereafter, Li Lingbai and his entourage proceeded towards the entrance of the Agricultural Heart Society's trading point, where nearly 10 individuals soon emerged to welcome them. "Who is gracing us with their presence?" "Ah, it is Brother Lingbai." The leader was a female disciple with wooden spiritual roots, exquisite in appearance and slender in form, accompanied by several handsome male companions with water spiritual roots. "Sister Lu," Li Lingbai teased, "it seems you've changed partners again since our last meeting." Lu Yuanyuan smiled slightly. Spirit plants, like partners, are swapped yearly. This implied that her companions, akin to spirit plants in the spirit field, would be replaced once the time was right, or if she grew weary of them. There are always disciples, and handsome men are never in short supply. Subsequently, Li Lingbai followed Lu Yuanyu and into the Agricultural Heart Society's trading point, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Could it be that Li Lingbai has come to acquire resources? Xu Changqing pondered. This highlighted the fierce competition for resources, as even core disciples sought assistance from the Agricultural Heart Society. Thus, to earn more, particularly by engaging with individuals of such stature, one must cultivate not merely spiritual rice, but indispensable spirit plants. Xu Changqing was not a narrow-minded individual. At times, it is indeed necessary to be cautious. Yet, when opportunities arise, one must seize them with unwavering resolve. He has firmly decided that come spring, he shall cultivate more than just the spirit rice. Only by diligently enhancing his own value can he avoid being manipulated by individuals like Zhang Er. There is even the possibility of negotiating with colossal entities such as the Agricultural Heart Society. As evening descends, he finds his experiences, both in harvest and perspective, to be extraordinarily enriching. The surroundings remain unchanged, blanketed in deep snow. After ensuring everything is in order, he releases the little yellow dog from its spirit beast enclosure. In this unfamiliar environment, it appears quite anxious, constantly surveying its surroundings. From now on, this shall be your home. Do refrain from urinating everywhere. Once it warms up, you will need to venture outside to inspect the fields. Xu Changqing gently strokes the furry head of the little creature before commencing the preparation of the evening meal. With the addition of a pet, particularly a spirit beast, the portion must be slightly more substantial than before. After all, he has several hundred pounds of second-grade spirit rice at his disposal, so food is hardly a concern. Outside, the cold wind howls, and snowflakes drift gracefully from the sky. The world grows increasingly frigid, and the light dims. Within the modest wooden cabin at the narrow dining table, a man and a dog share a meal of second-grade spirit rice, accompanied by first-grade spirit rice wine. Although it may seem somewhat solitary and monotonous, it possesses a unique flavor. Raising his glass to himself, he declares a toast, vowing to work even harder in the coming year. Xu Changqing raises his cup and drinks deeply, savoring the spreading warmth of the wine in his mouth, involuntarily smacking his lips. Woof woof. The little creature barks excitedly, wagging its tail. Very well, I shall toast to you as well. You must keep watch over the home. Xu Changqing grins and refills his glass, clinking it gently against the dog's water bowl. Thus, cup after cup, they continue until, in the end, little rice is consumed, but much wine is savored. Initially intending to stay awake for the New Year's vigil, he soon finds himself drowsy and succumbs to sleep. Xu, my friend. It is unclear how much time has passed when a voice calls from outside. Xu, my friend. Linen calls again, noticing the prolonged silence within. This raises his suspicions regarding whether Xu is present. After all, many had gone to the Red Maple Valley Market to celebrate the New Year. Who is it? Xu Changqing inquires, rising from his slumber. With a creak, he opens the door, allowing a rush of icy wind to sweep in. As a cultivator, Xu remains unfazed. But the little creature trembles from the cold. It's me, Linen exclaims, his eyes lighting up as he steps forward. So early? Xu Changqing is momentarily taken aback, then steps aside to invite him in. Linen brushes the snow from his shoes before entering. Upon noticing the addition of the little yellow dog, he is somewhat surprised. One feels lonely, hence the need for a pet companion, Xu Changqing explains while closing the door. Linen nods in understanding, acknowledging that most spirit farmers are similar. Xu Changqing pours a cup of water for him and inquires, "What brings you here?" Linen appears hesitant to speak. "Just say it directly," Xu Changqing encourages. He is well aware that visiting him during the New Year must pertain to a matter of significance. Linen finally musters the courage to say, "As you know, I did not plant any crops last winter, hence my limited supply of spirit rice. This would not ordinarily pose a problem, but with this year's scarcity of resources, the disciples of the earth spirit root and water spirit root I previously collaborated with are frantically demanding rice." Xu Changqing instantly comprehends the situation. The 5 major factions have been inflating resource prices, leading to a dramatic rise in costs. A low-grade spirit stone, which once purchased 10 pounds of first-grade spirit rice, now yields varying ratios daily. Just yesterday, it was 1:7. Today, it could be 1:6. As for second-grade spirit rice, the astonishing ratio has reached 1:15, with a potential downward trend, rendering it unaffordable for many ordinary disciples. I have no spirit rice, so I must implore your assistance. Linen expresses his helplessness. Xu Changqing raises an eyebrow in surprise. Why the sudden urgency? Linen replies indignantly, they have struck it lucky, all becoming formal disciples. When I signed the spirit contract with these two, there was an element of risk involved, betting on whether one or both would fail to become formal disciples. If they had faltered, I would have gained the upper hand. Even if one succeeded, I could manage. Who would have thought they would either both succeed or neither? Once they become formal disciples, their demand for spirit rice will significantly increase. They have already stated that if it's first-grade rice, each requires at least 300 pounds. If it's second-grade rice, each needs 100 pounds. The issue is, I didn't plant spirit rice last winter. I lack even first-grade rice, let alone second-grade. Xu Changqing squints thoughtfully, weighing the situation in his mind. Although his relationship with Lin is quite good, should he provide a substantial quantity of spirit rice, be it first or second grade, the news would surely raise suspicions amongst others. How could someone who has failed the outer assessments twice suddenly yield such an abundant harvest upon joining the core of the spirit fields, especially during a winter of diminished yields? The saying goes, one's benefactor in rice may become an enemy over a linen may be relatively mild. But Zhao Ziao would undoubtedly turn hostile and cause trouble. If Zhang Er's attention is drawn, the situation would worsen. If you're in trouble, that's one thing. Linen observes, knowing that asking to borrow rice right after the new year is somewhat excessive. Xu Changqing ponders aloud. To be honest, I only have 40 pounds of second-grade spirit rice left. Could you lend me some? Linen's eyes glimmer with hope. In the Dongtingxian sect, contracts are taken very seriously. Breaching one can lead to severe consequences, even expulsion from the spirit fields. I can lend you a maximum of 20 pounds. The rest I need for myself, Xu Changqing concedes, considering Linen's previous assistance in introducing him to Jiangsu. Thank you so much. I will repay you double, Linen exclaims with excitement. Xu Changqing curiously asks, even if I give you 20 pounds, what will you do about the rest? I wish you good fortune. Xu Changqing replies, retrieving 20 pounds of second-grade spirit rice from his small storage pouch. Xu, my friend, I will never forget this favor. Linen promises earnestly as he accepts the rice. Xu Changqing adds seriously, if I can remain in the core of the spirit fields, I will treat you to drinks. Linen pauses, then nods vigorously, all right. Afterward, he departs. Xu Changqing stands at the door, watching Linen's somewhat beleaguered figure as he murmurs, Lin, my friend, your fortune now rests in your own hands. It is said that one should harbor no ill will, yet one must remain vigilant against others. It is not that he is unwilling to help, but rather that human hearts are exceedingly complex. Unexpectedly, by noon, yet another visitor arrives. Brother Xu, long time no see. The Earth Spirit Root disciple Han Su exclaims with a forced smile. What brings you here? Xu Changqing asks, somewhat surprised. I came to wish you a happy new year. Han Su grins. Oh no. Han Su quickly interjects. What is the matter? Xu Changqing inquires, already guessing the reason for the visit. Han Su sighs. I was hoping to borrow some rice from you. Xu Changqing is not surprised at all and decisively refuses. I have none. Han Su, undeterred, continues with a forlorn expression. I didn't want to bother you for rice, but it seems that the unfortunate Lin has run out. Xu Changqing leans against the doorframe, his expression slightly amused. Isn't it normal to run out of rice? Formal disciples are not required to plant during winter. Han Su, taken aback by this revelation, furrows his brow. But now that I'm also a formal disciple, I have a significant demand for spirit rice. Oh, Xu Changqing blinks. I suppose I shall have to address you as Han, my friend, from now on. Han Su is startled and quickly replies, No, still call me junior brother. Xu Changqing, upon hearing this, ceases his teasing and shrugs. I truly have no rice. Han Su cautiously inquired. Didn't you promise me before that I could loosen the soil? It would be best if I could borrow some rice. However, this time the crux is not merely borrowing rice. Rather, it serves as an opportunity to advocate for loosening the soil in the spiritual fields come spring. This is indeed a chance for promotion. Xu Changqing did not anticipate this weight, raising an eyebrow. You have Linen now, enduring the outer circle. Didn't you assist many in loosening the soil? Han Su was instantly filled with indignation. In autumn, it was only you and Lin who became formal disciples. And as for winter, it was a complete failure. He had privately questioned whether his judgment was flawed, especially regarding Linen, who was indeed a heavyweight among the inept. Xu Changqing hesitated, considering that he could choose to collaborate with a more experienced soil spirit root disciple. 50 pounds, for 1 quarter. I only require 50 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice. Han Su gritted his teeth and resolutely pressed on. Chapter 22. Collecting Spring Seedlings, Recommendation for 4-leaf Clover. As the days passed, the winter snow began to melt, and the temperature dropped further. The little ones were so cold that they refused to leave their nests. Stay at home. I shall go collect the spring seedlings. Xu Changqing paid no mind to whether it understood him, opening the door and heading towards the core management office. With only a few days until spring commenced, every necessary step must be taken. Typically, reaching the core management office takes about half an hour, but due to the thaw, the path was arduous, resulting in an hour-long journey. Perhaps I should first purchase a flying paper crane, Xu Changqing thought, scrubbing the mud from his shoes disdainfully before entering the hall. Since it was still early, there were few disciples present, all of whom were with spirit root disciples. Manager, Xu Changqing respectfully greeted. You've arrived. Elder Hua recognized him promptly. Xu Changqing nodded. I am here to collect this year's spring seedlings. Elder Hua expressed satisfaction. It is commendable to be diligent. In my view, if one's aptitude is lacking and comprehension average, the only solution is to bridge the gap with diligent effort. Individuals like Xu Changqing are truly admirable. Last winter, despite knowing it would reduce yield, he persisted in planting and even produced top-quality spiritual rice. Such talent combined with hard work is indeed rare. Now, even before the year has concluded, he comes early to collect the spring seedlings. Xu Changqing asked, May I inquire, Manager, if I wish to plant other spiritual flora? Elder Hua retorted, have you reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement? He further inquired. Which layer of the Changqing technique have you attained? Elder Hua shook his head, though your technique level is sufficient, your cultivation realm is too low. I suggest you continue with spiritual rice for now. Anyone reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement could exchange for other spiritual plants here. However, Elder Hua was unaware that the individual before him had long surpassed the mid-stage of Qi refinement and was but a step away from the later stage. Moreover, the Changqing technique was not at the third layer, but an exceptionally rare fifth layer. Xu Changqing sighed helplessly. Elder Hua meaningfully remarked, here, we must adhere to the rules. Your cultivation level determines what spiritual plants you can exchange. Xu Changqing blinked. What if I seek to purchase seeds from other spiritual farmers? Elder Hua turned away. That is beyond my concern. Xu Changqing's eyes brightened. Clearly, Elder Hua had made it plain that transactions must follow the rules of the Dongting Xianzong, but would not obstruct private dealings among spiritual farmers. In other words, as long as the annual task was fulfilled, the source of seedlings and seeds was of little concern to the upper echelons. Elder Hua turned back. Let me remind you, exchanging for seedlings is free, but swapping for other spiritual plants will deduct points. The rarer and more precious the plant, the more points consumed. Most seeds of spiritual plants available on the market can be traded privately, yet those of higher quality are typically monopolized by the Dongting Xianzong, where private transactions are not permitted, and even ordinary disciples are restricted to planting only spiritual rice. Formal disciples, apart from spiritual rice, can unlock more types of spiritual plants step by step with the enhancement of their cultivation realm and technique level, though these are generally common varieties. Only core disciples can plant exceedingly rare and high-quality spiritual flora. I understand. Xu Changqing took a deep breath. No wonder the 5 major factions monopolize resources. The corruption runs deep from the management level of the Xianzong down to the lower tiers, systematically exploiting and controlling the vast majority of cultivation resources. To acquire more, one must elevate their cultivation realm, technique level, or even social status. Soon, Xu Changqing had collected all the spring seedlings for the year. However, upon descending the mountain, he did not head towards his remote spiritual field, but instead meandered and found himself at the door of the formal disciple, Zhang Su. Xu Changqing called out, is Brother Zhang there? Shortly after, a female disciple of the water spirit root emerged from the house directly opposite. Xu Changqing clasped his hands, fellow Taoist. The water spirit root female disciple looked him over and inquired, what brings you to seek Brother Zhang? Xu Changqing chuckled lightly. I came to pay New Year's greetings. The female disciple nodded slightly. Please wait. Ha ha ha, Su shitty. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Su emerged from within, laughing heartily. Brother Zhang. Xu Changqing quickly bowed in respect. Xu Changqing comprehended the intent behind the words and explained, there were many people a few days ago, so I did not wish to disturb. I specifically sought a quieter time to extend my New Year greetings. Zhang Su's smile grew even brighter. It is good that you have this intention. Come in. Only then did he open the wooden fence gate, and the two stepped inside. Once seated, Zhang Su called out, bring tea for my junior brother Su. Curiously observing the interior, Xu Changqing noted its lavishness. The walls were adorned with various precious calligraphies and paintings, and even the meditation cushions were made of spirit stones. Soon, the previously mentioned water spirit root female disciple returned with 2 cups of hot tea. This tea was no ordinary brew, emanating a faint spiritual aura. Zhang Su beamed as he asked, Su shitty, how's the tea? With evident pride, he remarked, of course. This is 100-year-old flowerwood tea. Xu Changqing responded with envy, you truly know how to enjoy life, brother. Zhang Su set down his teacup, reclining comfortably. Cultivating immortality is no different from living. One must eat, drink, and enjoy. Xu Changqing wholeheartedly agreed. Brother lives with clarity. Zhang Su squinted slightly, gazing at Xu Changqing for a long while before asking, Su shitty, now that the New Year greetings have been exchanged, is there anything else? As the saying goes, no one visits the 3 treasures hall without reason. Especially for a formal disciple who had recently joined the core. He was prepared to lend rice or even spiritual stones. Xu Changqing hesitated for a moment before saying, I wish to purchase some seeds, but I have no means to do so, hence my intrusion upon you, brother. Zhang Su appeared slightly surprised. So you seek to buy seeds? Indeed, Xu Changqing shrugged nonchalantly. It's nothing. Zhang Su waved his hand somewhat awkwardly before asking, what type of seeds or seedlings does my junior brother seek? Xu Changqing shook his head. I'm not quite sure what seeds or seedlings to choose. Zhang Su further inquired, what is your current cultivation realm? How many layers of your technique have you achieved? Approaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement, Xu Changqing paused before continuing. The Changqing technique is now at the 3rd layer. 3rd layer of the Changqing technique? Xu expressed astonishment. After all, once formalized, one could study the more advanced with spirit cultivation technique. Few had ever elevated the Changqing technique to such heights. The disciple before me truly possesses remarkable perseverance. Hence, Xu pondered thoughtfully while stroking the stubble on his chin. The cultivation level is somewhat lacking, leaving few choices for seeds and spiritual saplings. Given that it is spring, my senior brother recommends the four-leaf clover. The four-leaf clover? Xu Changqing had never heard of it, leaving him utterly bewildered. Xu elaborated. This four-leaf clover is slightly superior to spiritual rice, barely matching your current cultivation level and technique. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that the price is quite reasonable. Xu Changqing quickly inquired, "How much?" My senior brother happens to have a batch available for only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Xu produced a large storage pouch and swiftly retrieved the seeds of the four-leaf clover. Upon closer inspection, Xu Changqing noticed that these seeds were exceedingly tiny, with some appearing incredibly shriveled. Xu smirked slightly. "I must inform you beforehand that these four-leaf clover seeds have been stored for many years. The yield depends entirely on your own skill and luck." Xu Changqing feigned deep contemplation. Xu did not rush him, sipping tea while he waited. After a considerable time, Xu Changqing nodded. "I would like to give it a try." "Excellent." Xu expressed his satisfaction. "If you truly manage to cultivate them, I am willing to purchase them all at the current market price. Chapter 23. Schools of fish compete for water flow. The clumsy bird takes flight first. Just as Xu Changqing departed, a female disciple with a water spirit root appeared. She stood alongside Xu, observing the receding figure. "How many have come to borrow spirit stones or spiritual rice from you?" "Xu disciple is here to buy seeds from me." "That's better. Recently, too many have come to borrow things. This is just the beginning. There are still 2 years until the official disciple competition." "Goodness, must this continue for 2 more years?" Time progressed to the agreed-upon day with Xu. The frozen snow had melted away, and temperatures were gradually rising. Spring was on the verge of arrival, and all things were awakening. Woof woof. The little yellow dog darted about along the field ridge. A slightly chilly breeze brushed against Xu Changqing's face, yet his gaze remained fixed on the freshly sprouted weeds beneath his feet. It is said that the spring river warms, and the ducks are the first to know. However, these weeds are the true prophets of the impending arrival of spring. Woof woof. The little yellow dog barked sharply again. "Ah, Xu senior brother, you have a dog now?" Xu's voice followed. Xu Changqing lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound, and smiled. "I got it during the new year. You just didn't see it." Xu scratched his head. "The way this little fellow is baring its teeth, it won't bite me, will it?" Xu Changqing couldn't help but chuckle. "You, the disciple of the earth's spirit root with first-rate defense, are afraid of a dog biting?" "Just kidding." Xu grinned widely. Xu Changqing pointed towards the second-grade spiritual field ahead and remarked, "It's a bit frozen. I wonder if you can manage it all at once." Xu swiftly removed his shoes and stepped onto the frozen black soil, feeling the chill emanating from below, and frowned. This second-grade spiritual field is indeed different from the first-grade one. "How so?" Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. "If it's unmanageable, we'll find someone else." "Xu senior brother, you seem to look down on me." "I am, after all, a formal disciple," Xu retorted, his expression shifting slightly to reveal discontent. Xu Changqing, however, spoke earnestly. "I only care about the yield. Loosening the soil, applying fertilizer, inducing rain, and pest control, each planting process involves these steps. Ultimately, it all pertains to the final yield, thus it must be taken seriously. If it weren't for the fact that Xu only collects 50 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice per season, I would have found someone else long ago. I will do my utmost. I will not let you down, Xu senior brother," Xu vowed through gritted teeth. "Fine," Xu Changqing replied without further ado. Xu took a deep breath and began to channel the earth induction technique. His body seemed to open a valve, with earth energy rushing in. Yet this time was different, as it was tainted with an extreme chill. Bang, bang, bang. As the ground trembled, it felt as though a dragon was burrowing beneath. The previously frozen black soil cracked open and then turned over violently, revealing the softer layer beneath. As time passed, more than half of the spiritual field had been successfully loosened. Strangely, however, Xu's complexion grew increasingly peculiar. It was marred with mottled patches, displaying varying sizes of white spots. Xu Changqing, realizing this, asked with concern, "Are you all right? I feel so cold." Xu trembled uncontrollably. Xu Changqing quickly gestured, "You should stop and rest for a moment." Upon hearing this, Xu did not stubbornly persist and immediately climbed back onto the field ridge. Only when he ceased the earth induction technique did his condition improve. Even so, his complexion remained poor, and a faint chill continued to emanate from his body. "Have you not reached the second level of the technique you are cultivating?" Xu Changqing speculated. Hansu was taken aback, and after a few seconds, he asked in astonishment, "How did you know, senior brother?" Xu Changqing, seeing his reaction, understood, because the technique is crucial. Each level has different, even superior effects. Take myself as an example. The different tiers of the Changqing technique yield varying results. Upon reaching the 5th level, one can undoubtedly cultivate top-grade spiritual rice. If that is the case, then the technique you are cultivating would be similar. Soon, Hansu inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself. Then added, "Once I reach the mid-stage of qi refining, I can delve deeper into the earth veins, and with the aid of the earth energy's refinement, I will surely elevate my earth induction technique to the 2nd level." This is also the reason for his urgent need for spiritual rice. Earth veins, earth energy? Xu Changqing appeared somewhat puzzled. Noticing this, Hansu explained, "As disciples of the earth's spirit root, we must repeatedly delve into the earth veins to seek deeper earth energy to refine our bodies." Xu Changqing expressed surprise. "So the body becomes a vessel." Hansu revealed a hint of envy in his eyes. "Unlike you with spirit root disciples, we earth spirit root practitioners have only 2.5 ways to become core disciples. One is for those with low comprehension to convert to body cultivation, absorbing a wisp of yellow energy. The other is for those with high comprehension to become array masters, continually enhancing their mental strength." "And what of the half?" Xu Changqing inquired with curiosity. Hansu chuckled bitterly. "To participate in the official disciple competition." At this, Xu Changqing's lips twitched several times. With over 10,000 disciples in the Dongting Xianzong, those participating in the official disciple competition are as numerous as fish crossing a river. To stand out among them is no small feat. I have low comprehension, so I can only resort to the most rudimentary method. Hansu's face displayed a sense of helplessness. Xu Changqing placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, "Your diligence will surely lead to success." Hansu sighed. "Who knows when I will be able to absorb a wisp of yellow energy?" Xu Changqing, surprised, asked, "I have only heard of profound yellow energy. What is this yellow energy?" Hansu pondered for a moment before responding with half understanding. "It is said to be a more advanced form of earth energy. Not invisible, but rather a yellow mist floating within the earth veins. A wisp of yellow energy weighs thousands of pounds, and it is one of the high-grade materials for forging spiritual and magical tools." Xu Changqing understood at last. Since they were idle, the two conversed extensively. They learned that Hansu's childhood was fraught with hardship. Originally from a decent family, not affluent, but not impoverished either, his family fell victim to treachery due to his father's misstep. His father died in disgrace, and his mother, consumed by grief, took her own life. He escaped through a dog hole, finding himself on the streets. Years later, he encountered an old Taoist monk while seeking shelter from the rain in a dilapidated temple. The monk recognized Hansu's potential for cultivation and introduced him to the sect. Little did he know, it was the legendary Dongting Xianzong. Xu Changqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Such is fate." Hansu, with a face full of apology, expressed, "Xu senior brother, this time it was my fault. I am sorry." Xu Changqing chuckled lightly. "Not at all. Haven tea, we nearly resolved it." Hansu still felt the strong chill emanating from his body, "But I cannot assist for the time being." Xu Changqing retrieved a daily-use spiritual tool hoe from his small storage pouch. "You rest for now. I shall try out the effectiveness of this newly purchased hoe." Hansu's eyes instantly glistened with tears. "Brother Xu, I have not yet finished speaking," he choked. He had once selfishly believed that Brother Xu was a very pragmatic person. However, through this exchange, he realized he had overestimated himself and underestimated others. Chapter 24. The late stage of qi refining, maximum yield achieved. Ultimately, Hansu completed the loosening of the soil. Although he took several breaks during the process, he persevered to the end. Xu Changqing, however, did not show any leniency due to Hansu's physical discomfort. The agreed-upon amount remained unchanged, neither merciful nor soft-hearted. People must be a little more realistic. As the second-grade spiritual field was completed, they awaited the arrival of spring. Why choose the day of spring? Once spring arrives, all living things begin to grow, and the spiritual energy in the world will experience a burst, known as the spiritual energy tide. This day is crucial for all disciples with wood spiritual roots. At that time, they could absorb more wood spiritual energy by utilizing the planted spiritual flora. Xu Changqing was also prepared to break through to the late stage of qi refining on that day. Days passed, and spring blossomed. The winds no longer bore a chill. As the dawn of the first day of spring approached, Xu Changqing stood on the ridge of the field before dawn. He then took out the spring seedlings from his small storage bag. However, this time he did not use the usual spiritual tool hoe to bend down and plant them. Instead, he enveloped the seedlings in strands of spiritual power from within and tossed them into the air. at the moment of landing. Leveraging the powerful effect of the winding technique, 3 layers, he controlled all the spiritual flora within a Tianyuan radius to burrow into the freshly turned black soil. He left a small area unplanted, opting instead to sow the 4-leaf clover seeds purchased from Jiangsu. Xu Changqing wished to see how much profit these 10 low-grade spiritual stones could yield. As time flowed on, the eastern horizon brightened. A faint golden light unfurled like a slowly opening umbrella. The sky grew brighter, and the wandering spiritual energy surged in a rapid increase. Finally, the moment arrived. Xu Changqing hastily seated himself on the ridge. As the sun fully rose, the world was reborn in an instant. The intensified spiritual energy in the heavens and earth surged like an invisible tide, erupting suddenly. At once, the spring seedlings in the spiritual field grew at a visibly rapid pace. Even some of the 4-leaf clover seeds began to sprout, drawing a large quantity of its spiritual energy to the vicinity of the spiritual field, greedily absorbing it, encased in a deluge of its spiritual energy. Xu Changqing was immensely exhilarated. He took out the remaining first-grade spiritual rice wine and drank it without hesitation. Then, he activated the long xianxia. Instantly, his cultivation speed reached 50, with a spiritual energy absorption rate of 20 within the hour. Under the terrifying dual effects, it was not long before his spiritual power transformed from 7 strands into 8, showing no signs of stopping. It continued to flourish, ultimately evolving into 9 strands, signaling he was just a step away from the late stage of qi refining. Feeling an urgent desire to break through, Xu Changqing let out a low roar. After all, the higher one's realm, the greater the sense of security. The continuous influx of its spiritual energy surged into his body, and in that moment, he seemed to hear the sound of rushing water. Amidst the frantic influx, the spiritual power within him began to shift. Initially, it roamed restlessly as if trying to escape. However, as the spiritual energy became increasingly abundant, the range of movement narrowed. Left with no option to flee, the 9 strands of spiritual power intertwined with one another. As the space compressed further, they had no choice but to begin merging. Time passed, and suddenly Xu Changqing took a deep breath. Dense white mist surged forth from his mouth and nose. With a wave, the 9 strands of spiritual power fused completely into a single robust strand. Subsequently, all remaining spiritual energy in his body converged towards this strand, becoming increasingly crystalline and agile in form. To the naked eye, it appeared less like a strand of spiritual power and more like an agile loach. With the removal of constraints and obstructions, it began to swim within him. Increasing amounts of black impurities seeped out of Xu Changqing's pores. Yet, upon contact with his clothing, they slipped away, leaving no stain behind. It turned out that the attire of a formal disciple possessed dust-repelling and impurity-removing properties. At last, a breakthrough. Xu Changqing opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with spiritual light. He then turned to examine his attribute panel. Xu Changqing, male, 19 years old, with spiritual root, late stage of qi refining. Effect 1. Enhanced physical strength. Effect 2. Enhanced vitality. Effect 3. Enhanced constitution. Long Qingju, 5 layers. Spiritual rice wine, expert. With spiritual winding technique, 3 layers. Remaining lifespan, 43. 769 days. After breaking through, his lifespan increased by 20 years. Within merely half a year of entering the core area of the spiritual field, he reached the late stage of qi refining. Even if he had just stepped into this realm, the speed was remarkable. After all, neither Lin and nor Zhao Ziao had yet reached the mid-stage of qi refining. Of course, with the help of this spiritual energy tide, they might also achieve breakthroughs. Nevertheless, even so, a significant gap remained. Xu Changqing felt a stirring in his heart and deliberately sensed his surroundings. To his astonishment, upon reaching the late stage of qi refining, his sensing range, which was originally 10 zhang, had doubled to 20 zhang, approximately 66 meters. The strength of the spiritual power within him was nearly the sum of the previous 9 strands and 9 filaments. He could not help but activate the wood's spiritual winding technique, 3 layers. Instantly, the surrounding weeds became lively, swaying vigorously. Then, one by one, they evolved, transforming into 10 robust black iron vines. Remarkably, this time, the consumption of spiritual power was only 1/10. When the black iron vines reached 20, only 2/9 of his spiritual power was expended. This indicated that even surpassing 50 vines, his spiritual power would not be depleted. Faced with such astonishing results, Xu Changqing's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a wave of his hand, all the black iron vines wilted. He did not rise. Instead, he continued his cultivation. After all, the spiritual energy in the world, especially wood's spiritual energy, was overwhelmingly abundant, impossible to exhaust. For 7 consecutive days, he hardly rested. Aside from preparing food for the little yellow dog, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Coupled with the rapid cultivation speed of the 5-layer launching Ju and the spiritual energy absorption rate of the expert-grade spiritual rice wine, he finally nurtured his spiritual power to 3 strands, at which point the growth began to slow. "Old Su, have you been waiting for me all morning?" Hu Bugui exclaimed, astonished, as he led the spiritual beast camel. About that, Xu Changqing blinked. This touched Hu Bugui deeply, and he quickly replied, "Next time, I will come to your place first before heading elsewhere." A mischievous glint flickered in Xu Changqing's eyes. "It's a deal." While unloading, Hu Bugui remarked, "This dung is quite fresh." Xu Changqing leaned in to observe and found it to be true. The previous dung had been relatively dry and foul-smelling. This time, it was not only round and plump but also moist, exuding a refreshing scent of grass and wood, clearly very fresh and entirely different from before. However, Xu Changqing was not merely buying dung from the spiritual beast for fertilization. He also intended to invite a water spiritual root formal disciple to demonstrate the little rain technique, aiming to maximize the yield of the second-grade spiritual field and reap a significant harvest. Chapter 25. Secrets Abound. Discretion is the path to victory. After Hu Bugui had disposed of the feces of the spirit beast, he refrained from making an immediate offer. Instead, he opened his mouth, appearing to hesitate. Xu Changqing, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Hu Bugui chuckled awkwardly. "Is it possible for me to invest in dung? I mean investment?" "Huh." Xu Changqing's eyes widened. Hu Bugui, with an expression of helplessness, continued, "With 2 years remaining until the official disciple competition, various resources will continue to rise in price. Simply selling dung may not sustain us." Xu Changqing suddenly understood. "You intend to use the spirit beast dung to invest in my second-grade spirit field?" "Exactly." Hu Bugui nodded vigorously. Xu Changqing contemplated this. Fertilizing the spirit rice would indeed increase yield, as he had experimented during the previous winter. If he could secure Hu Bugui's long-term investment, the benefits would certainly outweigh the drawbacks. However, the crux of the matter lay in how much the other party intended to take. If it were too little, Hu Bugui would surely refuse. Conversely, if it were too much, Xu Changqing would not acquiesce. Sensing his thoughts, Hu Bugui promptly said, "If you only require dung from 100-year spirit beast, I will take 1/10 of the total yield. For instance, from 1,000 pounds, I would take 100. From 2,000, 200. Of course, this is after deducting the portion for task submission." "Do you possess better dung from spirit beasts?" Xu Changqing asked in astonishment. Hu Bugui patted his chest. "I have some connections in this realm, and I can obtain dung from beasts aged 500 or even 1,000 years. Xu Changqing considered and replied, "Let us first conduct a spring trial. If all parties are satisfied, we can continue our collaboration." Hu Bugui's eyes lit up. "Agreed." Thus, Xu Changqing secured enough dung from a 100-year spirit beast to cover his entire spirit field. As long as he produced 1 to 200 pounds of second-grade spirit rice afterwards, it would not be considered a breach of contract. Hu Bugui's modest request stemmed from a cunning strategy. He was not merely investing in Xu Changqing. In fact, he was collaborating with numerous spirit farmers. In essence, he had evolved from a mere dung merchant to a dung supplier. Although he would incur initial losses, the potential for significant profit loomed ahead. The only losses were the dung produced daily by the spirit beasts. However, for spirit farmers, this was a boon for increasing yield. Consequently, even Xu Changqing felt tempted. After fertilizing all the spiritual plants in the field, Xu Changqing wasted no time and turned towards the core management office. Having commenced this venture, there was no time to squander. He must seize every opportunity. He decided to release a task for rainfall, seeking formal disciples with water spirit roots to perform the little cloud rain technique. Another option existed, finding a partner with water spirit roots. This would eliminate the need to publish a task and wait for assistance. However, Xu Changqing harbored too many secrets to divulge easily. Should others learn that a newly joined spirit farmer in the core had achieved yields comparable to those in the foundation establishment stage, or even surpassed them, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, drawing the attention of the immortals. To attribute this solely to talent would be too far-fetched, considering he had only succeeded at the 3rd assessment in the periphery. Therefore, he resolved to elevate his cultivation level to a certain height before considering this matter. As before, he published the task and filled out the reward details, subsequently receiving a notification spirit talisman. Following this, he simply needed to wait patiently. Time swiftly passed to the next day. After finishing breakfast, Xu Changqing felt a vibration from the spirit talisman, which began to flicker. This indicated that a disciple with water spirit roots had accepted the task and was en route. Xu Changqing remained unhurried, first practicing on the field ridge to absorb wood spirit energy, then chasing after the little yellow dog, which soon grew tired and panted. At last, the flickering of the talisman increased in frequency. Xu Changqing initially expected the individual to approach on foot. To his surprise, a figure appeared riding on the back of a flying paper crane. He looked up to see a water spirit root female disciple, her appearance rather innocent, with strikingly large eyes. "Is this Su Dayu?" A voice inquired from above. "I am Bai Linger, the water spirit root disciple assigned to your rainfall task." The flying paper crane descended slowly. With a swift motion, Bai Linger jumped down, appearing somewhat awkward. Xu Changqing, who had looked up, now found himself gazing down, while Bai Linger stood on tiptoe, tilting her head back. Seeing her barely reach his chest, Xu Changqing couldn't help but chuckle. "Did your parents not come with you?" Bai Linger retorted indignantly. "This is my task. What need have my parents to accompany me?" Xu Changqing had intended to jest, but upon hearing her response, he paused briefly before cautiously asking, "Are your parents also in the water control pavilion?" Bai Linger nodded slightly. "My father is a talisman master in the water control pavilion." "Oh dear." Xu Changqing's smile instantly vanished, and his demeanor became more respectful. "I appreciate your assistance, Bai Daoyu." He realized he couldn't afford to offend her. While he had never visited the water control pavilion, he understood that the status of a talisman master was quite elevated. Should he inadvertently provoke Bai Linger, her parents might come seeking him, which would not bode well. Thus, he resolved to behave himself. "All right." Bai Linger turned to face the spirit field, invoking the little cloud rain technique, second layer. With a wave of her hand, the water spirit energy in the air swiftly converged. Before long, a layer of mist formed above the spirit field, which appeared to darken, as if evolving into genuine rain clouds. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow, silently noting, "I witnessed this once in the periphery, and it pales in comparison to now." Bai Linger possesses remarkable talent. The sound of rain echoed as dense spiritual rain fell, enveloping a vast portion of the spirit field. Moments later, the spirit plants that received the rainfall visibly thrived, their surfaces glistening with a layer of moisture. "All done," Bai Linger remarked, appearing quite at ease. "This is your payment." Xu Changqing promptly produced 20 low-grade spirit stones. He opted for spirit stones primarily to create the illusion of lacking spirit rice, thereby avoiding suspicion. After all, the price of spirit rice had surged dramatically. Bai Linger accepted the spirit stones and then produced a spirit talisman. "This is my communication talisman. If you require assistance, just let me know. And you won't need to publish a task." "Understood," Xu Changqing replied, carefully accepting it. Bai Linger then leapt onto the flying paper crane and swiftly departed. Xu Changqing waited until she was out of sight before exhaling in relief. "Fortunate that she is young. Otherwise, my earlier comments might have brought me trouble." He then shifted his gaze back to the spirit field. Now that the soil had been tilled, fertilized, and rainfall provided, barring any unforeseen events, this yield was bound to soar. It could even exceed 3,000 pounds. Chapter 26. An invitation from a senior brother. The golden core divided into 3 grades. In the days that followed, life settled into a repetitive routine: cooking, cultivating, walking the dog, and tending to the spirit field. Day after day, this remained his existence. Were it anyone else, the monotony might become unbearable. Yet, every time Xu Changqing observed the seedlings in the spirit field growing increasingly robust, his spirits soared. As his cultivation progressed, the spiritual energy within him grew to 4 strands. At this moment, he stood on the field ridge, his small yellow dog growing in size at his feet. He gazed at the corner where the 4-leaf clovers grew silently, unable to suppress a furrow of his brow. Zhang Su had distinctly mentioned 4-leaf clovers, yet the majority now bore only a single leaf. This discrepancy was evidently amiss. After all, fertilization had been administered, and rainfall had occurred. When planting, he had even wrapped them in spiritual energy. Logically, one would expect normal growth. However, the current situation is rather mixed. The majority are mere green leaves, a few possess 2 leaves, yet 4 leaves are utterly absent, and even 3 are lacking. Is it due to an extended growth cycle? Or have I overlooked something? Xu Changqing firmly stated, nutritional aspects are certainly not an issue. Suddenly, a small yellow dog at his feet barked at something across the way. Xu Changqing turned his gaze to the source of the commotion and saw a figure approaching from the distance. To his surprise, it was not Hu Bugui, nor Lin En or Zhao Ziao, but rather Li Sankai, his senior brother who had assisted him multiple times near the outskirts of Lingtian. "What brings you here, senior brother?" Xu Changqing eagerly approached to greet him. His eyes brightened with joy. "That's wonderful, senior brother. Please reserve a spot for me. I shall visit you next time." Li Sankai produced a communication talisman and handed it over, explaining, "At the Hongfeng Valley Market, it was not my intention to neglect you. But my cousin had urgent matters that required my attention." "Cousin?" Xu Changqing took the talisman, realization dawning upon him. Li Lingbai is actually your cousin. Li Sankai nodded slightly. As you are aware, in recent years, the prices of various resources have surged, whether it be spiritual plants or artifacts, and even task rewards have significantly increased. Xu Changqing wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, I just spent 20 low-grade spirit stones to summon rain. As they walked along the ridge, Li Sankai continued. It is precisely because my cousin is a core disciple that the demand for resources has grown exponentially. With an appreciative glint in his eyes, he added, I specifically came to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? Xu Changqing was taken aback, yet filled with excitement. The four-leaf clover? Li Sansai's gaze lit up as he observed the thriving spiritual rice, but he paused upon noticing the spiritual plants in the corner. Xu Changqing beamed. Yes, the four-leaf clover. Li Sankai suddenly wore a playful expression. Your ability to cultivate the four-leaf clover surprises me. However, did the person who sold you the seeds not provide guidance on cultivation? Xu Changqing felt a pang of unease at his expression and quickly shook his head. No, I assumed it was akin to cultivating spiritual rice. Li Sankai chuckled. The four-leaf clover has a high demand for water. Thus, if you wish to cultivate it, you must ensure it is planted in a water-abundant area, lest it compete with your spiritual rice for moisture. Xu Changqing countered. Yet, the spiritual rice I have planted shows no issues. I sense it daily. And once the Changqing technique reaches the 5th level, I can perceive the condition of all spiritual plants in advance. Li Sankai appeared to understand. Firstly, your spiritual rice is abundant. Secondly, the seeds of the four-leaf clover may be flawed. Thirdly, I suspect your Changqing technique has indeed improved. Is that so? Xu Changqing neither confirmed nor denied. Li Sankai, seeing his hesitation, pointed to the area designated for the four-leaf clover. Next time, please dig a water channel nearby. And that will suffice. Xu Changqing sighed. I never expected to receive help from my senior brother once more. I can never repay this kindness. Li Sankai chuckled. It's nothing. Many things are reciprocal. Although the other party did not confirm whether the Changqing technique had improved, that was not the focal point. After all, over half a year had passed. Even with poor aptitude, one would make gradual progress. Moreover, judging by the current growth of the spiritual rice, the yield would undoubtedly be substantial. By the way, what sort of collaboration are you proposing? Xu Changqing inquired with curiosity. Li Sansai's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. My cousin, Li Lingbai, intends to break through to the Earth-grade golden core within 10 years, and thus requires a vast amount of resources. Xu Changqing could not help but divert the subject. What is an Earth-grade golden core? The human-grade golden core is the most inferior of its kind, exhibiting the weakest magical power and spell efficacy. Yet, the vast majority of cultivators possess a human-grade golden core, which is influenced by various factors, including aptitude and resources. The Earth-grade golden core can easily surpass the human grade, but achieving such a rank demands a considerable amount of resources. Furthermore, one must venture out to hunt millennia-old monsters to obtain core parts, which can enhance one's spiritual root when absorbed. As for the heaven-grade golden core, the requirements are even more complex, with perhaps only one being produced in a millennium within the entire Tianyuan Realm. Thus, for many prodigies, the Earth-grade golden core represents both a limit and an aspiration. Xu Changqing immediately pressed, is it exceedingly difficult to attain a heaven-grade golden core? Li Sansai's expression turned grave. It is not merely a question of ability. Rather, it requires a certain fortuity, one that is nearly unattainable for those lacking great fortune. Xu Changqing mused silently. Just because others cannot achieve it does not mean I cannot. Even a genius like Li Lingbai, with his 3 spiritual roots in harmony, must seek breakthroughs within a finite lifespan. But I am different. I possess an almost infinite lifespan, allowing me to accumulate gradually. Noticing Xu Changqing's silence, Li Sankai assumed he was disheartened and reassured him. These aspirations may seem distant for you. Let us focus on foundational cultivation for now. Xu Changqing nodded. You are right. Senior brother, what are the benefits? Xu Changqing pondered. Li Sankai hinted. Even if my cousin's attempt at an Earth-grade golden core fails, he remains a genius with 3 spiritual roots in harmony, incomparable to certain individuals. Xu Changqing understood whom he referred to but did not readily agree, instead hesitating. Given it is your invitation, I cannot refuse. I merely fear I may not be of assistance. Li Sankai chuckled. Before I came, I shared the same concern. However, seeing how well you have cared for the spiritual rice, even beginning to plant the 4-leaf clover, has alleviated my doubts. After a thorough discussion, Xu Changqing agreed to collaborate, the price being a minimum of 800 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice each quarter. This meant that if his quarterly yield was only 2,000 pounds, after fulfilling the task requirement of 1,000 pounds, he would still need to provide 800 pounds. Thus, he would be left with approximately 200 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice. At first glance, this seemed rather disadvantageous, yet it was not a gratuitous provision. Li Lingbai would compensate him with spirit stones for the purchase, albeit at a price lower than the market value. Consequently, over the forthcoming decade, it was anticipated that he would neither gain nor lose significantly. Regardless of whether Li Lingbai succeeded in breaking through to the Earth-grade golden core, the outcome would be worthwhile. Considering he was a genius with 3 spiritual roots in harmony and a core disciple backed by a Yuanying true monarch. Junior brother, I understand this may be a strain for you, and the next decade may be financially tight, but this is an opportunity to alter your destiny, is it not? Li Xianxia gazed intently at Xu Changqing, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Indeed, Xu Changqing acknowledged. Li Xianxia retrieved a spirit stone from his storage bag. This is a medium-grade spirit stone, equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones, serving as a deposit for our collaboration. Xu Changqing accepted it with gratitude, bowing deeply. Thank you. Senior brother. Satisfied with the outcome of this encounter, Li Xianxia waved his hand. I shall take my leave, and turned towards the core management office. Strangely, despite each step being measured, Xu Changqing noticed that in mere moments, Li Xianxia's figure had faded into a blur, prompting him to raise an eyebrow, a technique of movement. He then glanced at the medium-grade spirit stone in his palm. Compared to the low-grade spirit stones, this one was notably larger. If the low-grade spirit stone resembled a quail egg, the medium-grade spirit stone was akin to a chicken egg, with its internal spiritual energy being several times denser. This was a valuable item, not only suitable for cultivation but also for setting up formations. However, for Xu Changqing in his current state, its collectible value far outweighed its practical utility. As days passed, a thunderous spring storm erupted. Not long after, tumultuous dark clouds began to gather above the spirit field. Thunder rumbled ominously, creating an increasingly oppressive atmosphere. Although it was daytime, the surroundings grew progressively dim. This marked the first spring rain, reputed to be beneficial for the spirit plants. Xu Changqing stood at the entrance, gazing upwards at the sky, while a small yellow dog sat beside him, lifting its head with an expression of vague comprehension. Though it did not understand its master's actions, it instinctively felt fear at the occasional thunderclaps. Suddenly, a torrential downpour commenced, with raindrops cascading down like beads strung together by invisible threads, falling in countless numbers. Upon impact, they burst into myriad smaller droplets, creating a pockmarked surface on the ground. Observing this, Xu Changqing decided to bring a chair to sit at the entrance, cradling the trembling dog in his arms, softly soothing it with gentle strokes. Perhaps the sound of the rain was too soothing, for he soon drifted into slumber. Time passed unmeasured until he awoke to find the rain had ceased. Though the clouds lingered, there were no signs of further precipitation. That nap had been remarkably refreshing. Rising from his seat, Xu Changqing gently placed the still sleeping dog on the chair before stepping outside. The air after the rain was complex, filled with the earthy scent of soaked soil and the acrid odor of decayed matter washed away. The moisture in the air heightened the ethereal energy, causing a slight resistance as he walked, as if being subtly tugged by an unseen force. Similarly, the essence of wood energy had also increased. However, this was not the time for cultivation. Despite possessing only an acre of spirit field, Xu Changqing meticulously surveyed the area, striving to perceive the condition of all the spirit plants without being careless. It must be said that the rain had indeed provided a nourishing benefit. All the spirit plants, whether spirit rice or four-leaf clovers, appeared plump and vibrant, thriving more than before. Particularly notable were the four-leaf clovers. Most of them, which had originally borne only a single green leaf, had transformed into 2 leaves after the spring rain, while those with 2 leaves had now blossomed into 3. All had shown signs of improvement, seemingly unscathed. But wait, what were all these insects crawling out of the puddles? It seemed it was not as simple as it appeared. After a thorough inspection, he found no issues with the spirit plants, yet numerous small insects emerged from the puddles. They were tiny, resembling miniature cicadas, with 2 distinct types, one with elongated wings and another with short, rounded wings. Observing this, Xu Changqing retrieved a communication talisman from his small storage pouch, infusing it with spiritual energy until it glowed, then called out, Taoist Luo, I need assistance with pest control. Though these insects had yet to climb onto the spirit rice and might not cause any harm, Xu Changqing did not dare to take chances. He was willing to expend a few spirit stones for peace of mind. Soon, a voice emanated from the talisman. Though somewhat muffled, it was still discernible. I'm very busy and cannot spare the time. When will you be available? Not for a while. Would you like me to find someone else? Anyone who can come to exterminate the pest will do. All right. With their conversation concluded, Xu Changqing looked at the dimly glowing talisman and couldn't help but mutter. It's just like a mobile phone. It enables long-distance communication but is affected by rain. Fortunately, while Luo Zhao could not come himself, he was able to send someone else. Though Xu Changqing was uncertain how long he would have to wait. An hour later, a figure with an umbrella approached. Woof woof. The little yellow dog barked excitedly. The stranger appeared startled, halting in their tracks. Xu Changqing stepped out of the wooden house and called out. Are you the friend Daoist Luo sent to help me with pest control? Yes. A timid voice responded shortly thereafter. Please come over. Xu Changqing gestured for them to approach. I'm afraid of dogs, the stranger admitted hesitantly. Xu Changqing was taken aback. My dog is only a few months old. He doesn't bite. Are you sure? The stranger remained skeptical. Xu Changqing nodded reassuringly. I promise he won't bite. You can rest easy. All right then, the stranger conceded, gradually approaching. As the distance closed, Xu Changqing finally discerned the figure beneath the umbrella, a female disciple with a somewhat androgynous appearance, a golden sword sheathed at her chest, clearly indicating her affinity with the gold spirit root. How could he be certain she was a female disciple? Despite her neutral features, her physique was undeniably feminine, exhibiting a certain undeniable allure. At that moment, the golden-rooted female disciple introduced herself. Greetings, fellow cultivator. My name is Luo Momo. She patted her chest with relief. I'm glad I didn't get lost. Xu Changqing, intrigued, inquired, what is your relationship with Daoist Luo? Luo Momo smiled. He's my brother. Your biological brother? Xu Changqing exclaimed in surprise. Luo Momo nodded as she folded her umbrella. Indeed. Xu Changqing marveled inwardly. No wonder they looked so alike. It was hard to believe that such an impressive figure bore a face reminiscent of a man. Chapter 28. Yield of 3,000 gene, lifespan of 50,000 days. Compared to her brother Luo Zhao, Luo Momo seemed somewhat lacking. She appeared cautious, lacking the ease of her brother, reflecting an inner uncertainty. Fortunately, they had discovered the pests early on. Most had just emerged from the puddles, with few having reached the spirit rice, thus preventing any significant damage, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Adhering to the principle of seeking knowledge through inquiry, Xu Changqing asked, what kind of insects are these? Luo Momo struggled to control her sword talisman, taking several seconds before responding. They are rice plant hoppers. Rice plant hoppers? Xu Changqing committed the name to memory. As her spiritual energy began to wane, Luo Momo paused to rest before continuing. In spring, especially after rain, these insects are quite common. Xu Changqing seized the opportunity to ask, is there a permanent solution to this? Last winter, the winter awakening insect emerged from the dark soil, and now in spring, the rice plant hoppers appear after the rain. If these pests are present throughout the seasons, it will require ongoing assistance. To be frank, while the cost was not exorbitant, it was somewhat bothersome. Sitting cross-legged to recover her depleted energy, Luo Momo replied, this is a natural phenomenon. To avoid it, you must either seek our help or install formations. Formations? Xu Changqing pondered thoughtfully. Luo Momo nodded. Many spirit farmers, especially those who have reached the foundation establishment stage, often seek Earth Spirit Root Formation Masters to install a low-level gold-killing formation to prevent losses. Xu Changqing quickly inquired, what is the cost of this low-level gold-killing formation? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Why last year? Luo Momo sighed. Everything has skyrocketed in price this year. Xu Changqing fell silent. Indeed, many items had been quite affordable the previous year, but with only 2 years remaining until the official disciple competition and the 5 major factions deliberately manipulating market prices, costs had soared. Last year, installing a formation only required 11 medium-grade spirit stones, but this year it might cost 20. It seemed he could not afford such an installation anytime soon. After a significant amount of time, the pests were finally cleared by Luo Momo. The delay stemmed primarily from her lower cultivation level and spell proficiency. To avoid harming the spirit rice in Xu Changqing's second-grade field, she deliberately slowed her extermination process. However, the reward Xu Changqing offered was not first-grade spirit rice, but second-grade, 20 gene. The last time Luo Zhao came to exterminate pests, he was given 50 gene of first-grade spirit rice. Changing to market price, it amounts to merely 5 low-grade spirit stones. This time, we are dealing with second-grade spirit rice, calculated at the current market ratio of 1:15, roughly translating to 14 low-grade spirit stones, an increase of nearly threefold. It is exorbitant, excessively so. Xu Changqing felt as though his heart was bleeding. Only then did he comprehend the extraordinary nature of possessing multiple spirit roots, especially 5 spirit roots. If he possessed a golden spirit root, he would not need to seek others to eliminate pests. If he had an earth spirit root, he could independently set up formations. If he had a water spirit root, he could cast minor rain every day. In the blink of an eye, spring was nearing its end, marking the time for harvesting spirit crops. Xu Changqing stood on the ridge, channeling the Changqing formula to sense the condition of the spirit rice. Mature, sufficient spiritual energy, no damage, second-grade spirit rice, today's premium, yield, 3,500 gene. The quality remained unchanged, yet the yield had significantly increased. Xu Changqing nodded slightly. Last time, merely in the winter of the previous year, under the circumstances of only loosening the soil and applying a small amount of fertilizer. The final yield of spirit rice was 2,100 gene. This spring, with Han Su loosening the soil and applying fertilizer extensively, along with Bai Ling performing the minor rain technique, and the formidable enhancement of the 5-layer Changqing formula coupled with a nourishing spring rain. The yield finally surpassed 3,000 gene, reaching 3,500 gene. All previous efforts evidently bore fruit. Now, subtracting the 1,000 gene submitted, along with the 800 gene provided to Li Lingbai, and adding the 50 gene from Han Su and the 150 gene from Hubugui, it resulted in a remaining 1,500 gene of premium spirit rice. 1,500 gene of second-grade spirit rice equates to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Thus, with the previous 800 gene of premium spirit rice, he now possessed a total of 2,450 gene. If he were to be frugal this year, could he not set up formations? A glimmer of hope sparked in Xu Changqing's eyes. He promptly seized his daily spirit tool, the sickle, and began the joyful task of harvesting. Harvesting premium spirit rice 1 stalk, lifespan 6 days. Harvesting premium spirit rice 1 stalk. Lifespan 6 days. Harvesting premium spirit rice 1 stalk. Lifespan 6 days. Once all the spirit rice was harvested, Xu Changqing glanced at his attribute panel. Xu Changqing, male, 19 years old, with spirit root, late stage of qi refinement. Changqing formula, 5 layers. Spirit rice wine, expert. With spirit entanglement technique, 3 layers. Remaining lifespan, 50,769 days. He recalled that last time it was 43,769 days. This time, the harvest of spirit rice had increased his lifespan by 700 days. Although the yield had grown, the lifespan increase was modest. Calculating, he now possessed nearly 140 years of lifespan. For a cultivator, over 100 years is not significant. Yet, it must be noted that Xu Changqing had only just begun, and his lifespan would continue to grow. After a brief respite, he turned his gaze towards the 4-leaf clover. This was a spirit plant purchased from Zhang Su during the foundation establishment stage. According to the seller, it was slightly superior to spirit rice. Naturally, Xu Changqing was most concerned about its value. If it were not valuable, he would have been duped by Zhang Su, rendering further cultivation unnecessary. 3-leaf clover not mature. 2-leaf clover not mature. Sufficient spiritual energy, maturing tomorrow. It was unexpectedly divided into 2 batches, even bearing different names. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. It appeared that although it was called 4-leaf clover, it should be classified according to quality. Currently, it seemed that the 3-leaf variety was superior to the 2-leaf. Regrettably, due to a lack of planting experience, not a single 4-leaf clover had emerged. Since they would not mature until tomorrow, Xu Changqing felt no urgency and turned towards the wooden house. After such a busy period, it was time for a meal, a well-deserved reward for himself. In the blink of an eye, the time had come for the second day. After numerous explorations, he finally arrived at the moment of maturity for the 4-leaf clover. 3-leaf clover matured. 2-leaf clover matured. Sufficient spiritual energy, undamaged. Fully mature. This time, Xu Changqing did not use the sickle but instead employed a hoe for harvesting. Harvesting 3-leaf clover 1 stalk. Lifespan 3 days. Harvesting 2-leaf clover 1 stalk. Lifespan 2 days. Ultimately, the 3-leaf clover provided Xu Changqing with 510 days of lifespan, while the 2-leaf clover contributed 482 days. Combined, they amounted to nearly 1,000 days. Xu Changqing was not surprised by this outcome. Firstly, the planting method was erroneous. Secondly, this was a small-scale trial. It must be noted that this type of spirit plant is small in size and had not yet reached its final quality of 4-leaf. If the entire second-grade spirit field were planted with the 4-leaf quality, the increase in days would undoubtedly surpass that of harvesting spirit rice. However, at present, spirit rice offered Xu Changqing more cost-effectiveness, being both sellable and edible. In contrast, the value of the 4-leaf clover remained uncertain, with the only seller being Zhang Su. Subsequently, Xu Changqing intentionally waited a few days, planning to first submit a task at the core management office before seeking out Zhang Su to see if she needed assistance with harvesting and whether she desired any of the 4-leaf clovers. Chapter 29. Helping to harvest, increasing lifespan. Submitting 1,000 gene of second-grade spirit rice yielded 250 points. Combined with the 250 from last winter, This brought the total to 500. However, there remained a gap of 1,500 points to redeem the second volume of advanced techniques. Xu Changqing had calculated that each year he must submit 5,000 gene of premium spirit rice, equating to 1,250 points. Thus, as long as he persisted for a year, he could redeem a volume of advanced techniques. For others, particularly those newly joined to the core as spirit farmers, this might pose some difficulty, but for Xu Changqing, it was as effortless as drinking water. You have completed the task once again. Quite commendable, Elder Hua expressed, evidently pleased. Naturally, what pleased him most was the repeated submission of premium spirit rice. If it were a chance occurrence once, it could be deemed coincidental. But to achieve it consecutively was undeniable. This disciple before him was nothing short of a born spirit farmer. Xu Changqing respectfully bowed. Elder, are there any swift methods to increase points? Elder Hua smiled knowingly. It seems your, with spirit entanglement technique, has not been successfully cultivated. It was not that he hesitated to share, but rather he feared it might frighten Xu Changqing. Elder Hua continued, you can assist others in completing tasks, naturally earning points in return. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Does this mean that those who have undertaken my tasks not only receive rewards, but also gain points? Elder Hua responded with a hint of sarcasm. What else could it be? Xu Changqing found himself momentarily speechless. No wonder so many people enjoyed undertaking tasks. He had thought it was solely for the rewards. It now appeared that they were reaping benefits on both ends, receiving rewards and accumulating points. Elder Hua chuckled softly. You can find any tasks requiring assistance from disciples with spirit roots here. As long as you meet the requirements, you can take them on. Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing respectfully took his leave and promptly headed towards the task acquisition area. Before long, he arrived before a wall plastered with numerous tasks. Seeking assistance from a foundation establishment stage with spirit root disciple to cultivate a century-old spirit plant, 60 points. Reward, 5 medium-grade spirit stones. The bamboo outside is slightly withered. Seeking with spirit root disciples to help restore it, 1 point. Reward, 10 low-grade spirit stones. Urgent task. Requires with spirit root disciples to have the Changqing formula, 2 layers, 50 points. Reward, 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The tasks appeared rather mundane. Xu Changqing found nothing satisfactory. They either required excessive time and effort or offered minimal points. With this time, he might as well cultivate more spirit plants. Looking around, he found nothing suitable. So he turned to leave. Just as he stepped outside the palace, a familiar figure flashed past unexpectedly. Xiao. Xu Changqing's expression darkened as he watched the hurried retreat of the other. It was agreed that he would return the 10 pounds of second-grade spirit rice by the end of spring. Yet now, upon seeing him, Zhao had turned to leave. Clearly, he had no intention of repaying. It seemed that this fellow's harvest this spring must have been poor. Realizing a person through 10 pounds of spirit rice was not a loss. However, Xu Changqing was not inclined to let Zhao Ziao off easily. If he still did not return it by the end of summer, he would confront him directly. Subsequently, he made his way toward Zhang Su's spiritual field. As he approached, he could sense the wood spirit energy gradually intensifying. Although it was also a second-grade spiritual field, it spanned a full 10 acres, filled with precious medicinal herbs. Su Shidi, I was just about to inform you. It seems we share a tacit understanding. Zhang Su smiled slightly. Xu Changqing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Zhang Su warmly wrapped an arm around his shoulder and pointed toward the spiritual field, saying, Su Shidi, this time it will be a bit laborious. You must help your senior brother harvest 3 acres of spiritual field. 3 acres? Xu Changqing felt incredulous. He had been quite pleased with just 1 acre before coming. He had not expected to be tasked with 3 this time. Zhang Su, misunderstanding his surprise, quickly reassured him, don't worry. The reward for 1 acre is 20 pounds of second-grade spirit rice or 14 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changqing grinned. Brother Zhang, do not misunderstand. I would gladly accept even 30 acres. Hearing this, Zhang Su was instantly elated and became even more enthusiastic. If you feel thirsty or hungry, just look for my partner. She will take care of you. Understood, Xu Changqing nodded. He then picked up his sickle and entered the first acre of the spiritual field. The herbs within appeared quite peculiar. The tops were very small, with only a grayish-brown leaf. At first glance, one might think a tiny insect was lying there. However, the trunk and roots in the black soil were surprisingly large. Activating the Changqing technique, level 5, information immediately appeared before his eyes. Mature, no damage, sufficient spiritual energy, quality, superior today, quality, exceptional in 2 days. He noted with satisfaction that he had arrived a bit early. Or perhaps, he simply did not care. As long as it was mature, he would harvest it. The rest was inconsequential. Then, under Zhang Su's direction, Xu Changqing began harvesting from the base. Harvesting one superior insect, ear herb. Lifespan 4 days. Harvesting one superior insect, ear herb. Lifespan 4 days. Harvesting one superior insect, ear herb. Lifespan 4 days. After finishing with the first acre, Xu Changqing paused to rest and glanced at his lifespan panel. Remaining lifespan, 55,345 days. If he remembered correctly, including the 4-leaf clover harvest, his previous lifespan was 51,761 days. This meant that after harvesting an acre of insect ear herb, he had gained 3,584 days of lifespan. Xu Shidi, you've worked hard. Have a cup of tea. At that moment, Zhang Su's partner, Wu Xiu, approached. Although her cultivation might not match his, she had the backing of a foundation establishment, Zhang Su. Wu Xiu smiled. Before you arrived, Sugu was constantly mentioning you. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Mentioning me? Wu Xiu nodded. He said you harvest well and are considerate, worthy of care. Xu Changqing could tell she was making it up on the spot, but still feigned surprise. I didn't expect my senior brother to think so highly of me. The more respectful the person before her, the happier Wu Xiu felt. Due to her poor aptitude, she had become a partner at a young age. Why choose Zhang Su, who seemed rather mundane? Naturally, it was because he provided abundantly. Although she occasionally faced some difficulties, it was nothing significant. Now, she had resources and status. Anyone whose cultivation was beneath Zhang Su treated her with the utmost respect. Even those stronger than Zhang Su would not dare to disregard her. The missing vanity and sense of superiority were now fulfilled. Seeing her delighted, Xu Changqing promptly asked, Sister, do you remember the 4-leaf clover seeds I bought from senior brother last time? Xu Changqing took out a small storage bag and pulled out all the harvested 4-leaf clovers. I only managed to grow a portion of those seeds, and they are all 3-leaf and 2-leaf. I wonder if senior brother would accept them? What? Wu Xiu exclaimed in disbelief. You really managed to grow them? Looking at the 4-leaf clovers in Xu Changqing's hand, most were indeed 3 or 2 leaves. But she was still astonished. After all, she had initially thought he would fail. Xu Changqing handed them over. Sister, could you ask for me? Wu Xiu took a deep breath to calm herself before accepting them. All right. Soon, she placed the 4-leaf clovers into her storage bag and turned to walk toward another house. Xu Changqing then picked up his sickle again and proceeded to the 2nd acre of the spiritual field. Chapter 30. Zhang Air causes destruction. Lifespan 200 years. Before long, Wu Xiu stood before Zhang Su. Have you taken good care of my Xu Shidi? Of course. That's good. I appreciate him. Your junior brother is quite remarkable. What do you mean? See for yourself. Wu Xiu then revealed the 4-leaf clovers from her storage bag. Zhang Su glanced casually. These are mostly 3-leaf and 2-leaf. There is nothing special. He initially felt disdain, even planning to mock. But before he could finish, he suddenly realized something. He hurriedly looked up, his eyes confirming the information with his partner. Wu Xiu nodded. These were all grown by your Xu Shidi. Zhang Su couldn't help but retract his earlier contempt. Narrowing his eyes, although there isn't a single 4-leaf, to cultivate these at such a level of cultivation and technique is indeed impressive. It seems I underestimated this Xu Shidi. During their last transaction, he had purposely refrained from mentioning how to grow them, just to see if the other could succeed. Unexpectedly, although the quantity was small, he had indeed achieved it. Clearly, this Xu Shidi possessed a certain talent for both harvesting and cultivating. Wu Xiu agreed. This junior brother not only has a good attitude, but also good talent. Zhang Su asked in surprise, why did you bring them? Wu Xiu shrugged, speculating. Because they are all 3-leaf and 2-leaf. Afraid you'd be disappointed? Ha ha. Zhang Su couldn't help but burst into laughter, appearing quite pleased. The herbs in Xu Changqing's 2nd acre looked akin to leafy greens, densely packed together. The entire spiritual field was nearly filled with them. Xu Changqing activated the Changqing technique once more. Mature, no damage, sufficient spiritual energy, quality, superior today, quality, exceptional tonight. This indicated that if harvested at night, the quality could be elevated a grade, from superior to exceptional. However, it was evident that Zhang Su did not wish to wait, and Xu Changqing had no intention of informing him. Thus, he swung his sickle, commencing the harvest from the base. Harvesting one superior green herb. Lifespan 4 days. Harvesting one superior green herb. Lifespan 4 days. Harvesting one superior green herb. Lifespan 4 days. As he harvested, the lifespan remained at 4 days. Just like the insect ear herbs from the 1st acre. Time swiftly passed. This time, due to the larger quantity, it took longer. Once everyone else had left, Xu Changqing finally concluded his work, turning his attention to the lifespan panel. Remaining lifespan, 61,318 days. His previous lifespan was 55,345 days. After harvesting this acre of green herbs, he had gained 5,972 days of lifespan. Now, Xu Changqing's lifespan had reached 167 years. He was not far from 200 years, and it would be achieved soon. After all, there remains a third plot of spiritual land yet to be harvested. Perhaps there are surprises in store. Sugu. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance. Xu Changqing instinctively glanced over and was instantly taken aback. The visitor was someone he knew all too well and harbored a considerable resentment towards. Who? Zhang, the very individual who had attempted to seize his spiritual land from the periphery. Since joining the core of the spiritual land, the two had not crossed paths for over 6 months. To his astonishment, fate had brought them together here. Could it be that Zhang shares a connection with Zhang Su? Xu Changqing pondered. Isn't that Xu Changqing? Zhang recognized him at once. Just then, Wu Shi'er emerged from the house. Due to the distance, Xu Changqing could not hear them clearly, but their laughter indicated a familiarity between the two. Soon, Zhang, guided by Wu Shi'er, arrived at the entrance, casting a meaningful glance at Xu Changqing before stepping inside. A sense of urgency surged within Xu Changqing as he prepared to harvest the third plot of spiritual land. The herbs within appeared remarkably unique, each boasting a single leaf, roughly the size of a palm, standing upright. Their overall hue was a vibrant orange. As the wind blew, the herbs swayed, resembling flickering flames. Perhaps it was not an illusion. Xu Changqing felt a noticeable increase in temperature around the spiritual land. Harvested mature, no damage, sufficient spiritual energy. Exceptional today. As he activated the Changqing technique, the information unfolded before him, and Xu Changqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, this third plot of spiritual land had brought him a delightful surprise. He grasped the sickle and began to harvest with vigor. Harvested exceptional fire ears, 1 plant. Lifespan, 9 days. Harvested exceptional fire ears, 1 plant. Lifespan, 9 days. Harvested exceptional fire ears, 1 plant. Lifespan, 9 days. Truly remarkable herbs, each reaching exceptional quality. Moreover, the lifespan gained from the harvest surpassed that of the spiritual rice. Meanwhile, Zhang had already reunited with Zhang Su. Why did you come, cousin? You could have informed me with a communication talisman, Zhang Su remarked, slightly taken aback. He then instructed Wu Shi'er, prepare tea. Swiftly, Wu Shi'er turned and headed towards another room. At that moment, Zhang leaned in and asked, cousin, do you know who that person outside is? With a smile, Zhang Su began to introduce, that person is Xu Changqing, a skilled harvester with some talent for planting. He has helped me harvest for 2 consecutive quarters. Observing the smile and admiration on his cousin's face, Zhang felt a twinge of jealousy and could not help but sneer. He is one of the outer disciples who rejected my invitation last year. At this remark, the smile on Zhang Su's face vanished instantly. How did Zhang manage to become an outer disciple of the spiritual land? It was entirely due to him. In essence, Zhang success was built upon Zhang Su's residual reputation, allowing him to possess 10 acres of second-grade spiritual land during the foundation building stage. As night fell, Xu Changqing finally completed his tasks. Gazing at the dimming sky, he sighed with relief. In a single day, he had harvested 3 plots of spiritual land. Had it not been for reaching the late stage of qi refining, with sufficient spiritual power and enduring stamina, accomplishing this feat in one go would have proven challenging. Of course, the primary catalyst for his urgency was Zhang's unexpected appearance. That individual had spurred Xu Changqing into action, leaving no room for delay. Although he was oblivious to the specifics of Zhang Su and Zhang's conversation, it was evident that Zhang had ulterior motives. Brother Zhang, I have completed all the harvesting, Xu Changqing called out. After a considerable wait, someone emerged, but it was not Zhang Su, it was Wu Shi'er. She approached Xu Changqing. Her expression somewhat peculiar, her eyes reflecting a multitude of complex emotions. Sister, Xu Changqing greeted with a smile. Wu Shi'er, initially silent, meticulously inspected the harvested herbs before asking expressionlessly, spirit rice or spirit stones? Sensing her indifferent demeanor, Xu Changqing replied calmly, spirit stones, I suppose. Without further ado, Wu Shi'er promptly retrieved them from her storage bag. Here, a total of 62 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Isn't 3 acres supposed to yield 42 stones? Wu Shi'er replied coolly, including your miscellaneous 4-leaf clovers, it adds up to 20 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changqing understood and accepted the spirit stones. Wu Shi'er noticed he did not count them, trusting him completely, yet her demeanor remained aloof. You may leave now. Should I inform Brother Zhang? Xu Changqing inquired. No need. Wu Shi'er shook her head. Xu Changqing grasped the situation and made his way towards the fence gate, with Wu Shi'er following closely behind. As he stepped outside, she solemnly stated, you need not return. Xu Changqing feigned ignorance. Seeing his expression, Wu Shi'er felt a pang of sympathy and reminded him. Jiangsu and Zhang are cousins. In an instant, Xu Changqing comprehended the implications. Indeed, his earlier sense of unease had not been unfounded. After Wu Xie closed the gate behind her, she turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Night had completely descended, and Xu Changqing's mood darkened as well. Just when he had found a promising place to harvest exceptional herbs, Zhang had ruined it. Nevertheless, the final harvest had indeed been a pleasant surprise. Xu Changqing, male, 19 years old, with spiritual root, late stage of qi refining, Changqing technique, 5th layer, spirit rice wine, expert, with spirit binding technique, 3rd layer, remaining lifespan, 78,316 days, an hour prior. His lifespan had been 61,318 days. After harvesting the exceptional, fire ears, it increased by 16,998 days. Thus, Xu Changqing's lifespan had now surpassed 200 years. Chapter 31. Market price is steady, Lin An's whereabouts. The little yellow dog wagged its tail excitedly. Starving, are we? Xu Changqing squatted down to pet the dog's head. Don't worry. I'll get you something to eat. He rose and headed towards the kitchen. This harvest had been quite fruitful. 250 points, 62 low-grade spirit stones, and a lifespan exceeding 200 years. The only regret was that he could no longer visit Jiangsu. Yet, despite his dissatisfaction with Zhang Xu Changqing remained patient. Without absolute certainty, he would refrain from taking action. At the very least, he intended to wait until his cultivation level reached the foundation building stage. If possible, it would be best to acquire a spell, preferably one for agility. Defense came second, while offensive spells were of little concern, as he already possessed the high level with spirit binding technique, 3rd layer. Before long, dinner was ready. The man and his dog happily enjoyed their meal. After satisfying their hunger, Xu Changqing conveniently washed the dishes and then took a hot shower. Once everything was in order, he climbed into bed. The little yellow dog skillfully nestled beneath the bed. Leaning sideways, Xu Changqing gazed through the open wooden window at the star-studded night sky. Although this world lacked modern conveniences such as phones and computers, rendering it somewhat monotonous, one could not deny the beauty of the scenery, especially the countless stars visible at night. The gentle night breeze wafted in, enhancing the tranquility of the room. Before long, Xu Changqing drifted off to sleep. A night of silence passed, and the next day arrived, with the spiritual rice fully harvested. The concentration of its spiritual energy in the land was quite sparse. Consequently, Xu Changqing did not engage in his usual practice. Bored and restless, he began to explore his surroundings, starting from his home. Having been here for nearly a year, he realized he did not know much about the area. If my memory serves me right, there is an abandoned cave nearby? Xu Changqing stood on a high point, scanning his surroundings. Beyond the spiritual land, a small hill lay 100 meters away. It was not particularly tall, perhaps no more than a few dozen meters. The surface was entirely rocky, appearing quite barren. Let us go, Xu Changqing called out, and set off with the little yellow dog. Before long, the duo arrived at their destination. They began by climbing upwards to take in the expansive view. To be frank, it was merely a rocky hill, comprised of stones of various sizes piled together, without any particular distinction. Fortunately, the air at the summit was refreshing, and the vista extended far beyond. Standing atop the highest stone, Xu Changqing gazed into the distance, and was instantly astonished to discover what appeared to be a spiritual field far away, flourishing with numerous spiritual plants. It is worth noting that the conclusion of spring signifies the end of the first quarter's planting season. The majority of spiritual plants would typically be harvested and awaited the arrival of early summer. If they had not been harvested, only two possibilities remained. Either the managing spirit farmer had forgotten, or the growth cycle was considerably longer. Forgetting seemed unlikely, leaving only the latter as a possibility. If that were the case, it would indicate that the distant spirit farmer had at least reached the foundation establishment stage, without attaining a certain level of cultivation, or possessing advanced spells such as the Changqing technique or cultivation technique. The optimal choice would indeed be spiritual rice. Living in such a remote area, this person piqued Xu Changqing's curiosity. Is Brother Xu here? At that moment, someone called from behind. Woof woof. The little yellow dog immediately barked in response. As they drew closer, Xu Changqing recognized the caller as Han Su, a disciple of the Earth Spirit Root who assisted with soil cultivation. Han Jr. Brother. Xu Changqing greeted with a slight smile. Brother, what a delightful surprise to see you climbing the mountain. Han Su, relieved to see him, responded with a smile. Xu Changqing took out 50 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice from his small storage pouch and said, You arrived just in time. This is the 50 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice I promised you last time. They had an agreement that each time soil cultivation was completed at the end of the quarter, a reward would be given. Most would not assist. especially the formally recognized disciples of the Earth Spirit Root, without 100 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice. However, given the affordable price and their prior acquaintance, Xu Changqing's offer was accepted. Is this truly top-notch spiritual rice? Han Su exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement as he received the rice, his voice trembling with anticipation. 50 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice may not seem much, but when converted to first-grade spiritual rice, it totals 200 pounds. A single person could easily sustain themselves for half a year with such a bounty. Furthermore, this is the highest quality spiritual rice. Its value is extraordinary. And the exchange rate is even more favorable. Xu Changqing then inquired, how is Linen faring? Has he been taken away? Xu Changqing was somewhat taken aback. Han Su hastily clarified, with your assistance, Brother Xu, I am not in a hurry. However, that water spirit root female disciple is insistent and even reported it to the punishment department. Xu Changqing frowned. If it were not for the official disciple competition, Daoist Lin would likely not have encountered such trouble. What a pity. Yet, the water spirit root female disciple is not at fault. She must safeguard her own interests. It is important to note that Linen owes not just 100 or 200 pounds, but several hundred. Especially since the agreement with the water spirit root female disciple entails a 40% share. Han Su sighed. I am uncertain whether I should pursue accountability. Xu Changqing nodded. Of course, you must seek accountability. It is your right. However, Han Su hesitated, casting a glance at Xu Changqing. Xu Changqing understood immediately and waved his hand. Though my relationship with Lin and is amicable, it has not reached an exceptionally close level. In fact, our friendship blossomed through Jiangsu, and we hardly communicated in the outer circle. Moreover, the fault lies with the other party in this matter. Han Su needed to hear this affirmation and thus ceased to dwell on it. Suddenly, Xu Changqing recalled the market at Hongfeng Valley and asked, how is the current market situation? The exchange rate for first-grade spiritual rice is 1:7, while for second-grade, it is 1:15. However, the ratio for first-grade spiritual rice has now risen to 1:8. Han Su continued, of course, the top-notch spiritual rice you possess is different, with a lower ratio and higher price. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow at this. How has it increased? Han Su glanced around, confirming they were alone, and whispered, due to the excessively high prices within the sect, many have turned to the external loose cultivator markets for purchases. Xu Changqing's expression turned contemplative. It appears the Agricultural Heart Society has felt external pressure, thus maintaining this ratio. Han Su wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, the prices in the loose cultivator markets are significantly cheaper. I visited once and purchased a considerable amount of spiritual rice, which helped me withstand the pressure. Xu Changqing, taken aback, queried, if the external loose cultivator market offers more affordable spiritual rice, why doesn't Linen go there? Han Su grimaced. He tried. But as soon as he arrived at the teleportation array, he was apprehended by the punishment department. Xu Changqing found himself at a loss for words. Han Su then cast a glance at the nearby spiritual field and cautiously asked, Brother, should I come again next time for soil cultivation? He did not wish to miss the opportunity to obtain top-notch spiritual rice, even if it was only 50 pounds. Xu Changqing beckoned him closer, and Han Su approached, albeit puzzled. Xu Changqing then pulled out another 50 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice from his pouch and handed it over, stating earnestly, help me seek suitable spells for with spirit root cultivation in the loose cultivator market, preferably agility and defensive spells, but offensive spells are also acceptable. This serves as a deposit. We can adjust the balance later. Very well, Han Su replied. Though puzzled, he did not hesitate, fearing Xu Changqing might change his mind. While curiosity lingered about why Xu Changqing needed spells, he refrained from asking. After all, knowing too much could lead to complications. As long as he could consistently obtain top-notch spiritual rice, he was willing to serve diligently. Additionally, with the 50 pounds of premium spiritual rice from the second-grade spiritual field, Xu Changqing still retained an impressive inventory of 2 for 100 pounds. Chapter 32, The Dark Soil Below the Mountain, An Appointment with Brotherly. Meanwhile, he was immensely curious about the spells Han Su would procure from the loose cultivator market. As long as they were suitable for with spirit root cultivation, there would be no issue. Moreover, with the aid of his golden finger, he could reach peak levels in an instant. These 70,000 days of life had left him eager for knowledge. Soon after, the pair, along with the little yellow dog, resumed their trek toward the rocky hill. Having gathered information about the conditions on the mountain, there remained a cave they had yet to explore. Since time was on their side, they could take a look. The cave was situated on the opposite side and was relatively concealed. The entrance appeared somewhat low and narrow, given Xu Changqing's height and build. He had to lower his head and enter sideways. In contrast, the little yellow dog faced no such constraints and darted in without hesitation. Seeing this, Xu Changqing quickly called out, Slow down. What if there are dangers inside? He promptly followed suit. The deeper they ventured, the dimmer the light became. Fortunately, the passage was straightforward, without any corners. After approximately 10 meters, they reached the end. The innermost part revealed a very small internal space. Xu Changqing glanced around, noting that apart from the little yellow dog, there was hardly anything else. The cave's interior was as unremarkable as the rocky hill itself. Woof! The little yellow dog squatted in a corner, putting on a determined expression. Xu Changqing, somewhat annoyed, remarked, "The air is already poor, and you still choose to relieve yourself here." He stepped back a few paces and waited at a distance. Before long, the little yellow dog finished its business and attempted to bury the evidence with its hind legs. While this was a normal behavior, Xu Changqing's eye caught something unusual. The surface layer of soil was yellow, but beneath it lay a striking black soil. Despite the unpleasant odor, Xu Changqing immediately approached. Woof woof! The little yellow dog, thinking its master was hungry, instinctively shielded the excrement. Xu Changqing pushed it aside and reached out to touch the black soil, feeling its hardness beneath his fingers. However, after being crushed by his fingers, it appeared rather sticky. This is indeed black soil. Xu Changqing was filled with excitement. Woof woof! The little yellow dog tilted its head, looking at its master with confusion. "Little one, you have done a great service this time." Xu Changqing immediately scooped it up and playfully rubbed its head. Next, he performed the wood spirit entanglement technique, 3 layers, and released 10 seeds from the spiritual imprint. The moment they touched the ground, these seeds evolved into 10 black iron vines. Under Xu Changqing's command, they began to burrow around. Gradually, the top layer of yellow earth was turned over. As he suspected, it was indeed entirely black soil beneath. Although buried for too long, its quality might not match that of the external spiritual fields. It was certainly sufficient for cultivating the most common spiritual rice. Shortly after, Xu Changqing left the abandoned cave with the little yellow dog. Once outside, he couldn't help but reevaluate the stone mountain before him. The more he looked, the more suspicious it seemed, or rather deliberate. If it were an ordinary mountain, it would be acceptable, but it was a stone mountain with a substantial amount of black soil underneath. Undoubtedly, this had once been a spiritual field. Given the presence of black soil, it must be at least of the 2nd grade. He just didn't know who had intentionally concealed it. For now, few were aware of this. Perhaps only Xu Changqing remained. At that time, he could secretly cultivate part of it. With this, Xu Changqing could grow spiritual rice alongside other spiritual plants. It was worth noting that if it weren't for the 4-leaf clover occupying part of the spiritual field, this harvest would certainly exceed 3,500 gene. As noon approached, Xu Changqing prepared a sumptuous lunch for the little yellow dog. There was no other option. After all, it had contributed significantly this time. After eating, Xu Changqing washed the dishes and then took out a communication talisman from his small storage pouch. This was given to him by xianxia when he came, but they had not contacted each other privately. With spring having passed, he needed to send 800 gene of 2nd grade spiritual rice to Li Lingbai, as per their agreement. Is senior brother Li available? What is it, junior brother Xu? Aren't we in cooperation? Have you prepared the 800 gene of 2nd grade spiritual rice? I have managed to gather it, fulfilling my promise. Head east, after crossing 3 hills. You will see a river. I will be on the opposite side of the river. All right. The communication ended. Xu Changqing placed the talisman back into his small storage pouch and began to prepare. The little yellow dog, having eaten and drunk enough, lay comfortably at the door, showing no inclination to move even as its master approached, lazily wagging its tail. Xu Changqing chuckled and instructed, "I am going out for a while. Watch the house well. If any bad people come, quickly hide in that abandoned cave." He closed the door and headed towards Li Sansai's direction. After crossing 3 hills, he indeed spotted a river. The water was quite clear, teeming with small white fish. On the opposite side of the river stood a stone house with 2 acres of spiritual fields. This indicated that Li Sankai was a person of leisure and detachment. Xu Changqing circled to the other side and crossed the river using a floating bridge. Upon reaching the opposite bank, he hurried towards the fence gate. Why? Because Li Sankai was already waiting at the entrance. "Senior brother." As he approached, Xu Changqing hurriedly performed a bow. "Come in." Li Sankai opened the fence gate, and the two walked side by side. Xu Changqing curiously observed the 2 acres of spiritual fields. 1 acre was filled with familiar spiritual rice, undoubtedly of exceptional quality. The other acre contained unfamiliar spiritual plants, resembling orchids but in a riot of colors. Noticing Xu Changqing's gaze, Li Sankai introduced, "This is called rainbow orchid, specifically used to produce talisman inks. A special supply for the Yushui Pavilion. 1 acre has about 500 plants and can sell for 5 mid-grade spirit stones." 5. Xu Changqing exclaimed in surprise. Li Sankai continued. Moreover, it is harvested every 2 months. Xu Changqing's expression changed slightly. Harvested every 2 months? With 12 months in a year. That amounts to 6 harvests annually. If each harvest yields 5 mid-grade spirit stones, that totals 30 mid-grade spirit stones in a year, equivalent to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Li Sankai seemed to notice Xu Changqing's interest but then shifted the conversation. However, not everyone can cultivate it. Huh. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Li Sankai shrugged. First, you must reach the late stage of qi refinement. Second, you need connections within the Yushui Pavilion. Xu Changqing was not foolish and quickly grasped the situation. While his own strength was adequate, the second requirement was unattainable. The only person he barely knew in the Yushui Pavilion was Bai Lingo, unlike Li Sankai, who had the support of his cousin, Li Lingbai, a genius figure who had broken through to the 3rd grade of Golden Core at a young age. Soon, the two arrived in front of the stone house, where a gazebo was set up. Inside, a stone table was prepared with hot water and tea leaves. Xu Changqing wasted no time and promptly took out the 800 gene of 2nd grade spiritual rice. Exceptional spiritual rice? Li Sankai, initially indifferent, widened his eyes in astonishment. The 800 gene of exceptional spiritual rice produced from the 2nd grade spiritual field was neither too much nor too little. In fact, for their first collaboration, he had prepared for the possibility that the other party would not be able to meet the 800 gene requirement. After all, for many newly joined spiritual farmers, completing each quarterly task was already quite challenging. Handing over 800 gene of 2nd grade spiritual rice would be somewhat demanding. Now, this junior brother Xu not only did not disappoint him, but exceeded expectations. Li Sankai felt fortunate that he had helped Xu Changqing in the past. Now, he was pulling Xu Changqing into his cousin Li Lingbai's circle. This exceptional spiritual rice was something most people could not cultivate. Even he could only produce quality rice. It appeared that junior brother Xu had considerable talent in farming. Immediately, Li Sankai said, Junior brother Xu, you know the current market ratio for 2nd grade spiritual rice. However, our cooperation will not reflect the market conditions. Xu Changqing acknowledged this. Li Sankai took out 4 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over. Of course, senior brother will not take advantage of you. While we cannot transact at the current market ratio of 115, we can manage 117. Xu Changqing accepted them. And indeed, they were 4 mid-grade spirit stones. How much? Not much. If you add the 1 mid-grade spirit stone given earlier. This transaction yields a total of 5 mid-grade spirit stones. It is a deal that neither incurs a loss nor brings a profit, yet it is favorable in its stability. Now, the number of spirit stones in Xu Changqing's possession had reached 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Chapter 33, Li Lingbai's Birthday, The Forces of the Tianyuan Realm. Li Sankai raised his teacup, indicating for a toast. After taking a sip, he remarked, By the way, there is one more matter you might find interesting. Xu Changqing held his teacup, feeling it a bit hot, so he did not drink, but instead asked curiously, What matter? Li Sankai smiled. In a few days, my cousin Li Lingbai will celebrate his birthday, and a banquet will be held at the Yushui Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing took out a spirit stone from his small storage pouch, gathered 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and handed them over, saying, Happy birthday to him. Li Sankai, seeing this, did not accept but waved his hand. I did not mean it that way. Please do not misunderstand. Huh. Xu Changqing looked slightly surprised. Li Sankai explained, Since you have successfully submitted the 800 gene of 2nd grade spiritual rice, it signifies that you have officially joined our team. Therefore, you can also attend the birthday banquet. Xu Changqing blinked. Since it is a birthday, I must give a gift. These 5 mid-grade spirit stones can be considered my present. Li Sankai shook his head. No, the 800 gene of exceptional spiritual rice is your birthday gift, which is far more precious than spirit stones. Resources have become increasingly scarce under the monopoly of the 5 major forces. Moreover, I am not a sycophant. There is no need to go out of my way to curry favor. Li Sankai displayed a satisfied expression as he stated, when the time comes, I shall notify my junior brother via the communication talisman, and we shall gather in advance to head towards the Yushwig together. All right. Xu Changqing nodded, then curiously inquired. Senior brother, I have heard that senior brother Li Lingbai resides atop the immortal mountain. Why then is he celebrating his birthday at the Yushwig this time? Li Sankai set his teacup down and explained, Firstly, my cousin's master is the highest authority at Yushwig. Secondly, his primary focus is on the water spirit root. Xu Changqing chuckled awkwardly. I thought that the interdependent spirit roots were all cultivated simultaneously. Li Sankai shrugged. Indeed, one can cultivate them together, but it requires considerably more time and abundant resources. Moreover, my cousin wishes to participate in the Nongguang secret realm, which only opens once every 50 years. And entry is restricted to those who have attained the golden core stage. Xu Changqing understood. Typically, cultivators, due to time constraints, even if gifted, choose to focus on a single spirit root. The additional spirit roots tend to serve more supplementary roles. The conversation then shifted away from Li Lingbai and meandered into casual banter, discussing various topics as they pleased. After all, both Xu Changqing and Li Santai were solitary figures. Having someone to converse with, they were reluctant to part ways too soon. Xu Changqing, somewhat inadvertently, glanced towards the spirit field behind him and asked, "Senior brother, would you like me to assist you with the harvest?" "Assist me with the harvest?" Li Santai exclaimed in surprise. Xu Changqing offered a brief explanation. "I wish to hone my harvesting skills, but the spirit rice is no longer sufficient." Li Santai suddenly realized, "You mean you want to help me harvest the Kylon?" "Yes." "Indeed." Xu Changqing nodded vigorously. Without a hint of doubt, Li Santai readily agreed. "Very well, I shall notify you next month." Xu Changqing felt a surge of satisfaction and immediately cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness." Their conversation with Li Santai had been extensive and enlightening, granting Xu Changqing a deeper understanding of the spirit field and a general overview of the entire Tianyuan Realm. The Tianyuan Realm is governed by three prominent immortal sects: Dongting Xianzong, Longhu Xianzong, and Yaowe Xianzong. Among them, Longhu Xianzong boasts the most ancient lineage, with a history spanning over 10,000 years, while Dongting Xianzong, though slightly younger, has existed for several thousand years. In contrast, Yaowe Xianzong remains shrouded in mystery, with a predominance of female disciples. These three sects represent the highest ruling forces within the Tianyuan Realm. Beneath them lie five major empires occupying the five regions: the Eastern Plains Empire of Dayue, the Southern Ice Plains of Tianyuan, the Western Mountain Empire of Lihua, the Northern Desert Empire of Beiluo, and the Central Battlefield Empire of Hexiu. Following these are renowned cultivating families, some of which have legacies exceeding 1,000 years, deeply intertwined with the three sects and five empires. The Li family, to which Li Lingbai and Li Santai belong, is a distinguished cultivating family, as is the Zhang family of Zhang Er and Zhang Su, who also hold considerable status externally. Within Dongting Xianzong, every type of spirit root has at least one prominent cultivating family, due to the emergence of the prodigy Li Lingbai, who possesses the ability to cultivate three spirit roots in harmony. The Li family's standing has risen significantly. Should Li Lingbai successfully advance to the golden core stage, the Li family is poised to dominate. To Xu Changqing's surprise, the foremost family in the spirit field was not the Zhang family, but rather the Rong family. However, thus far, Xu Changqing had yet to encounter a single spirit farmer from the Rong family. Nonetheless, it mattered little. After all, even the most ancient cultivating families and the most venerable powers will eventually wane with the passage of time. Only individuals like Xu Changqing, who stand above the river of time, can achieve true permanence. Days swiftly passed, and Xu Changqing found himself quite busy rather than leisurely. He had spent these days clearing the cave beneath the stone mountain, coupled with daily irrigation using spring water. While it still paled in comparison to the second-grade spirit field outside, he anticipated no significant issues in cultivating spirit rice or four-leaf clovers. At that moment, Xu Changqing sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the communication talisman. He promptly retrieved it from his storage pouch. "Junior brother Xu, I am here. Today is my cousin's birthday. You should come." "All right, I shall be there shortly. I shall await your arrival." The communication was brief. Yet Xu Changqing's spirits lifted at the prospect of attending the birthday celebration of the core disciple Li Lingbai, where he would surely encounter many formidable individuals. Thus, he took the time to tidy himself up and prepare food for his little dog before setting off. Traversing the same path, he crossed over 3 hills and waded through a crystal-clear river until he arrived once more at the gate of Li Santai's abode. Li Santai, leisurely sipping tea in the pavilion, patiently awaited him. Upon seeing Xu Changqing arrive, he did not rush to leave but instead urged him to rest, noting that there was still ample time before the evening's birthday banquet. Sensing Xu Changqing's nervousness, Li Santai kindly advised, "Just follow my lead when the time comes." Xu Changqing nodded, understood. As a novice spirit farmer who had only joined the core for less than a year, the opportunity to attend a birthday celebration of a core disciple like Li Lingbai was indeed exhilarating. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not excited, even feeling a tinge of trepidation. Yet, more than anything, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 34, The Xuanwu Companion Beast and the Thirstywood Spirit Root. A yellow paper crane soared downstream, bearing 2 passengers, Li Santai and Xu Changqing. As they flew further away, they suddenly spotted a dense forest ahead, from which low, resonant roars occasionally emanated. Li Santai gestured towards it, explaining, Beyond this forest lies the Spirit Beast Valley. Should you ever have any needs, you can venture deeper in this direction. Understood, Xu Changqing replied, casting an attentive glance. After flying for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the terrain around them abruptly shifted, undulating like a mountain range. They spotted numerous large pits dotting the ground, some shallow, others fathomless. The air became increasingly saturated with golden spiritual energy, mingled with a hint of rust. Li Santai continued, "The forging peak is directly above us. Be cautious as we pass, for occasionally, discarded tools may fall." Xu Changqing looked up but could not see the so-called forging peak, playfully quipping, "Should we be wearing helmets then?" Li Santai paused, slightly puzzled, but waved his hand dismissively. "That is unnecessary. When discarded tools fall, they create a commotion that can be heard from quite a distance." Just as he finished speaking, an ominous sound pierced the air, and they beheld a blazing fireball descending from the sky. Although they were too far to discern its exact size, they could still feel waves of heat approaching. As they were both of the wood spirit root, the sensation was quite uncomfortable. Normally, one would retreat from such a situation. However, Xu Changqing noticed that many individuals were drawing near. Li Santai clarified, "These individuals are disciples of the earth spirit root, who occasionally seek out heavy discarded tools to train their bodies." Xu Changqing understood, noting that they were all emerging from the pits. The area was nearly enveloped by the forging peak, with fireballs of varying sizes raining down from above, all of which were eagerly snatched up by the earth spirit root disciples, relying on the paper crane. It took them considerable time before they finally distanced themselves from the chaos. The remaining journey appeared rather ordinary, comprised of clearings and grassy fields. As they drew nearer, Xu Changqing observed an increasing number of streams, rivers, and marshes surrounding them. At first, the phenomenon was not particularly noticeable, appearing only sporadically. However, it did not take long for shimmering ripples to emerge everywhere, with numerous tributaries manifesting. The air was saturated with a palpable essence of water. After approximately 10 more minutes, an unexpected convergence of countless streams occurred, ultimately forming an immense lake ahead. Strangely, the water was black. Suspended at the center of the lake was an unusual 9-story pavilion, each level rising at least 5 meters high. The surface occasionally rippled, and large fish could be seen leaping from it. This appeared to be a 9-tiered structure made of water. Li Sankai spoke. "We have arrived at the water pavilion." Xu Changqing swallowed hard, his voice finally escaping. "Senior brother, could it be that the water pavilion is made of water?" Li Sankai merely nodded in response. As the two approached, an increasing number of flying paper cranes appeared, some colossal with 10 or more individuals standing atop them, while others were minuscule, accommodating only a single person in a meditative posture. However, it was not just cranes. Various flying contraptions were present, including boats, skiffs, and spirit beasts. Xu Changqing even spotted a blood-red banner fluttering in the wind. Just as they were about to reach the water pavilion, the lake below suddenly erupted in turbulence. The air, or perhaps the very space around them, began to tremble, causing many flying devices to become exceedingly unstable and sway perilously. The essence of water in the air became increasingly chaotic, instilling a sense of dread. Everyone looked down, their faces drained of color. A massive, menacing serpent head, accompanied by a yellow serpent body measuring over 100 feet long, burst forth from the water. Beneath its head, a pair of enormous fleshy wings unfurled, casting an ominous shadow over a vast area. A terrifying aura enveloped them, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Xu Changqing hastily shouted, "Senior brother, what should we do? If the Xuanwu falls into slumber, the xianxia will wreak havoc. But remember, this is the domain of the water pavilion." Indeed, as soon as he uttered these words, the dark water pavilion ahead trembled violently. Following that, enormous yellow talismans flew out from within. Xu Changqing looked up to see that the symbols inscribed on the talismans were obscure and indecipherable, resembling neither words nor symbols. Yet, when connected, they emanated a chilling energy. In an instant, 9 massive yellow talismans surged toward the impending xianxia, affording it no time or opportunity to resist. They released brilliant azure lights that swiftly intertwined, forming a colossal net that ensnared the 100-foot-long yellow serpent. Although the xianxia struggled, causing the net of light to crackle, it remained unscathed. Before long, the serpent was forcibly submerged beneath the inky waters of the lake. The sense of crisis arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. As summer approached, activity would commence. Why could this xianxia not be thoroughly suppressed? It was said that the Xuanwu and xianxia must alternate appearances. They could not both be asleep at the same time. Complaints arose from the surrounding crowd. Xu Changqing, feeling reassured that all was well, relaxed his anxious heart. Under Li Sanzai's direction, the flying paper cranes gradually approached the first level of the water pavilion. The moment Xu Changqing landed, a splashing sound greeted his ears. The ground was not solid earth, but rather the same black water. Strangely, he could not sink into it. Instead, it provided a peculiar buoyancy. Li Sanzai cautioned, each level of the water pavilion serves a purpose. The first level primarily issues tasks to disciples with water spiritual roots. My cousin's birthday banquet is on the third level. Let us proceed. Xu Changqing quickly followed. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed his surroundings. The water pavilion was anything but ordinary. It felt as though it were silently expanding. Upon entering the first level, he discovered an interior space comparable to a plaza, filled with numerous disciples of water spiritual roots, both male and female, young and old. Once inside, Xu Changqing experienced a unique sensation, as if his body were growing and developing. He refrained from inquiring with Li Sanzai, as the reason was evident. This feeling of growth was likely closely tied to the spiritual roots, specifically, the waterwood affinity, with water spiritual roots abounding in this place. The richness of the water essence further exacerbated the hunger of the wood spiritual roots. Chapter 35. A reunion with Pamo, Zhang Xu's astonishment. Each level of the water pavilion imposes stringent requirements on cultivation. From the second level onward, one must at least be in the late stage of qi refinement, while the third level mandates reaching the foundation establishment stage. Both Xu Changqing and Li Sanzai, being disciples of wood spiritual roots, had not yet attained foundation establishment, and thus, were not typically permitted entry. However, the individual celebrating their birthday on the third level was Li Lingbai, a prodigy with a harmonious triad of spiritual roots. Not only was he poised to ascend to the golden elixir at a young age, but his master was also a true immortal of the nascent soul stage, making him the highest authority in the water pavilion. As such, Li Lingbai had the privilege to grant Xu Changqing access. Upon reaching the third level, they found a considerable number of attendees already present, showcasing a variety of spiritual roots, all unfamiliar faces. Yet, the guest of honor, Li Lingbai, had yet to arrive. Li Sanzai guided Xu Changqing to a nearby seat. Let's rest for a moment. Xu Changqing nodded and sat down, conveniently positioned near a window. He gazed outside, observing numerous individuals traversing with flying devices. Suddenly, a plump red carp swam into view, its belly round and clearly well-fed. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow and tentatively extended his hand. Upon contact with the water barrier, he felt a noticeable resistance. However, with a slight force, he pierced through, soon submerging his entire hand. In a flash, he caught the hefty red carp. Just as he intended to pull it out, Li Sanzai gasped in alarm, quickly intervening. Be careful. Some fish are raised by immortals. If you harm one, I cannot protect you. The red carp swam away after a moment. As time passed, the evening grew darker, and the number of attendees for Li Lingbai's birthday banquet steadily increased. Those in the qi refinement stage were few and far between. And aside from Li Sanzai, all were marginal figures. Conversely, those at the foundation establishment stage made up the majority. They may not have been all strikingly handsome or beautiful, but they all possessed an extraordinary aura. Xu Changqing noticed a familiar figure among them, a female disciple of with spiritual roots, whom he had previously seen at the Hongfeng Valley Market. If memory served him correctly, her name was Lu Yuanyuan. This time, she brought along only one male companion, who was undeniably handsome, tall, and with refined features. In a previous life, he would have been considered a quintessential idol. Many female foundation establishment disciples gazed at him with an unmistakable intensity. Xu Changqing couldn't help but scoff. Even in the realm of cultivation, they still prioritized looks. At that moment, a familiar yet unrecognizable face caught his attention. A bald man with a centipede scar across his face, adorned with a white crane embroidery on his chest, and notably without any weapons. Do you know him? Li Sanzai's voice broke through his thoughts. Xu Changqing nodded slightly. I saw him at the Hongfeng Valley Market. Li Sanzai elaborated. His name is Pamo. What a pity. He possesses dual spiritual roots, yet they are mutually antagonistic. The gold element suppresses wood, resulting in a halved cultivation speed and diminished spell potency. Yet, his comprehension is exceptionally high, enabling him to reach the foundation establishment stage through sheer will. His tone was filled with regret, revealing a deep admiration for Pamo. If only he had harmonious dual spiritual roots instead of conflicting ones. With a formidable comprehension, Pamo should be no less formidable than the current Li Lingbai. Yet fate seems to have played a cruel joke on him. Despite possessing extraordinary insight, he is burdened with conflicting dual spirit roots, rendering his position within the Dongting immortal sect rather awkward. Initially, he started in the spiritual fields, later joined the artifact peak, only to ultimately be relegated to the spirit beast valley, wandering aimlessly for years. This tumultuous journey has left numerous traces upon him. If he is not permitted to cultivate the sword, he will practice the blade. If the spirit farmer has long hair, he will simply shave his head. Consequently, Paimon exudes an air of rebellion and tenacity. Perhaps sensing the gaze of another, Paimon instinctively looked over and was momentarily stunned. Xu Changqing's visage was unfamiliar one moment. Yet the next it was familiar, awakening a hunger within him. Instantly, Paimon approached with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Li Sansai's expression shifted, and he became alert. Although he held great admiration for Paimon, the latter's reputation over the years had not been pristine. Once intoxicated, he was prone to brawls, initially seeking out fights with others, and later even with spirit beasts. The scar on his face is a testament to an encounter with a powerful spirit beast. Is it you? However, Paimon disregarded Li Sankai. His gaze fixated intently on Xu Changqing. Long time no see. Xu Changqing smiled faintly. Li Sankai was startled. They truly know each other? He had thought that merely seeing Paimon was what was meant. He never anticipated that the two were genuinely acquainted. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Paimon licked his thick lips and inquired, "Did you bring it?" Xu Changqing shook his head, replying, "I was too busy this spring." Upon hearing this, Paimon's expression turned regretful as he stubbornly pressed, "Then when will you get it done?" Xu Changqing pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps in the summer." This spring, all my focus was on cultivating spirit rice, which surpassed everything else in yield. Hence, I did not brew spirit rice wine. But starting from summer, it will be different. Paimon nodded slightly. "All right, remember to notify me once it is ready." "No problem," Xu Changqing readily agreed. Subsequently, Paimon wandered off to a solitary spot. After a while, Li Sankai quietly inquired, "What were you two discussing?" Xu Changqing explained, "I brew wine." Li Sankai suddenly comprehended, "I see." Observing Paimon's eagerness and the air of mystery surrounding their conversation, he mistakenly assumed they shared some clandestine secret. He had not expected that this Xu Shidi would be a brewer. Paimon is notoriously known as a wine connoisseur, and for him to pursue a purchase is truly remarkable. Xu Changqing chuckled, "Once it's brewed, I'll let you taste it, Shi Xiang." "All right." Li Sankai mused in curiosity about the wine that could entice Paimon so. "Li Lingbai has arrived. The Rong family is here too? This birthday banquet is quite grand." At that moment, voices resonated from the entrance. Xu Changqing and the others looked over to see Li Lingbai in a purple robe, surrounded by a throng of Foundation establishment cultivators, appearing in a state of ease before everyone on the third floor. The individuals beside him were also extraordinary, each a prodigy of the Foundation establishment stage. "Come, let us greet my cousin," Li Sankai said, rising to his feet. Xu Changqing quickly followed suit. Soon, they reached the front. Upon seeing Li Sankai, Li Lingbai's eyes brightened. "Cousin." Li Sankai smiled and introduced, "Lingbai, this is Xu Changqing." Li Lingbai's gaze shifted, and he scrutinized Xu Changqing. Although the latter's appearance was ordinary, he did not underestimate him. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "Xu Shidi, I shall entrust you with the spirit rice in the future." To be candid, when his cousin first recommended Xu Changqing, he did not take it seriously, viewing him merely as an ordinary spirit farmer who could help alleviate his cousin's burdens. However, he never anticipated that the spirit rice submitted by Xu Changqing would be of the highest quality, infused with rich spiritual energy. This alone warranted his utmost respect. Xu Changqing promptly assured, "I will do my utmost." In truth, this arrangement is mutually beneficial. He provides the exquisite spirit rice, and in return, he gains a reliable ally. "Is that not Xu Shidi?" Someone from the Rong family exclaimed in astonishment. "Who?" "Jiangsu." He had spent a considerable sum to follow the Rong family to attend Li Lingbai's birthday banquet, aiming to forge connections with more outstanding young individuals and possibly establish links to cultivate rare spiritual plants. To his surprise, the Xu Shidi he had dismissed was also present and quite close to Li Lingbai, engaged in cheerful conversation. Their evident camaraderie was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Jiangsu lingered beside the Rong family like an underling, lacking the qualifications to approach Li Lingbai, despite also being in the Foundation establishment stage. Chapter 36, The Tianyuan Golden Light Talisman, The Blood-Soaked Meat Pool. Li Lingbai's gaze lingered on Xu Changqing for only a moment, as he was, after all, the main attraction of this birthday banquet. At this juncture, one of the managers of the Agricultural Heart Society, Lu Yuanyuan, took the initiative to speak. "I would like to begin by representing all members of the Agricultural Heart Society in wishing Brother Li a happy birthday, presenting a modest gift of 10,000 jin of second-grade spirit rice." A collective gasp arose among the surrounding crowd. 1,000 jin, or even a few thousand, would have been understandable, but Lu Yuanyuan's generous offering of 10,000 jin of second-grade spirit rice transcended mere birthday gifts. It was evident that this was a gesture to convey the depth of their regard. "Thank you, junior sister Lu." Li Lingbai expressed his surprise, a radiant smile gracing his face. Then another individual stepped forward. I, Rong Tung, on behalf of the Rong family, present 5,000 jin of second-grade spirit rice. Upon hearing the Rong family name, the foremost family of spirit farmers, Xu Changqing curiously looked over and noted that Rong Ting appeared quite ordinary in every aspect. His appearance, demeanor, and attire were all unremarkable. Were it not for his association with the Rong family, one might mistake him for an ordinary passerby. Nevertheless, the status of the Rong family cannot be dismissed lightly. Yet, to Xu Changqing's surprise, Zhang Su was also present, seemingly benefiting from the association. Just like himself, I, Zhu Zijiang, present a core part of a 500-year-old monster. Brotherly, please accept this 1,000-mile lightning shuttle. This is a yellow earth flag. When planted in the ground, it can seal off a 100-foot radius. With Lu Yuanyuan setting a precedent, others began to present their gifts as well. Listening to the items being offered, Xu Changqing cast a glance at Li Sankai, seeking a silent inquiry about whether he should also contribute something. However, Li Sankai shook his head. Remember, those who are giving gifts are outsiders. We need not engage in such formalities among ourselves. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Lu Yuanyuan's 10,000 jin of second-grade spirit rice and Zhu Zijiang's core part of a 500-year-old monster were both from outsiders? Given the immense investment these individuals made in Li Lingbai, it stands to reason that they should all be insiders. Why else would they offer such valuable gifts? Li Sankai replied meaningfully. When you are exceptionally talented, especially when you have substantial backing, such gestures become commonplace. Xu Changqing was astonished. He initially believed these individuals were honoring Li Lingbai. Only now did he realize that this was merely part of a larger picture. The true motive seemed to be to curry favor with Li Lingbai's master, the true monarch of the nascent soul who oversees the entire Yushui Pavilion. Indeed, human relationships and social dynamics are inescapable. Except for a few, nearly everyone attending Li Lingbai's birthday banquet was engaged in gift-giving. The distinctions of value were irrelevant. Everything appeared priceless. Even Paimo presented a jar of wine. Observing the pained expression on his face, one could easily discern that he was not lacking in resources. Next came the moment for dining, and the spread was indeed lavish, predominantly featuring various types of fish. After all, beneath the Yushui Pavilion lay a lake teeming with exotic fish, some of which had lived for over a century. Before me was a dish of fish soup, fragrant and delectable, with the fish meat possessing an extraordinary elasticity. The spiritual energy infused within it was remarkably rich, far surpassing the second-grade spiritual rice. However, during Li Lingbai's birthday banquet, similar delicacies were in abundance, rendering it impossible to consume them all. After half an hour, Xu Changqing felt his spiritual power steadily increasing. It is worth noting that since the end of spring, he had remained at a level of 4. Yet, after consuming these spiritually imbued foods, he surprisingly nurtured a 5th strand of energy. This clearly illustrated the astonishing effects of the mountain and sea delicacies. From the entranced expressions of those around him, it was evident that they did not indulge in such fare daily. Since Li Lingbai was graciously accepting gifts from everyone, it was only natural for him to be generous. Furthermore, this was a testament to the might of the Yushui Pavilion. Just as everyone was indulging in the sumptuous feast, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. Everyone immediately halted, becoming cautious. Then, they witnessed golden lines emerging from the nearby water wall, weaving in the air until they formed a pulsating spiritual talisman. This seemed to be one of the 3 major talismans of the Yushui Pavilion, the Xianyuan Golden Light Talisman. Such a grand display could only be attributed to that esteemed figure. I pay my respects to Mo Xinjuan. In astonishment, the crowd bowed deeply. Li Lingbai gazed at the Xianyuan Golden Light Talisman, his eyes glistening with emotion, expressing gratitude to his master. Shortly after receiving this generous gift, the birthday banquet came to an end. One by one, guests departed, except for Lu Yuanyuan. What are you waiting for? Rong Tung turned to the indecisive Zhang Su. Nothing. Zhang Su awkwardly smiled. He had initially intended to wait for Xu Changqing to emerge so they could have a good talk. To his surprise, both he and Rong Tung had left while Su remained inside. Observing Rong Tang's growing dissatisfaction, Zhang Su reluctantly abandoned his wait. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Yushui Pavilion, Li Lingbai spoke earnestly. Junior sister Lu, your gift is truly precious. Lu Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed as she replied. I'm glad if senior brotherly likes it. Li Lingbai continued. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly pay a visit to express my thanks. Lu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment and then, with a hint of regret, said, then I shall take my leave. Soon, she turned and left with her handsome male companion, leaving only 5 individuals on the 3rd floor. Li Sankai, Xu Changqing, Li Lingbai, Pei Mo, and a 5th person whom Xu Changqing did not recognize at all. Having no recollection of their arrival, Li Sankai jested, cousin, It seems Lu Yuanyuan has quite the fondness for you. Li Lingbai shook his head. She merely has an affinity for handsome men. A chuckle escaped the fifth individual. Li Lingbai turned to them. Junior sister Han, where's your gift? Han Xian casually tossed an item, saying, this is a set of advanced formations called Earth Qi Induction. Once properly installed, it will accumulate a substantial amount of Earth energy in a short time, exerting a pressure of 50,000 pounds. A formation master? Xu Changqing couldn't help but glance at her again. Li Lingbai took the item and solemnly stated, the rest are our own, so I will not conceal anything from you. After the birthday banquet, I intend to venture into the central domain to hunt demons. This is also the reason my master bestowed upon me the Xianyuan Golden Light Talisman. The central domain? Xu Changqing quickly recalled, the Black Rust Dynasty. Li Lingbai nodded slightly. Indeed, that is the place. Li Sankai expressed some concern. I have heard it is infested with demons, where humans are akin to domesticated pigs, inevitably becoming food on the table. Li Lingbai shrugged. Only in the central domain do demons exist that have lived for over 1,000 years. Payamo stepped forward, his centipede scar twitching several times. I will accompany you. Oh, Li Lingbai was taken aback. Payamo, with a hint of mischief, said, I have heard that the Black Rust Dynasty possesses a blood pool for tempering the body. I want to see what effects it truly has. At this statement, a profound silence enveloped the group. A madman, indeed. This was the thought that surged through everyone's minds. Chapter 37. Mastering the Ironwood Armor Technique and Brewing Second-Grade Spiritual Wine. Li Lingbai was set to hunt 1,000-year-old demons in the central domain's Black Rust Dynasty. A venture that would require at least a year. For Xu Changqing, this was inconsequential. Time held no meaning for him. A few planting seasons would pass in the blink of an eye. However, what puzzled and even astonished him was why, despite Li Lingbai having no shortage of companions, Li Sankai had chosen to include him as part of their circle. After all, should Li Lingbai require spiritual rice or any spiritual plants, he could easily enlist Lu Yuanyuan's help or have Li Sankai dedicate time to cultivation. In contrast, Xu Changqing had only been part of the spiritual field corps for a mere year, having completed just one transaction of 800 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice. Yet, he found himself among Li Lingbai's team, which seemed utterly absurd. To put it bluntly, there were many formal disciples within the spiritual field, alongside a multitude of foundation-level spiritual farmers. How did it come to be that Xu Changqing, an individual merely at the mid-stage of qi refining, was selected? This raised doubts in his mind regarding both Li Sankai and Li Lingbai. However, he knew better than to ask directly and resolved to take things step by step. Xu Changqing initially planned to seek out Bai Linger to schedule a time for the rain, but it was late, and he presumed she had already retired for the night. He abandoned that notion and instead joined Li Sankai aboard a flying paper crane. The journey was marked by silence. Neither spoke a word. Xu Changqing remained vigilant, while Li Sankai appeared preoccupied, lost in thought. Under the night sky, the stars twinkled endlessly, and occasionally a fleeting meteor could be seen. The forging peak remained unchanged, with fireballs continuously falling both day and night. The Spirit Beast Valley was markedly quieter, with the occasional roar of a beast breaking the silence. Li Sankai was responsible, first delivering Xu Changqing home before directing the flying paper crane toward his own spiritual field. As he watched Li Sankai's figure gradually disappear into the darkness, Xu Changqing's gaze grew profound. Why me? Why choose me? What exactly does senior brother Li intend to achieve? He was no fool. Having witnessed Li Lingbai's exceptional qualities and the throngs of admirers surrounding him, he realized how improbable it was for him to be included in the team. Although it was certainly largely due to Li Sankai, this stroke of fortune only made Xu Changqing more cautious. It was akin to the adage that one does not receive a pie from the sky without reason. It was improbable that someone would extend such kindness to a stranger without ulterior motives. He feared that acquiring spiritual stones might not be as straightforward as it seemed, and that being part of the inner circle could prove to be a challenge. Days passed uneventfully, and as the temperature rose, heralding the approach of summer, Xu Changqing used a communication talisman to notify Han Su, asking him to find a time to loosen the soil. Having learned from the previous spring's experience, he decided to focus on enhancing yield. Of course, with a small area suitable for planting beneath Stone Mountain, he would also need to cultivate additional spiritual plants. However, on the surface, he would still primarily plant spiritual rice. Senior brother Su. Han Su arrived by noon. Xu Changqing stepped out to greet him. You're here so quickly. Han Su grinned. As long as senior brother notifies me, I will never delay. Compared to the unreliability of Lin Un and others, Han Su was indeed a breath of fresh air. Though 50 pounds of second-grade spirit rice may not seem like a substantial amount, its source remains reliably stable. preventing the awkward situation where one has it this time but not the next. Xu Changqing, without any pretense, gestured towards the spirit field, signaling to commence. However, Han Su waved his hand. Before we begin, allow me to show you something interesting. Oh, Xu Changqing, intrigued, scrutinized Han Su closely. Han Su leaned in, retrieving an item from his small storage pouch. Didn't you need a spell? I acquired this a few days ago at the loose cultivator market. Xu Changqing received it, noting it was a slim volume with several indistinct characters. Ironwood armor technique. He immediately began to peruse, discovering it was indeed a high-level spell. Yet, he was taken aback upon reaching the end. It was incomplete, merely a fragment. Han Su scratched his head. I have a few lower-level spells, but I thought you would prefer something of a higher tier. Although it's just a fragment, the seller claimed that the first layer's effect is quite powerful. Xu Changqing was not displeased. Instead, he nodded appreciatively. Thank you, junior brother. Simply having it is already commendable. You risked much to obtain it from the loose cultivator market. Han Su, relieved, then rummaged through his small storage pouch again. After purchasing this fragment, I still have 10 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. Xu Changqing promptly interjected. Consider the remainder as your reward. Han Su was taken aback, even somewhat excited, though it was only 10 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. Given the current market rate, whether sold or exchanged for first-grade spirit rice, it was quite a profit. Xu Changqing stored the ironwood armor technique safely, then smiled. Now, commence your demonstration. Without further ado, Han Su swiftly removed his shoes. Drawing from past experiences, he was well prepared this time. Curiously, however, the chill of the underground was not as intense as before. He could still feel it, yet he could endure longer than during his first attempt. Thus, Han Su loosened the soil in the spirit field while Xu Changqing supervised above. When thirsty, he drank water. When fatigued, he rested. After half an hour, the soil was adequately prepared. Xu Changqing produced a contract spirit talisman. As before, upon the conclusion of summer, you shall receive 50 pounds of second-grade spirit rice as payment. Han Su quickly replied, I trust you, brother, so there is no need to sign the contract. Xu Changqing understood his desire to strengthen their relationship but insisted, this is for your security. What if my yield is low this summer? Han Su felt touched by Xu Changqing's consideration and reluctantly agreed. Very well. After signing the contract spirit talisman, he departed, yet not towards the exit of the spirit field, as he still had to assist others in loosening soil, having come to Xu Changqing first. In the days that followed, Xu Changqing diligently practiced the fragment of the high-level spell, ironwood armor technique, that Han Su had brought from the loose cultivator market. Even mastering just the first layer would be worthwhile. After all, it was a defensive spell, according to its contents. Even achieving the first layer would envelop the user in a layer of ironwood armor capable of withstanding several hundred pounds of penetrating force, along with fire and metal resistance effects. However, it must be said that the progress in learning high-level spells was notably slow. To expedite the process, it was best to pair it with expert-grade spirit rice wine. Thus, Xu Changqing commenced brewing. This time using not first-grade spirit rice but 100 pounds of second-grade spirit rice, which would enhance the quality. In just 3 days, he began producing spirit rice wine. Although the quantity was modest, it was merely the beginning, with more to come. Xu Changqing took a sip, his eyes widening in astonishment. Second-grade spirit rice wine, expert, effect 1. Increases spirit absorption speed by 30 for 1 hour, effect 2. Reduces spirit consumption by 20 when casting wood-based spells, effect 3, in a tipsy state. Increases understanding speed of low-level spells by 25, effect 4, in a tipsy state. Increases understanding speed of high-level spells by 10, negative effect 1. Prolonged consumption may impair reaction speed. Negative effect 2. Long-term consumption may cause internal damage, with the negative effects remaining unchanged. All the positive effects had been amplified. Chapter 38, by Ling, and the Rain, who Buguay's fertilizer removal time swiftly passed, and the day to collect summer seedlings arrived. Xu Changqing instructed the little yellow dog to keep watch and arrived early at the core management office. Numerous spirit farmers were already queuing. Before long, Xu Changqing received the summer rice seedlings but did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached Old Hua. Upon arrival, Old Hua recognized the young man very well after multiple encounters. Such a talented spirit farmer was rare in the core area of the spirit fields. Xu Changqing respectfully clasped his hands. Manager. Old Hua inquired, do you have something to consult? Xu Changqing smiled slightly. Disciple has reached the mid-stage of chi refinement and wishes to inquire about new spirit plants available for selection. Ah, I see, Old Hua responded, understanding immediately. Having come last winter, Xu Changqing reached the mid-stage of chi refinement by this summer. which was a moderate pace. In the early stage of qi refinement, only one spirit plant could be chosen, which was spirit rice. However, upon reaching the mid-stage, the options expanded to over a dozen, offering much more variety. Soon, with Old Hua's guidance, Xu Changqing learned about the spirit plants available for selection at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Broadly categorized, they fell into four main types: flowers, grasses, trees, and vegetables. Besides the commonly available spirit rice, the choices indeed grew more diverse. Nevertheless, few were suitable for Xu Changqing, as different spirit plants required distinct growing environments. Old Hua advised, spirit plants at the qi refinement stage are primarily related to food. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage will higher quality, more valuable spirit plants become available. After careful consideration, Xu Changqing made his selections: four-leaf clover, watermelon, and cabbage. He chose the four-leaf clover primarily for familiarity and experience, as it is also one of the foods for small spirit beasts, making it perfect to sell to Hu Bugui. The watermelon and cabbage were simply indulgences. While spirit rice was excellent, one could not live solely on it. The seeds for the three spirit plants totaled 30 points. After deducting 30 from 500, he now had 470 points remaining. Upon returning home, with time still on his side, Xu Changqing was in no rush to plant. Instead, he poured himself a cup of second-grade spirit rice wine to enter a tipsy state. Subsequently, he took out the fragment of the high-level spell, Ironwood Armor Technique, to study it thoroughly. With the enhancement from the second-grade spirit rice wine, he anticipated mastering it within a month. By noon, as the intoxication gradually faded, Xu Changqing paused his studies, then proceeded to cook, wash dishes, and feed the dog. Once everything was settled, he finally began planting. The entire process was remarkably simple and swift. First, he enveloped the spirit rice seeds in his internal spirit power and casually tossed them out. Then, using the wood spirit binding technique, third layer, he guided the seeds into the soil. Within minutes, everything was accomplished without any time or effort wasted. This time was quite similar to spring, with spirit rice being the predominant choice due to its high yield. The four-leaf clover was planted along the sides of the pre-dug irrigation ditches. The placement of the watermelon and cabbage was more casual. They were planted wherever space allowed, as there was still room by the stone hill on the other side. Everything was completed in less than a stick of incense's time. Xu Changqing retrieved Bai Ling Er's communication talisman from his small storage pouch and infused it with a thread of spirit power. "Who is it?" "It's me, Xu Changqing. Apologies, I forgot. It's just so remote here, with no one around. Now that you mention it, I remember. It's you. I'd like to schedule a meeting. Do you have time?" "Certainly. When will you come?" "How about tomorrow at noon?" "Sounds good." The communication concluded, and Xu Changqing stored the talisman away. He intended to invite Bai Ling over more frequently, especially with the high temperatures of summer. Moreover, this time he was planting more than just spirit rice, in addition to clovers, watermelons, and cabbage, to ensure a bountiful harvest. It is imperative to summon the spirit rain multiple times. The seeds have already been sown, leaving only the excrement of Hu Bugui and the spirit rain from Bai Linger. Subsequently, Xu Changqing immersed himself in his studies. The next day arrived, and at noon, Bai Linger indeed made her appearance. Given her youth, their interaction was minimal. After performing the minor cloud rain technique, Xu Changqing promptly produced 20 low-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Bai Linger accepted them with a smile and inquired, "How many more times shall we meet?" Xu Changqing, having anticipated this, raised 2 fingers of his right hand, indicating at least twice. Bai Linger blinked her eyes and replied, "You must first pay a deposit, then we can set a time." As summer approached, the disciples of the water spirit root were exceedingly busy, for the demands of the spirit farmers necessitated rain everywhere. Without prior arrangements, conflicts with others were likely. Xu Changqing contemplated and proposed, "You shall come once during the grain and ear, and once during the great heat." "All right." Bai Linger nodded lightly. Xu Changqing then produced an additional 40 low-grade spirit stones. In the past, he would have felt a pang of regret. However, now it was bearable, as 5 medium-grade spirit stones equated to 500 low-grade ones. During the qi refinement stage, this was still considered a substantial sum. Bai Lingo held the stones with both hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. So many. Suddenly, the sound of jingling camel bells echoed from a distance. Xu Changqing, without needing to look, knew that Hu Bugui had returned. After all, in such a remote place, only he would come. How foul. Bai Linger grimaced at the odor in the air, immediately turning to flee on her flying paper crane, not giving Hu Bugui a moment to pollute the atmosphere. "Who is that?" Hu Bugui observed the hurried departure, perplexed by her speed. Xu Changqing shrugged. "It's the water spirit root girl who helps me summon rain. You scared her away." Hu Bugui felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he was accustomed to such occurrences. Thus, although a bit uncomfortable, he paid it no mind. Since the moment he chose to sell spirit beast dung, he had long discarded any concern for appearances. Xu Changqing called out, "Stop dawdling. Let's unload the dung." Hu Bugue retorted with irritation, "I traveled a long distance. Can I take a break?" Xu Changqing chuckled. "Then I'll do it myself." Hu Bugue hesitated but then shook his head. "Let us do it together." Soon, the two of them unloaded a portion of the century-old spirit beast dung from the camel, sufficient to cover the entire second-grade spirit field. After finishing, Hu Bugue finally sat down to rest. Xu Changqing brought out a bowl of the brewed second-grade spirit rice wine and offered it to him, saying, "Give it a try." "How fragrant!" Hu Bugue exclaimed, astonished as he accepted the bowl. After merely tasting a sip, his eyes widened in surprise. He knew Xu Changqing could brew wine, but he hadn't anticipated the quality to be so exquisite. He immediately drank the entire bowl of second-grade spirit rice wine in one gulp, his eyes narrowing in bliss. After Xu Changqing sat down, he added, "If you enjoy it, take a pound with you when you leave." "Really?" Hu Bugue's eyes gleamed with eagerness. Xu Changqing nodded. "Why would I deceive you? We are friends." Hu Bugue's expression brightened. "Yes, we are friends." Xu Changqing then retrieved a small storage bag, pulling out spirit rice, while stating, "According to our previous agreement, you can take 1/10 of my total spring harvest. After deducting the 1,000 pounds submitted, that leaves us with 1,100 pounds. 1/10 amounts to 110 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. Coupled with what remains, it accumulates to 2,290 pounds. This was a generous offering of both wine and a fulfillment of their agreement, particularly as the spirit rice reached exceptional quality, surpassing expectations. Hu Bugue, deeply moved, packed the premium spirit rice into his storage bag before decisively producing a spirit beast cage and introducing. Inside is a spirit beast called the pearl hen, which lays an egg containing a trace of spiritual energy every 3 days. Thus, besides Xu Changqing and the little yellow dog, there was now an addition of a hen. More accurately, it was a pearl hen, its body gray with circular white spots resembling pearls. It laid an egg every 3 days. Rich in nutrients yet incapable of hatching due to the absence of a rooster. In essence, it was solely for consumption. The little yellow dog, encountering the hen for the first time, was exceptionally excited, occasionally feigning bites, which caused the pearl hen to tremble in fear. Xu Changqing swiftly caught the drooling dog's mouth. "Warning, dare to bite, and you'll be in trouble." Now that the spirit rain had fallen and fertilizers had been applied, although the concentration of its spiritual energy was continuously rising, unfortunately, there were no spiritual energy tides in summer. Thus, the spiritual plants could only grow while gradually accumulating with spiritual energy, inevitably reducing efficiency. Xu Changqing understood that urgency was futile. The current situation could not be altered. After all, he was already in the late qi refinement stage, and a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage was merely a matter of time. Half a month later, while diligently practicing the remnants of the ironwood armor technique, Xu Changqing suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He glanced at his attribute panel. Ironwood armor technique, remnant, level 1. Effect 1. Consumes spiritual power to cover the body with a layer of ironwood armor. Effect 2. 10 resistance to fire and metal attributes. Wait a moment. Xu Changqing was astonished to discover an upward arrow next to the remnant. Could it be that the Xinong system not only elevated spell levels? Would you like to consume 15,000 days of lifespan to repair the ironwood armor technique remnant completely? A prompt appeared. Indeed, Xu Changqing's eyes brightened. Did this mean that although he could not afford the complete spell, remnants or incomplete versions could be obtained at a lower cost, which could then be repaired using the Xinong system to acquire the complete spell? Would you like to consume 15,000 days of lifespan to repair the ironwood armor technique remnant completely? The prompt appeared again. Yes. This time, Xu Changqing decisively agreed. Although 15,000 days equated to approximately 41 years, such a cost was negligible for him. Instantly, a wealth of information regarding the ironwood armor technique surged forth. In a trance, Xu Changqing utilized his limited knowledge, experience, and skills, taking a full 41 years to complete the repair of the remnant. While it transpired in the external world in the blink of an eye, the experience felt profoundly real, immersing him completely. Successfully consumed 15,000 days of lifespan to repair the ironwood armor technique remnant completely. Remaining lifespan, 290 days. Ironwood armor technique, level 1. Effect 1. Consumes spiritual power to cover the body with a layer of ironwood armor. Effect 2. 15 resistance to fire and metal attributes, while Effect 1 remained unchanged. Effect 2 saw an increase. Xu Changqing noted inwardly. Moreover, if his memory served correctly, the remnant was not initially a high-tier technique. It was only after the system completed the repair that it acquired that designation. Would you like to consume 888 days of lifespan to elevate the ironwood armor technique from level 1 to level 2? The prompt appeared for the third time. This upgrade was instantaneous. During the repair process, he had already mastered the experience and techniques, akin to consolidating his skills and recultivating. The efficiency was astonishingly rapid. Successfully consumed 888 days of lifespan to elevate the ironwood armor technique from level 1 to level 2, remaining lifespan, 62. For 102 days, high-tier ironwood armor technique, level 2, effect 1, consumes spiritual power to cover the body with a layer of ironwood armor, effect 2, 20 resistance to fire and metal attributes, effect 3. The surface of the wood armor is covered with sharp thorns in one breath. He advanced to the highest level. Xu Changqing remarked earnestly. Successfully consumed 888 days of life to elevate the ironwood armor technique from level 2 to level 3. Successfully consumed 888 days of life to elevate the ironwood armor technique from level 3 to level 4. Remaining lifespan, 59, 514 days. High-level ironwood armor technique, level 4, effect 1. Ironwood armor evolves into silverwood armor, providing an additional 10 defense. Effect 2, 25 resistance to fire and metal attributes. Effect 3, the surface of the wooden armor is covered with sharp thorns. Effect 4, 10 damage reflection from the thorns. Effect 5, automatically absorbs wood spirit energy to repair damage upon activation. Impressive. Xu Changqing's eyes brightened. He immediately activated the ironwood armor technique, level 4. Instantly, a faint silver glow enveloped him, revealing intricate patterns reminiscent of tree rings. Additionally, sharp thorns resembling fine needles sprouted from its surface. With no opponents to test its defensive capabilities, Xu Changqing casually approached the poplar tree he had previously ravaged, this time embracing it like an old friend. Swoosh! A piercing sound echoed. Upon hearing the noise, Xu Changqing stepped back a few paces after releasing the tree. He observed the poplar, which bore the marks of his embrace, now marred with countless tiny puncture wounds. Although he had not tested the reflection effect, it was evident that these sharp thorns inflicted considerable damage. Pondering the situation, Xu Changqing's gaze fell upon the pearl chicken and the little yellow dog. The pearl chicken immediately curled into a ball, trembling once more. The little yellow dog, sensing danger, tucked its tail and bolted away, disappearing without a trace. Providing you with food and drink, yet when it truly matters, you cannot be relied upon. Xu Changqing rolled his eyes. Days later, a rumble resounded as thunder filled the air. Soon, a mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Xu Changqing was not at all surprised. Though summer brought high temperatures and dryness, it occasionally showered. However, these thunderstorms were fleeting, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. For spirit plants, it was a heavenly blessing, bringing only benefits without any drawbacks. Nevertheless, Xu Changqing remained cautious. After all, during the spring rains, numerous rice plant hoppers emerged from the water. Summer would surely bring pests as well. He just did not know which species to expect. Before long, the patter of raindrops began to fall. The spirit rice, four-leaf clovers, watermelons, and cabbages thrived, becoming lush and smooth. Xu Changqing stood beneath the eaves, the little yellow dog sitting to his left while the pearl chicken perched on the armrest of the chair to his right. In that moment, the harmony among humans, animals, and nature was exquisite and seamless. A few minutes later, the rain ceased, and the temperature rose once more. Xu Changqing, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely to the field's edge. Consuming spiritual energy, he quickly attuned himself to the entire spirit field. He let out a soft exclamation. The next moment, he removed his shoes and stepped barefoot into the spirit field. He soon arrived before a particularly unique spirit rice plant. It glimmered with a golden hue, its wood spirit energy remarkably dense. Most rice plants bore 3 to 5 ears, yet this one astonishingly had 9. Xu Changqing, witnessing this, quickly activated the evergreen technique. Mutated spirit rice, more seeds, more blessings. Whether due to the recent rain or some other factor, this spirit rice had indeed mutated. Its color deepened, the ears multiplied, and it even displayed an unbelievable trait. Chapter 40, Transferring the Mutated Rice, an Impressive Value. A single mutated spirit plant held significant worth. However, Xu Changqing's first thought was not to sell it, but to transfer it elsewhere, perhaps to the concealed cave beneath the stone mountain. Thus, he decisively channeled his spiritual energy, enveloping the mutated spirit rice from top to bottom, roots included. He then carefully began to excavate. Before long, the mutated spirit rice was unearthed without a trace of damage. Xu Changqing swiftly transported it to the base of the stone mountain, replanting it in the black soil. Throughout the process, his spiritual energy remained uninterrupted, fearful of any mishaps. Fortunately, everything proceeded without issue. If each of my spirit rice plants were of this mutated variety, wouldn't the yield exceed at least 5,000 pounds? Xu Changqing crouched down, scrutinizing the newly transplanted mutated spirit rice. Even as a single plant, its future potential was evident. Particularly, he was most intrigued by the more seeds. More blessings trait. Could it be that the more ears or seeds there were, the deeper the mutation? With this conjecture in mind, Xu Changqing exited the inner sanctum of the stone mountain. Just as he stepped outside, the communication talisman vibrated. Upon retrieving it from his small storage pouch, he discovered it was from xianxia. Senior brother, please come by tomorrow. What's the matter? Didn't you say you would help me harvest the colorful orchids? Oh, I completely forgot about that. You needn't come if you have other matters. No, I'm free. I will definitely come tomorrow. As the communication ended, Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this a timely opportunity? With the life force he had expended needing replenishment, he could also gather information regarding mutated spirit plants from xianxia. The next day at noon arrived swiftly. After feeding the little yellow dog and pearl chicken, Xu Changqing set off. Following the same path as before, he moved with greater speed. Upon arrival, xianxia had long been waiting in the pavilion. Senior brother, Xu Changqing greeted with a bow. xianxia opened the fence gate, waving him in. Come in. As they entered, Xu Changqing, already familiar with the surroundings, immediately directed his attention to the waiting colorful orchids. To his astonishment, their color had deepened, appearing more vibrant. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air. xianxia inquired, would you like to rest first, or shall we begin harvesting? Xu Changqing smiled. This is the spirit rice wine I brewed. Please enjoy it while guiding me through the harvest. Spirit rice wine? xianxia's eyes lit up with anticipation. Even the wine connoisseur, Pamo, adored it. So it must be extraordinary. Xu Changqing produced a pound of second-tier spirit rice wine from his small storage pouch and handed it over. Then proceeded toward the spirit field where the colorful orchids were planted. Instantly, a rich aroma of rice and wine filled the air, though he had yet to taste it. The fragrance alone indicated its exceptional quality. xianxia couldn't help but glance at Xu Changqing, who had entered his spirit field. He was astonished that someone so young could possess such remarkable brewing skills. At that moment, Xu Changqing called out from within the spirit field, Senior brother, should we begin harvesting the colorful orchids from the base? Yes, xianxia replied, taking a sip from the wine cup. Immediately, he felt as if struck by lightning. The rich wine flowed smoothly down his throat, sending warmth coursing through his body. It is known that spirit rice wine is quite common, brewed by many spiritual farmers. Yet, this quality, this taste, and this caliber of spirit rice wine, xianxia vowed that no one else in the spirit field, aside from Xu Changqing, could produce such a brew. Unbelievably, this was merely the most common and even ordinary spirit rice wine. Yet the taste and the sensation after drinking it left him utterly enchanted. Meanwhile, Xu Changqing, noticing that xianxia was enjoying the wine, refrained from interrupting. He quietly activated the evergreen technique to assess the status of the colorful orchids. Ready for harvest, no damage, abundant spiritual energy, quality today, superb in 3 days. Upon seeing this information, Xu Changqing furrowed his brow. He had initially thought xianxia would be stronger than Jiangsu, only to discover that the two were evenly matched. Xu Changqing's understanding of spiritual plants was not yet profound. He was unable to grasp the optimal timing for enhancing their quality. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any reminders. He had crafted his persona as a novice disciple, having only entered the fold a year prior. If he were to outshine others like xianxia and Jiangsu, it could easily lead to animosity. Thus, Xu Changqing bent down and diligently began harvesting. Harvested a quality Kailon plant. Lifespan, 5 days. Harvested a quality Kailon plant. Lifespan, 5 days. Harvested a quality Kailon plant. Lifespan, 5 days. This labor made time fly. An hour later, all the Kailon plants were harvested, neatly arranged along the ridge. The pile reached nearly 3 meters in height, resembling a colorful wall. Remaining lifespan, 65,079 days. The harvest of Kailon added 565 days to his lifespan, equating to approximately 15 years. Senior brother, I have finished harvesting, Xu Changqing called out when he noticed the other side remained unresponsive. xianxia emerged from his inebriated state, his gaze hazy. Oh, 1 pound of second-grade spirit rice wine. In the span of that hour, he had managed to consume half a pound. Though he had not yet lost consciousness, he was already floating in blissful intoxication, stumbling as he walked. Xu Changqing climbed atop the ridge for a better view and was taken aback. Are you drunk? xianxia chuckled. Junior brother, where did you learn your winemaking skills? Xu Changqing shrugged. It's a family tradition. Li Sankai nodded slightly. Indeed, true masters often emerge from humble origins. This seemingly ordinary spirit rice wine has achieved such remarkable quality. It is truly impressive. Xu Changqing smiled in response. If you enjoy it, I shall bring some next time. Li Sankai expressed regret. Alas, my cousin has already departed the sect for the central domain, or I would have certainly shared it with him. Noticing his senior brother was still inebriated, Xu Changqing took the opportunity to inquire, Senior brother, I've heard that spiritual plants can mutate? During his years in the spiritual fields, he had only witnessed this phenomenon twice, underscoring its rarity. What is their value? Xu Changqing asked, his curiosity piqued. Mutated spiritual plants are scarce, sought after by many. They can either be submitted to the sect for a reward of at least 1,000 points. Xu Changqing was astounded. Each mutated spiritual plant was worth at least 1,000 points or hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. How astonishing would it be if the mutated spirit rice bore the attribute of more children, more blessings? Chapter 41, The Catalyst of Mutation in Mundane Life. After bidding farewell to Li Sankai, Xu Changqing pondered the matter of mutated spiritual plants. What if there were a way to induce their mutation? Would it not equate to a continuous yield of spiritual stones? Before the rain arrived, the spiritual rice in the fields appeared largely uniform, the only difference being the number of ears of rice. When thunder rumbled, the mutation in one particular plant occurred after the thunderstorm. Was it related to the thunder? Xu Changqing speculated. But why this plant? Why not the others? The more he contemplated, the more perplexed he became, unable to discern the key elements involved. Time passed, and the season of Homegrown arrived. In the outside world, this signified that crops were ripe for harvest. However, within the sect or the entire realm of cultivation, it was merely an ordinary day. Even the most mundane spirit rice matured every 3 months, with a harvest each quarter. Upon receiving a notification from Beilinger, Xu Changqing stood patiently on the ridge. Yet he had to admit that summer was not particularly kind to its spiritual roots. The sun blazed fiercely, and the temperature soared. Under its rays, he soon became parched. Fortunately, Beilinger did not keep him waiting long. Before long, a flying paper crane appeared in the distance, slowly approaching. In such a remote area, aside from Beilinger, only Hubugue would be willing to come. Of course, there was once Linen, but he had since become untraceable. As soon as Xu Changqing saw her land, he stepped forward to greet her. Welcome, Taoist Bai. Beilinger was surprised to see a pearl chicken wandering about. You started raising chickens? Xu Changqing smiled slightly, a gift from a friend. Beilinger's eyes sparkled. Do you raise fish? Fish. Xu Changqing was taken aback. Beilingo elaborated. You know, the plump, chubby carp. Xu Changqing waved his hand dismissively. Though I have a water channel, it's too shallow. If it were tunneling loaches, eels, frogs, or crayfish, I could give it a try. But as for fish, let us hold off for now. Beilinga nodded in understanding and then said, I shall begin now. With a flick of her delicate hand, spiritual energy began to dissipate. Instantly, a substantial amount of water spiritual energy gathered above the spiritual fields. In no time, a dark, misty cloud began to form. Simultaneously, a refreshing aura spread forth. Xu Changqing, initially feeling a bit hot, suddenly experienced an overwhelming sense of coolness. Soon, the sound of rain pattering echoed around. The spiritual plants below, nourished by the spiritual rain, immediately appeared fuller. Xu Changqing felt a spark of inspiration and asked, Taoist Bai, will this minor cloud rain technique eventually turn into a thunderstorm? Beilinger shook her head. The minor cloud rain technique cannot. But the major cloud rain technique can. What is the difference? Xu Changqing continued his inquiry. Beilinger explained, the minor cloud rain technique is a low-tier spell, while the major cloud rain technique is a high-tier one. The latter requires immense spiritual energy to sustain, thus only those in the foundation establishment stage can learn it. Xu Changqing, only partially understanding, pressed on. Can it simulate thunder? Of course, Beilinger affirmed. Xu Changqing narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Perhaps he should seek out a foundation establishment disciple with knowledge of the major cloud rain technique to experiment. If it could indeed stimulate mutations in his spiritual plants, it would validate his approach. The only issue was that his supply of mid-grade spirit stones might not suffice to entice a foundation establishment disciple. His gaze fell once more on Beilinger. What are you looking at me for? Beilinger asked, puzzled. May I inquire, Taoist Bai, what is your current realm? How proficient are you in the minor cloud rain technique? Xu Changqing asked. Beilinger, slightly embarrassed, replied. Although I have reached the second tier in the minor cloud rain technique, my cultivation realm is only at the mid-stage of qi refining. Only at the mid-stage of qi refining? Xu Changqing was taken aback. He had assumed she was at least at the late stage of qi refining. Given her impressive minor cloud rain technique, he had underestimated her. Beilinger shrugged. our water spiritual roots have the advantage of more enduring spiritual energy, which is one of the primary reasons we pursue the path of talismans. Faced with this explanation, Xu Changqing found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that even if Bai Linger reached the foundation establishment stage and learned the major cloud rain technique, it would take at least a decade or two, far too long. Clearly, the most direct and effective method would be to seek a foundation establishment disciple with water spiritual roots. The two continued to converse casually as time slipped away. Since a deposit had already been made previously, Bai Linger's use of the minor cloud rain technique did not require any further payment. Once she stepped back onto her flying paper crane and departed, Xu Changqing immediately leaped into the spiritual fields. He activated the Changqing technique to sense all the spiritual rice, meticulously observing every plant. Unfortunately, none exhibited any mutations. Whether it was the spiritual rice, four-leaf clover, watermelon, or cabbage, even after the nourishment of the minor cloud rain technique, they merely appeared more hydrated and plump, with no signs of mutation akin to the mutated spirit rice. Both the minor cloud rain technique and the major cloud rain technique simulated natural rainfall, yet ultimately fell short. Xu Changqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Subsequently, he hastily made his way toward the stone mountain, familiar with navigating its inner space. Under his meticulous nurturing, the mutated spirit rice flourished remarkably, absorbing all the nutrients from the rich black soil. After careful observation, Xu Changqing contemplated, once it reaches maturity, I shall retain all the rice grains to cultivate separately and discern the differences when compared to the normal spirit rice. Satisfied with the state of affairs, he turned to leave. Upon stepping outside, the sound of the guinea fowl echoed, signaling that it had laid eggs once again. Every 3 days, punctual as clockwork, it performed this ritual. However, Xu Changqing himself hardly consumed any. He fed it all to the little yellow dog. Over the past 6 months, the dog had grown considerably, though it had entered an awkward phase, resulting in a rather scruffy appearance, particularly with its extremely unkempt fur. Every time Xu Changqing beheld the dog's monkey-like face, he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, upon reaching the spot where the guinea fowl laid its eggs, the little creature had been waiting eagerly, drooling in anticipation. Yet, due to Xu Changqing's prior admonishment, it dared not act recklessly. Barking excitedly, it urged him on. What is the hurry? It's all for you anyway, Xu Changqing shrugged. He retrieved a handful of second-grade spirit rice from his storage bag, approximately 100 grains, and placed it before the guinea fowl. After it pecked them all up, he collected the eggs from the ground and headed towards the kitchen. Soon, a delightful aroma of cooked food wafted through the house. Such days, with one person, one dog, and one fowl, repeated almost daily. Chapter 42, A Fishing Agreement, Rice Wine as Bait. The orange sun hung in the sky, radiating intense heat upon the earth. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, and though a gentle breeze occasionally swept by, it offered no relief from the sweltering heat. Summer proved to be quite unkind to the wood spirit roots. Xu Changqing languidly reclined on a wooden chair at the doorway, his expression one of utter despondency. Though he was impervious to the cold of winter, summer's heat rendered him listless. The higher the temperature rose, the more lethargic he became. It wasn't just him. Even the little yellow dog and the guinea fowl appeared quite dispirited, huddled in the dark corners, afraid to venture out. At this moment, a communication talisman in his storage bag vibrated. Xu Changqing pulled it out to find a message from Hu Buguei. What's up? Want to go fishing? Aren't you selling dung anymore? It's too hot to sell. Oh, where are we going fishing? Just tell me if you're coming or not. I'd like to. But I don't have any fishing gear. I have some here. Where shall we meet? Wait at the fork near the core area. I'll be there shortly. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xu Changqing accepted Hu Bugui's invitation. Although his fishing skills were not remarkable, he was quite curious about the types of fish they might catch. Before heading out, he prepared 2 pounds of spirit rice wine and picked a semi-ripe watermelon from the second-grade spirit field. The distance was a bit far, so he decided not to bring them along, advising them to rest comfortably at home. Xu Changqing donned a straw hat and made his way to the fork near the core management area. Under the sweltering heat, he quickened his pace. Along the way, he encountered hardly anyone. Most had retreated indoors to escape the heat. At the fork, which was the same place he had rented a flying paper crane for his trip to the Maple Valley Market, he waited patiently. Finally, he heard the sound of pounding hooves in the distance. Xu Changqing turned to see a camel galloping towards him, with Hu Buguei atop it. Waving excitedly, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Finally, I've arrived." Xu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the camel came to a halt before him and lowered its body slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Changqing swiftly climbed aboard. Once settled, Hu Buguei shouted, "Let us go." Instantly, the camel galloped forward with great speed. To be fair, it was quite fast, although the dust it kicked up was considerable. Xu Changqing had to lower his hat to avoid getting dirt on his face. At that moment, Hubugue remarked, "You're so young. Why do you spend all your time in the spirit fields? You should come out and explore every now and then." Xu Changqing shrugged in response. "I'm rather introverted." "Introverted? Do you enjoy staying indoors?" Hubugue questioned, puzzled. Xu Changqing blinked and clarified. "Having just joined the core of the spirit fields, I dare not become complacent. Fearing inadequate yields and unfulfilled tasks." Hubugue nodded in understanding. "I can relate. I felt the same when I first joined the Spirit Beast Valley." The two engaged in casual conversation as they traveled. After about half an hour, the scenery ahead began to change. To the left, a lush forest spread out, while to the right, a shimmering river flowed. Numerous fishing enthusiasts had already gathered there, silently seated at their fishing spots under the scorching sun. "There are too many people here. Let us move a little further," Hubugue suggested, not pausing. After walking a few hundred meters, they reached a bend where fewer people were visible, and those present were on the opposite bank. At this point, Hubugue slowed the camel down, eventually stopping beneath the shade of a tree. The two dismounted in succession. As Hubugue rummaged through his storage bag, he said, "If you don't want to fish, you can go for a swim. There shouldn't be anything dangerous in this river, right?" Xu Changqing recalled the formidable yellow serpent he had seen at the Yushui Pavilion. In response, Hubugue mysteriously replied, "Aside from spring water, all the streams and rivers in the spirit fields originate from the Black Lake of the Yushui Pavilion." Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying there is indeed something?" Hubugue took a few steps closer to the riverbank, selecting a fishing spot, and continued, "I heard from others that a black coffin once floated down this river, with blood seeping out from its cracks, killing all life within the water. Even the immortals were alarmed." This piqued Xu Changqing's interest further, and he leaned in closer, curious. "So, does that mean there were people here long before our daunting immortal sect?" "I suppose so," Hubugue replied, uncertain. After all, that was thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago. He was merely a formal disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley for a few years, with all his knowledge gleaned from others' accounts. "Are you still going to fish?" Hubugue, having set everything up, turned to see Xu Changqing still idle. Yes, I will." After some contemplation, Xu Changqing decided against leaving. It was a rare outing, and it was a friend's invitation. He couldn't let Hubugue down. Therefore, he found a spot nearby. The fishing hooks, lines, rods, and bait were all provided by Hubugue. Xu Changqing produced the spirit rice wine and the semi-ripe watermelon. Spirit rice wine. Hubugue's eyes lit up. He was quite fond of that. Just as he pondered how to bring it up, Xu Changqing presented it willingly. With a light chuckle, Xu Changqing remarked, "Simply fishing can be rather dull. Let us enjoy some wine while we fish." As a result, they caught no fish but consumed a significant portion of the wine instead. Meanwhile, the anglers across the river seemed to be reeling in catch after catch. After a while, Hubugue, his face flushed, said, "Something's off. Why are all the fish over there?" Although the river was not turbulent, it was not entirely calm either. Yet, the spot across the river remained eerily still, reflecting the surface like a mirror. Something felt amiss. "What is the point of fishing here?" Hubugue, feeling the effects of the wine, angrily tossed his hand, spilling the remaining half-cup of spirit rice wine. A remarkable scene unfolded. While they had caught not a single fish, as the spirit rice wine mingled with the water, almost simultaneously, both of their fishing rods began to tremble. The fishing lines tightened instantaneously. "Fish on." Xu Changqing and Hubugue exchanged astonished glances. Suddenly, two plump white carp were pulled from the water with a splash. Following this, the two seemed to break a spell, as fish began to bite one after another. What was happening? Across the river, Zhao Ziyue stood in bewilderment. He utilized the water interception technique to halt the flow of water before him, then scattered bait he had prepared in advance. However, to his surprise, since the two appeared on the opposite bank, the fish on his side had dwindled significantly. It had been 10 minutes without a single bite, while the other side continued to reel and fish without pause, having caught at least dozens of large white carp in just a short while. Chapter 43. Meeting Zhao Ziyue. An appointment at Black Dragon Pool. As he watched the increasing number of fish caught, Xu Changqing was astonished. He had not anticipated that the spirit rice wine would have such an effect. It was indeed an unexpected discovery. Although he had not encountered many fish before, this time was unprecedented, having caught nearly 100 large white carp in a brief period. Turning to the opposite bank, Xu was suddenly taken aback. The person over there seemed to have abandoned the idea of fishing. One hand held a fishing rod while the other grasped a net, slowly wading towards them. Before long, he was nearly within arm's reach. Thus, the three of them found themselves in an awkward silence, staring at one another without a word. The atmosphere became increasingly uncomfortable. After a considerable time had passed, Zhao Ziyue was the first to break the silence. Is there something I can ask you? Hu Buguwei scrutinized him with a wary expression. Zhao Ziyue offered an awkward smile. May I inquire what bait you are using? No, Hu Buguwei decisively refused. Seizing the moment of distraction, Xu Changqing discreetly stowed the spirit rice wine into a small storage pouch, leaving only a faint trace of its aroma in the air, along with a partially ripened watermelon. Sensing the two were somewhat on edge, Zhao Ziyue waved his hand. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to steal your bait. I'm merely curious. Xu Changqing replied. We are not well acquainted. Why should we share? Zhao Ziyue realized his previous question had been a bit too forward and introduced himself. I am Zhao. With the given name Ziyue, I have awakened the water spirit root and am a foundational disciple of the water control pavilion. Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing and Hu Buguwei were taken aback. Goodness, he is actually a foundational level fisherman. No wonder he can walk on water. And you two are? Zhao Ziyue blinked, curious. Hu Buguwei, somewhat confused, grinned and introduced himself. So, you are brother Zhao of the foundational stage. I am Hu Buguwei, an official disciple of the Spirit Beast Valley. And this is Xu Changqing, an official disciple of the Spirit Field. Xu Changqing furrowed his brow, wondering why Hu Buguwei had revealed such personal information. What if the other party had ill intentions? Indeed, alcohol could lead to misjudgments. It seemed he should refrain from bringing spirit rice wine on future outings. Zhao Ziyue nodded slightly. Greetings, junior brothers. If you don't mind, may I add you as a contact? Huh? Xu Changqing and Hu Buguwei were quite surprised. Zhao Ziyue shrugged with a resigned expression. I have no fish left on my side. All right, that's fine. Hu Buguwei consented without hesitation this time. Xu Changqing observed quietly, unsure of Hu Buguwei's thoughts. After all, the other was a stranger. Fortunately, he had already hidden the spirit rice wine. Zhao Ziyue then chose a spot right beside them and began to fish together. However, due to the absence of spirit rice wine as bait, the three caught only a few fish during the remainder of their time. As afternoon approached, Zhao Ziyue, holding the half-ripened watermelon, asked, Do you two know anything about Black Dragon Pool? Black Dragon Pool? Xu Changqing replied, puzzled. Yet Hu Buguwei's eyes widened in recognition. Isn't that the legendary Black Dragon Pool at the border of the Spirit Field in the Spirit Beast Valley, where a demon dragon is said to emerge? Indeed. Zhao Ziyue affirmed. Xu Changqing felt a sudden alertness. Why was he bringing this up? Zhao Ziyue glanced at the two, noting their varied reactions, and continued. Your bait is indeed remarkable, but fishing here is futile. Why not arrange a time to try our luck at the Black Dragon Pool for dragonfish? At the mention of dragonfish, Hu Buguwei seemed to awaken from his stupor, contemplating something. No rush. Take your time to consider, Zhao Ziyue said. It's getting late. I should be on my way. He tossed all his catches into his storage pouch and, before leaving, pulled out a communication talisman. He did not hand it to Xu Changqing but instead offered it to Hu Buguwei, watching him with a patient smile. Hu Buguwei, without hesitation, took it. Zhao Ziyue's expression turned satisfied. Junior brother, contact me once you decide. He then stepped into the river, walking away step by step, quickly disappearing from their view. Xu Changqing's expression darkened. I said to go to Black Dragon Pool. Hu Buguwei was momentarily stunned, then explained, there is a type of dragon fish in Black Dragon Pool, rumored to possess the faint bloodline of a demon dragon, making each one quite valuable. And then? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow skeptically. Hu Buguwei took a deep breath. Finally confessing, there is a fisherman of the Golden Core stage in the Spirit Beast Valley, and his conditions for accepting disciples are quite stringent. One of which is to catch rare fish. Thus, I wish to catch a dragonfish to see if I can become his disciple. Xu Changqing was at a loss for words upon realizing Hu Buguwei's intentions. It was true that everyone sought advancement to change their status and identity. Not just within the Dongying immortal sect, but everywhere. Hu Buguwei scanned the area, ensuring no one was nearby, and then said earnestly, I don't want to keep selling filthy stinking manure, nor do I want to beg for cooperation everywhere. As a friend, you should understand. Xu Changqing hesitated before continuing. But the spirit rice wine might not be effective. Hu Buguwei inhaled deeply. What if it works? It's worth a try. What do you plan to do? Xu Changqing's tone softened. Hu Buguwei smiled brightly. You don't need to get involved. I'll go with Zhao Ziyue. Fine. Xu Changqing took out the remaining half a pound of spirit rice wine. Hu Buguwei accepted it, saying, even if it doesn't succeed, at least I'll have met a foundational level water spirit root practitioner. That is not a loss for me. As a friend, Xu Changqing certainly hoped Hu Buguwei would catch the dragonfish and even succeed in becoming a disciple. Thus, since Hu Buguwei had already considered the consequences, Xu had no need to intervene. After all, they were not kin, nor did they share blood ties. There was no need to meddle. As night fell, Their fishing expedition proved fruitful. The small storage pouch contained dozens of large white carp. If they consumed one per day, it would last them for 2 months. Woof. The little yellow dog wagged its tail excitedly. Cluck. The pearl chicken's eyes spun wildly. Witnessing this scene, Xu Changqing felt entirely at ease. Indeed, nothing compared to home. He resolved to return to farming diligently. He immediately entered the kitchen, expertly preparing a meal. There was enough for himself, the dog, and the pearl chicken. And in the end, everyone had a piece of fragrant braised fish in their bowls. Chapter 44. A busy summer harvest for 1,000 jin of spirit rice. On this scorching day of the great heat, the sun blazed down like a dam bursting, pouring forth intense rays that wilted every flower, grass, and tree. Spirit rice, 4-leaf clover, watermelon, and cabbage all dried under the relentless sun. Only the mutated spirit rice at the base of the stone mountain showed no signs of change. It was uncertain whether it was due to its superior nature or the lack of direct sunlight. Fortunately, Xu Changqing had made an appointment with Linger earlier. On this day of great heat, she was to come and summon a spirit rain to prevent her from forgetting. He had even sent a reminder via communication talisman that morning. Now, Linger was on her way to the spirit field. With the arrival of the scorching heat, the countdown to the end of the second quarter begins, and soon the harvest will be upon us. Xu Changqing, wearing a bamboo hat, stands on the ridge of the field, observing the condition of the spiritual plants. In the past, he would not have been so diligent, even just a few days prior. Before long, a paper crane appears in the distance, carrying someone atop it. It is evident who it is. In such a remote area, only Linger would come. Taoist Xu, Linger greets with surprise. You are waiting for me in this heat? Xu Changqing shrugs. I am not merely waiting for you. This is my first experience of the scorching heat, so I dare not be negligent. I must constantly monitor the state of the spiritual plants to prevent any unforeseen incidents. She then directly casts the little cloud rain technique. However, this time, the efficiency is slightly diminished. The gathering of spiritual water vapor occurs at a slower pace than usual, especially at the edges, where the intense sunlight evaporates it almost instantly. Fortunately, after several adjustments, a faintly dark cloud of vapor is eventually formed. Soon, the sound of rain begins to patter down. The temperature around the spiritual field drops, and a long-awaited refreshing breeze fills the air. Thus, my father has ordered me to draw a few more spiritual talismans to sell for a good price. ISNT, there's still over a year left? Xu Changqing is taken aback, as he does not plan to participate in the formal disciples competition, so he cannot comprehend. Linger chuckles. Those formal disciples who have been away for some time must have accumulated a substantial amount of spiritual stones and rare items in their storage bags. Since they are participating in the competition, they will certainly seek to enhance their strength. Especially this batch transitioning from the later stages of chi refinement to the initial stages of foundation establishment, which has a greater demand for resources. Xu Changqing, not foolish, comprehends her meaning immediately. This also serves as a reminder. He happens to have over 2,000 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice on hand. And with another harvest from the spiritual field, he will have at least 2,000 more. If Linger is correct, these individuals will undoubtedly require such provisions. While he cannot compete with a colossal entity like the Farmer's Heart Society, and it is impossible to vie for the market, one can at least savor the broth if one cannot feast on the meat. Moreover, Xu Changqing possesses the ace of spiritual rice wine. Those who have tasted it have never spoken ill of it. After a while, the little cloud rain technique concludes. Linger ascends the flying paper crane and states, as agreed, I have completed the third rainfall. Should there be further needs, we must renegotiate. Indeed, Xu Changqing nods. He waves goodbye. And Linger directs the flying paper crane towards the water control pavilion. When the time comes, even without selling spiritual rice, the second-grade spiritual rice wine alone can yield a considerable amount of spiritual stones, even allowing for the exchange of various rare items. Indeed, after the spiritual rain, the spiritual plants have regained their fullness. The only regret is that not even a single mutated plant has appeared. The only distinction from before is that the yield is somewhat higher. In the days that follow, Xu Changqing brews second-grade spiritual rice wine while awaiting the harvest. As for Hu Bugui and Zhao Ziyue's journey to the Black Dragon Pond, he has cast it aside. After all, it no longer concerns him. Regardless of the outcome, Hu Bugui will bear it alone. Time swiftly passes, and finally, the day of harvest arrives. Observing the plump grains of spiritual rice in the field, Xu Changqing feels an inexplicable sense of satisfaction akin to a parent welcoming a child. Immediately, he channels the Changqing technique to sense the crops. Ready for harvest, sufficient spiritual energy, no losses, second-grade spiritual rice, exceptional quality today, yield, for 1,000 pounds, Xu Changqing inhales sharply. from the spring S 3,500 to summer S 4,000. It appears to be a mere increase of 500 pounds. In reality, this signifies that the yield of the exceptional spiritual rice has reached its limit. To increase further, mutated spiritual rice must be added, or the field expanded from 1 acre to 2. Unfortunately, Xu Changqing has not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. And even if he met the requirements, he would not disclose it. At the very least, he intends to maintain a low profile for a few years, keeping pace with the majority. In truth, the average spiritual farmer does not experience such troubles. Even upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the yield per acre typically ranges from 2 to 3,000 pounds. Few have reached the limits like Xu Changqing, who has been in the field for less than a year. Perhaps this is the bittersweet nature of life. Next, Xu Changqing takes up his daily spiritual tool, the sickle, and begins the harvest. Harvesting exceptional spiritual rice. 1 stalk, lifespan 6 days. Harvesting exceptional spiritual rice. 1 stalk, lifespan 6 days. Harvesting exceptional spiritual rice. 1 stalk. Lifespan 6 days. After a diligent effort, the spiritual rice is finally harvested. With the 4,000 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice, he now possesses a total of 6,240 pounds. However, considering he must allocate 150 pounds to Hubugue, submit 1,500 pounds, and reserve some for brewing spiritual rice wine, the actual quantity of spiritual rice in his possession amounts to 4,390 pounds. Yet, Xu Changqing does not rush to examine the attribute panel. Instead, he collects the 4-leaf clover, the large watermelon, and the large cabbage. Harvesting 4-leaf clover, 1 stalk, lifespan 5 days. Harvesting quality large cabbage, 1 head, lifespan 3 days. Harvesting quality large watermelon, 1 piece. Lifespan 3 days. As evening approaches, with the sun setting, the light dims. The oppressive heat finally ceases. Xu Changqing has also cleared the spiritual field of all spiritual plants. He then turns to the long-absent attribute panel. Xu Changqing, male, 19 years old, with spiritual root, late stage of qi refinement. Changqing technique, 5th layer. Spiritual rice wine, expert, with spirit entanglement technique, 3rd layer. Trayan armor technique, 4th layer. Remaining lifespan, 69,566 days, if memory serves. It was previously 59,480 days. After harvesting the spiritual rice, 4-leaf clover, large cabbage, and large watermelon, these together account for exactly 10,086 days. Now, the overall lifespan reaches 190 years, once again approaching 200 years. Chapter 45, the first task, the first paper crane. Faced with such an abundance of lifespan and yield, Xu Changqing, however, remains unsatisfied. Instead, he immediately heads towards Stone Mountain, intending to take another look at the mutated spiritual rice before darkness falls. Before long, he skillfully slips into the cave entrance. As he ventures deeper, the sole spiritual plant amidst the black soil comes into view. Compared to their first encounter, it appears taller and more robust. The grains atop the ears of rice are all exceedingly plump. Due to their weight, they even bend the mutated spiritual rice stalk. Occasionally, they sway up and down. Should the seeds of this mutated plant grow into mutated spiritual rice, his future yield could surpass 4,000 pounds, possibly even reaching 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. Xu Changqing crouches down, activating the Changqing technique, 5th layer. Not yet mature, sufficient spiritual energy, abundant blessings, to his astonishment. It is still not mature, despite its golden hue and the size of each seed being twice that of the exceptional spiritual rice outside. One can only imagine how incredible it will be once matured. I will continue to wait. After all, I am never short on time. Xu Changqing takes a deep breath and begins preparing a meal for the little yellow dog, the pearl chicken, and himself. Regardless of how much spiritual rice he acquires or how many years he harvests, his life remains unchanged. Time swiftly brings the day for submitting the spiritual rice. Xu Changqing rises early, donning his bamboo hat, and strides towards the core management office. However, this time, he has already contemplated purchasing a flying paper crane for transportation. Every time he walked over, it truly consumed a lot of time. By the time he arrived at the Pingdingshan Palace, it was already teeming with people. Usually, there were only a few, but now, the crowd was bustling. Xu Changqing waited in line for quite a while before it was finally his turn. Consequently, with the addition of 1,000 pounds from spring, he now had only half of this year's task remaining. That is to say, 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. Although, with the current provisions Xu Changqing possessed, he could have completed the task ahead of schedule, there was truly no need for that. As a newly initiated disciple of the Ling Tian Corps for less than a year, completing the task early would undoubtedly raise suspicions among many. Xu Changqing's thoughts were straightforward. It sufficed to be steady and inconspicuous. There was no need to stand out or attract others' attention. Previously, he had consumed 30 points to exchange for the seeds of 4-leaf clovers, cabbages, and watermelons. Thus, he had 470 points remaining. Now, after submitting 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice, he had gained 275 points, successfully breaking through to 700 points. He was now one step closer to redeeming the high-level cultivation method from the third volume, the second volume of the Immortal Sect. However, Xu Changqing spent another 20 points to exchange for seeds of sweet potatoes and chili peppers. The seeds of 4-leaf clovers, cabbages, and watermelons he had previously exchanged remained unused. After everything was settled, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he greeted Elder Hua and then walked towards the task wall. Upon reaching the wall, he indeed found numerous tasks. Compared to the last time, the quantity had increased significantly, and some appeared to have even more stringent requirements. Seeking assistance from a wood spirit root disciple to cultivate a century-old spirit plant, 60 points. Reward, 5 middle-grade spirit stones. Was this task still available? Xu Changqing was somewhat surprised. But at that moment, a task caught his attention, compelling him to examine it closely. Urgent task. Find a wood spirit root disciple to care for the ground lotus for 7 days, 10 points per day. Reward, 10 low-grade spirit stones daily, a task lasting 7 days. Every day, one could earn 10 points and 10 low-grade spirit stones with no requirements regarding cultivation realm or method level. Given Xu Changqing's currently disclosed strength, it posed no issue. Considering he had nothing to do these days, he immediately accepted this task. He could assess the situation and abandon it at any time if necessary. As soon as Xu Changqing accepted the task, he received a communication talisman. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, and it was somewhat unexpected. Before long, it began to flicker. Did you accept the task I posted? Yes. What is your name? Wood Spirit Root, Xu Changqing. What is your realm? Mid-stage Qi Refinement. I am Human, a Foundation Establishment disciple in the Earth Vein. Oh, so it's Senior Brother Hu. I reside on the 18th floor of the Earth Vein. You can use the Spirit Talisman to open the entrance. All right, Senior Brother Hu. The communication ended. Xu Changqing stored it in his small storage bag. The other party only mentioned the need for care, without explicitly stating he had to live inside. This meant he only needed to look after the ground lotus daily. With that in mind, he felt no urgency to rush over, especially since he still had to prepare meals for the little yellow dog and the pearl chicken. The daily commute between the Ling Tian and the Earth Vein required ample time. Therefore, Xu Changqing planned to purchase a flying paper crane first. After some contemplation, he took out Bai Ling Er's communication talisman and infused it with a wisp of spirit power. Xu Changqing. Yes, it's me. Are you about to reign again? No. This time I'm looking to buy a flying paper crane. I can draw talismans, but I don't make them. You've got the wrong person. Then who should I find? Where are you? I'm at the core management office of Ling Tian. Post a purchasing task, and someone will come to you soon. I see. Thank you for the guidance, Taoist Bai. Let us not chat. I've been very busy lately. Bai Ling took the initiative to end the communication. Xu Changqing wore a look of realization before posting the task. The content was simple. In urgent need of a flying paper crane, price, 20 low-grade spirit stones, as expected. Just as Bai Ling had said, the moment the task was posted, someone immediately accepted it. Soon enough, the positioning talisman began to flicker incessantly. Before long, a wood spirit root disciple appeared before Xu Changqing. Taoist friend, are you the one seeking a flying paper crane? Yes, Xu Changqing nodded. My name is Haning. Though I am a wood spirit root disciple, I am also an intermediary for a certain talisman master from the water control pavilion. Han Ing introduced himself. Upon seeing this individual, Xu Changqing had already anticipated such a scenario, so he felt no surprise and inquired, I am Xu Changqing. When can I obtain the flying paper crane? Han Ing then retrieved several paper cranes from his storage bag and said, I have 3 qualities here, inferior, ordinary, and superior. Which one do you need? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow and began to inspect them carefully. The inferior paper crane appeared poorly made, with chaotic surface patterns, likely to be rendered useless after just a few uses. The ordinary paper crane, on the other hand, had better material and patterns, at least decent in appearance. As for the superior paper crane, it not only felt good but also had clear, smooth, and orderly patterns. It was evident that these 3 flying paper cranes were crafted by 3 different talisman masters. Clearly, he would not choose the inferior one. He would select between the ordinary and the superior. Haning blinked. Have you made your choice, Taoist Xu? Xu Changqing countered. What are the prices for the ordinary and superior ones? How long can they last? Haning grinned. The ordinary one can last for about 2 years. As long as you don't use it on rainy days. The superior one can be used for 3 years, regardless of wind or rain. Xu Changqing twitched his mouth a few times and said, "That's too expensive." Han Ying shrugged helplessly. "Taoist friend Xu, you should consider the current market. All resources are rising in price. We can't sell at a loss." 66 low-grade spirit stones for the superior one? Xu Changqing frowned. Han Ying paused for a moment, then shook his head. "The lowest is 80 low-grade spirit stones. I want to sell for less." Xu Changqing's expression darkened. "Stop the nonsense. 70 low-grade spirit stones. That's my bottom line. Deal." Han Ying's demeanor instantly changed, revealing a warm smile. Xu Changqing felt a wave of regret wash over him. Thus, after a round of haggling, he acquired a flying paper crane for 70 low-grade spirit stones, leaving without even asking for the communication talisman, striding away. Han Ying watched Xu Changqing's departing figure, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. This fellow is quite the negotiator. But he could never have guessed that my purchase price was only 40 low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 46. Entering the Earth Vein for the first time. A weight of 1,000 pounds. After purchasing the flying paper crane, Xu Changqing swiftly made his way outside. However, he did not take off from Pingdingshan. Instead, he descended the steps to the foot of the mountain. There were regulations in place that prohibited anyone other than immortals or core disciples from approaching or departing in such a manner. Once he reached the bottom, Xu Changqing found an open area and took out the flying paper crane. In its initial form, it was not large, merely a small piece. Upon infusing it with a wisp of spirit power, it began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to over 2 meters long and 3 meters wide. Simultaneously, there was a sensation as if it were an extension of his own arm. It felt as though this was not a flying paper crane, but rather an appendage of his own. With just a thought, he could control it freely, without any hindrance. Xu Changqing continued to infuse spirit power while jumping onto the back of the paper crane. He maneuvered it, swaying slightly as he headed towards his own Ling Tian. Initially, he was somewhat unaccustomed, but as time passed, he grew increasingly adept. At a height of approximately 10 meters above the ground, the flying paper crane flew forward at an exceptionally stable speed. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the experience. As the speed increased, or when the wind blew by, a constant whistling filled the air. However, the thrill of the experience masked this minor flaw. Before long, Xu Changqing arrived directly above his family's spiritual field. Perhaps sensing its master's presence, a small yellow dog searched frantically, unable to see him despite being nearby, whimpering in frustration. The foolish creature elicited both laughter and tears from Xu Changqing. After a moment of playful teasing, he guided the flying paper crane to descend. Subsequently, he engaged in the mundane tasks of cooking, dining, and washing the dishes. By the time everything was completed, half an hour had passed. Xu Changqing did not rest. Instead, he commanded the flying paper crane to take flight once more. His next destination was the uncharted territory of the Earth Veins. Along the journey, his control over the flying paper crane became increasingly adept, no longer swaying from side to side. Even when faced with strong winds, it remained as steady as an old dog. As time progressed, the surrounding scenery began to shift, revealing various pits ahead. This indicated proximity to the casting peak. Yet, Xu Changqing chose not to venture deeper, but instead turned right. The interior was pitch black, obscuring visibility. Occasionally, a faint yellow mist wafted up from the depths. As he drew nearer, the spiritual energy of the earth surged rapidly in the air. Fortunately, Xu Changqing felt no discomfort. Approaching the pits, he noticed a figure stationed nearby. As soon as they saw Xu Changqing approaching on the flying paper crane, they rushed forward to intercept him. "Who goes there?" "I am Xu Changqing, a wood spiritual root. Here to fulfill a task." "Whose task?" "A senior brother in the Foundation establishment stage, named Human." "Do you possess a spirit talisman?" "I have the communication talisman from the other party." The intercepting figure was a tall, muscular man with hawk-like, piercing eyes that scrutinized Xu Changqing. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere of the spiritual field, the earth veins were considerably stricter. Xu Changqing handed over Human's communication talisman, and the man infused it with spiritual energy. After a brief exchange, not only was everything confirmed to be in order, but Xu Changqing also learned how to care for the Earth Surge Lotus from Human. Although there was no attempt to impede him, Xu Changqing was not permitted to enter alone. Instead, the man would personally guide him, and they could only walk, unable to use the flying paper crane. Confused, Xu Changqing asked, "Senior brother, why is the Earth Veins so strict?" "I am Shan Fei." The man introduced himself and continued, "Because the Earth Veins are vital." Xu Changqing nodded, feigning understanding. Noticing his confusion, Shan Fei elaborated. "The Earth Veins contain spiritual stone mines. If entry were unrestricted, anyone could excavate spiritual stones. Therefore, Disciples with earth spiritual roots not only cultivate but also bear the responsibility of guarding and mining. Suddenly enlightened, Xu Changqing understood. As they walked, Xianxia inquired, "What is your cultivation level?" Xianxia nodded slightly. Hu Man's cave is on the 18th level of the earth veins. Fortunately, you are in the mid-stage of qi refinement. Had you been in the early stage, you would have to abandon this task. Why? Xu Changqing was taken aback. Xianxia's expression turned serious. With each descending level in the earth veins, the pressure increases by 10%. If your strength is insufficient, you would not be able to withstand it. Subsequently, the two entered the dark pit. Upon reaching the interior, Xu Changqing was astonished to discover that the path downward was not straight. Instead, it spiraled downward in circles. Although it resembled a black hole from the outside, he could at least see the ground beneath his feet. Following Xianxia, he silently counted. And after what felt like 18 spirals, he could not help but ask, "Haven't we arrived yet? This pit is merely an entrance. We have yet to reach the earth veins." Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing's mouth twitched. While he found it somewhat exasperating, he had no complaints. Having undertaken this task, he could only strive to complete it. After nearly a stick of incense had passed, they finally reached the bottom of the pit. It appeared quite spacious, filled with numerous excavated passages. Many disciples with earth spiritual roots were constantly entering and exiting. Strangely, these individuals bore nothing, but seemed to struggle immensely, each step appearing heavy. Their faces glistening with sweat as if burdened by invisible weights. Notably, their skin had a yellowish hue, not the unhealthy waxen color, but a glow of vitality. Upon arriving here, Xianxia ceased to lead and pointed down a passage, saying, "You will walk in that direction. It will take about an hour to reach the 18th level of the earth veins." "An hour?" Xu Changqing's eyes widened. Xianxia shrugged. "If you were an earth spiritual root, your resistance to pressure would be greater and the time would be halved." However, although he did not finish his thought, Xu Changqing understood. Clearly, only those with earth spiritual roots were suited to enter the earth veins. He never expected his first task to be so arduous. Though he could opt to abandon it, doing so would incur a deduction of his points. Thus, he pressed onward, step by step towards the passage before him. Regardless, he would give it a try. Xianxia stood behind, wearing a bemused expression. If anyone could freely traverse the earth veins, what would be the purpose of the earth spiritual roots? Xu Changqing quietly advanced. The passage was not level but consistently sloped downward. Occasionally, he encountered one or two other disciples with earth spiritual roots, but they remained silent. Initially, Xu Changqing thought it was due to their disdain for outsiders. However, as he continued downward, he gradually perceived the underlying issue. The pressure upon him was steadily increasing. At first, it was manageable, but as he ventured deeper, it became more oppressive, as if he were carrying the weight of thousands of pounds. Breathing became laborious, leaving him too fatigued to speak. Within the earth veins, only those with earth spiritual roots could withstand the pressure. Any other spiritual roots, whether metal, wood, water, or fire, would struggle to endure. Chapter 47. Transforming the Earth Surge Lotus, but at an additional cost. Faced with this pressure, Xu Changqing did not retreat. At present, he could indeed endure it as a mid-stage qi refiner. The pressure was present but not overwhelming. As he walked, a sign appeared ahead, emblazoned with the words, "Earth Veins Level 1. A smaller line beneath read, "Each 100 meters down equals 1 level." To his surprise, despite the depth reached, they were only at level 1 of the earth veins. Contemplating this, Xu Changqing retrieved the communication talisman from his storage pouch, intending to reconnect with Hu Man. However, the signal was poor. Several attempts to establish contact failed. "Never mind, I'll talk after taking care of things." Xu Changqing stowed the talisman and continued down the passage. Every 100 meters marked another level. Before long, he reached level 10 of the earth veins, translating to a depth of 1,000 meters. This measurement did not include the descent into the deep pit, meaning the actual depth was certainly greater than 1,000 meters. The oppressive pressure had begun to cause him to sweat slightly. Fortunately, he was not merely a mid-stage qi refiner, but rather in the late stage, endowed with more spiritual energy for support. Upon reaching level 10 of the earth veins, his surroundings opened up, revealing not a dark passage but a vast underground world. Xu Changqing pressed on, arriving at a walkway along the edge of a precipice. A misstep to the left would send him plummeting into a bottomless abyss. He could only cling to the cold rock wall on his right for safety. Strangely, this underground world was not enveloped in darkness, but radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors. Xu Changqing strained to discern the distant scenery, observing rippling veins of, or resembling slumbering earth dragons. Some appeared white, others yellow, with the exposed portions stretching for hundreds of feet. Occasionally, wisps of yellow mist drifted from the corners. If one listens intently, A faint clinking sound can be heard from deep within. Is this the essence of the earth? Xu Changqing felt a profound visual impact. This was entirely different from his preconceived notion of the earth's essence. He had anticipated a series of mining tunnels, yet he was met with this unexpected scene. He continued to descend along the walkway, passing through levels labeled as Earth Essence Level 11, Earth Essence Level 15, and Earth Essence Level 18, until he finally reached his destination. However, the pressure he felt was overwhelmingly heavy. With each step, clear footprints were imprinted on the ground. Gasping for breath, Xu Changqing retrieved the communication talisman once more. Soon, its surface began to shimmer with light. Following the guidance, he approached a rock wall. At first glance, it appeared empty. Yet, as Xu Changqing drew near, it suddenly opened with a resounding boom. Instantly, a spacious interior unfolded before him. If he was not mistaken, this must be Human's dwelling. If the individual resided here daily, it implied an incessant burden of immense pressure. Any other spiritual root would be unable to endure it. One could only commend the Earth's spiritual root for its remarkable resilience. Xu Changqing scanned the area and discovered the target he needed to tend to was on the opposite side of the cavern. There lay a spring, from which not water, but the essence of the earth emerged, continuously surging and rippling. Gradually, it transformed into a yellowish lotus flower. Clearly, this was the earth surge lotus. Could it be considered a spiritual plant? Filled with curiosity, Xu Changqing sat cross-legged and released his own spiritual power. It is well known that different spiritual roots absorb varying types of spiritual energy, resulting in distinct attributes within their internal power. Xu Changqing, being of the wood's spiritual root, channeled his wood's spiritual energy, which radiated a soft azure light upon release. As he infused it into the earth surge lotus, the original yellow hue began to fade, gradually transforming into a blue lotus that emanated a dazzling spiritual glow. In that moment, Xu Changqing was astonished to discover that the aura released by the earth surge lotus had shifted from earth to wood. On one side was wood's spiritual energy, while on the other was the essence of the earth. Rather than rejecting one another, they gradually merged. Slowly, it transitioned from a gaseous state to a tangible form. Yet, no matter how much Xu Changqing infused his wood's spiritual energy thereafter, there were no further changes. It seemed he could only nurture it to this extent, reaching the current threshold. Subsequently, he gradually diminished the input of wood's spiritual energy until he completely severed the flow. It appeared to have solidified, and he believed it to be satisfactory. Xu Changqing rose from the ground, not lingering any longer, nor casting a glance at his surroundings. He made his way directly toward the entrance of the cave. The moment he emerged, the entrance sealed shut seamlessly, as if it had never been opened. Once outside, the overwhelming pressure that had enveloped him dissipated significantly, leaving him feeling utterly relieved. "Have you come out?" Shan Fei asked with a knowing smile. Xu Changqing looked down at himself, pondering, "Why have I not turned yellow?" Shan Fei shrugged. "You have not awakened the earth's spiritual root. Thus you cannot bear the essence of the earth." Xu Changqing suddenly understood that the reason the disciples with earth spiritual roots had yellowed skin was due to their internal absorption of the earth's essence. "If there is nothing else, you should head up quickly," Shan Fei urged. Xu Changqing waved his hand. "No rush." He retrieved Human's communication talisman once more, infusing it with a thread of spiritual energy. Indeed, the signal here was unaffected. "Hello? Brother Hu, this is Xu Changqing. How is everything? I have completed the care for the Earth Surge Lotus." "So soon? But what? You need to pay more." Xu Changqing was not one to suffer in silence. From the spiritual fields to the Earth Essence, each trip consumed 2 hours, totaling 4 hours. If the reward was merely 10 low-grade spirit stones for a day's work, it would be no different from toiling like a beast. Increasing the compensation is acceptable. Human was not the least surprised by this. In fact, he did not care. The Earth Surge Lotus, in its gaseous state, was not considered a spiritual plant. It only materialized upon the infusion of spiritual energies with differing attributes, transforming into various forms such as blue lotus, fire lotus, or water lotus. The price for a single plant was currently 50 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, that was not all. It was also one of the main ingredients for foundation-building pills. If processed into a pill, the price would quintuple, amounting to 250 medium-grade spirit stones. Thus, he was unperturbed by Xu Changqing's demand for more, as he stood to profit regardless. Of course, cultivating the Earth Surge Lotus was no simple feat. Forming it took 3 years, requiring daily irrigation with one's own Earth's spiritual power until it transformed into a lotus flower in its gaseous state, at which point it could undergo conversion. However, Xu Changqing's next demand left him utterly dumbfounded. 100 points per day. 1 medium-grade spirit stone as reward per day. 1 medium-grade spirit stone a day meant 7 stones in a week. For a plant that could sell for 50 medium-grade spirit stones, this was merely 1/7 of its value. Logically, this compensation was not exorbitant. Yet, Hu Man felt a tinge of discontent. How could a mere Qi refinement period spiritual farmer dare to request such a high reward? Thus, faced with Xu Changqing's audacious demand, it became a contest of endurance. Xu Changqing, noticing Hu Man's silence, remained unperturbed. After all, as long as he did not abandon the task, it remained valid. In the end, Hu Man would be left with two choices, either to compensate and terminate the cooperation or to publish a new task. Regardless of the option chosen, it would waste time and resources. Hence, it was merely a matter of who would yield first. Subsequently, Xu Changqing initially intended to leave the pit. However, upon reflection, he thought, since he was already here, why not pay a visit to Han Su? After all, there was a contract between them. He planned to deliver the 50 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice due in summer and discuss the timing for autumn soil loosening. Thus, Xu Changqing took out Han Su's communication talisman, attempting to make contact. Unfortunately, the signal was poor, and the other party could not receive it. This indicated that Han Su was within the earth essence. Seeing Xu Changqing linger, Xianfei raised an eyebrow. What are you hesitating for? Xu Changqing set down the talisman. I need to find someone. Who? Xianfei pressed for details. Xu Changqing mentioned the name, Han Su. Han Su. Xianfei had never heard of this name before. Xu Changqing provided a brief introduction. He is a formal disciple in the Qi refinement period from your side. Xianfei frowned and headed toward a registration area. Instructing a female disciple with an earth spiritual root, check if there is a formal disciple named Han Su. Shortly, the female disciple nodded. Indeed, there is. Xianfei inquired. Where is he? The female disciple glanced at her records. He has not completed his mining task today, so he remains in the earth essence. Xu Changqing stepped forward, asking, when will he come up? The female disciple shrugged. He will come up whenever he completes his task. Earth spiritual roots can withstand pressure. Sometimes, they can stay down for several hours without issue. If they do not finish the mining task, they generally do not come up. Xianfei stated firmly. Those without earth spiritual roots cannot descend into the mining tunnels. You can only wait here. Xu Changqing shook his head. Forget it. He had no desire to linger in such a dim and dreary place. Since he could not see Han Su this time, he resolved to try again next time. Let us go. I'll take you up, Xianfei called out. As night fell, a pale-faced Han Su, along with several other earth spiritual root disciples, emerged from the mining tunnel, each appearing exhausted, their eyes devoid of life. Mining was truly exhausting. Indeed, loosening the soil was far easier. However, how can we, who are in the Qi refinement stage, compete with those in the foundation establishment stage? Han Su, haven't you signed contracts with several spirit farmers? Indeed. Why not share one or two with us? Come on, although this kid cooperates with several spirit farmers, the proportion is too low. The ratio with that fellow Lin and is somewhat decent, but the outcome. Ha. The surrounding voices were somewhat grating. Han Su opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to refute. If only he had possessed a keener eye, he would not have to toil so hard every day. At that moment, a female disciple with an earth spirit root inquired, Are you Han Su? Yes, that's me. Han Su looked at her in surprise, wondering if she might have a liking for him. However, the earth spirit root disciple merely stated, Someone is looking for you. Who? Han Su was both astonished and a bit disappointed. A spirit farmer? The image of a person instantly surfaced in Han Su's mind, and he blurted out. Senior Brother Su. Indeed, summer has ended. Senior Brother Su must have finished harvesting the spirit rice. His sudden visit must be related to that 50 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. Though it is not a large amount, it is at least the most stable source. At that moment, all those who had mocked Han Su revealed envious expressions. At least he has a spirit farmer partnership. He receives some spirit rice every quarter. Even if it's little, it is better than them laboring in the dark, desolate earth veins. The next morning, as the sun rose, Xu Changqing was already busy. He planned to dry the straw and prepare a nest for the pearl chickens. With temperatures dropping day by day, free-range farming could no longer continue. Woof. While he was working, the yellow dog suddenly barked. Xu Changqing turned to the right and noticed someone approaching. Senior Brother Su. The newcomer waved. Upon hearing the voice, Xu Changqing immediately recognized who it was and exclaimed, Han Su. Soon, Han Su stood before him, his face brimming with excitement. He had hardly slept the entire night. Rushing over from the earth veins before dawn. Although 50 pounds of second-grade spirit rice did not warrant such attention, he was simply delighted. Everyone remarked that Han Su had poor judgment in people, and he himself believed it to be true. Yet, there are always instances where a blind cat stumbles upon a dead mouse. This led to those around him no longer daring to mock him. Xu Changqing wasted no time and pulled out 50 pounds of second-grade spirit rice from his small storage bag. When Hansu saw it was indeed second-grade spirit rice, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He then took out the previously signed spirit contract and tore it in front of them. Xu Changqing paused his work and went to the kitchen to slice half a watermelon for Hansu before returning to continue moving the remaining straw. Holding half a watermelon, Hansu did not eat it, but instead placed it aside and joined in the labor. "Senior brother, let me help you." Xu Changqing did not refuse. With both of them working together, their efficiency increased. Before long, the empty space on the other side of the house was piled high with straw. After a few days of drying, they would reap a bountiful harvest of dry hay. Hansu clapped his hands to remove the straw flakes and curiously asked, "Senior brother, what are you making?" Xu Changqing smiled and replied, "I plan to make a coop for the pearl chickens." Hansu pondered for a moment and asked, "Should we construct an earthen nest to shield them from the wind and rain?" Xu Changqing was taken aback for a moment and then nodded, "You're right. That is indeed necessary." Hansu promptly patted his chest. "My earth induction technique has reached the second layer, enabling me to control the density of the earth energy and alter the shape of the soil." They then confirmed the location, and Hansu began to activate the earth induction technique, second layer. At a visible speed, he created 2 earthen nests on the ground. Why 2? One was for the pearl chickens, and the other was for the yellow dog. These structures were remarkably sturdy. They would not deform even if kicked. Under normal circumstances, they would last for several years without issue. Xu Changqing deliberately placed the yellow dog and the pearl chickens inside to test it. The pearl chicken fit perfectly, with ample internal space, as it was already an adult and would not grow any larger. However, the yellow dog was a bit cramped. Thus, though it could fit now, adjustments would surely be needed in the future. This posed no difficulty for Hansu. He activated the earth induction technique once more to double the size of the doghouse. This time, it could easily accommodate not just one adult yellow dog, but even 2. Chapter 49, Green Lotus produces lotus seeds, mutated rice ripe. As the next day arrived, on the other side, Human grew increasingly anxious with each passing moment. Since the first day of infusing attribute spiritual energy, the process could not be interrupted. He initially believed Xu Changqing would relent, but to his surprise, there had been no further communication. Ultimately, Human had no choice but to compromise and revise the compensation. He was compelled to change the points 10 per day to points 100 per day, and the spiritual stones from compensation 10 low-grade spiritual stones per day to compensation 1 medium-grade spiritual stone per day. He had made up his mind. Once the collaboration ended, he would never seek help from this spirit farmer again. After receiving confirmation from the other party, Xu Changqing's first action was to go to the core management office of the spirit field to report the modifications to the task to the staff there. Once confirmed without issues, he then took flight on a paper crane towards the earth veins. With previous experience, this time he aimed for greater speed and efficiency. In less than an hour, he arrived once more at Human's cave dwelling on the 18th layer of the earth veins. Compared to yesterday, the color of the ground surge lotus had significantly faded, yet it still maintained the form of an earth attribute green lotus. Xu Changqing wasted no time and decisively sat cross-legged. The wood spiritual energy within him gradually infused into it. Instantly, the once faded ground surge lotus regained its brightness. It began to rotate silently in a clockwise direction. The speed was not rapid, completing a rotation approximately every 10 seconds. With each rotation, the lotus leaves and flowers became clearer, and it appeared to be growing larger than the day before. Days passed, and Xu Changqing continued to enter the earth veins daily to irrigate the ground surge lotus. Initially, Shan Fei would accompany him, but eventually he stopped paying attention altogether. It was not until the 7th day, the final irrigation, that Xu Changqing activated the Changqing technique. The wood attribute spiritual energy within him continuously flowed into the tangible green lotus. It rotated clockwise while releasing a faint fragrance. After 7 consecutive days of irrigation, it had completely transformed from a gaseous state into a solid form. Just as the final infusion concluded, Xu Changqing's right hand trembled. The spiritual mark born from practicing the wood spirit entwining technique automatically manifested without activation. The character would emitted a green light, resonating inexplicably with the green lotus ahead. The light flickered repeatedly. Subsequently, the spiritual energy within Xu Changqing began to deplete rapidly. In just a few breaths, he lost 1 strand. Had he not reached the late Qi refinement stage with 5 strands of spiritual energy and cultivated the Changqing technique to the 5th layer, the speed of recovery would not have been sufficient to sustain such consumption, as the strands of spiritual energy were absorbed by the green lotus. He found himself with only 1 strand remaining. Finally, the absorption ceased. Simultaneously, the lotus flower's core trembled gently, and unexpectedly, a lotus pod sprouted. With a soft plop, a green lotus seed fell out. Its shape was oval with pointed ends, and its surface bore extremely fine patterns. Despite its small size, it contained an exceptionally rich with spiritual energy. The wood spiritual mark flashed and directly absorbed the green lotus seed. What is happening? Xu Changqing was taken aback. Hu Man had never mentioned such a transformation. Was this an unexpected outcome? A thought crossed his mind. The green lotus seed stored within the spiritual mark appeared in his palm. After a moment of sensing, information emerged. Sufficient spiritual energy, premium seed, awaiting maturation. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. For the first time, he spotted the two characters inscribed on the seed, indicating that this item was extraordinary. He examined them, which had not undergone significant changes overall. After losing a lotus seed, the lotus pod transformed into gas and dissipated. Yet the flower's stamen remained, albeit slightly smaller than before. Visually, the still appeared as the same. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Changqing stored the seed back into the and turned to exit the cave. Should Hu Man not inquire, he would not voluntarily present it, as it was evidently rare and likely of considerable value. He promptly departed from the earth veins and the pit. Only upon seeing Home, the yellow dog, and the pearl chicken did he finally exhale a sigh of relief, allowing his entire being to relax. As he drew nearer, Xu Changqing suddenly caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. The closer he got, the more intense the fragrance became. It was reminiscent of spirit rice wine, though not intoxicating. A jolt of surprise coursed through Xu Changqing's mind, prompting him to hasten toward the stone mountain. Upon entering, he was astounded by the sight before him. The mutated spirit rice had grown to a height of 2 meters, seemingly drenched in gold from top to bottom, radiating a dazzling light. Each grain on the rice heads appeared plump and succulent, exuding the very fragrance that captivated him. Having devoted the past few days to caring for he had scarcely paid attention to the mutated spirit rice, only to discover that it had quietly matured at this moment. Fortunately, there was no one nearby, or else he would undoubtedly have been exposed. Immediately, he activated to assess the specifics of the situation. 0.25. The entries were abundant, indicating complete maturity, with even the quality reaching an exceptional level. In that instant, Xu Changqing's breathing grew heavy. Initially, he had thought that unexpectedly acquiring a seed was a stroke of luck, yet he was astonished to find such fortuity continuing. The long-awaited mutated spirit rice had finally reached maturity. He retrieved a sickle from his small storage bag, intending to harvest, but abruptly hesitated. His attention was drawn once more to the entry. If he interpreted it correctly, the concept of should indeed imply a distinction between mother and child. If the spirit rice on the heads were the children, then this golden mutated spirit rice must be the mother. With this thought in mind, Xu Changqing extended his sickle but refrained from harvesting the mutated spirit rice itself. Instead, he severed the heavy rice heads, meticulously counting them and discovering that the seeds from the 9 heads totaled exactly 999 grains. He then compared them to an equivalent quantity of second-grade spirit rice and found the mutated spirit rice to be larger, heavier, and more plump. Holding the second-grade spirit rice in his left hand and the mutated spirit rice in his right, he could distinctly feel the weight difference favoring the right hand. After cutting off the rice heads, the glow emanating from the mutated spirit rice diminished. Although it retained its golden hue, it was no longer blinding. Even the aroma in the air gradually dissipated. Should he taste a bit? As he felt the astonishing spiritual energy within the mutated spirit rice, Xu Changqing swallowed hard. He resisted the impulse and first watered the mutated spirit rice with spring water. Uncertain if it would mature a second time, he was in no rush to harvest, for it was better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks. Once everything was settled, he dashed toward the kitchen. Naturally, given the limited quantity of mutated spirit rice, he only took a small portion to mix with the second-grade spirit rice. Before long, a fragrant bowl of rice was presented on the table, predominantly composed of second-grade spirit rice, pure as snow and devoid of any impurities. The mutated spirit rice was distinctly visible, like golden grains scattered throughout. The rich aroma attracted even the yellow dog and pearl chicken, who lingered nearby, their eyes fixated on the fragrant spirit rice. The yellow dog drooled profusely, unable to contain itself. Wait, let me have a taste first. Xu Changqing picked up his chopsticks, taking a small morsel to savor. The second-grade spirit rice was delightful, but the mutated spirit rice surpassed it in every regard. The moment he chewed, his mouth watered profusely. The rich aroma, infused with abundant spiritual energy, was swallowed down. And instantly, Xu Changqing's previously depleted spiritual power surged back to life. Unable to stop himself, he continued eating, consuming more and more. His spiritual power steadily increased, ultimately rising from 5 strands to an astonishing 6. Chapter 50. The News of the Dragonfish, Cultivating Mutated Rice. The Mutated Spirit Rice. In terms of spiritual energy content and flavor, outperformed the second-grade spirit rice cultivated in the second-grade spiritual fields. Naturally, Xu Changqing was not selfish enough to consume it all himself. He later shared a portion with the yellow dog and pearl chicken. Both little creatures displayed expressions of pure bliss as they feasted, their bodies emanating the unique, rich fragrance of the mutated spirit rice. And even their fur became notably more lustrous. Xu Changqing lamented slightly, "What a pity there isn't more to eat." With 900 grains remaining, he could not consume any further. He planned to cultivate the mutated rice seeds into mutated spirit seedlings and replant them in the black soil, hoping they would grow and mature. If successful, it would mean a continuous supply of mutated rice in the future, significantly accelerating his cultivation progress. He could achieve the completion of qi refinement within a year and perhaps even break into the foundation establishment stage. After all, spring would usher in another wave of spiritual energy tides. In the days that followed, Xu Changqing kept a vigilant eye on the mutated spirit rice. Although harvesting the rice heads had diminished its luster, there were no other issues. After watering it several more times with spring water, Xu Changqing exited the cave. He then soared toward the core management office on a flying paper crane, aware that autumn was approaching and the third quarter planting was about to commence, though other seeds remained. The spirit seedlings needed to be reissued. Having done this before, the entire process went smoothly. Xu Changqing took the opportunity to check his points. Previously, he had earned 700 points by submitting spirit rice and another 700 by assisting Human in cultivating, totaling just over 1,400 points, equivalent to half a high-level spell. Indeed, the best way to increase points was by completing tasks. However, good tasks were as rare as finding a needle in a haystack, difficult to come by. Tasks like cultivating were even scarcer. Shortly after, Xu Changqing departed from the core management office. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. He arranged for Han Su to loosen the soil and scheduled a time for Bai Linger to come when it rained. He awaited Hu Bugui to deliver the spirit beast manure. The first two tasks went smoothly, but the third, concerning Hu Bugui, encountered an issue. Xu Changqing looked at the unfamiliar young man holding the camel and could not help but ask, "Who are you?" "I am Sun Ban." The stranger explained with a dry smile. "Hu Xixiang had some matters to attend to, so he sent me to deliver the manure from the century-old spirit beast." Xu Changqing pressed for more information. What happened to him? Sun Ban quickly replied, "Hu Xixiang was injured." Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing's thoughts drifted to Zhao Ziyue and the Black Dragon Pool. He instructed Sun Ban to unload the century-old spirit beast manure. Before departing, the young man also presented a plump, juicy watermelon as a token of gratitude. Xu Changqing then retrieved a communication talisman from his small storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy. "Who is it?" "It's me. Oh, Su Daoyu. I heard you were injured. It seems you have already met Sun Ban. Is it related to Zhao Ziyue?" "It has nothing to do with Zhao Xixiang." "What do you mean?" Subsequently, with Hu Bugui's detailed explanation, Xu Changqing finally understood what had transpired. After their last parting, Hu Bugui had quickly followed Zhao Ziyue to the Black Dragon Pool, hoping to see if the spirit rice wine could attract dragonfish. Unexpectedly, within the Black Dragon Pool, there were not only dragonfish, but also fish demons. While fishing, without warning, an attack occurred, and he was pulled into the water. Fortunately, Zhao Ziyue possessed a water spirit root and had reached the foundation building stage, successfully rescuing Hu Bugui before he could be devoured by the fish demon. The two dared not linger and immediately fled. However, Hu Bugui's arm was injured in the process, rendering him temporarily unable to venture out. Understanding the situation, Xu Changqing was enlightened. Hu Bugui quietly remarked, "Daoist Su, your spirit rice wine is indeed effective." "Oh?" Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow at this. Hu Bugui continued earnestly, "After I was dragged into the water by the fish demon, I happened to see a dragon fish lingering around the area where the spirit rice wine was spilled." Xu Changqing frowned. "Unless it bites the hook, it cannot be proven effective." However, Hu Bugui immediately countered, No, I believe the spirit rice wine is useful. But perhaps the quality of the spirit rice is insufficient, leading to inadequate attraction." Quality, Xu Changqing pondered, recalling the mutated spirit rice in his possession. Could it be that while ordinary spirit rice wine could attract dragonfish, it would not induce them to bite? If it were replaced with third-grade spirit rice wine or mutated spirit rice wine, perhaps, according to Hu Bugui, it might indeed yield a catch. Dragonfish, possessing a trace of the bloodline of a mythical dragon, command a high price, with even a single fish valued at over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Their exquisite flavor makes them highly sought after. At this moment, Hu Bugui lamented, "What a pity that this time it did not succeed. Otherwise, I could have become a core disciple and avoided participating in that damned formal disciple competition." Xu Changqing chuckled at this. He had no intention of entering the formal disciple competition, despite having the strength and qualifications. He simply lacked interest. He would rather spend his time cultivating more spirit rice. Subsequently, the two engaged in light conversation. Hu Bugui's injury required at least 10 to 15 days of recuperation. Their next meeting would likely be in winter. Xu Changqing thought that as long as Hu Bugui was safe, that was all that mattered. Hu Bugui was one of his few friends. If something were to happen to him, even death, the absence of spirit beast droppings would be a minor issue. The real concern was the loss of companionship for drinking and chatting in the future. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the rainy day that Bai Linger had promised. Before long, she arrived as expected, seemingly in good spirits, with a smile gracing her face. Xu Changqing could not help but inquire, "What brings you such joy?" "The eastern region?" Xu Changqing quickly recalled, "The Tianyuan dynasty." Bai Linger nodded, then retrieved an object from her pink fragrance pouch. "This is the most popular dessert in the Tianyuan dynasty right now. Peach blossom puff. You should try it." Xu Changqing accepted it, examining the small box containing a piece of flaky pastry. It was a soft pink color and shaped somewhat like a peach blossom, exuding a faint peach blossom aroma. He took a bite, savoring the crisp texture and slightly sweet flavor, though it was not particularly extraordinary. Before long, the little cloud rain technique began to operate, gathering a slightly dark mist above the spirit field. It resembled neither fog nor cloud. Soon, the sound of raindrops pattering down could be heard. Seeing this, Xu Changqing hurriedly tucked away the remaining piece of peach blossom puff and retrieved a few buckets from his small storage pouch. Bai Linger, noticing this, asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Xu Changqing replied with an awkward smile, "I'm collecting some spirit water." Bai Linger understood and cautioned, "Be careful. The spiritual energy will dissipate in a few days." "Understood," Xu Changqing noted. In no time, he filled several buckets. After Bai Linger left, he made his way to Stone Mountain, not for the purpose of irrigating the mutated spirit rice, but rather for seedling cultivation. There were 3 steps involved: soaking the seeds, germinating them in a warm, humid environment, and finally planting the sprouted seeds in nutrient-rich soil. Over the course of 3 to 7 days, the mutated rice seeds might sprout into mutated rice seedlings. As the new year approached, after being soaked in spiritual rain, the mutated rice seeds continuously absorbed water and swelled. 7 days later, indeed fresh, tender shoots emerged. As this was an experiment, Xu Changqing only took out 100 seeds, and the success rate was high, with 95 sprouting. The other 5, while swollen, showed no signs of change. He then planted all 95 sprouted seeds into the black soil. Not in the outer second-grade spirit field, but in the area below Stone Mountain, surrounding the mutated spirit rice like stars encircling the moon. Next came the long wait. Days turned into weeks. Autumn faded into winter, and soon it was time for the third quarter harvest. Xu Changqing stood on the ridge, gazing at the golden spirit rice before him. Ready for harvest, abundant spiritual energy, no losses, second-grade spirit rice, exceptional quality, yield, for 1,000 pounds since summer. The yield had not changed much, even with the spirit beast droppings having been replaced with 500-year-old ones and the little cloud rain technique having been used over 5 times. It had little effect. This was the current limit of the second-grade spirit field. Without hesitation, Xu Changqing picked up the sickle and began to harvest. Harvested exceptional spirit rice, 1 stalk, lifespan 6 days. Harvested high-quality sweet potato, 1 stalk, lifespan 3 days. Harvested high-quality chili, 1 stalk, lifespan 3 days. After a great deal of hard work, the second-grade spirit field was fully harvested. After deducting Hu Bugui's 150 pounds, Hansu's 50 pounds, Li Lingbai's 800 pounds, and the 1,500 pounds submitted, Xu Changqing was left with 3,500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. This harvest yielded a total of 10,345 days of lifespan, bringing his total lifespan to 79,881 days, which equates to 218 years. He successfully broke the previous record of 200 years and set a new high. Xu Changqing washed a sweet potato covered in black soil clean with water, then took a bite, his eyes lighting up. So sweet. The flesh was crisp and juicy, a testament to its quality. He then walked briskly towards Stone Mountain. As he approached, he caught a faint fragrance in the air. This was the unique scent of mutated spirit rice, easily recognizable. Xu Changqing entered the cave and soon stood before the mutated spirit rice. Compared to summer, it had grown taller, now reaching around 2.5 meters, its surface glimmering with a golden sheen. Xu Changqing promptly activated the Changqing technique to inspect further. Mutated mother rice, abundant offspring, nurtured by spiritual energy, domain, Wenzhong. The old entries had vanished, replaced by new ones. Xu Changqing understood the significance of domain, Wenzhong. After elevating the Changqing technique to the 5th level, he acquired a similar ability, allowing him to sense the condition of all spiritual plants within a Tianyuan radius in great detail. Shifting his gaze, Xu Changqing noticed the offspring of the mutated mother rice beside it, 95 stalks in total. Each stalk bore 6 ears of rice, resembling miniature versions of the mutated mother rice, differing only in the number of ears and their size. Mutated offspring rice, no damage, abundant spiritual energy, already matured, yield, 40 pounds. There was no distinction in quality. Offspring rice was simply offspring rice and could not continue to grow or replace the mother rice. Xu Changqing, after some contemplation, picked up the sickle once more. Harvesting a mutant rice plant, lifespan 10 days. Harvesting a mutant rice plant, lifespan 10 days. Harvesting a mutant rice plant, lifespan 10 days in total. A lifespan of 950 days has been harvested. Adding the previous 79,881 days, the remaining lifespan reaches 80,831 days, equivalent to 221 years. Clearly, the mutant rice is superior to the second-grade spiritual rice. Thus, the harvested lifespan exceeds by 4 days. If it could be cultivated on a larger scale, the results would be unimaginable. However, at present, this idea remains unfeasible. Should it be planted outdoors, it would be easily discovered. The space beneath the stone mountain is also insufficient. Currently, the quantity harvested each time is around 100 plants. Time swiftly passes, and 3 months have gone by. Xu Changqing harvests once more. The external second-grade spiritual fields still yield spiritual rice, sweet potatoes, and chili peppers. Beneath the stone mountain, there remain 100 mutant rice plants. The yield of second-grade spiritual rice is 4,000 gene. The mutant spiritual rice yields 40 gene. After deducting the 1,000 gene submitted, 800 gene is allocated to Li Lingbai, 150 gene to Hubugue, and 50 gene to Hansu. Coupled with daily consumption and brewing, he now possesses 5,000 gene of second-grade spiritual rice. Having consumed 10 gene of mutant spiritual rice earlier, it now amounts to 70 gene. The remaining lifespan has increased from 80,741 days to 92,072 days, equivalent to 252 years. Merely a quarter has passed, and Xu Changqing has added another 30 years to his lifespan. It is noteworthy that a normal wood spirit root, during the qi refinement stage, typically has a lifespan of merely 120 to 150 years. Although Xu Changqing is also in the qi refinement stage, his lifespan has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Time is a scarce resource for cultivators. Sometimes, a single retreat can consume decades. The higher the realm, the more time expended. Many are driven to elevate their realms out of fear of death. A minor realm can extend one's life by decades, while transcending a major realm can add centuries or even millennia to one's lifespan. Yet, no matter how prolonged one's life may become, even achieving immortality does not guarantee eternal life. Death continues to loom ever closer, instilling fear in countless cultivators and immortals alike. Xu Changqing, however, is untroubled by such concerns. As long as he diligently farms, even with modest talent, the day will come when he can ascend to immortality and become an ancestor. Dao Su, on this day, Hubugue arrives at the spiritual fields. Xu Changqing, who is roasting sweet potatoes, rises from his chair upon seeing him. Let us go. The two had agreed 2 days prior to visit the Hongfeng Valley Market together to sell their goods. The brewed second-grade spiritual rice wine has now reached 500 gene, along with several hundred gene of various vegetables such as sweet potatoes, cabbage, and chili peppers. While it can be stored in storage bags, the quantity is too vast. The small storage bags are completely inadequate. It is essential to head to the Nongxin Society to sell them. Come on, Hubugue says, patting the spiritual beast camel beneath him. Xu Changqing chuckles in response, then pulls out a flying paper crane from his small storage bag. As he infuses it with spiritual energy, it instantly expands several times in size. Hubugue, taken aback, exclaims, "When did you acquire this?" Xu Changqing shrugs, "Half a year ago." Wow. Hubugue places the spiritual beast camel into its enclosure, then jumps onto the back of the flying paper crane. After a moment of observation, he exclaims in surprise, "It's actually high-grade merchandise." Xu Changqing maneuvers the flying paper crane upward and inquires, "I've heard that this year's Hongfeng Valley Market will be even more bustling than last year?" The more people there are, the stiffer the competition. The ranking becomes harder to achieve, causing him both frustration and helplessness. Xu Changqing blinks, "I'm not particularly concerned about that. I just want to find an array master to help set up an insect-repelling formation." Hubugue's eyes widen. Everything is increasing in price now. The cost for any formation is at least 15 medium-grade spirit stones. Are you really that wealthy? It's manageable, Xu Changqing shrugs. I have just 5,000 gene of second-grade spiritual rice, 70 gene of mutant spiritual rice, and 500 gene of second-grade spiritual rice wine. That is all. Chapter 52, Spiritual Wine in High Demand. Encountering an array master. Guiding the flying paper crane, the two gradually approached the Hongfeng Valley Market. This marks Xu Changqing's second visit. Compared to the first, the influx of people is indeed greater. From time to time, one can see flying shuttles, boats, and ships. However, the most common sight remains the flying paper cranes, as they are affordable, not overly slow, and boast excellent cost performance. Upon landing, Hu Bugui asks, should we find a stall first? Xu Changqing secures the flying paper crane and gestures toward the Nongxin Society building nearby. Let us sell some of my stored spiritual rice and quality vegetables first, and exchange them for some spirit stones. Thus, the two head toward the trading point of the Nongxin Society. As they draw nearer, they observe numerous cultivators. Various spiritual routes coming and going, amidst a sea of bustling heads. After all, with only a year remaining until the official disciples competition, everyone is eager to seize this opportunity to make a breakthrough. Even if they cannot shine brightly, they can at least enhance their rankings. Xu Changqing and Hu Bugui quickly enter the first floor of the Nongxin Society. They simultaneously glance at the current market ratios. The price of second-grade spiritual rice remains stable, inferior at 117, quality at 116, and superb at 115. There are occasional fluctuations, but the changes are minor. From the previous ratio of 1:6 or 1:7, it has now reached 1:8. This ratio is acceptable to many. It is neither high nor low. Consequently, the majority of buyers are seeking one-grade spiritual rice. Hu Bugui gleefully remarks, it's definitely due to the impact of the scattered cultivator market that even a colossal entity like the Nongxin Society has had to compromise. Xu Changqing remains non-committal, perhaps. He then locates a less crowded window to queue. Before long, they complete their exchange. The 500 gene of second-grade spiritual rice yields superb spiritual rice, netting 3 medium-grade spirit stones and 33 low-grade spirit stones. The several hundred gene of quality vegetables collectively fetch just about 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Unfortunately, the market is currently saturated with high-quality vegetables, as many spiritual farmers cultivate them, leading to particularly stable prices. Fortunately, with prior accumulations, Xu Changqing now possesses over 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Hiring an array master to install a formation is absolutely within his means. Furthermore, there are still 500 gene of second-grade spiritual rice wine unsold. After wrapping things up, the two promptly exit the trading point. Xu Changqing has only visited twice, and a year has passed since the last time. In contrast, Hu Bugui, having visited frequently, is much more familiar with the area. As they walk toward the busier streets, they converse. Stalls are divided into free and paid categories. What is the difference? Free stalls can only be placed on less trafficked streets. I see, paid stalls can be situated on busier streets. Exactly, so just follow my lead. We can rent a larger one. Under Hu Bugui's guidance, they quickly find the manager in charge of stall rentals. The busier the street, the higher the stall fee. The minimum begins at 10 low-grade spirit stones, while the maximum can reach up to 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Shortly, Hu Bugui locates a suitable stall for 2 people. The rental fee is 30 low-grade spirit stones. While it might be somewhat steep for one person, it is manageable when shared. Moreover, this stall is positioned on a street with significant foot traffic, conveniently located near an intersection. People come and go in a continuous stream. Xu Changqing only needs a table to sell the spiritual rice wine, while Hu Bugui requires a bit more space for his spiritual beasts. Xu Changqing takes up a prepared paper and pen, inscribing the price for the spiritual rice wine. 1 gene for 20 low-grade spirit stones, no haggling. This price is somewhat high. The standard Lingmi wine typically requires 1 low-grade spirit stone for every pound. Some inferior varieties can be sold for 2, 3, or even 5 pounds. Yet, Xu Changqing possesses a remarkable confidence that they will sell. After all, this is not merely second-grade Lingmi wine, but rather an expert-level second-grade brew. 1 pound for 20 low-grade spirit stones? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, it's not as if we have never tasted it. Who would sell at such an exorbitant price? This must be his first venture into sales. He is too inexperienced. Passers-by glance at the price and are promptly dissuaded. Some even express their anger, deeming such pricing impolite. In response, Xu Changqing remains silent, merely producing a sign that reads, "Free sample, 1 cup." As he pours a small cup, a rich aroma of the wine swiftly permeates the air. Initially disdainful, angry, and scornful onlookers suddenly find themselves captivated. Many begin to sniff the air, inching closer to the stall. Among them, a burly man can no longer restrain himself and asks, "Friend, What grade of Lingmi is this wine brewed from? Second grade. Xu Changqing replies, raising 2 fingers. The crowd gasps in surprise. They have all tasted second-grade Lingmi wine before, yet none has ever encountered such a fragrance. Eventually, the stout man can no longer hold back his curiosity and inquires, "Can I really sample a cup?" Xu Changqing nods, of course. Without hesitation, the man seizes the cup and brings it to his lips, pausing to inhale the intoxicating aroma. Gradually, he becomes entranced. After a considerable moment, he carefully takes a sip. The instant the flavors touch his palate, his eyes widen in astonishment. As the warmth flows through him, he feels a wave of comfort wash over him, involuntarily letting out a groan of delight. Xu Changqing observes this reaction with a smile and asks, "How is it?" "I'll take 10 pounds. No, 20 pounds. The burly man exclaims, immediately reaching for his money. The surrounding crowd is left dumbfounded. Could he be a plant? Some wonder. Yet, the stout man disregards the skeptical gazes and flashes a flattering smile at Xu Changqing, then asks, "Could you give me your contact symbol?" Xu Changqing shakes his head. "I'm afraid I dislike being disturbed. After all, he harbors numerous secrets. If he were to attract constant customers for wine, it would be all too easy to be discovered. It's a pity," the stout man thinks, as he turns to leave. Is it truly that delicious? The onlookers begin to sample. Each person who tries it mirrors the stout man's reaction. They reach for their coins. Some buy 5 pounds, others 10. In no time, he sells 100 pounds of second-grade Lingmi wine. To put this into perspective, at 20 low-grade spirit stones per pound, 100 pounds equates to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, or 20 medium-grade spirit stones. The bystander Hu Bugue watches in awe, unable to suppress a gasp. His own stall has yet to open, and here Xu Changqing has already earned 20 medium-grade spirit stones. The disparity between individuals is staggering. Yet, this is merely the beginning. As more people purchase, a herd mentality begins to emerge, not only increasing sales, but also spreading the word. Xu Changqing transitions from an unremarkable spirit farmer to a moderately well-known winemaker. Fortunately, he had the foresight to withhold 500 pounds of second-grade Lingmi wine. Otherwise, he would have faced one of 2 outcomes, a chaotic rush or unwanted attention. As it stands, the situation remains manageable. After selling 200 pounds of second-grade Lingmi wine, he has amassed 40 medium-grade spirit stones, sufficient for both his daily needs and to consult an array master. Consequently, Xu Changqing decides to pack up. At that moment, a figure pushes through the crowd. Wearing a sun hat, her figure is alluring. Evidently, she is a female cultivator, dressed not in formal disciple attire. Her origins and spiritual roots remain concealed. Han-Xian, catching the lingering scent of the wine in the air, raises her head and asks, "Is there any left?" Xu Changqing, struck by the familiarity of her face, responds, "How much do you want?" Han-Xian licks her lips and replies, "I'll take all you have." Xu Changqing produces 5 pounds and hands it over, stating, "This is all that remains." Han-Xian casually tosses 1 medium-grade spirit stone, generously declaring, "No need for change." Then, to Xu Changqing's and the surrounding crowd's astonishment, she proceeds to gulp it down, taking 10 seconds before stopping to let out a satisfied belch. Hu Bugue exclaims, "Wow, she is quite the wine connoisseur." Xu Changqing also finds himself taken aback, not anticipating her enthusiasm for wine. After a moment of surprise, he nods in agreement. Han-Xian then inquires, "Do you know Li Lingbai?" Xu Changqing remains silent, merely nodding. Han-Xian's eyes widen as she realizes, "I thought the flavor of this wine was similar to what Payamo gave me. It turns out it was brewed by you." At that moment, Xu Changqing recalls who she is and realizes, "I remember now. You were also at senior brother Li Lingbai's birthday banquet. You are the array master." During the banquet, only 5 individuals remained afterwards. Himself, Li Xianxia, Payamo, Li Lingbai, and the 5th person, the very woman before him. A female array master awakened with Earth's spiritual roots. Chapter 53. Each with their own changes, toasting among friends. Indeed, Han-Xian beams, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I initially thought you were merely a follower of Li Xianxia, yet your winemaking skills are extraordinary." Xu Changqing feels slightly embarrassed. Han-Xian, seemingly oblivious to the potential sting in her words, continues unabashedly, "Ever since Payamo accompanied Li Lingbai to the central domain, I have longed for this wine." Xu Changqing's interest peaks. "Could I ask you to set up an array for me?" Given that she was chosen by Li Lingbai, it indicates she possesses a certain talent for arrays. "What is your price?" Xu Changqing inquires with curiosity. After a moment's thought, Han-Xian replies, "Forget the spirit stones. I've got plenty in my storage bag. Just pay me in Lingmi wine afterwards." Upon hearing that she doesn't require spirit stones, Xu Changqing's eyes light up. "How many pounds do you need?" Han Xian ponders and responds, since we're allies, I'll give you a friendly discount, 100 pounds of Lingmi wine for a low-level array setup. Xu Changqing considers this and agrees. 100 pounds of second-grade Lingmi wine translates to 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Although it might be a slight loss, it's worthwhile to establish a connection with an array master. The two exchange contact symbols, and Xu Changqing begins to close his stall, assisting Hu Buguwei in selling spirit beasts. Perhaps due to Xu Changqing's earlier success with the Lingmi wine, numerous inquiries arise regarding prices, and some spirit beasts are sold. By the end of the day, he has made a considerable profit, significantly surpassing previous years. With daylight still remaining, he decides to wander the market of Hongfeng Valley, curious about the new offerings. As he strolls, he finds few new items but purchases a variety of food, either trendy pastries from the outside world or delicacies imbued with spiritual energy. Although everyone is a cultivator, typically consuming Lingmi and drinking spring water, one cannot deny the unique flavors of worldly cuisine, especially those evoking familiar yet increasingly distant memories of mundane life. Suddenly, three familiar faces approach: Zhao Ziao, Zhao Ying, and Zhang Er. Upon their sighting of Xu Changqing, a collective astonishment ensued. Zhang Er remained indifferent, as his relationship with the others was already strained. However, Zhao Ziao and Zhao Ying exhibited expressions of profound complexity. Particularly, Zhao Ziao, after a moment of inner turmoil, turned to Zhang Er and in a subdued tone inquired, "Brother Zhang, could you lend me 10 pounds of second-grade spirit rice?" "What?" Zhang Er looked at him in surprise. Zhao Ziao gestured towards Xu Changqing and explained, "I owe him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Er narrowed his eyes and, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. "That's acceptable, but it will be deducted from your resources." Zhao Ziyu was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of unwillingness. Having previously faced difficulties that forced him to ally with Zhang Er, he lamented that although the spirit field belonged to him, he still had to share the yield with Zhang. Thus, he found himself in a predicament not much different from that of Zhao Ying, a mere tenant farmer. His resources were already scarce, hindering his cultivation, and now a portion would be further deducted. Yet, there was little choice. After all, he was confronted by his creditor. Having owed this debt for nearly a year, he felt a twinge of guilt. Zhang Er, displaying impatience, asked, "So, what's the decision?" "Fine," Zhao Ziao said, taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth. Subsequently, Zhang Er retrieved 10 pounds of second-grade spirit rice from his storage bag, but instead of handing it over, he disdainfully tossed it onto the ground. Zhao Ziao's face darkened at this sight, a surge of anger boiling within him. At that moment, Zhao Ying discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Ultimately, with his body trembling, Zhao Ziao bent down, akin to a beggar, to pick up the 10 pounds of spirit rice from the ground. Approaching Xu Changqing, he remained silent. Xu Changqing observed the scene, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Ziao, Yao Ying, and Zhang Er. He never anticipated that these three, particularly two of them, would converge in such a manner. Unlike Zhao Ying, Zhao Ziao possessed a natural talent for cultivation. He had successfully transitioned to a formal disciple after just 2 assessments on the outskirts. Logically, he should have had a promising future. Yet, circumstances had drastically changed. The 4 who had once advanced together were now scattered. Linen had been apprehended for a breach of contract, leaving his fate uncertain. Zhao Ziao and Zhao Ying had both aligned themselves with Zhang Er, becoming tenant farmers. Zhang Er smirked. "Long time no see, junior brother Xu. You seem to be living increasingly carefree." Xu Changqing gazed at him with indifference and casually replied, "How have you been, brother Zhang?" Zhang Er glanced at the visibly frustrated Zhao Ziao before cryptically stating, "Quite well, especially if you were to join us." Aside from Hu Buguwei, the rest comprehended the underlying implications, as Xu Changqing, Zhao Ziao, and Zhao Ying had all advanced together. Xu Changqing shrugged. "I appreciate Brother Zhang's consideration, but I am currently following Brother Li Sankai and am temporarily unavailable." Upon hearing this, Zhang Er raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, locking eyes with Xu Changqing, both reflecting each other's image. He then sneered, "I knew it was Li Sankai who assisted you initially, but alas, compared to my cousin Zhang Su, he falls short." Xu Changqing smiled slightly. "Ah, Brother Zhang Su, I encountered him at Li Lingbai's birthday banquet, but he left too swiftly for us to catch up." At this remark, Zhang Er's pupils constricted, and after a moment of uncertainty, he turned away, barking at Zhao Ziao and Zhao Ying. "What are you dawdling for? Move." Watching them hastily depart, Xu Changqing revealed a sardonic smile. Zhang Er had intended to irritate him by mentioning his cousin Zhang Su, yet instead, he found himself startled. It was evident that Li Sankai held a lesser position in the spirit field compared to Zhang Su. However, he possessed an advantage that many lacked, his cousin, Li Lingbai. This prodigy with 3 spirit roots was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage, and even more daunting was the formidable master behind him. A true monarch of the nascent soul that the entire Zhang family dared not provoke. Hu Bugui, wearing an annoyed expression, questioned, "Who is this fool?" Xu Changqing shook his head, "Just an acquaintance." Hu Bugui scoffed, "That guy talks too provocatively." They soon exited the Hongfeng Valley Market. As they approached the entrance to the Spirit Beast Valley, Hu Bugui summoned his Spirit Beast camel and cheerfully remarked, "See you next year, Su Daoyu." "Indeed. See you next year," Xu Changqing replied with a respectful gesture. Before long, Hu Bugui dashed away. Xu Changqing, alone, took to the skies on his flying paper crane. Woof woof. The yellow dog excitedly rubbed against his feet. The pearl chicken remained perched on the armrest of a chair, seemingly regal, yet its beady black eyes darted about. Lost in thought, Xu Changqing crouched down, petting the dog's head with a smile. "A friend has named you, so from now on, you shall be called Wang Wang." "What woof?" Wang Wang grinned widely. Xu Changqing stood up, making his way to the kitchen while chattering away. So many things happened today at the Hongfeng Valley Market. He paid no mind to whether Wang Wang and the pearl chicken could comprehend him, indulging in his own musings. After all, there was no other soul to share his thoughts with. This year marked his first as a formal disciple. Last year, he had only spirit rice and Wang Wang for company. However, this year, not only had he acquired a pearl chicken, but the meal was also particularly sumptuous: roasted sweet potatoes, stir-fried cabbage with chili, scrambled eggs with chili, half a watermelon, and various desserts. Whether self-prepared or purchased from the Hongfeng Valley Market, it filled the table to overflowing. Soon, the trio, a man, a dog, and a chicken, sat at the table, facing a steaming array of delicacies. Xu Changqing personally filled bowls with water for Wang Wang and the pearl chicken, then poured himself a cup of spirit rice wine, raising it in a toast. "Wang Wang, you've grown another year older. From now on, mind the house and refrain from wandering about. Pearl chicken, do not fret. If I wanted to eat you, I would have acted by now. As for me, I have worked hard this year, but I must remain humble and strive for even greater achievements next year. Cheers." Chapter 54, Chronicles of the Spirit Field, the low-level golden killing array. On the first day of the new year, with a creak, the brown wooden door was pulled open from within. Instantly, a cold, biting wind, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes, surged into the room. The floor swiftly became coated with a layer of frost visible to the naked eye, causing the temperature inside to plummet. Wang Wang, still in the throes of slumber, and the pearl chicken were abruptly awakened by the chill. The dog and chicken huddled together, seeking warmth. Xu Changqing peered outside, greeted by an expanse of white devoid of color. Everything in the world seemed frozen, and the biting wind howled. The heavy snow fell steadily. This year's snowfall arrived later than last year, Xu Changqing mused. Fortunately, he remained unaffected. The wood spirit root endured the summer's sweltering heat far worse. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the later stages of qi refining. At this rate, on the day of the spirit energy tide, he might very well break through to the foundation establishment stage. Creak. Xu Changqing closed the brown wooden door once more. The clamor from outside ceased abruptly, as if the wind and snow had been denied entry. Glancing at the two small creatures still shivering, Xu Changqing fetched a portable heater from the corner. Although he had no use for it, they desperately needed its warmth. Naturally, he decided to roast a few sweet potatoes as well. A small amount of dry grass and scraps were tossed into the heater, and using a flint, he struck sparks that ignited the kindling. Soon, the orange flames voraciously consumed the dry grass and scraps. The fire grew larger, and the temperature within the room steadily increased, diminishing the invasive cold. In the blink of an eye, Wang Wang and the pearl chicken, who had been snuggling just moments ago, separated with disdain. Their friendship, it seemed, was quite fleeting. Xu Changqing shook his head at their antics before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He planned to venture out to pay New Year's greetings afterward. Han Su and Hu Bugui are rather distant figures. Beilingao has not reached such a level. The Luo siblings have not been in contact for several months. Now, the only person left to pay New Year's greetings to is Li Sankai. Half an hour later, after finishing his breakfast, Xu Changqing opened the door once more. The sky remained shrouded in gray. Heavy snow continued to fall, layering everything beneath it, burying all that had come before. Xu Changqing took out a flying paper crane and ascended into the air. While in flight, he suddenly donned a conical hat, as the snow was getting into his eyes. Though the flying paper crane was extremely cost-effective, it offered no protection against wind or rain. Fortunately, it was still swifter than walking. Soon, he arrived near Li Sansai's spiritual field. Standing at the fence gate, he called out, "Senior brother, who is it?" Li Sankai, surprised by an early morning visitor, inquired. "It's me," Xu Changqing replied with a broad smile. Seeing his friend braving the snow, Li Sankai quickened his pace. his expression a mix of curiosity and concern. "What brings you here so early?" As the fence gate swung open, Xu Changqing handed him a prepared bottle of second-grade spiritual rice wine and explained, "I've come to pay my New Year's visit." Xianxia was taken aback. Normally, one would expect a cultivation family to be united and harmonious. However, ever since his cousin Li Lingbai's lineage had risen to prominence, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically, filled with deceit and treachery. The warmth of home had vanished, leaving only a hollow feeling among family members who cared little for one another, only knowing how to take. Sensing the emptiness in Li Sanxi's heart, Xu Changqing promptly declared, "From now on, I will come here every year to pay my New Year's visit." "That sounds wonderful," Li Sanxi smiled appreciatively, touched by the sentiment. They then entered the house. "Take a seat, junior brother. I will prepare something to eat," Li Sanxi said as he walked towards the kitchen. Xu Changqing sat on a cold, hard chair, his curious gaze wandering around the simple interior. The room contained only the most basic of furniture, a table and some chairs, indicating that Li Sanxi had little interest in material possessions. In stark contrast, Jiangsu was immersed in luxury, surrounded by an array of antiques and artworks, creating a dazzling display. The two were polar opposites. Before long, Li Sanxi returned with some food. Xu Changqing glanced at it, his lips twitching several times. Rather than a meal, it resembled a mere snack to accompany the wine. It seemed that the bottle of second-grade spiritual rice wine would not last through the day. "Why aren't you eating?" Li Sanxi asked, puzzled. Xu Changqing chuckled awkwardly. "In my hometown, we receive red envelopes for the new year." Li Sanxi was taken aback, then laughed helplessly. "How much do you want?" Xu Changqing rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Senior brother, you decide. A low-grade spiritual stone is not too little, and a mid-grade spiritual stone is not too much." Li Sanxi nodded, then retrieved a mid-grade spiritual stone from his storage bag. Xu Changqing's eyes lit up in surprise at his generosity. "Huh." Xu Changqing looked at him incredulously. Li Sanxi, with a serious expression, said, "I suddenly feel that something other than spiritual stones would be more beneficial for you." Curious, Xu Changqing asked, "What is it?" Li Sanxi produced a book, handing it over while explaining. "This book is titled Chronicles of Spiritual Fields, which details various spirit plants and unexpected situations. Since you have only been part of the core of spiritual fields for a year, you might not be familiar with many matters." Xu Changqing eagerly took the book, his excitement palpable. "Thank you, senior brother. This is precisely what I need. Otherwise, I would constantly trouble others." A glimmer of cunning flashed in Li Sanxi's eyes. It was common knowledge that a mid-grade spiritual stone equaled 100 low-grade spiritual stones, while this Chronicles of Spiritual Fields was priced at 10 low-grade spiritual stones outside. Xu Changqing excitedly flipped through the pages, quickly finding useful information. How to prevent spring pests. Answer: turn the soil during the cold winter months. Why? Because the insect eggs will freeze to death. By noon, Xu Changqing had to take his leave, not because he had overstayed his welcome, but because the array master Han Xian had notified him that the formation was to be installed today. Approximately half an hour later, Han Xian indeed arrived. One must admit that array masters were wealthy. While others used flying paper cranes or spiritual beasts, she commanded a sleek black flying shuttle. Xu Changqing could not help but ask, "In this heavy snow, are you sure you want to install the array?" Han Xian stowed away the flying shuttle and smiled brightly. "Isn't this for the benefit of my own people? Are you certain?" Xu Changqing regarded her with skepticism. Han Xian's smile faded, and she rolled her eyes. "Fine. I came looking for you because I ran out of wine." Xu Changqing exclaimed, "But that S5 gene of spiritual rice wine. Is 5 gene a lot?" Han Xian scoffed. Xu Changqing found himself at a loss for words. Han Xian waved her hand impatiently. "Enough chatter. Which low-level array do you wish to install?" Though he had received the Chronicles of Spiritual Fields from Senior Brother Li, the array was essential for safety and security. Han Xian blurted out, "The Golden Kill Array." Xu Changqing nodded vigorously. Yes. Let's go with the Golden Kill Array." At that moment, Han Xian retrieved a spiritual tool from her storage bag. Xu Changqing examined it closely, recognizing it as a compass used for divination, palm-sized and composed of several circular rings, each marked with various scales and symbols. "Do you understand this?" Han Xian shot him a challenging glance. Xu Changqing inquired, half understanding, "When setting up an array, must we consider feng shui?" Han Xian appeared surprised, then nodded. "Setting up an array sounds simple, but it requires many steps. Direction, orientation, terrain, landforms, and feng shui patterns all need to be verified." Xu Changqing realized. No wonder array masters have such high requirements for comprehension. Next, Han Xian infused her earth's spiritual energy into the compass, and an invisible aura spread out. Xu Changqing faintly sensed the changes, particularly in the east, where the energy felt particularly intense, likely due to his awakened with spiritual root. The other directions, however, were much more ambiguous. Han Xian began to circle the spiritual field. Xu Changqing could not assist, merely watching from the sidelines. After some time, Han Xian suddenly spoke. I have confirmed all the pros and cons of your acre of spiritual field. And then, Xu Changqing inquired. Han Xian continued. Even though the Golden Kill Array is a low-level formation, it requires the aid of a metal spiritual tool to maximize its effectiveness. Therefore, you will need to sacrifice several spiritual tools. I will instruct you on where to bury them. All right, Xu Changqing nodded, retrieving his spiritual tools. Han Xian began to direct him. Although this was an array enveloping the spiritual field, most of the spiritual tools were buried in the western area. Above each tool, a low-grade spiritual stone would be placed. Then, she moved to the center of the spiritual field, pulling out another item. Xu Changqing recognized it as the Tai-Bai sword pill, exclusive to those with metal spiritual roots, equivalent to a personal weapon. Han Xian activated the incantation, causing the frozen black earth, covered in snow, to part. A rich, earthy energy swirled into a clockwise moving, earthy yellow vortex. The concentration of Earth's spiritual energy in the air began to rise. Finally, Han Xian placed the Tai-Bai sword pill at the heart of the vortex. In an instant, the entire spiritual field trembled, and a menacing aura spread out. Xu Changqing felt a sense of threat and instinctively stepped back a few paces. Han Xian glanced at the scene and smiled. Rest assured, although it is the Golden Killing Formation, it is merely a rudimentary pest control array and will not inflict significant harm upon you. That's good to hear. Xu Changqing replied with a sigh of relief. At that moment, Han Xian tossed a spirit talisman over, explaining. The Golden Killing Formation operates in two modes. One is continuous operation, automatically exterminating pests, while the other is dormant until activated when needed. This is the talisman to activate the formation. Xu Changqing received it, feeling a chill as he held it. The material was exquisitely smooth, akin to human skin. The inscriptions upon it were esoteric and incomprehensible. Han Xian stored the compass away and continued. Additionally, spirit stones are consumables that need to be replaced approximately every 6 months. The gold spiritual energy required to activate the Tai-Bai sword talisman must be infused annually. Xu Changqing committed this to memory. At that moment, he noticed Han Xian staring intently at him, occasionally licking her lips. What do you want? Xu Changqing asked, feeling anxious. Han Xian, hands on her hips and visibly irritated, replied, I've installed the formation for you, so why are you just standing there? Fetch the wine. You want spirit rice wine? Xu Changqing suddenly realized and hurriedly retrieved it from his small storage pouch. Han Xian shot him a glare and asked sharply, what do you think? Xu Changqing awkwardly chuckled. Ahem, I thought you might be hungry. Han Xian accepted the 100 pounds of second-grade spirit rice wine, then nodded, I actually haven't had lunch. In truth, she considered wine as a meal. To her, being well-fed meant being well-drunk. Let's eat together, Xu Changqing offered, eager to host someone who had come all the way from the earth veins to set up a formation for him. Even if it was the most basic golden killing formation, it had taken half an hour of effort. They then entered the house, where Han Xian sat on a chair, sipping wine while waiting for the meal, casting longing glances at Wong Wong and the pearl chicken, her eyes betraying a desire for roasted meat. This frightened the two creatures, who huddled in a corner, filled with trepidation. Fortunately, though Han Xian had a peculiar temperament, she was not mad and exhibited no excessive behavior. After a short while, Xu Changqing brought the prepared dishes to the table, simple home-cooked fare like scrambled eggs and spicy stir-fried cabbage, but imbued with rich spiritual energy. Han Xian could not help but exclaim, TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly worthy of a spirit farmer, while others struggle to find second-grade spirit rice. You seem to have an endless supply. Xu Changqing confidently replied, if even spirit farmers cannot fill their stomachs, then what hope do the rest of you have? Han Xian nodded in agreement. As they ate, their conversation grew more familiar, and after half an hour of feasting and drinking, Han Xian took a hearty swig of the second-grade spirit rice wine, her expression one of satisfaction as she remarked, the Golden Killing Formation is ultimately a low-level array. If you can gather 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones and find 5 different types of monster cores, I can assist you in installing a high-level formation. While washing the dishes in the kitchen, Xu Changqing called out, what high-level formation? Many foundation-level spirit farmers in the core of the spirit fields would install such formations, as they were indeed high-level. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 5 types of monster cores? Xu Changqing furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the time it would take to gather such resources and realizing it was not an immediate concern. I'm off now, Han Xian announced as she rose to leave. Xu Changqing promptly set down his utensils and personally escorted her to the door. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily, showing no signs of abating. Han Xian staggered into the open space, producing an expensive black flying shuttle. As soon as she stepped onto it, she soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant without a word. This spring, I must break through to the foundation stage. Chapter 56. Han Su comes to borrow rice. One must be realistic in life. Cold temperature grass requires summer planting. Harmonized yin and yang become yin-yang grass. A single plant valued at approximately 5 middle-grade spirit stones, centipede vine. One plant can fill an entire spirit field. Its fruit can be used for alchemy. Total value around 30 middle-grade spirit stones, 4-leaf clover. 1 leaf is poor, 2 leaves are good, 3 leaves are excellent, 4 leaves are supreme. A supreme clover valued at about 3 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changqing reclined in a chair, holding the record of spirit fields. After several days of perusal, he had grown increasingly knowledgeable about spirit fields. Although still lacking in experience, he was no longer an utterly clueless novice. Wong Wong. Suddenly, Wong Wong barked towards the field's edge. Xu Changqing looked up to see someone approaching. As the figure drew closer, he recognized a familiar face. Who is it? Han Su. Senior brother, I've come. Han Su greeted with a smile. Xu Changqing rose from his seat to welcome him. You are quite prompt. Han Su chuckled. If senior brother calls, I must come quickly. Xu Changqing pointed to the frozen spirit field, explaining, I've just learned that tilling the soil in low temperatures can unearth and freeze the pest eggs. While the low-level array, the golden killing formation, can kill pests, it consumes spirit stones and golden spiritual energy each time it is activated, which can also wear down buried spirit tools. By acting now, we can not only freeze the pest eggs, but also loosen the soil in advance. Truly a win-win situation. Good. Han Su said without further ado, swiftly removing his shoes. The moment his bare feet touched the frozen ground, he shivered. Just as wood-type spirit roots struggle in the summer heat, earth-type spirit roots dread the winter chill when barefoot, as they easily absorb the cold energy and suffer damage. Fortunately, after a year of diligent cultivation, especially receiving second-grade spirit rice from Xu Changqing, his strength had advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement, and his earth-drawing technique had reached the second level. Not only had his resilience increased, but his physical condition had also slightly improved. Though still sensitive to the cold energy, he was far less distressed than before. Xu Changqing suddenly recalled something and quickly reminded. The raised area in the center of the spirit field is the eye of a low-level formation. Be careful not to damage it. Han Su paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Understood, junior brother. He never expected that Xu Changqing had installed a formation. Many spirit farmers who had been in the spirit field for years had failed to do so. Truly, he was the one person he had not misjudged. Immediately, Han Su activated the second level of the earth drawing technique. Boom, boom. With each tremor of the ground, the frozen black soil cracked open, and the long-accumulated cold energy burst forth. As Han Su drew upon the earth energy, he simultaneously absorbed it into his body. Instantly, his previously normal complexion turned pale, and a faint chill enveloped him. Xu Changqing observed and thought, this lad has grown stronger. Compared to his earlier struggles, he appeared much more composed this time. Although Han Su needed to take breaks intermittently, the frequency was less than before. After half an hour, they completed the task. Xu Changqing offered Han Su a cup of second-grade spirit rice wine to warm him up, saying, let us continue as before. We will sign a spirit contract every quarter. After drinking the spirit rice wine, Han Su's body warmed up immediately, and the lingering cold energy within him began to dissipate. Thus, when he saw the spirit contract being offered, he hesitated to take it. Xu Changqing inquired, puzzled. After a moment's pause, Han Su took a deep breath and said, Senior brother, in a year, there will be a competition for formal disciples, and I wish to give it a try. Xu Changqing shrugged and said, I know. We discussed this last time. Han Su shook his head, his expression tense as he asked, what I mean is, can I borrow some spirit rice and this spirit rice wine? Xu Changqing frowned slightly, hesitating this. Han Su quickly added, you may not be aware, but the ratio of spirit rice has decreased again. During the new year, the first-grade spirit rice was at 1:8. Now, it has shockingly dropped to 1:5. As for the second-grade spirit rice, it has reached a terrifying 1:13. Xu Changqing was oblivious to the chaos outside, unaware of the frenzy beyond, the Agricultural Heart Society, the Talisman's Masters, the Elixir's Alliance, the Spiritual Artifact Workshop, and the Array Masters. These 5 major forces were no longer putting on a show. They were forcing one to purchase at exorbitant prices. Xu Changqing asked nonchalantly, so? Han Su replied earnestly, if you could lend me some spirit rice and spirit rice wine. I could till the land for free this year. Of course, this is free mainly because the spirit rice obtained from you is of the highest quality, which is to say, exceptional. The spirit energy content is abundant and greatly beneficial for cultivation. Xu Changqing, observing the cautious yet sincere gaze of his companion, pondered for a moment before asking, "How much do you want to borrow?" Han Su's eyes lit up as he excitedly responded, 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice and 50 pounds of the spirit rice wine. Xu Changqing frowned again upon hearing this. You may not realize, but although I produce over 2,000 pounds each quarter, my stock is quite limited. Ah? Han Su was taken aback. Xu Changqing inquired, "You should know Li Lingbai, right?" Han Su nodded instinctively. Yes, the genius with 3 spirit roots from the Yushui Pavilion. Xu Changqing spread his hands in resignation. I have to provide several hundred pounds of second-grade spirit rice to Li Lingbai each quarter, so I really can't spare that 500 pounds. Han Su gasped. Prior to this, he had considered many possibilities and anticipated various excuses. However, he never imagined that Su, his senior brother, had connections with a genius like Li Lingbai, a core disciple of the Yushui Pavilion and a prominent figure within the Dongting immortal sect, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. To be honest, he felt a flicker of disbelief. Xu Changqing seemed to sense the doubt and immediately declared, "There's no need to deceive you with this." Han Su hastily waved his hands. No. I believe you, senior brother." Whether he believed or not was irrelevant. The fact remained that Su could not produce 500 pounds. Xu Changqing was indifferent to the matter. After a moment of inner conflict, Han Su asked, "How much can you provide now?" Xu Changqing contemplated and replied, 250 pounds. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the principle of kindness owed for a grain of rice and enmity for a bushel. Today, if he lent 500 pounds, who knew if the next request would be for 1,000 pounds? Refusing later could lead to conflict. 250 pounds is acceptable. Han Su had already prepared himself for this. Xu Changqing promptly added, "This 250 pounds will not be given all at once. I will first lend you 100 pounds, and after the spring season ends, the remaining 150 pounds will follow." Although Han Su was somewhat surprised, he expressed profound gratitude. Senior brother's willingness to lend is already a tremendous favor. Xu Changqing continued, "As for the spirit rice wine, I can only spare a maximum of 20 pounds. No problem." Han Su was already satisfied. Many were eager to borrow, but could not, having to grit their teeth and purchase the overpriced spirit rice instead. Thus, Xu Changqing lent Han Su 100 pounds of second-grade spirit rice and 20 pounds of second-grade spirit rice wine, while signing a spiritual contract for the borrowing of 250 pounds of second-grade spirit rice and 20 pounds of spirit rice wine. Such an action might hurt Han Su's feelings, but Xu Changqing deemed it necessary. After all, one must be realistic in life. Chapter 57. Breakthrough of the Foundation Establishment Stage. Lifespan of 400 years. At the beginning of spring, as all things revived, Xu Changqing stood on the ridge, eyes closed, deeply attuned to the ethereal wood spiritual energy that surged with the passage of time. His innate wood spirit root emitted signals of hunger. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, swiftly retrieving spring seedlings from his small storage pouch. As he enveloped them in with spiritual power, he tossed them into the spiritual field. Subsequently, he activated the wood spirit entwining technique, controlling all the seedlings to burrow into the black soil. Time passed, and the eastern horizon gradually brightened. At that moment, the already rich with spiritual energy reached a crescendo. A tide of spiritual energy surged forth. The seedlings in the spiritual field grew at an observable rate. Xu Changqing immediately sat cross-legged, taking a hearty swig of second-grade spirit rice wine, then activated the 5 layers of eternal green technique. Instantly, his body transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing the surrounding with spiritual energy. The cultivation speed reached 50, while the absorption rate of spiritual energy hit 20. With this dual effect compounding, his already attained 7 lines of spiritual power surged forth with a crackling sound, transforming into 8. They coursed through his body, expelling excess impurities. Gradually, he became clean and pure from the inside out, even emanating a delightful fragrance that drew the attention of Wang Wang and the Pearl Chicken. Sensing their master's critical moment, they refrained from causing any disturbances, instead remaining close and absorbing the fragrant spiritual energy. Before long, their fur became smooth and glossy, drifting into a state of blissful slumber, caught between wakefulness and dreams. As time elapsed, the eastern sky blazed with brilliance, dazzling golden light breaking forth, dispelling all coldness and darkness. In that instant, Xu Changqing birthed his 9th line of spiritual power. It is well known that 9 lines of spiritual power signify the perfection of qi refinement. Logically, he should have halted there. Yet, he did not. but rather intensified the process. They converged, no longer wandering, but instead following the route provided by the eternal green technique. First, they completed a small cycle, ensuring the smoothness of the Ren and Du meridians. After completing 49 circles, they began to transport the qi and blood within. The qi and blood circulated through the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. Xu Changqing could hear the sound of blood flowing like a rushing river in his ears. As the cycle continued, accumulating and transporting, upon reaching 81 circles, the 9 lines of spiritual power merged into one, transforming into a torrent that surged forth. With a thunderous sound, the sealed sea of qi burst open, releasing the stored innate fetal qi like a dam breaking, which was exceptionally comfortable, relaxing, warm, and secure. Various injuries and deficiencies were repaired in that moment. His body underwent a second growth and transformation. After an unknown duration, Xu Changqing opened his eyes. His gaze electrifying and as clear as a spring. His skin had become even smoother and more delicate. Xu Changqing could hardly believe it. He had expected that reaching perfection in qi refinement would bring a halt, yet it had directly opened the sea of qi, enabling him to break through to the foundation establishment stage. 1 year on the periphery, 2 years at the core. In 3 years, he had advanced from the early stages of qi refinement to the early stages of foundation establishment. While this speed might seem fast, it paled in comparison to those geniuses who established their foundations within a year, such as the 3 spirit root prodigy Li Lingbai, who had broken through to the foundation establishment stage in just 1 year. Yet, to say it was slow would be misleading, as many who joined the spiritual fields for 3 or 4 years had yet to break through, stagnating in the later stages of qi refinement or its perfections, ultimately exhausting their savings to purchase a foundation establishment pill. Through the 5 layers of eternal green technique, expert-level spirit rice wine, a substantial amount of second-grade spirit rice, and even mutated spirit rice, Xu Changqing elevated his cultivation speed to the 3rd tier. Without the system or as a casual cultivator, one could not hope to break through without 5 to 10 years of effort, for resources were the greatest challenge. Xu Changqing suddenly realized that his perception of spiritual plants had expanded from 20 zhang, or 66 meters, to 30 zhang, equating to a full 99 meters, comparable to a football field. Moreover, it had become more detailed and clearer, as if a nearsighted person with astigmatism had suddenly acquired perfect vision. Additionally, the operation of the wood spirit entwining technique brought further surprises. Originally, in the later stages of qi refinement, he could control 50 black iron vines. Upon reaching the early stages of foundation establishment, this number doubled to a full 100. The most significant change, however, lay in the spiritual power itself, which began to liquefy. Although it had compressed from 9 lines into a single droplet, its quality exceeded that of the past. After experiencing the transformation of his body, Xu Changqing finally gazed upon his attribute panel. Name: Xu Changqing. Gender: male. Age: 20. With spirit root: foundation establishment. Early stage: Effect 1. Extraordinary constitution. Effect 2. Spiritual sense projection. Effect 3. Cultivation speed: 10. Effect 4. Recovery speed: 10. Changqing technique: Level 5. Spirit rice wine. Expert. With spirit entanglement technique: Level 3. Ironwood armor technique: Level 4. Remaining lifespan: 121. 250 days. If memory serves, his previous remaining lifespan was 92,050 days. This time, he leaped from the late qi refinement stage directly to the early foundation establishment stage, gaining an increase of 65,700 days, equivalent to 180 years. Now, his total lifespan had reached 332 years. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Xu Changqing was still on the ridge, but this time he was not merely cultivating. He was waiting for someone. Who? Beilinger. They had arranged for her to come today, rain or shine. However, when the flying paper crane approached, Xu Changqing discovered that 2 figures were arriving instead of one. One was a woman, and the other was also a woman. To the left was the petite Beilinger, while to the right stood a taller, more mature woman with an alluring figure. More accurately, she was strikingly voluptuous, with curves accentuated and a beauty mark at the corner of her red lips. Judging by their attire, both were formal disciples, yet the emblem on the chest of the latter was not that of the Yushui pavilion, but rather a 3-legged cauldron. Xu Changqing curiously inquired, "Who is this?" Realization dawned upon him. "This must be your sister." Beilinger nodded. "This is my sister, Bai Zhuer from the Alchemy Pavilion." Bai Zhuer scrutinized Xu Changqing. Her reason for accompanying her sister was clear. It was well known that spirit farmers were never short of spirit rice. This time, in order to stand out in the official disciple competition, she specifically followed her sister to seek collaboration with a spirit farmer. After all, anyone who went to the Nongxin Association to buy rice now would be considered foolish, unless they were exceptionally wealthy, as the prices were exorbitant. On Bai Ling'er's side, Xu Changqing had an excellent reputation. 1. He never defaulted on payments. 2. He never underestimated her. 3. He occasionally treated her to food. 4. He occasionally treated her to food. 5. He occasionally treated her to food. Greetings, Taoist Bai. Xu Changqing clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Bai Zhu'er got straight to the point. Taoist Xu, which formal disciple are you collaborating with? Xu Changqing was momentarily taken aback and asked in confusion, collaboration? What collaboration? Bai Zhu'er raised an eyebrow, providing spirit rice. Does lending it to others count? Xu Changqing thought of Han Su. Bai Zhu'er shook her head. That does not count. Xu Changqing shrugged. Then there is none. Bai Zhu'er's eyes lit up. Perhaps we could have a collaboration. At this moment, Xu Changqing shifted the conversation. While I have no formal disciple collaboration, I do have a core disciple connection. Is that so? Bai Zhu'er paused, momentarily stunned. Bai Ling'er widened her eyes, mistakenly believing she had misheard. Xu Changqing smiled faintly. To be honest, I have been collaborating with Li Lingbai, a three-root genius from the Yushui Pavilion, providing him with second-grade spirit rice on a long-term basis. Chapter 58. Arrival at the Casting Peak. Heading to the loose cultivator market. With a blank expression, it was difficult to discern his emotions. An acquaintance nearby could not help but ask, did you manage to borrow the rice? Han Su glanced at the person and then shook his head. No, I did not. As expected, the price of spirit rice was skyrocketing. How could one possibly borrow it? It seems the sushi xian you have been praising daily is not so remarkable after all. Shall we visit the loose cultivator market in a few days? Hearing the mocking voices around him, Han Su remained expressionless. Even in his heart, he felt no ripples. Although he had indeed borrowed the rice, he refused to admit it. Why? Because these people were unreliable. If he acknowledged it, there would be two consequences. First, they would leak the information. Second, he wouldn't mind if he got into trouble, but he would implicate Sushi Xiao. However, the idea of visiting the loose cultivator market did awaken Han Su. He walked in another direction, and once there was no one around, he immediately took out a communication talisman from his small storage bag. Meanwhile, in the spirit field, Bai Ling'er had just completed the little cloud rain technique and was enjoying some roasted sweet potatoes. At that moment, her sister Bai Zhu'er displayed a look of disappointment and asked, so it seems I cannot obtain second-grade spirit rice from you? Xu Changqing nodded slightly. Correct. In an instant, Bai Zhu'er lost her patience and called out, then there is nothing more to discuss. Let us go, sister. My sister has this temperament. Let us go. Bai Ling'er felt a bit embarrassed. Xu Changqing, however, was not particularly bothered by it. Han Su had spent nearly 3 years earning a modicum of trust, managing to borrow only 250 jin of second-grade spirit rice. Yet, Bai Zhu'er was a stranger, neither familiar nor understood. On what grounds could she propose collaboration? If the information were to leak, it would be manageable among spirit farmers, but attracting the attention of the Nongxin Association would be disastrous. When Xu Changqing first visited the Hongfeng Valley Market, he had already witnessed how domineering this faction could be. Either they would collaborate or suppress. He had no desire to be disturbed daily. At that moment, a vibration emanated from his storage bag. Seeing the Bai sisters flying away, Xu Changqing took out a communication talisman from his small storage bag. Sushi Xiao, is there anything else you need, Shitty? I'm heading to the loose cultivator market. Do you want to buy anything? The loose cultivator market? Yes, the place where I previously assisted you in purchasing spells. Confirm a time, and I will accompany you. If he had not reached the foundation establishment stage, Xu Changqing would certainly have been reluctant to venture out, primarily due to his lack of confidence. But now, things were different. His strength had improved, and it would be fine to explore. Soon, the two agreed on a time for the next day, when Xu Changqing would meet with Han Su. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged on the ridge, absorbing the wood's spiritual energy. It must be said, during the Qi refinement stage, the 5th level of the Changqing technique was indeed remarkable. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, especially upon opening the Qi Sea, he discovered that even with a large quantity of wood's spiritual energy, his progress was exceedingly slow. The exhilarating sensation had vanished, replaced by a feeling of unfulfillment. Clearly, low-tier techniques could no longer meet the needs of the foundation establishment stage. Time swiftly passed, and it was the morning of the following day. After completing his training and preparing meals for Wang Wang and the Pearl Chicken, Xu Changqing soared into the sky on his flying paper crane. Half an hour later, he arrived near the spiral pit of the earth vein, where he spotted Han Su waiting on the ground. Shitty. Xu Changqing descended from the flying paper crane. Han Su looked up in surprise. Shi Xiong, you have a flying paper crane now. Xu Changqing chuckled. I can't very well walk here without a mode of transportation. Can I? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Han Su scratched his head. Xu Changqing inquired, How shall we get to the loose cultivator market? Han Su pointed in the direction of Casting Peak. First, we'll ride a flying sword from up there. Instantly intrigued, Xu Changqing took to the skies with Han Su, heading towards Casting Peak. Moments later, a colossal mountain peak appeared, suspended in the air. Astonishingly, it was not constructed of stone, wood, or earth. It was composed entirely of metal from top to bottom. Towering at least 100 feet high and stretching several hundred feet long, it floated in the air, majestic like a mountain. In its presence, humanity seemed as insignificant as ants. Moreover, the intense golden spiritual energy emanating from it made Xu Changqing feel uncomfortable, even causing a sense of internal resistance. Han Su noticed and quickly asked with concern, "Is everything all right, Xixiang?" Xu Changqing took a deep breath. "I'm fine. It's just that it's my first visit, so the pressure is considerable." Han Su nodded slightly. "I felt the same way on my first visit. Thankfully, my earth spirit root has a strong pressure resistance. With repeated visits, I gradually adjusted." The paper crane soared upward, ultimately revealing a vast square bustling with people. Towering buildings, each reaching a height of several hundred meters, were under construction in places such as Ling Tian, Ling Beast Valley, and Red Maple Valley. The most commonly seen modes of transportation were the flying paper cranes and terrestrial spirit beasts. However, as Xu Changqing surveyed the area, he noticed numerous flying shuttles, boats, and ships. Yet, the most abundant were the golden flying swords, impressively wide, comparable to the decks of large vessels, weaving in and out among the towering structures. Han Su pointed to a building on their left and said, "We need to head to the scattered cultivator market, and to do so, we must take the giant flying sword from the sword pavilion." Xu Changqing was taken aback. "I thought the formal disciples here spent all their time forging various spirit tools. I never imagined they were operating flying swords." Han Su explained, "Every formal disciple at the tool-forging peak is still an apprentice. Unless they have the backing of a cultivation family or are favored by a celestial elder, they must earn points through such tasks before establishing their foundation." Xu Changqing nodded in understanding. Soon, the two arrived at the sword pavilion, where there were two payment options, either deduct points or spend spirit stones. The fare was calculated by distance but by time. Traveling from Dongting Xianzong to the scattered cultivator market required 1 hour or 20 low-grade spirit stones. Xu Changqing and Han Su opted to spend spirit stones and boarded a massive flying sword. At the hilt, a medium-grade spirit stone floated in a formation eye, while the sword's blade was intricately etched with numerous patterns that occasionally shimmered. At the tip stood a male disciple with a golden spiritual root, who scrutinized each newcomer with piercing eyes. Just as Xu Changqing and Han Su sat cross-legged, unexpectedly, Zhang Er arrived with 3 others, seemingly also headed to the scattered cultivator market. Upon seeing Xu Changqing, Zhang Er was quite surprised. The two exchanged glances, momentarily silent, locked in a stare-off. After a few seconds, Zhang Er, with a playful expression, remarked, "Xu Junior brother, I didn't expect to see you here." Xu Changqing replied coolly, "Zhang fellow Taoist, likewise." Zhang Er was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Previously, when encountering him, Xu would respectfully address him as senior brother, but now he had omitted that title. As time passed, more disciples joined, a mix of genders and various spiritual roots. After all, there were only 2 ways to leave Dongting Xianzong: through a cross-domain teleportation array or by using long-distance flying spirit tools or artifacts. For most formal disciples, the teleportation array was prohibitively expensive, requiring at least 1 medium-grade spirit stone to activate. Consequently, flying spirit tools became the preferred option, offering far superior cost-effectiveness. It wasn't that the flying paper cranes or terrestrial spirit beasts were inadequate. Rather, their speed was considerably slower. The same distance could be traversed in 1 hour using flying spirit tools, while it would take at least 5 hours for flying paper cranes or terrestrial spirit beasts. Anyone would know how to choose. "Who is that kid, Zhang senior brother?" one asked. "He is also a spirit farmer. It seems he doesn't show you much respect." Zhang Er squinted his eyes, fixated on Xu Changqing's retreating figure. He didn't respond to his companion's comment, merely displaying a knowing smirk. Suddenly, the massive flying sword beneath them jolted violently. The male disciple at the tip spoke up, "Dear friends, the giant flying sword number 1145 is about to depart from the sword pavilion. Please refrain from moving, jumping, or leaving. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Xu Changqing and Han Su exchanged a glance and quickly steadied themselves. The vibrations from the giant flying sword intensified, and the intricate patterns seemed to pulse with energy, illuminating one after another. Before long, the once stationary giant flying sword gradually began to move. As it fully departed the sword pavilion, a soft whoosh echoed, and the giant flying sword sliced through the vast expanse of sky like a golden streak of light, racing forward at astonishing speed. Strangely, despite the rapid pace, none of the passengers felt any wind or turbulence. Xu Changqing noted to himself, a formation. Each giant flying sword must be equipped with various protective formations, much like those flying shuttles, boats, and ships. After all, we are at an altitude of several thousand meters. Any mishap would be fatal. The giant flying sword moved with the speed of lightning, outpacing clouds, birds, and anything else in its path. In mere moments, they encountered a flock of birds, dense as a dark cloud. Instead of evading, the giant flying sword charged straight through, producing a series of sickening cracks as the birds were instantly reduced to mist. Xu Changqing was left utterly astonished. It far surpassed the capabilities of the flying paper cranes. An hour slipped by in an instant, and the giant flying sword began to slow. Before them appeared a small city, at the heart of which stood a towering tree, its height exceeding 1,000 meters. Lush and vibrant with greenery. Numerous birds and beasts could be seen flitting about within its branches. Hansu whispered, "Senior brother, we have arrived at the scattered cultivator market." Xu Changqing inquired in surprise, "Is it this tree?" Hansu shook his head, "No, it's the entire city." "Ah?" Xu Changqing was taken aback. Hansu elaborated. This East Qing tree in the East Qing city belonged to a golden core true immortal named Wang Lin, whom everyone respectfully refers to as Wang Zhenren. Everything here, especially the scattered cultivator market, is under his domain. Upon learning that a golden core true immortal resided here, Xu Changqing regarded the place with newfound respect. After all, the challenges faced by scattered cultivators were well known. Before long, the giant flying sword docked at a flying port. The male disciple announced, "I will remain here for 1 hour. If you miss this opportunity, you may return at this time tomorrow." "Thank you, fellow Taoist," many expressed, bowing in gratitude before disembarking, including Xu Changqing, Hansu, and Zhang Er. Upon leaving the flying port, they found themselves at a crossroads. The towering East Qing tree nearby exuded a rich aura of spirit energy. Xu Changqing felt that when the spirit energy in the Ling Tian was insufficient, this would be an excellent place to cultivate. Hansu pointed to the left and said, "Senior brother, the main street of the scattered cultivator market is this way. Let on." Xu Changqing nodded. Upon reaching the main street, Xu Changqing discovered it bore a resemblance to the market in Red Maple Valley, with the sole distinction being the varying quality of goods. Most items were of rather inferior quality, which would not sell at all in the Red Maple Valley market. However, here in the scattered cultivator market of East Qing City, many were still willing to purchase. Xu Changqing understood, after all, scattered cultivators had limited resources compared to the cultivation families of the outside world. Simply being able to buy anything was a blessing. However, the prices were peculiar. Extraordinarily low for some, while others were exorbitantly high. For instance, first-grade spirit rice had a ratio of 1:5 in Dongting Xinzong, but was 1:7 here. Yet, second-grade spirit rice was almost on par with Dongting Xinzong, reaching a ratio of 1:14, just one more. Xu Changqing mused, "Isn't this paradise for me? In Dongting Xinzong, I dared not sell recklessly due to the presence of the farming society, but here, I need not worry, and I can act freely." At that moment, they arrived at a spirit rice trading point. Hansu immediately said, "Senior brother, I'm going to exchange for some spirit rice. How about you?" Xu Changqing shrugged. "I'll wander around a bit." "All right, if you need anything, just send me a message." Hansu nodded and then walked towards the counter inside. Xu Changqing, noticing this, did not hastily sell the second-grade spirit rice he had stored. Instead, he wandered around, discreetly inquiring about the prices. Throughout the scattered cultivator market, there were several similar spirit rice trading points, yet the prices were remarkably consistent, showing no discrepancies. It seemed as though there had been prior collusion. After all, the current prices set by the Dongting immortal sect were exceedingly outrageous. Numerous spirit farmers had come here to sell their goods. If each trading point had varying prices, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. This fellow clearly appeared to be a disciple of the immortal sect. Suddenly, a middle-aged man blocked his path. The man was of short stature and lean build, dressed in a long robe made of satin, exuding evident fluctuations of spiritual energy, clearly a cultivator. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Is there something you need?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "I am Sun Ping, the steward of a small cultivation family in Dongqing City. May I inquire which immortal sect you hail from, and if you require assistance?" Xu Changqing replied coolly, "Is there a matter at hand?" Sun Ping was momentarily taken aback, but continued to smile. "If you wish to sell something, I would be willing to make an offer." Xu Changqing, narrowing his eyes and contemplating briefly, asked, "I am Kai Kuan. How did you discern that I am from an immortal sect?" Sun Ping's eyes brightened. "Ah. So it is Dao friend Kai. Those who are scattered cultivators tend to be exceedingly cautious in such places, fearful of causing trouble. Only disciples from immortal sects exhibit such calmness and even arrogance, disregarding us scattered cultivators entirely, which naturally makes you recognizable. Xu Changqing silently noted this explanation, resolving to disguise himself on his next visit, and then inquired, I have some spirit rice. Would you be interested? Upon hearing the term spirit rice, Sun Ping eagerly pressed. What grade? Xu Changqing lowered his voice, second grade. Sun Ping's eyes widened in excitement, and he exclaimed, as expected of a disciple from the immortal sect. Whatever amount you have, I will take it. After days of consumption and rentals, Xu Changqing still possessed over 4,000 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. But he could not sell it all at once. Thus, he raised 5 fingers on his right hand and stated, 500 pounds. In the immortal sect, 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice would not be considered much. However, in this scattered cultivator market, for a member of a small cultivation family, being able to procure even first-grade spirit rice would be remarkable. Sun Ping pondered, the market price for 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice today stands at 114. Xu Changqing interrupted, I cannot sell it to you at the scattered cultivator market price. Sun Ping was taken aback. What price do you desire? Xu Changqing replied without hesitation. 112, even lower than the immortal sect. Sun Ping was left speechless. Your ratio is somewhat. Xu Changqing smirked, though the ratio may be low. I assure you, this is top-quality spirit rice. Top-quality spirit rice? Upon hearing this, Sun Ping's pupils constricted, if that is truly the case. I am willing to purchase it all at that ratio. He came here daily to interact with disciples of the immortal sect, hoping to foster good relations and secure better resources. He never expected to strike such good fortune today. Chapter 60, Qinglian Transformation Technique, Small Cultivation Family. Question: how many low-grade spirit stones can be obtained from trading 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice at a ratio of 112? Xu Changqing frowned. I shall not wait too long. Thank you. Sun Ping did not dare to delay and turned to leave. Watching him hurriedly depart, Xu Changqing walked in the opposite direction. The main street of the scattered cultivator market stretched for at least 1,000 meters, lined with stalls and shops on either side. Some were inhabited, others were selling goods, showcasing an array of items, the majority of which were related to monsters. Various meats, furs, and core parts were on display. Beyond Dongqing City lay a dense black forest, home to many monster nests. The daily life of scattered cultivators involved either forming hunting teams or selling goods in the market. Xu Changqing mused to himself. If I recall correctly, to have Han Xian install the 5 elements 4 seasons array, alongside 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, I will also require monster cores of various elemental attributes. Perhaps I can gather them here. He then entered a trading hall named Dongqing, which, from its name, was undoubtedly associated with the esteemed real person Wang. Dao friend, how may I assist you? Upon entering, a slender female attendant approached him. Xu Changqing got straight to the point. Do you have monster cores? The attendant smiled slightly. Of course, we are the largest trading hall in Dongqing City. Xu Changqing nodded. Let me see. To his surprise, the female attendant pointed towards a bronze mirror in front of them, explaining, this is the reflection mirror. All items in the trading hall can be viewed within it. Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing approached, but the mirror reflected nothing. He was puzzled and displayed an inquiring expression. The attendant clarified. Our trading hall places great emphasis on client privacy, so you need to infuse a trace of spiritual energy to activate it. Once finished, the reflection mirror will automatically erase the records. Quite intriguing. Xu Changqing smirked slightly and infused a trace of spiritual energy. Instantly, the previously unchanging reflection mirror emanated a white light, revealing a series of words such as monster cores, spirit plants, and spells. The variety was extensive. The attendant beside him reminded, whatever you desire, simply focus your thoughts, and the reflection mirror will automatically present it. Furthermore, it will showcase only the latest items available today. Xu Changqing initially intended to check the monster cores, but his gaze instinctively gravitated towards spells. With a mere thought, he began to peruse. Soon, various options for spiritual roots appeared. Besides the 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, there were even exotic spiritual roots like wind and thunder. However, the spells associated with the 5 elements were the most numerous, while the exotic roots had either very few options or none at all. The spells available in this trading hall predominantly featured those of the gold, water, and wood elements, with at least a dozen for each. Xu Changqing decisively selected with spiritual root. Instantly, 3 subcategories emerged: low level, high level, and earth level. The low level category had 7 spells, the high level contained 5, and there were none in the earth level. Xu Changqing opted for high level. Immediately, 5 spells came into view: wood concealment technique, fragment, Ironwood armor technique, fragment. Wood heart nurturing method, fragment. Dongqing transformation technique, fragment. Qinglian transformation technique, fragment. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Why are they all fragments? The female attendant sighed. Complete spells have all flowed into the auction hall. Complete spells are inherently valuable, especially high-level ones. Most spells available for purchase in the market, regardless of quality, either tend to be overly common or are unwanted fragments. Complete spells are prioritized for the auction hall, with the highest bidder winning. Xu Changqing felt a tinge of disappointment. The attendant continued, there are a few complete low-level spells available. You may wish to take a look. Xu Changqing shook his head. Let us discuss that later. The number of spirit stones he possessed was neither too plentiful nor too scarce. If he could select high-level spells, he would prefer to do so. As for the complete low-level spells, he would consider them later. He then began to examine each one. Wood concealment technique, a blend of movement and evasion techniques. Ironwood armor technique, self-explanatory. Wood heart nurturing method, similar to Wood spirit cultivation technique. Dongqing transformation technique, surprisingly, a spell cultivated by real person Wang in his early years. Qinglian transformation technique, based on the Qinglian, enhancing physique and nurturing spiritual roots. Among these 5 high-level spells, 3 captivated Xu Changqing's interest: Wood concealment technique, Dongqing transformation technique, and Qinglian transformation technique. The other 2, Ironwood armor technique, had already been cultivated to its highest tier. Regarding the Muxin, there exists a substitute known as Mulingshu. Depending on individual needs, the first choice is undoubtedly Xianxia, as it integrates both body techniques and evasion methods. Meanwhile, the Dongqing Huaxingju may have ties to Wang Zhenren. However, when it comes time to choose, Xu Changqing finds himself unable to part with Qinglian Zhaohuagong. Why? Because he possesses a Qinglian seed, which piques his interest in this transformative spiritual root. Thus, after much contemplation, he temporarily sets aside Xianxia and Dongqing Huaxingju, spending 50 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a fragmented manuscript of Qinglian Zhaohuagong. He then gazes at the monster core, his eyes widening in astonishment. Any monster core of a given attribute commands a minimum of 50 medium-grade spirit stones. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xu Changqing inquires, is the monster core truly so expensive? Upon hearing this, he decides against purchasing the monster core, opting to wait until he has sufficient funds. The female attendant, ever enthusiastic, asks, do you have any further needs? As commissions are earned with every successful sale, the more customers buy, the more substantial the profits become. Xu Changqing then asks, do you have any brewing recipes? Meanwhile, at the Sun family, Sun Ping hurriedly finds the patriarch, who is deep in meditation, and exclaims, Patriarch. Sun Rong, interrupted from his practice, displays an expression of displeasure. What is it? Sun Ping quickly responds, spiritual rice. Sun Rong's expression darkens as he sternly questions, did I not just allocate this month's spiritual rice to you? Realizing the misunderstanding, Sun Ping hastily gestures, explaining, no, it's not that I require spiritual rice. Rather, I found a disciple from the immortal sect willing to sell a spiritual rice. Oh? Sun Rong, taken aback, inquires with keen interest, how many pounds of first-grade spiritual rice? To his surprise, Sun Ping shakes his head, it's not first-grade spiritual rice. Sun Rong, half-jokingly, remarks, if it's not first grade, could it be second grade? Unexpectedly, Sun Ping nods vigorously, exclaiming with excitement, yes, indeed. It's second-grade spiritual rice, a full 500 pounds. Chapter 61. The first battle brings instant wealth. Xu Changqing's recent acquisitions are commendable, a high-tier technique manuscript, Qinglian Zhaohuagong, and a more advanced brewing recipe, Huangmi wine. Upon exiting the trading hall, he senses someone following him. It is well known that upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, one activates their spiritual sense, allowing them to perceive everything within a radius of approximately 10 zhang. After pondering, Xu Changqing decides to head towards a more crowded area. To his dismay, his pursuer seems unshakable, following him relentlessly. Brother Zhang, where is that fellow headed? I don't know. Should we continue following him? He must have acquired something valuable from the trading hall. I understand your intent. Let us proceed. The individuals tailing Xu Changqing are none other than Zhang Er and his companions, who coincidentally spotted him leaving the Dongqing trading hall. They thus decided to follow him. Shortly thereafter, Xu Changqing makes his way to the northern gate of Dongqing City. Zhang Er and the others exchange glances and promptly follow suit. Before long, they all arrive outside the northern gate, where numerous gathering points are teeming with monster hunting teams, some waiting for others, while others are recruiting. Would this fellow like to join in on the monster hunt? A female cultivator approaches Xu Changqing. He pays her no mind. instead producing a flying paper crane that soars into the air. Moments later, he arrives at the outskirts of the Black Forest. Though monsters occasionally emerge from this area, it is generally considered safe. Still following, Xu Changqing conceals himself among the foliage, observing the direction from which he came. Soon, a flying paper crane approaches, crowded with 4 individuals. 3 of them are unfamiliar, but one is strikingly recognizable, Xianxia. Xu Changqing is taken aback. He had assumed that those tracking him were merely greedy loose cultivators. Yet, in a certain sense, they are acquaintances, all hailing from the same immortal sect, particularly Xianxia, who originates from the Ling Tian. The bald individual among the 4 scoffs, a mere spiritual farmer dares to explore the Black Forest alone? Xianxia retorts with a cold smile. This presents us with the perfect opportunity to take action. He has long sought to trouble Xu Changqing, yet the latter has remained within Ling Tian, rendering him unable to act. Unexpectedly, he finds a chance in the loose cultivators market. Even more so as the target voluntarily ventures into the Black Forest. Should he perish, there would be no need for burial. His remains would quickly be consumed by monsters. This is not the first time Xianxia and his companions have engaged in such treachery, having previously caused the demise of several fellow disciples. They are acutely aware that even if the immortal sect investigates the cause of death, without evidence, the matter will be quietly dismissed, while the 4 revel in their excitement. Envisioning the spoils of their scheme, a sudden sound of air being sliced through interrupts them. Whoosh, whoosh, from the densely packed leaves ahead. A multitude of black iron vines emerges. Fortunately, Xianxia and his companions possess combat experience and react swiftly. One individual channels their inner spiritual energy to control the vines. Another unleashes golden energy, a third forms an earthen shield, and one hides within a water bubble, easily fending off the incoming black iron vines. Xianxia cannot help but mock. Is this the extent of your skill in ambushing? Xianxia pauses momentarily at this remark. In the next instant, the flying paper crane begins to shake violently. The 4 look down, their faces paling. It turns out that the black iron vines are not only targeting them, but also the flying paper crane beneath their feet, a mere piece of paper with flight capabilities, lacking any protective formations. If it were just 1 or 2 individuals, they could manage, but with 4 of them, 2 standing at the edges plummet. One is the earth root, who formed the earthen shield, while the other is the metal root, who unleashed the golden energy. The earth root, being a physical cultivator, withstands the fall relatively well. But the metal root is not so fortunate, flailing helplessly in midair. With a thud, one strikes the ground, creating a crater, while the other suffers broken bones. The metal root emits a heart-wrenching scream. Fortunately, the earth root manages to struggle out of the crater. Yet, at that moment, the grass below begins to writhe violently, swiftly transforming into dozens of black iron vines that offer no respite, impaling them on the spot. Xianxia and another water root, who remain on the flying paper crane, may not have fallen, but their safety is still in jeopardy. As they descend to just 5 meters above the ground, more black iron vines shoot out from the foliage ahead. Apologies, Xianxia states before making a sudden leap, decisively abandoning the flying paper crane. While airborne, he flings his hands, sending 2 stout vines flying to ensnare 2 nearby trees. He swings like a pendulum, oscillating 3 meters above the ground, narrowly avoiding disaster. You filthy dog. The water root curses vehemently upon witnessing this. He attempts to regain control of the flying paper crane, yet Xianxia's mark prevents him. Ultimately, both he and the crane crash into a nearby tree. Fortunately, due to the water bubble's protection, most of the damage is mitigated. However, just as he breathes a sigh of relief, a rustling sound emanates from above. Looking up, he is met with the familiar sight of black iron vines. Whoosh, whoosh. The water bubble, already weakened from the earlier collision, cannot withstand the force of the black iron vines formed from the 3rd layer of Xu, each possessing a penetrating force of 100 G. The water bubble bursts with a pop, leaving the individual motionless. Damn it! Xianxia lands on the ground, his expression dark as night. The entire ordeal lasts no more than 10 seconds, and 3 companions have met with tragic fates. Yet, they remain oblivious to the identity of their assailant. Never have they felt so powerless. Suddenly, a disturbance arises ahead. Xianxia immediately turns to see who it is, and upon recognizing the figure, he feels as if struck by lightning. Who? Xu Changqing. Xianxia had never anticipated that the one who ambushed them would be Xu Changqing. For in everyone's eyes, he is merely an unremarkable spiritual farmer. Apart from farming, I possess no other skills, having concealed myself for nearly 3 years before leaving Ling Tian. One can only imagine how timid I was. Xu Changqing brushed off the leaves from his body, revealing a gaze as indifferent as that of a corpse. Now you understand why I do not call you senior brother? The realization that Zhang Er had reached the foundation establishment stage sent chills down his spine. Only those at such a level could slaughter them with the same ease as one would dispatch a dog. After 3 years, he had only achieved the completion of Qi refinement, while the other had already established his foundation. This individual was truly terrifying, having hidden his capabilities so deeply. Xu Changqing, uninterested in idle chatter, waved his hand, and instantly, a multitude of black iron vines sprang forth. They slithered like venomous snakes, exuding an aura of danger. Zhang Er found himself paralyzed with fear, utterly terrified. In the next moment, the black iron vines surged forward, reducing Zhang Er to a pulp, with blood splattering everywhere. Subsequently, Xu Changqing commanded the vines to crush all the corpses until they were indistinguishable from the earth, before he began to tally the contents of the 4 individual storage bags. The treasures within were plentiful. There were over a dozen spirit artifacts, including swords and shields. He discovered several bottles of elixirs, including strength-enhancing and Qi refinement pills. There were over 800 pounds of first-grade spirit rice and 300 pounds of second-grade spirit rice. The total value of the known spirit plants exceeded 10 middle-grade spirit stones, not to mention the many unfamiliar items. As for spirit stones, there were even more, over 300 low-grade stones and 17 middle-grade stones. Remarkably, Xu Changqing also unearthed a high-tier spell from Zhang Er's storage bag, the very fragment of the wood concealment technique he had intended to purchase. Observing the abundance of items, Xu Changqing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I finally comprehend the saying, a horse does not thrive without night grass, and a man does not prosper without unexpected wealth. Is this not wealth itself? Chapter 62. After trading the spirit rice, they went to the tavern to enjoy music. Just then, a roar emanated from the depths of the black forest. The sound was so piercing it reverberated like rolling thunder. Wherever the sound wave traveled, flowers, grasses, and trees trembled. Fish dove into the depths of the water, seeking refuge in the mud. Insects hurriedly burrowed away, akin to fleeing for their lives. Countless startled birds took to the sky, fleeing in panic. What is that commotion? Xu Changqing's expression shifted slightly. Judging by the source of the sound, it seemed to come from deep within the black forest, a place rife with monster nests. A creature capable of producing such a noise was undoubtedly formidable. Therefore, Xu Changqing immediately summoned a flying paper crane and decisively distanced himself. As he neared the northern gate of Dongqing City, his anxious heart finally settled. After all, a golden core master was stationed within the city. Even if a monster were to emerge, it would be easily dealt with. Along the way, Xu Changqing noticed numerous monster hunting teams rushing towards the black forest. It must be a great monster. Let us go take a look. The auction next month is sure to be thrilling. These scattered cultivators were not only unfazed but visibly excited. Xu Changqing mused, if I were to become a wandering cultivator, would I not be like them? At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief for having chosen to remain within the Dongting immortal sect. However, his first priority was not to seek out Han Su, but to head to the trading post. It was imperative to dispose of the stolen goods. He needed to sell Zhang Er and the others' belongings, ensuring no trace, evidence, or leverage remained. Although the spirit artifacts, elixirs, and spirit plants were enticing, they paled in comparison to the value of life itself. Naturally, he planned to sell them at multiple trading posts in batches, exhibiting a measure of shrewdness. Even along the way, he cleared some stalls as he passed by. Soon, the ill-gotten gains were exchanged for spirit stones. All the spirit plants fetched 15 middle-grade spirit stones. All the spirit artifacts yielded 20 middle-grade spirit stones, and all the elixirs brought in 5 middle-grade spirit stones. Additional miscellaneous items netted 3 middle-grade spirit stones. The total reward from this initial battle was 63 middle-grade spirit stones. This meant that not only did he not incur a loss at the wandering cultivators market, but he also made a substantial profit, even recouping his initial expenses. He could now contact junior brother Han Su. Xu Changqing retrieved a communication talisman. Shortly after, a voice came from the other end. Senior brother? I'm ready on my end. How about you? I'm ready here as well. Shall we meet up? All right. Let's rendezvous at your rice exchange location. Soon, the two agreed on a specific meeting point. As Xu Changqing walked, he encountered 2 men approaching him. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was also a middle-aged man. Sun Yu let out a long sigh. Kai Daoist, I finally found you. Xu Changqing recognized him. Manager Sun? Sun Yu pointed to the person beside him and introduced, Kai Daoist. This is the current patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Rong. Xu Changqing casually assessed them before asking, have you made your decision? Sun Rong smiled faintly. Kai Daoist, this is not the place for discussions. Shall we go to my Sun family residence to rest for a while? Xu Changqing firmly declined. I'm afraid I do not wish to waste time. It was a jest, Although he was a disciple of an immortal sect and should not fear these wandering cultivators, one must always be cautious. Who knew what might transpire if he followed them? Ultimately, one's life was paramount. Sun Rong was momentarily taken aback but then nodded with a smile. Very well. To demonstrate my sincerity, let us proceed directly to the transaction. Xu Changqing extended his right hand. Spirit stones are your greatest sign of sincerity. Sun Rong and Sun Yu understood this immediately and quickly produced spirit stones sufficient to purchase 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice, handing them over without delay. The total was 4 middle-grade spirit stones and 17 low-grade spirit stones. While it may seem modest, it was quite significant. The ratio at the immortal sect was 1:13. While at the wandering cultivators market, it was 1:14. The Sun family was purchasing at a rate of 1:12 for 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice, which was a disadvantageous deal. However, second-grade spirit rice was scarce, especially in the resource-poor wandering cultivators market, making it difficult to procure. Excellent. Xu Changqing was pleased as he produced the spirit rice. After Sun Rong inspected the rice, he suddenly took out his communication talisman and cheerfully offered it. Kai Daoist, please notify me in advance next time you come, so I can ensure the manager is adequately prepared. Xu Changqing, recognizing the hint, accepted the talisman and nodded. Understood. He then proceeded towards the location he had arranged with Han Su. Sun Rong and Sun Yu stood together, watching Xu Changqing depart. Sun Rong slowly remarked, to be honest, I initially thought him a fraud. Sun Yu, surprised by this, inquired, and what do you think now? Sun Rong replied earnestly, but upon seeing this exquisite spirit rice, I can confidently assert that he is neither a fraud nor anything less than a disciple of the immortal sect. Sun Yu, intrigued, asked, why is that? Inferior, superior. Exquisite. Different qualities mean varying concentrations of spiritual energy in spirit rice. Even in the wandering cultivators market, being able to consume first-grade spirit rice is a luxury. Only disciples of the immortal sect could so readily part with such a quantity of exquisite second-grade spirit rice. This 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice from Kai Kuan, or Xu Changqing, possesses an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, all reaching the exquisite level among second-grade spirit rice. If consumed over time, it will greatly benefit everyone in the Sun family, even if they cannot compare to the disciples of the immortal sect. They will certainly secure a place in this small Dongqing city. Thus, Sun Rong was prepared for a long-term partnership with Xu Changqing, willing to accept some losses if necessary. Meanwhile, Xu Changqing had reunited with Han Su. Junior brother, what shall we do next? All right, Xu Changqing replied nonchalantly. Guided by Han Su, the two made their way to the vicinity of the Dongqing tree. This area was actually more bustling and prosperous than the wandering cultivators market, with even the air imbued with a sweet fragrance. Numerous disciples from various sects and casual cultivators could be seen, a veritable kaleidoscope of individuals. As Han Su led the way, he remarked, Brother, most of the disciples from the immortal sect spend the night at the Yaoxiang Pavilion. Since this is your first visit, we shall not be an exception. Hearing this, Xu Changqing extended his spiritual awareness, comprehending everything within a 100-meter radius. The indescribable sounds and the behaviors of those around him left no doubt in his mind regarding the nature of the Yaoxiang Pavilion. Yet, rather than feeling repulsed, he found himself somewhat exhilarated. An old saying rings true: food, beauty, and desire. Chapter 63. Attending the auction house, the pointing green finger technique. As Xu Changqing and Han Su arrived at the Yaoxiang Pavilion, melodious strains of music filled the air. The sound of the guqin resonated like a fleeing figure, while the soft notes of the se mingled in a gentle murmur, creating an enchanting harmony that ensnared the heart. Upon eagerly stepping inside, their eyes widened in astonishment. The entire Yaoxiang Pavilion was divided into 3 levels. The first floor mainly accommodated casual cultivators, while the second was home to members of the immortal families from Dongqing City. The third floor was reserved for elite forces and disciples of the immortal sect, each forming small circles yet engaging in the same activities. Most individuals were accompanied by beautiful companions, feeding them green grapes and sharing spirit wine. In the central pool of the first floor, dancers twirled, their sleeves stirring fragrant breezes. The scents of flowers, wine, garments, and bodies lingered in the air, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. The delicate figures, drenched and swaying like tender blue lotuses in the morning mist, appeared both hazy and elusive. As Xu Changqing was momentarily lost in thought, a pair of enchanting figures entered his vision. Greetings, esteemed immortals. I am Hongzhu, the steward of the Yaoxiang Pavilion. Which floor would you like to visit? The leading woman's voice was sweet and melodic, her gaze a mix of inebriation and allure. Since it was Xu Changqing's first visit, he looked to Han Su for guidance. After some contemplation, Hansu decisively replied, the third floor. The cost varied by level. Ascending required increasingly more spirit stones, with additional minimum consumption requirements. As this was Xu Changqing's inaugural visit, Hansu felt compelled to be generous. Previously, he had only ventured to the second floor. However, in the presence of such stunning beauties, he made a show of extravagance, tossing spirit stones into Hongzhu's embrace. Immediately, surrounded by a throng of lovely maidens, they ascended to the third floor. Esteemed immortals, please select your companions, Hongzhu gestured. Instantly, a row of maidens arranged themselves. Diverse in height and figure, each possessing captivating beauty. Understanding the unspoken cue, Hansu urged, brother, please go ahead. Xu Changqing waved dismissively, you choose. I am amenable to anything. Perceiving a hint of shyness in Xu Changqing, Hansu took the initiative, quickly selecting two of the most alluring maidens. Unin, Tao Tao, why are you not preparing? Hongzhu urged. Immediately, the chosen maidens turned to change into new garments, bringing along exquisite food and drink. Leaning against the railing, Xu Changqing gazed down, observing the throngs below, where the loudest cheers accompanied the largest crowds. Some even tossed spirit stones, causing splashes in the water below. Immortal, would you care for a drink? A soft voice suddenly chimed, accompanied by a delicate hand offering a round porcelain cup. Xu Changqing gradually shifted his gaze, tracing the slender arm until he glimpsed a rosy face, with willow-like brows and cherry-red lips. Her smile arched her eyes into crescent shapes, reminiscent of the moon. Her gaze mirrored that of Hongzhu, a blend of intoxication and haziness. If he recalled correctly, her name was Tao Dao. Thank you. Xu Changqing accepted the cup and took a sip. The taste was agreeable, yet it lacked any spiritual essence, falling far short of his refined spirit rice wine. In comparison, it was akin to the heavens and the earth, a stark disparity. Meanwhile, Hansu indulged in merriment with another maiden, Anin, sharing poorly crafted jokes that elicited no response from Xu Changqing. However, the two beauties beside him were quite entertained, laughing heartily, their laughter causing them to quiver like flowers in the breeze. As night fell, the Yaoxiang pavilion grew increasingly vibrant. Suddenly, a sound like silver bells echoed. The flower car has arrived. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave. Oh, so eager? Soon, patrons from every floor started to depart, heading outside. Curious, Xu Changqing inquired, what is the flower car? To his surprise, Anin and Tao Tao burst into giggles, while Hansu wore a knowing expression. It's a place to rest, he replied. Huh? Xu Changqing was taken aback. Hansu chuckled, brother, if you feel tired, you can take Tao out of the flower car. Xu Changqing, not oblivious to the implications, immediately grasped the meaning. No wonder the crowd was so eager. Yet, he wondered why they preferred the flower car. Hansu elaborated. The flower car is a unique feature of Dongqing City. Once someone boards, it flies deep into the branches of the Dongqing tree. Xu Changqing could not help but ask, isn't the Dongqing tree owned by Master Wang? Hansu winked, not just the Dongqing tree, but the entire city, especially the Yaoxiang pavilion, belongs to Master Wang. Xu Changqing found himself at a loss for words. Hansu took a swig of strong liquor, slurring, brother, we come here to enjoy ourselves. After all, we lack such opportunities in the immortal sect. Xu Changqing smiled. You go ahead. I have a fear of heights. As daybreak arrived, with ample time remaining, the two entered Dongqing City's only auction house, the Dongqing Auction House. Compared to various trading points, the auction house offered a wider selection of goods, all of superior quality. One could even find complete spells. The only downside was the higher prices and the need to compete with others. Spirit plants, spirit tools, spells. Each starting bid exceeded one mid-grade spirit stone. Why is it the pointing green finger again? Xu Changqing mused. Wasn't it sold last time? Although it was a low-tier spell, its 9 levels made it nearly impossible for anyone to master. Many had purchased it only to resell it, learning their lesson the hard way. I still yearn for the Azure Water Sword. At that moment, a complete low-tier cultivation method appeared, yet the crowd's reaction was one of disdain. It seemed to have been auctioned numerous times, only to return shortly after being sold. Xu Changqing pondered, what is the effect of the pointing green finger? Hansu cautioned. Brother, although it is a complete spell, you can see that no one desires it, indicating there must be an issue. Xu Changqing inquired further. I heard someone mention it has 9 levels. The female attendant nodded. Indeed, it's a low-tier spell, but mastering it to the 9th level is akin to high-tier spells. I'll take it, Xu Changqing decided, eager to test it out. After all, while others struggled to reach the 9th level, he could do so quickly. If achieving the 9th level truly equated to high-tier spells, it would be a significant gain. Soon, Xu Changqing acquired the low-tier spell, Pointing Green Finger, for 3 mid-grade spirit stones, mainly due to the lack of competition. No one wanted it. Even a wood spirit root cultivator present wore a face of disdain. How could a major fool buy it? They likely believed it would return to the auction house within days. If a simpleton was willing to buy it, at least it would hasten their journey to the next round. Shortly thereafter, a jade slip was placed in his hands, containing the entirety of the low-tier spell, Pointing Green Finger. Chapter 64. The Greenwood Dividing Water Hoe, the Pointing Green Finger at maximum level. The auction continued, with a plethora of items being presented: spirit tools, spells, spirit plants, elixirs, and more, encompassing a vast array of categories. However, the majority ultimately results in only one outcome: a failed auction. After all, most attendees come to the auction in search of necessities. The next item up for bid is a spiritual tool known as the Qingmu Water Dividing Hoe. It possesses two effects: 1, to dig soil, and 2, to divide water. The starting bid is set at 3 medium-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1 stone for each subsequent bid. Another spiritual tool appears: a hoe, a type commonly used in daily tasks. For every spirit farmer, it is undeniably familiar. However, others show no interest whatsoever. In the entire auction house, the number of potential bidders does not exceed 5. Nevertheless, this particular tool stands out. Ordinary spiritual tools rarely carry prefixes, and the presence of one indicates special effects. As previously mentioned, the Qingmu Water Dividing Hoe has 2 effects: digging soil and dividing water. The former, as the name suggests, involves excavating earth, akin to Han Su's soil loosening technique. The latter, dividing water, guides the flow of water and can even excavate water channels. In terms of efficacy, the second effect surpasses the first, as all spiritual plants require the nourishment of spiritual rain and spring water. Being a tool with a prefix, it promises greater efficiency and effect than ordinary tools. I bid 4 medium-grade spirit stones. I bid 5, though it has a prefix. Exceeding 5 stones would be a bit excessive. Within the auction house, interest is limited to a few spirit farmers, while other cultivators remain uninvolved. Xu Changqing, initially indifferent and even disinterested. After all, Han Su handles soil loosening, and by Linger manages rainfall, suddenly recalls a patch of black earth beneath Stone Mountain, particularly where he cultivates mutated spirit rice. An urge to bid arises within him, for that area also necessitates soil turnover. Yet, it is evident that he cannot seek Han Su's assistance. Should the secret be leaked, the consequences would be dire. If he were to undertake the task himself, an ordinary spiritual tool would suffice, but employing the prefix-laden Qingmu Water Dividing Hoe would yield far superior results. Thus, when the previous bidder calls out 6 medium-grade spirit stones, and no one else contests, Xu Changqing decisively shouts, 7 stones. Instantly, all spirit farmers who previously considered bidding fall silent. Although this spiritual tool has a prefix, bidding over 5 stones is regarded as exorbitant. Consequently, Xu Changqing successfully acquires the prefix-bearing daily spiritual tool, the Qingmu Water Dividing Hoe. Upon witnessing this, Han Su grows anxious, pondering whether he had neglected to properly entertain senior brother Su yesterday, leading him to refrain from assisting with soil loosening. Xu Changqing, seemingly sensing his thoughts, smiles and inquires, "As a spirit farmer, it is only reasonable for me to possess a hoe, isn't it?" "That does seem valid." Han Su pauses, realizing he has overthought the matter. The subsequent items fail to pique their interest. Shortly thereafter, they rise to depart for the flying ferry. Upon arrival, a gigantic flying sword descends, and several disciples from the Dongting immortal sect disembark. Not recognizing anyone, the two do not initiate any greetings. After completing their transaction, they casually find a spot to sit cross-legged and await departure. Woof woof. The yellow dog, Wong Wong, is ecstatic, drawing near while excitedly urinating. Cluck cluck. The pearl chicken remains perched on the armrest, quietly observing. To humans, it may seem like just a day and night, but for spirit beasts, it feels like an eternity. They are unaware of the precise passage of time, only that their master has been absent for far too long. Heh. Xu Changqing crouches down, affectionately ruffling Wong Wong's furry head. He then approaches the pearl chicken and personally feeds it a handful of second-grade spirit rice. Once he has tended to them, he enters the house. First, he glances at the food and water prepared for the 2 little ones before leaving, noting they have been consumed entirely. He promptly heads to the kitchen to prepare a meal. By the time everything is settled, half an hour has passed. Xu Changqing sits cross-legged on his wooden bed, meticulously counting the spoils from his recent endeavors. There are still over 50 spirit stones remaining. He has acquired 3 spells: Wood Concealment Technique, Pointing to Green, and Green Lotus Transformation Technique. Except for Pointing to Green, the other 2 are incomplete texts. However, this poses no issue for Xu Changqing. With the system at his disposal, he can restore them with time. The only dilemma is which one to study first. Typically, one would prioritize green lotus transformation technique, as it emphasizes cultivation and serves as a substitute for the Changqing art. However, any high-level spell or technique requires a significant investment of time to learn, at least a month to grasp the basics. Thus, after much contemplation, Xu Changqing ultimately decides to pick up the lower-level pointing to green. Being a lower-level spell allows for easier mastery and can even reach a 9th tier, comparable to high-level spells. He takes a swig of second-grade spirit rice wine and begins his studies. Days pass, and with the aid of the expert-grade spirit rice wine, he finally grasps the basics after 10 days. Pointing to green, first layer. Effect 1, early maturation rate 5. Would you like to consume 150 days of lifespan to elevate pointing to green from first layer to second layer? So few? Xu Changqing is taken aback. 150 days is equivalent to 5 months. To recall, it took over 1,000 days to elevate the Changqing art to the second layer. Although surprised, he understands the necessity of advancement and opts to proceed. Instantly, knowledge and techniques related to pointing to green flood his mind. In the blink of an eye, the upgrade is complete. Pointing to green, second layer. Effect 1, early maturation rate 5. Effect 2, spirit plant quality enhancement rate 3. The second layer of pointing to green retains its first effect while introducing a second one. However, its impact remains minimal, bordering on negligible. Especially for spirit rice, it is virtually inconsequential, given that Xu Changqing cultivates only premium quality rice, which cannot be further improved. Would you like to consume 240 days of lifespan to elevate pointing to green from second layer to third layer? Xu Changqing raises an eyebrow. How many days would it take to elevate directly to the 9th layer? Soon, the prompt changes. Would you like to consume 3,285 days of lifespan to elevate pointing to green from second layer to 9th layer? 9 years? Xu Changqing finds this acceptable and promptly agrees. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge and techniques regarding pointing to green surges into his mind. It takes a while to fully assimilate. Remaining lifespan, 154,315 days, pointing to green, 9th layer. Effect 1, early maturation rate 15. Effect 2, inferior quality enhancement rate 20. Effect 3, superior quality enhancement rate 10. Effect 4, premium quality enhancement rate 5. Effect 5, spirit plant mutation rate 0. 1 mutation? Xu Changqing's eyes light up. Upon employing pointing to green, there exists a 1 in 1,000 chance of inducing mutations in spirit plants. While this probability may seem low, it takes on a different perspective when considering the abundance of spirit plants themselves. The success rate, therefore, is relatively higher. Moreover, if this 1 in 1,000 chance is applied to mutated spirit rice, could it not lead to further mutations? Chapter 65, Mutated Cabbage, Mutated Rice Mutation, Seeking Updates. In the early morning, a thin mist blankets the fields. Dewdrops glisten like jewels upon the spirit plants. Cluck cluck. The pearl chicken, with its glossy black eyes, scans the ground for insects. The yellow dog, Wong Wong, lies at the door, its front paws crossed in an exquisitely elegant posture. With a creak, Xu Changqing, dressed and ready, opens the door. He strides forward with a light step, heading towards the spirit fields while donning his bamboo hat. Once standing at the field's edge, he extends his spiritual awareness. Instantly, information regarding the spirit rice, vegetables, four-leaf clovers, and other spirit plants emerges. Unripe, undamaged, sufficient spiritual energy. All the spirit plants remain unchanged from yesterday. Upon witnessing this, Xu Changqing's lips curled into a subtle smile. As a spiritual farmer, the greatest joy lies in the normalcy of life. Yet, he did not turn to leave. Instead, he removed his shoes and stepped barefoot into the spiritual field. On this spring morning, the temperature had yet to rise, and thus the earth exuded a faint chill. When disturbed by outsiders, the soil retaliated. However, as Xu Changqing was not of the earth's spirit root, he remained unperturbed by the cold. Soon, he approached a stalk of spiritual rice, standing approximately 1 meter tall, adorned with heavy ears of rice, each bearing grains of tender green. At that moment, he raised his right hand, channeling his internal spiritual energy. In the next second, a layer of green light emanated from his index finger, clearly indicating the low-tier spell green point. He lightly tapped the spiritual rice before him, and in an instant, the green light surged forth, overwhelming the stalk. Immediately, the rice trembled, gradually revealing a faint green glow, visibly standing taller. Unfortunately, beyond this, no further transformation occurred. Undeterred, Xu Changqing decided to test each stalk in succession. Regrettably, the 1 in 1,000 chance proved to be rather bleak. Ultimately, none exhibited any mutations. Nevertheless, Xu Changqing remained resolute, as he had yet to try the cabbage, peppers, and four-leaf clovers. Hence, he patiently proceeded to apply the spell on these vegetables, one by one. Facing repeated failures, before long, he had successfully addressed the peppers and four-leaf clovers, leaving only a handful of cabbages still awaiting his touch. As his spiritual energy waned, Xu Changqing assessed his reserves. Now in the foundation establishment stage, his energy lasted longer. After some contemplation, he resolved to finish casting on the remaining cabbages. However, as he continued, a sudden chime resonated. Xu Changqing initially assumed it was a notification from the system, prompting him to check his attributes. To his dismay, he found no changes. No, to be precise, there was a reduction in his remaining lifespan, indicating he had aged a few days. Reflecting on the inexorable passage of time, Xu Changqing resumed his search for the source of the sound, ultimately directing his gaze to a cabbage. In his haste, he had overlooked it. This cabbage was twice the size of its neighbors. It appeared as a singular mass. Could it be? Xu Changqing's curiosity piqued, and he swiftly enveloped it with his spiritual awareness. In an instant, the information about this cabbage appeared. Mature, mutated cabbage, doubled spiritual energy content, doubled pest resistance. Is that all? Xu Changqing blinked. This fortunate cabbage possessed two remarkable traits: early maturation and mutation. However, regardless of its changes, it could not alter the fact that it was still cabbage, useful only for stir-frying or pickling. At least this confirmed that the green point spell had some efficacy. Subsequently, Xu Changqing cast the spell on the remaining cabbages, and upon confirming that only one had mutated, he promptly uprooted it from the ground. Harvested one mutated cabbage. Lifespan 7 days. This was 4 days longer than that of a regular high-quality vegetable. Wong wong, pearl chicken, today's breakfast will be quite sumptuous, Xu Changqing called out, waving the mutated cabbage in his hands before heading to the water channel for cleaning. In no time, it was spotless, and he ensured to remove the dirt clinging to his feet as well. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The rhythmic chopping sounds resonated as he worked, and the mutated cabbage's enhanced defenses made it a bit laborious to cut. After half an hour, a fragrant breakfast was ready. 2 fried eggs, a plate of spicy stir-fried mutated cabbage, and a pot of mutated cabbage congee made with second-tier spiritual rice. While it may not seem extravagant, it surpassed many meals of other spiritual farmers. Xu Changqing indulged in the second-tier spiritual rice without reservation, relishing the added benefits of the mutated vegetables. Goo-goo. The pearl chicken hopped into the room, heading straight for the dining table. As it drew closer, it leapt up, only to be unceremoniously shoved aside by the drooling dog. Wong wong. Whether out of ignorance or intent, the dog knocked the chicken aside and then turned to Xu Changqing with a sycophantic grin, its tail wagging as if seeking praise. The pearl chicken, now timid, retreated to a corner, casting a pitiful glance. You too. Xu Changqing chuckled, bemused. Yet, he remained impartial. Everyone would receive their share, and there was more than enough to satisfy. The moment a bite of the spicy, stir-fried, mutated cabbage touched his lips, Xu Changqing's eyes lit up. The cabbage was crisp and refreshing, bursting with juice as he bit down. Next came the mutated cabbage congee, which was even softer and more delicate. The flavors intensified with each bite, leaving him yearning for more. Once he finished his meal, his stomach was pleasantly full, brimming with spiritual energy awaiting refinement. He then activated the Changqing technique to begin absorbing this energy. As time flowed, after a stick of incense had burned, he completed the process. His internal spiritual energy had not only restored, but had slightly increased. Xu Changqing smacked his lips, contemplating. If I could consume mutated vegetables and spiritual rice daily, I would surely reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment within a decade. Unfortunately, while the green point spell proved useful, its success rate was dismally low. After washing the dishes, he swiftly made his way to the stone mountain. After all, there were still numerous mutated spiritual rice plants waiting for his experimentation. As he approached, a faint aroma wafted through the air, a distinctive scent of the mutated spiritual rice. The fragrance intensified with maturity. Presently, Xu Changqing had no means of evading it, but the remoteness of the location offered some solace. Familiar with the terrain, he slipped into the cave, once more encountering the mutated spiritual rice. The central mutated mother rice still gleamed with golden brilliance, appearing quite robust. Mutated mother rice, blessing of abundance, spirit energy cultivation, domain of one zhang. The entries had not changed much. His gaze soon fell upon the adjacent subrice, which thrived remarkably. Immature, mutated subrice, undamaged, sufficient spirit energy. With no issues apparent, Xu Changqing decisively cast the low-tier spell green point. The rich green light coalesced at his fingertips as he began with the mutated subrice, one after another. He lost track of time as he continued. Suddenly, a chime rang out. If he heard correctly, it seemed that one of the mutated subrice plants had indeed mutated. Chapter 66. Spiritual Roots Like Blue Lotus, a 50-year endeavor. Golden rice gathering spiritual rice, produces golden rice, concentrates spirit energy, sufficient spirit energy, immature. This one had a prefix? Xu Changqing was taken aback. He had read in the chronicles of spiritual fields that ordinary spiritual plants would not possess prefixes. Even in mutation, a prefix was not guaranteed. It was a matter of chance, not certainty. Prior to this, neither the mutated mother rice nor the mutated sub-rice had prefixes. Perhaps the likelihood of a prefix appearing increased with multiple mutations. For instance, the plant before him not only had a prefix but boasted two, golden rice, spirit gathering. The latter was easily understood as the gathering of spirit energy, but the former left Xu Changqing somewhat perplexed. After all, the mutated rice was inherently golden. He retrieved the chronicles of spiritual fields for a closer examination, and indeed, he discovered something significant. The section on mutations indicated that spiritual rice had a certain chance of mutation, categorized into various types, such as ordinary mutations or elemental mutations. Ordinary mutations, such as the variant rice, differ in their elemental attributes, which are indicated by prefixes. The term golden rice encapsulates the essence of golden spiritual energy, signifying a yield more suited for those with a golden spiritual root. While this may hold no benefit for me, it is advantageous for Li Lingbai. Xu Changqing contemplated deeply, recognizing that as a wood's spiritual root, he could absorb only two types of spiritual energy, one being would attribute energy and the other being attribute-less energy. The latter is the purest form of energy in the cultivation realm, akin to the spiritual stones found within the earth's veins, which are formed from the condensation of formless energy. As for spiritual eyes and spiritual veins, they are exceedingly rare and monopolized by immortal elders. Thus, for ordinary cultivators, consuming spiritual rice remains the optimal choice. However, the rice harvested post-maturation bears no attribute. Attribute-less rice can be absorbed by anyone, which is the primary reason for its demand. Of course, spiritual stones can also be utilized for cultivation, often yielding even better results than spiritual rice. Yet, the question arises, how many cultivators in the entire Tianyuan Realm can achieve such feats? After much contemplation, Xu Changqing concluded that the golden spirit rice need not be concealed. He could either present it to the immortal sect for a reward of 1,000 points, or inform Li Lingbai, allowing for a beneficial exchange. After all, keeping it for himself serves no purpose. It would be wiser to maximize the benefits. However, there was no rush to publicize this matter. He could wait for a rainy day when thunder strikes to disseminate the news. It was not uncommon for a core disciple from the spiritual field to cultivate a mutated spiritual rice. Such occurrences had happened before, time and again. Many spiritual farmers were eager for their cultivated spiritual plants to mutate. In essence, it boiled down to luck. With fortune on their side, mutations would occur. Thus, Xu Changqing tidied his mood and began transporting spiritual spring water for irrigation. Next on his agenda was to study the Qinglian transformation technique. Upon reaching the foundational stage, higher-level techniques would prove more beneficial. As for the Changqing method, it would not be discarded until the wood's spiritual cultivation technique was mastered. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Xu Changqing retrieved the jade tablet containing the remnants of the Qinglian transformation technique. Wishing to cultivate this advanced method, a prerequisite existed. One must possess a companion Qinglian. More precisely, one must have a seed of the Qinglian, nurtured daily with wood's spiritual energy until it sprouts. When the individual and the Qinglian resonate in thought, the next step may commence. Xu Changqing raised his right hand, and the wood character's spiritual seal materialized instantly. With a focused thought, a small Qinglian seed appeared in his open palm, identical to the first time he beheld it. After all, the spiritual seal merely possessed storage capabilities and lacked nurturing abilities. Cultivation, meals, irrigation, and weeding, these were the repetitive tasks Xu Changqing engaged in daily. Yet, rather than feeling monotonous, he found immense joy in it. The sensation of growth at all times was truly captivating. On the early morning of the 10th day, while cultivating the Qinglian seed, a sudden crack echoed within the serene room. He was astonished to discover the seed in his palm had moved slightly, followed by a delicate fissure appearing on its surface. Upon closer inspection, a faint green light emanated from within, twinkling like emeralds beneath water. Evidently, after 10 days of nurturing, the Qinglian seed had finally sprouted. The tender shoot, infused with spiritual energy, slowly emerged from its rigid shell. Simultaneously, a sense of connection blossomed within him. It felt as though this was not merely a sprouting seed, but a part of his own being, allowing for effortless perception and control. Filled with excitement, Xu Changqing intensified his efforts, releasing more wood's spiritual energy. The green shoot grew at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a diminutive Qinglian before dawn. The petals were shaped like inverted eggs, gradually diminishing from the outside in, resembling a small blue goblet. This stage was termed Qinglian observation. By visualizing the Qinglian, one could metamorphose their spiritual root into a Qinglian, thereby significantly enhancing their cultivation speed, spiritual energy concentration, and physical strength. However, Xu Changqing did not continue further. Instead, he descended from his bed and ventured outside. The temperature was mild, accompanied by a gentle morning mist. He proceeded with his daily cultivation. As spring neared its end, the ambient with spiritual energy dwindled. Even with the aid of spiritual plants, the growth of spiritual energy remained sluggish. After the sun rose, his cultivation concluded. Subsequently, Xu Changqing turned to cooking, weeding, and irrigation. By the time he finished all tasks, it was already midday, leaving him free to commence Qinglian observation. This contemplation lasted over 20 days, culminating in his with spiritual root taking the form of a Qinglian. Although it only possessed a semblance of form, it signified his successful entry into the Qinglian transformation technique. Xu Changqing felt a surge of inspiration and began to examine his attribute panel. Qinglian transformation technique, level 1, effect 1, physical constitution enhanced by 5, effect 2, cultivation speed increased by 5, effect 3, spiritual energy absorption efficiency raised by 5. Indeed, this advanced technique was remarkable. Xu Changqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Just at level 1, it exhibited effects equivalent to level 2 of the Changqing method. The potential for enhancement at the highest level was unimaginable. Do you wish to expend 58 days of lifespan to fully restore the Qinglian transformation technique? What? Xu Changqing's eyes widened in disbelief. 20,058 days equated to 54 years. It was noteworthy that he currently possessed a lifespan of merely 300 years. The restoration of this technique demanded such an extensive time. Though astonished, Xu Changqing hesitated not. For him, lifespan was the least of his concerns. Thus, he chose to proceed. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge regarding the Qinglian transformation technique flooded his mind. In a daze, Xu Changqing utilized his limited knowledge, experience, and skills to restore the remnants over a span of 54 years. Concurrently, the information on his attribute panel underwent transformation. Remaining lifespan, 134. 237 days. Qinglian transformation technique, level 1. Effect 1. Physical constitution enhanced by 10. Effect 2. Cultivation speed increased by 10. Effect 3. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency raised by 10. Special effect. Initial perception of plant life essence. Capable of accelerating the growth of ordinary plants. Post-restoration, not only were the ordinary effects amplified, but a special effect emerged as well. Chapter 67. The Tianyuan Realm. Yield breakthrough. Request for acceleration. A special effect? Xu Changqing felt a surge of surprise. It appeared the Qinglian transformation technique was far from simple. Was this truly an advanced technique? Do you wish to expend 666 days of lifespan to elevate the Qinglian transformation technique to level 2? Yes, instantly. A torrent of experiences and techniques related to the Qinglian transformation technique surged forth. After 2 breaths, the enhancement concluded. Remaining lifespan, 133. 571 days. Qinglian transformation technique, level 2. Effect 1. Physical constitution enhanced by 20. Effect 2. Cultivation speed increased by 20. Effect 3. Spiritual energy absorption efficiency raised by 20. Special effect. Ability to manipulate ordinary plants, accelerating their growth rate. The 3 ordinary effects had doubled, while the special effect had transformed once more, yet it remained within the realm of ordinary plants. After some experimentation, Xu Changqing formed a general understanding. Henceforth, he resolved not to upgrade tier by tier, but to attain the maximum level in one swift motion. Do you wish to expend 525 days of lifespan to elevate the Qinglian transformation technique to level 9? Yes. In that instant, Xu Changqing felt as though he had entered a state of enlightenment. His mind became extraordinarily vibrant and animated, fully comprehending various experiences and techniques related to the Qinglian transformation technique. This state persisted for a considerable duration before he finally emerged from it. Qinglian transformation technique, 9 layers. Effect 1. Enhances constitution by 100. Effect 2. Increases spirit recovery speed by 100. Effect 3. Boosts spirit absorption speed by 100. Effect 4. Improves spirit conversion efficiency by 50. Effect 5. Accelerates comprehension of wood attribute spells by 50. Special effect 1. Allows perception of detailed information of all plants. Special effect 2. Creates a Tianyuan Qinglian domain, where plants grow at an increased speed of 50. Special effect 3. significantly enhances the concentration of spirit energy within the domain. Increasing recovery speed by 50. Special Effect 4. Enhances camouflage ability in natural environments. Special Effect 5. Reduces emission of one's own aura and fluctuations caused by one's realm. Xu Changqing inhaled sharply. This technique transcended the boundaries of advanced methods, approaching the realm of Earth-tier techniques. While other high-level techniques, like the with spirit entanglement art, were not as outrageous. It was evident that the Qinglian transformation technique was extraordinary, potentially concealing unknown secrets. Without donning his shoes, Xu Changqing rushed barefoot outside. In an open area, he immediately activated the Qinglian transformation technique. In the next moment, the accompanying Qinglian darted forth. Upon landing, a green light circle rapidly radiated outward, filling Xu Changqing with a refreshing and invigorating aura, akin to being immersed in cool spring water on a summer day. As time elapsed, the weeds and wildflowers underfoot began to transform. They grew at a visible rate, the weeds towering higher while the wildflowers matured. Even the concentration of wood spirit energy steadily increased. Xu Changqing, sensing the change, activated the wood spirit entanglement art. Instantly, the surrounding weeds morphed into black iron vines, exceeding 100 in number, even reaching 150. Under normal conditions, the spirit energy in his sea could sustain this for approximately 5 minutes. However, within the Qinglian domain, this duration would be significantly extended, easily surpassing 10 minutes. With a wave of his hand, the black iron vines shot toward the nearby poplar tree, producing a series of piercing sounds as they pierced through its trunk like a hedgehog. The expansive domain quickly dissipated. The weeds grew to a height comparable to an adult's leg, appearing remarkably resilient, while the wildflowers exuded a faint fragrance, blanketing the ground in a layer of pollen. Noticing this, Xu Changqing shifted his gaze to the spirit field. Since plants proved beneficial, spirit plants were undoubtedly valuable as well. He approached swiftly and tossed the accompanying Qinglian, which landed in the dark soil. The green light circle expanded rapidly. Tianyuan is approximately 33 meters, ample enough to encompass a second-grade spirit field of 25 meters, enveloping all spirit plants within. Next, Xu Changqing released his spirit consciousness, carefully attuning himself to the sensations around him. Time ticked away, and those encompassed spirit plants began to grow at an exceedingly slow pace. Xu Changqing estimated that if he maintained this coverage until his spirit energy was exhausted, he could gain an additional 3 months of growth in a year. Thus, while others could plant 4 times, he could achieve 5. And the surplus yield would not need to be reported, as no one would be aware. Xu Changqing contemplated the implications, pondering that the larger the area, the greater the spirit energy consumption. He decided to experiment with mutated rice. Soon, he arrived at the cave's entrance and quickly entered. Just a few steps in, a golden light shone brightly, somewhat blinding. Without hesitation, he cast the accompanying Qinglian beside the mutated mother rice. In the next instant, the Qinglian domain materialized once more, though this time it did not reach Tianyuan due to surrounding stones, limiting its coverage to a mere few meters. As anticipated, the rate of spirit energy consumption decreased. However, an unexpected change occurred. The mutated mother rice within the Qinglian domain began to emit a translucent, glass-like aura, resonating harmoniously. Following this, a substantial amount of wood spirit energy converged, and the mutated rice greedily absorbed it, causing the rice ears to weigh increasingly heavier. Xu Changqing quickly realized that the mother rice possessed its own domain as well. This meant that when the dual domains overlapped, the maturation rate of the mutated spirit rice became indistinguishable from that of regular spirit rice, extending the time frame to a year. It was reasonable to conclude that he could plant one additional batch. More planting equated to increased yield, which in turn represented greater quantities of mutated spirit rice. While he could not summon spiritual rain, this method seemed to offset that limitation. Perhaps one day, he could indulge in mutated spirit rice with every meal, rendering the second-grade spirit rice less significant. Aside from brewing, the only option left would be to sell it. Undeniably, the Qinglian transformation technique bestowed upon Xu Changqing immense joy. The myriad effects synergizing together were indeed extraordinary. With excitement stirring within him, he turned his attention to the attribute panel. Xu Changqing, male, 20 years old, wood spirit root, effect 1, natural affinity. Foundation establishment initial stage, Changqing technique, 5 layers. Spirit rice wine, expert. Wood spirit entanglement art, 3 layers. Ironwood armor technique, 4 layers. Pointing green, 9 layers. Qinglian transformation technique, 9 layers. Remaining lifespan, 128,046 days, 350 years. Second-grade spirit rice, 3,500 gene. First-grade spirit rice, 800 gene. Medium grade. Spirit stones, 53 pieces. Low-grade spirit stones, 67 pieces. Though his lifespan had decreased by over 50 years, the yield of spirit rice would increase once more. Chapter 68. The good rain knows its season. Spring is when it falls. Thunder rumbled ominously, drawing nearer, as if heavy objects were being rolled within the storm clouds. Moments later, fine rain began to cascade from the heavens, intertwining softly. The spring rain was tranquil and gentle, lacking the summer's ferocity, the autumn's chill, or the winter's biting cold. It fell onto the rooftops with barely a sound, not at all bothersome. The delicate raindrops slid down the eaves, quickly forming a shimmering curtain of water. Once the rain passed, he could disseminate the news of the golden rice spirit gathering rice. Whether to share it with Li Lingbai or submit it to the immortal sect would depend on Li Lingbai's sincerity. Subsequently, Xu Changqing continued to delve into the details about yellow rice wine. For him, ordinary spirit rice wine no longer held significant value. To achieve greater effects, he needed to brew a higher-grade spirit wine. Compared to ordinary spirit rice wine, this yellow rice wine was more sought after and commanded a higher price. Time slipped by unnoticed. The pattering of rain gradually diminished. Meanwhile, as Xu Changqing lay upon his bed, a thought crossed his mind. Yellow rice wine entry level, effect 1. Increases spirit absorption speed by 10 for 1 hour, negative effect 1. Prolonged consumption significantly reduces reaction speed, negative effect 2. Long-term use causes severe damage to internal organs, Xu Changqing pondered. 2 negative effects right from the start? Would you like to consume 999 days of lifespan to elevate yellow rice wine to proficiency? Yes, in an instant. Knowledge and techniques regarding yellow rice wine flooded his mind. Xu Changqing entered a state of enlightenment, rapidly absorbing all the information. Yellow rice wine proficient, effect 1. Increases spirit absorption speed by 20 for 1 hour, negative effect 1. Long-term consumption slightly reduces reaction speed, negative effect 2. Prolonged use causes moderate damage to internal organs. It had changed. Xu Changqing nodded slightly. The effect had doubled, while both negative effects were mitigated. This meant that, compared to the previous spirit rice wine, while yellow rice wine initially posed greater risks, it ultimately offered more substantial benefits. As the quality improves, such damage will gradually diminish. Will consuming 1,088 days of lifespan elevate Huangmi wine to mastery? No, elevate it to the highest level. Xu Changqing was resolute. In an instant, he fell into a state of enlightenment once more, and this time, the duration was notably longer. Successfully consumed 5,566 days of lifespan to elevate Huangmi wine to adept level. Remaining lifespan, 121,481 days. Huangmi wine adept, effect 1. Enhances spirit absorption efficiency by 100 within an hour. Effect 2. After drinking, wood-based cultivation methods experience a 15 reduction in spiritual energy consumption. Effect 3. In a tipsy state, the comprehension speed of low-tier techniques is increased by 50. Effect 4. In a tipsy state, the comprehension speed of high-tier techniques is increased by 30. Special effect. Immunity to damage caused by long-term consumption. Oh, Xu Changqing abruptly sat up from his bed. He had anticipated that elevating Huangmi wine to its pinnacle would significantly reduce harm. To his surprise, it possessed a special effect of immunity to damage. This meant that even daily consumption would pose no issues, alleviating any concerns. A slight smile graced Xu Changqing's lips. He suddenly felt a keen anticipation for the expression that Han Xian, the female wine enthusiast, would display after indulging in Huangmi wine. It would surely be delightful. There was Han Xian and Pei Mo, this pair of wine lovers who were utterly devoted to their libations, drinking daily and treating alcohol as sustenance. Subsequently, Xu Changqing commenced the brewing process. He had all the necessary ingredients at hand. However, unlike the spirit rice wine that could be consumed in a few days, Huangmi wine required half a month. Yet, this brief interval was inconsequential for him or any cultivator. By afternoon, the gentle drizzle had slowed its descent. The air of the spirit field gradually became refreshing. Noticing the rain was nearly over, Xu Changqing donned his bamboo hat and made his way towards Stone Mountain. Upon reaching the destination, he skillfully slipped into the cave. Before him lay the mutated spirit rice. Apart from the mutated mother rice, what captivated Xu Changqing's gaze was the golden rice that gathered spiritual energy. This variety, in comparison to its peers, exhibited a more vibrant hue. Although its size did not rival that of the mutated mother rice, its qualities were nearly equivalent. He could even sense the sharp energy contained within each grain of golden rice. Without hesitation, Xu Changqing produced his Qingmu water dividing hoe and began to excavate. He intended to transplant this golden rice to the external spirit field. It must be noted that while the Qingmu water dividing hoe was an everyday spiritual tool, it bore a significant prefix, making it easy to wield. It neither harmed the root system of the mutated spirit rice nor impeded the efficiency of loosening the soil. Before long, the golden rice was successfully unearthed. He continuously released with spiritual energy, carefully wrapping it. Then, he turned to depart. Shortly thereafter, he successfully transplanted the mutated spirit rice. To prevent any mishaps, he placed an accompanying green lotus nearby for protection. After half an hour, upon confirming that everything was secure, Xu Changqing retrieved a communication talisman. The first contact was none other than xianxia, whom he had not seen in quite some time. "Hello? Brother, it's me. Xu Shidi. Is there something you need? Just say it directly. A mutated spirit rice has appeared here. Can you come take a look?" Crack. If Xu Changqing heard correctly, the sound of a ceramic cup shattering echoed from the other end. After that, xianxia did not utter another word. A short instant later, a yellow flying paper crane approached rapidly. Xu Changqing recognized it as xianxia's mode of transport and hurried out to greet him. Xianxia descended from the flying paper crane and, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Where is the mutated spirit rice?" Xu Changqing smiled and pointed, right in the spirit field. Following his gesture, xianxia looked and indeed beheld a rice plant shimmering in golden light. It stood out starkly against the surrounding plants, which were all shades of green and yellow. This one radiated a resplendent golden hue, exuding an eye-catching brilliance. The number of rice ears was plentiful, appearing heavy and ripe. Clearly, this was a mutated spirit rice. Xianxia could not help but exclaim, "Shidi, you are truly fortunate. Others have searched for years, even over a decade, without encountering a single mutated spirit plant. Yet you, having joined for less than 3 years, have already acquired one. If this news spreads, it would certainly stir envy among many spirit farmers, causing them restless nights and unappetizing meals. One must understand that everything is increasing in price nowadays. Thus, the value of mutated spirit plants remains perpetually high. Previously, submitting to the immortal sect could yield 1,000 points, but now it has risen to at least 1,500 points. If sold, the price would be no less than 500 mid-grade spiritual stones. In other words, Xu Shidi is bound to become wealthy. Chapter 69, Maximizing Benefits. Demon would water-avoiding boat. Xu Changqing scratched his head. I did not anticipate this. As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flicked toward Stone Mountain, where 99 more mutated spirit rice plants awaited. Xianxia nodded slightly, and then asked, "What do you intend to do?" Xu Changqing promptly replied, "I have researched this mutated spirit rice. It is called golden rice gathering spiritual energy. It contains rich golden spiritual energy, which should be beneficial for brotherly Lingbai." Upon hearing this, Xianxia raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Xu Changqing affirmed with a vigorous nod. Xianxia pondered. "If it truly is golden rice gathering spiritual energy, my cousin would likely be willing to purchase it." Xu Changqing subtly hinted, "I informed you because you are family." Xianxia understood the implication and promptly responded, "Very well, I will send someone to notify my cousin." Xu Changqing, puzzled, asked, "Isn't there a communication talisman?" Xianxia explained, "Our immortal sect is too far from the central domain for the talisman to function. The communication talisman, also known as the communication spirit talisman, is divided into short-range and long-range types. Generally, within or nearby the immortal sect, communication is assured. However, if the distance is too great, it becomes ineffective." Xu Changqing expressed slight regret. "It seems I must seek out Old Hua for a chat." Xianxia paused, then chuckled and said, "Don't rush. Give me 10 days. If I cannot contact my cousin, you may handle the mutated spirit rice as you wish." "Good." Xu Changqing eagerly awaited this assurance. Li Lingbai was not only a genius with 3 spiritual roots, but also a core disciple of the Water Control Pavilion, with formidable backing from a nascent soul, true monarch. By aligning with such a powerful figure, he could cultivate comfortably without concern for conflict or deceit. Soon after, Xianxia swiftly departed on his flying paper crane. For now, all that remained was to exercise patience. Days passed, and while Xu Changqing awaited news from Li Lingbai, the spirit rice ripened first. Xu Changqing utilized the Qing Lotus domain to accelerate the growth rate, finally yielding some results, albeit only a few days earlier than anticipated. After all, 2 months had passed since he mastered the Qing Lotus transformation technique. In the spring, presently, the spirit field was filled with ripening spirit rice swaying in the wind. The heavy ears of rice seemed poised to drop at any moment. Each grain appeared particularly plump, rich in formless spiritual energy. Xu Changqing grasped his sickle, extending his spiritual awareness. Matured, sufficient spiritual energy, no loss, second-grade spirit rice, today's premium, yield, for 1,000 gene. Indeed, for 1,000 gene was the limit for a second-grade spirit field. To yield more would require expanding the field or adding another acre. However, Xu Changqing understood that the timing was not yet right. He then stepped barefoot into the spirit field and began to harvest with unwavering determination. Harvesting a single exquisite spiritual rice, lifespan 6 days. Harvesting a single mutated sweet potato, lifespan 7 days. Harvesting a single premium cabbage, lifespan 3 days, 999,999,1999. Since mastering the Qinglian transformation technique, Xu Changqing's physique has once again been enhanced. Thus, during the harvesting process, he not only felt no fatigue, but rather became increasingly invigorated, gaining momentum with every effort. Once all the spiritual crops in the spiritual field were harvested, be it spiritual rice or vegetables, less than 2 hours had passed, showcasing an extraordinary efficiency. This harvest was comparable to the last, totaling around 200 gene of various vegetables, with a surprisingly higher quantity of mutated vegetables than anticipated, as the sweet potatoes were hidden underground and previously unnoticed. The second-grade spiritual rice amounted to 4,000 gene. After deducting 150 gene for Hu Bugui, 50 gene for Han Su, 800 gene for Li Lingbai, and a submission of 1,500 gene, he was left with 1,500 gene. Now, Xu Changqing's stock of second-grade spiritual rice reached 5,000 gene. Regarding lifespan, it was estimated that the presence of mutated vegetables contributed to an increase, reaching 11,365 days. His total lifespan now stood at 132,846 days, equivalent to 363 years. Xu Changqing pondered while standing on the ridge of the field. It was time to learn the wood concealment technique. At present, his greatest shortcoming lay in his agility. He had a high-level Qinglian transformation technique for cultivation, a high-level offensive spell with spirit entanglement technique, and a high-level defensive spell, ironwood armor technique. Even the spiritual rice wine had been upgraded to a superior type, yellow rice wine. Subsequently, he did not leave, but instead took out a flint and set fire to the piled straw. He had previously seen a farming method in the spiritual field chronicles called slash-and-burn agriculture. The term slash-and-burn refers to using tools to till the land to facilitate crop growth. However, since Han Su was present, this method was optional. The term burn implies converting straw into ash through combustion, which not only provides nutrients to the soil but also eliminates weeds and even kills insect eggs. This method can be employed almost year-round, except during winter. The only downside is the substantial smoke. The insect extermination formation, known as the golden killing formation, could easily eliminate pests but simultaneously consumed spiritual energy from the spiritual stones, causing wear on the buried spiritual tools. If pest control could be effectively managed in daily life, it would conserve spiritual stones, spiritual tools, and golden spiritual energy, significantly extending their lifespan. In terms of conversion, this amounted to a considerable saving of spiritual rice. Days passed, and finally Li Sankai made an appearance. Without prior notice through a communication talisman, he arrived riding a flying paper crane. Xu Changqing couldn't help but inquire, "Brother, how have you been?" Li Sankai, appearing slightly fatigued, waved his hand. "First, let me have some spiritual rice wine to moisten my throat." Xu Changqing paused, then retrieved a bottle of second-grade spiritual rice wine from his small storage pouch. There was indeed yellow rice wine, but unfortunately, the quantity was scarce, and he was reluctant to drink it himself. Li Sankai took a hearty gulp of the second-grade spiritual rice wine, feeling refreshed, and then sighed, "To help you contact my cousin, I personally traveled to Fengtian City in the central region." Xu Changqing was enlightened, finally understanding why Li Sankai had remained silent for so many days. It turned out he had been away. His heart swelled with gratitude. Li Sankai continued with a smile, "Regarding the golden rice gathering spirit rice, my cousin has confirmed that this mutated spiritual rice is indeed useful to him and is willing to purchase it." Xu Changqing grinned. "Ah, we are all family. Asking for money seems excessive." Li Sansai's mouth twitched in disbelief at this remark and continued, "Of course. It won't be in spiritual stones but rather in exchange for 2 items. 2 items? Xu Changqing was both surprised and curious. Li Sankai produced a palm-sized object from his storage pouch, revealing a blue toy wooden boat, and introduced it enviously. "This is a specialty of the central region, known as the Demonwood Water Avoidance Boat. This treasure can not only fly through the air but also navigate freely in water. Its value far surpassing that of a single mutated spiritual plant." Chapter 70. Receiving a year's worth of spiritual rice, the punishment department makes a visit. Xu Changqing received the boat with both hands, feeling an unexpected heaviness. This seemingly small blue wooden boat weighed at least several hundred G. Li Sankai said solemnly, "Infuse your blood into it, then leave your spiritual energy imprint, and you will be able to control this Demonwood Water Avoidance Boat freely." Xu Changqing nodded slightly at this, then drew a drop of blood from his middle finger. as the blood fell onto the surface of the boat. It visibly absorbed the liquid, even producing tiny bubbles. The boat began to shake violently, emitting a sound as if it were coming to life. Spiritual energy imprint. Xianxia reminded urgently. Seeing this, Xu Changqing understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy into the boat. The moment the blood and spiritual energy merged, a unique imprint belonging to him was established. Should anyone else acquire this, demon would water avoidance boat. They would have only two options, destroy the imprint or destroy the boat. Simultaneously, Xu Changqing felt a thread of consciousness detach from him. Merging with the boat in his hand, all information becoming clear. Demon would water avoidance boat, effect 1. Advanced wind control effect 2. Advanced water avoidance effect 3. Advanced durability effect 4. Devouring growth special effect. Senses demon energy and locks on to its location. Xianxia curiously asked, "How is it?" Xu Changqing smiled. "It is indeed a remarkable item." Xianxia nodded slightly. "This boat was obtained by my cousin after slaying a 1,000-year-old demon, so its quality is undoubtedly exceptional. The reason for such generosity, even willingness to invest heavily, is due to your ability to provide exquisite spiritual rice. Just this aspect is enough for Li Lingbai to go all out." Xu Changqing couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how's the size of a demon determined?" Xianxia promptly explained. "Unlike us cultivators, demons are classified based on their cultivation level. Demons around 100 years old are considered minor demons. Those around 1,000 years old are major demons. Several thousand years old are demon kings. And 10,000 years old are demon emperors, with even higher levels being immortal demon gods and supreme ancestors." Xu Changqing gasped in astonishment. If this was the case, demons were indeed terrifying. The Black Rust dynasty, located in the central region, must be in dire straits. Xianxia's expression grew serious, and he spoke gravely. "Junior brother, we spirit farmers are protected by the immortal sect, thus unaware of how perilous the outside world is. Humans and demons have been in constant conflict, akin to fire and water. Demons regard humans as food, consuming them to enhance their cultivation. Conversely, humans require core parts from demons to transcend their realms. This journey has indeed broadened my horizons." Xu Changqing's complexion changed slightly upon hearing this. He resolved firmly never to wander recklessly again, limiting his excursions to selling spiritual rice at the scattered cultivator market. The outside world was far too dangerous. It would be better to remain diligently farming in the immortal sect. By the way, Xianxia suddenly recalled and said, "As for the second item, junior brother cannot provide it at this moment." "Why?" Xu Changqing displayed a puzzled expression. Xu Changqing waved his hand. "I'm not in a hurry about that." "What about this golden rice gathering spirit rice?" Xianxia blinked. Xu Changqing grinned. "Brother, please." All the other spiritual rice had been processed, leaving only this golden rice gathering spirit rice to shine. Xianxia, understanding how to transplant, immediately walked over. In no time, he had unearthed the golden rice gathering spirit rice. He then exchanged greetings with Xu Changqing before departing on his flying paper crane. Watching Brother Li hurriedly leave once again, Xu Changqing felt a sense of bittersweetness. Xu Changqing opened the small storage bag and took a glance inside. 100 grains of golden spirit rice, seeds emitted a dazzling golden glow. Certainly, he had to keep some, for the value of golden spirit rice was exceedingly high. However, he needed to reserve a portion. Next time, he would choose a different place to sell them. The loose cultivator market in Dongqing City would be an excellent option. Then, Xu Changqing carefully stored the demon wood water avoidance ship and summoned a flying paper crane. Although he now possessed a new mode of transportation, superior in speed and defense, discretion remained paramount for him. He aimed to minimize his presence and avoid attracting any attention. Subsequently, he directed the paper crane towards the core management office. Upon arrival, he found the area bustling with spiritual farmers. Xu Changqing submitted 1,500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice and successfully earned 375 points. Coupled with his previous accumulation, he now had a total of 1,600 points. "Manager." Xu Changqing bowed respectfully. Old Hua quickly recognized him. "Ah, it's you." Xu Changqing inquired. "May I directly receive a year's worth of rice seedlings?" In truth, it was perfectly acceptable not to collect the spirit seedlings, as many spiritual farmers would cultivate privately. Collecting from the management office was merely a convenience. Xu Changqing's eyes brightened. "That's splendid." With the presence of the Qinglian domain, his cultivated spiritual plants would mature ahead of schedule. While others could plant 4 times a year, he could achieve 5. Although it appeared to be just one extra cycle, it would yield an additional 4,000 pounds of second-grade spirit rice, not to mention the vegetables. Old Hua, smiling broadly, asked, "What realm are you at now?" After a slight nod, he continued, "And what about the Chongqing technique?" This cultivation speed was merely average in the spiritual fields, not too fast, nor too slow. The only notable aspect was the uniqueness of his technique, which stood out. Typically, formal disciples learned with spirit cultivation techniques. However, since he was able to grow exceptional spirit rice, these concerns were trivial. Excellent, Xu Changqing replied with a smile. Old Hua could never have guessed that he had already reached the early stage of foundation establishment. Having smoothly transitioned from the late stage of qi refinement to the peak of qi refinement without any hindrance. Next, Xu Changqing went to collect a year's worth of rice seedlings. While it seemed he was merely inquiring with Old Hua, he was actually testing the special effect of the Qinglian transformation technique. Special Effect 5 reduces the aura one emits in the fluctuations of one's realm. In other words, as long as he did not intentionally reveal it, even those of a higher realm would find it difficult to detect. From the current observations, unless Old Hua was pretending, he truly had not noticed. After collecting the spring seedlings, Xu Changqing had just reached the palace gate when two familiar figures approached. One was Zhao Ziyao, and the other was Zhao Ying. All three were part of the same batch of newly promoted outer disciples. Xu Changqing had initially expected them to act as if they did not recognize him, especially after their last unpleasant encounter at the Maple Valley Market. To his surprise, Zhao Ying took the initiative to greet him. Su Daoyu. Even Zhao Ziyu smiled and nodded. Good afternoon. It was evident that both were in high spirits. Hello. Xu Changqing replied, somewhat taken aback. However, the three exchanged little more than pleasantries and soon parted ways. Xu Changqing summoned the paper crane and immediately directed it towards home. Upon arrival, he discovered two unfamiliar faces outside his door, one male and one female, both quite young. One was a disciple of the water control pavilion, while the other bore a purple lightning emblem on their chest. Woof, woof, Huanggo barked, running frantically around the field. Behind him, the female disciple of the water control pavilion excitedly chased with a dogtail grass in hand, calling out, little doggy, don't run. Let Andy pet you. The male disciple stood beside her, looking exasperated, his mouth twitching occasionally. Who are you two? Xu Changqing gently landed the flying paper crane, his mind alert. The male disciple turned, scrutinizing him with a piercing gaze, and introduced himself. I am Lei Lin Wu Wei, and this is Zhang Shui from the water control pavilion. We are both members of the punishment department. Punishment department? Xu Changqing exclaimed in surprise, unable to restrain himself from asking, what do you want with me? Wu Wei retorted, what is your relationship with Zhang Er, who is also a spiritual farmer? Xu Changqing's heart tightened, but he quickly realized. If they had evidence of him killing Zhang Er, the visitors could not simply be two formal disciples. Surely, a member of the punishment department or an elder would accompany them. Thus, the individuals before him could only harbor suspicions, nothing more. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing and glinting with sharpness as he remarked playfully, but I've heard you have a grudge against him? What grudge? Xu Changqing countered. Wu Wei was momentarily taken aback. It was common knowledge that outer disciples were exploited by formal disciples, yet it could not be publicly acknowledged, lest it incite unrest. Therefore, even if true, it had to be treated as if it were not. Everyone adhered to this unwritten rule, afraid to breach it. Xu Changqing continued, Linen, Zhao Ziyao, and Zhao Ying all became formal disciples after passing Brother Zhang's assessment. He decisively implicated the others, suggesting that if there were to be doubts, they should all share the burden. He could not fall into the trap of self-incrimination. As it stood, unless evidence was presented, he would be in the clear. Although there had been a conflict between the two at the edge of the spiritual fields, once they joined the core, their interactions had been minimal. Wu Wei frowned but persisted. Someone saw you and him boarding the same giant flying sword to the loose cultivator market. Xu Changqing nodded. We did indeed board the same giant flying sword. Wu Wei sneered, that aligns perfectly. Yet Xu Changqing remained composed, while I am unsure of your intentions. If my memory serves me right, Brother Zhang arrived later, and many witnessed it. Wu Wei's smirk froze on his face, his brow furrowing deeply. Observing his speechlessness, Xu Changqing took the initiative to ask, what happened to Brother Zhang? Zhang Er has gone missing. At that moment, Zhang Shui, having ceased her pursuit of the dog, slowly approached. What? Xu Changqing was taken aback, his eyes scanning the two in disbelief as he pressed further. Brother Zhang is missing? Noticing his reaction, Wu Wei and Zhang Shui exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Wu Wei coldly remarked, he may already be dead. Xu Changqing expressed his discontent. What is wrong with you? Why would you curse Brother Zhang? Wu Wei's irritation became evident as he bristled at the remark. Sensing the awkward tension, Zhang Shui quickly interjected, smiling and waving her hands. All right. We are merely here for a routine inquiry. There is no need for such tension. Wu Wei suppressed his anger, but still felt slightly disgruntled. Perhaps to change the subject, Zhang Shui pointed to the second-grade spiritual field nearby and said, I see the straw has turned to ash. It seems you are utilizing a rather primitive method of slash-and-burn agriculture? Xu Changqing nodded slightly, indeed. Zhang Shui replied with a hint of regret, what a waste. Xu Changqing looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Zhang Shui quickly explained. Straw is also one of the materials for talismans. If you had saved it, we could have made a trade this time. Realizing this, Xu Changqing felt enlightened. The two summoned a dark flying shuttle and ascended into the air. This person is worth suspecting. Do you have any evidence? Yet it was only he and Zhang Er, a mere mid-stage qi refiner. How do you expect me to kill 3 late-stage qi refiners, one of whom has reached full qi refinement? How strange. Zhang Er is a member of the same cultivation family as you, and you seem unconcerned? If he is dead, I have no obligation to care for a corpse. If he is alive, there is even less reason to concern myself. Subsequently, the two departed with a sense of purpose. Little did they know that it would take more than 2 months for anyone to seek out Zhang Er and his companions. However, he remained utterly unperturbed. Not only had Zhang Er and the others vanished without a trace, but even the remnants of their belongings had been meticulously cleared away. The surplus spirit stones and spirit rice were cleverly concealed beneath the stone mountain. Even if these two were to open the small storage bags for inspection, they would uncover nothing amiss. It was no wonder that Zhao Ziyao and Zhao Ying were in high spirits. They had already learned of Zhang Er's demise and thus liberated themselves from their tribulations. Xu Changqing suddenly came to a realization. He then made his way towards the stone mountain. As he approached, he caught a whiff of the fragrant mutated spirit rice. He hurriedly entered the cave. Once deep inside, he beheld rows of resplendent golden mutated spirit rice. Both the mutated male and female stalks were laden with heavy grain, indicating their ripeness, ready for harvest. Xu Changqing extended his spiritual awareness, carefully sensing the crop. Mature, undamaged, abundant spiritual energy. Yield, 394 gene. Noticing the yield was slightly reduced due to the absence of one stalk, he dismissed the thought and swiftly raised his sickle. Harvested 1 stalk of mutated male rice. Lifespan, 10 days. Harvested 1 stalk of mutated male rice. Lifespan, 10 days. Harvested 1 stalk of mutated male rice. Lifespan, 10 days. He ceased harvesting only when he was left with the mutated female rice. Ultimately, he collected a total of 394 gene of mutated spirit rice, increasing his lifespan by 980 days, bringing his total lifespan to 133,825 days. He merely cut off the 9 heavy ears of grain from the mutated female rice. Once he finished, Xu Changqing began to transport the spiritual spring, continuously irrigating the crops. After confirming everything was in order, he turned to leave. Just as he stepped outside, a buzzing sound emanated from a communication talisman within his small storage bag. Xu Changqing promptly retrieved it. Old Xu, it's me. Hu Bugui? Old Xu. Do you not want a partner? Huh. Oh, I forgot you're solely focused on farming and uninterested in worldly affairs. What do you wish to convey? At the end of Hongfeng Valley, there is a sea of flowers. Every year, during the blooming season, a gathering for spirit roots is held, essentially a search for partners. Sorry. I'm not interested. If you're uninterested, then accompany me. You're not even fully grown, and you seek a partner? You're the one not fully grown. Finding a partner has nothing to do with age. The path of cultivation is long, my friend. Fine. I've just finished harvesting, so I might as well deliver the spirit rice to you. Although Xu Changqing was not currently looking for a partner and thus had no interest in the gathering, he indeed wanted to meet Hu Bugui. They agreed to meet the following morning. Chapter 72, The Sadwind Cliff and the Hu family's matchmaking. The next morning, Xu Changqing flew toward the designated meeting place atop a paper crane. Upon arrival, he was immediately greeted by the sight of Hu Bugui squatting by the roadside. To his surprise, Hu's attire today was rather ostentatious. Being somewhat portly, he wore pale golden clothing, resembling a toad lounging by the road. His 10 fingers were adorned with numerous jade rings, exuding an air of wealth. Yet, in reality, he appeared short and stout, akin to a caricature of a nouveau riche. Xu Changqing steadied the paper crane for a smooth landing, and, with a bewildered expression, inquired, "What is this attire?" "Me?" Hu Bugui brushed off the dust from his legs and stood up, scrutinizing Xu with a critical gaze. "You know we're going for matchmaking today. Yet you still dress like a farmer?" Xu Changqing's mouth twitched at the remark. "Just yesterday, you referred to it as a gathering. And now you don't even bother to pretend, do you?" "Haha." Hu Bugui grinned foolishly. "They mean the same thing." Xu Changqing opened his small storage bag and handed over 150 gene of spirit rice. "Here is your share." Upon seeing the premium spirit rice, Hu Bugui's eyes sparkled. "You're the best, old Xu." The other collaborators either made excuses or barely met the requirements. "Truly, you are the most reliable." The two then took flight on the paper crane towards Hongfeng Valley. Regardless of the season, the towering maple tree in Hongfeng Valley remained unchanged. Its branches lush and leaves tender as a baby's hand. As one approached, the leaves would rustle, seemingly applauding their arrival. However, this time, their destination was not the market within, but rather the sea of flowers at the end. As they drew closer, the valley opened up to reveal a vast grassland. Lush and green, with gentle waves undulating like ripples in a pond. As their vision expanded, both felt their spirits lift. Xu Changqing observed kites of various colors and shapes. Some resembled drifting clouds, while others were petite and dainty. However, this was not the sea of flowers, for no matchmaking attendees were in sight. As they continued forward, the fragrance of blossoms intensified, rich with diverse scents that harmonized into an enchanting aroma, soothing to the senses. We've arrived at the sea of flowers, Hu Buguei exclaimed joyfully. Xu Changqing looked down to behold an endless expanse of wildflowers, vibrant in color, competing for attention while complementing one another. Various flying paper cranes and land spirit beasts dotted the ground, while the more advanced forms included flying shuttles and boats. Even a grand ship lay anchored in the center, its deck adorned with a golden flag fluttering in the wind, embroidered with a character resembling a dragon serpent. To his astonishment, they had encountered the renowned Qiu family during this matchmaking event. Hu Buguei was pleasantly surprised. Xu Changqing inquired, "What is the background of this Qiu family?" Xu Changqing nodded. "I am aware, associated with wind and thunder." Hu Buguei pointed to the character and explained, "The owner of this ship is none other than the illustrious Qiu family, the foremost cultivation family of the Sad Wind Cliff. Essentially, every spirit root in Dongting has its most powerful cultivation family, often deeply bonded with the immortal sects, indistinguishable from one another, like the Li family of Yeshuagong or the Rong family of Lingtian. However, if we are to speak of the most renowned cultivation families within the entire Dongting immortal sect, the Qiu family undoubtedly ranks among the top 3. Xu Changqing frowned, "But I have never heard of them." Hu Buguei, with an envious tone, remarked, "They disdain to buy rice from our Lingtian. The Qiu family is one of the 5 great empires of the Tianyuan Realm, the royal family of the Tianyuan Empire." Xu Changqing was taken aback. Hu Buguei continued with a knowing smile, "Do you think cultivation relies solely on spirit roots and comprehension? Such individuals come to the Sea of Flowers for matchmaking?" Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. Hu Buguei shrugged, "Who knows?" Xu Changqing then guided the paper crane to land. It was undeniable that those seeking partners here, more accurately, those looking for companions, were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The crowd was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, each more dazzling than the last. In stark contrast, Xu Changqing and Hu Buguei seemed somewhat out of place. One appeared as a nouveau riche, while the other, though youthful, exuded a rustic charm. Since it was Xu Changqing's first visit, he inquired, "What should we do now?" Hu Buguei scratched his head. "I heard from other senior brothers that finding a partner relies either on fate or mutual needs. There are 2 types of companions: the hired partner, which involves employing the other with spirit stones or resources, and the bonded partner, which entails marriage and mutual support. Needs?" Xu Changqing pointed toward the crowded area ahead. "Are you referring to that place?" Hu Buguei beckoned, "Let us go take a look and find out." They made their way toward the area bustling with people. "How much spirit rice do you harvest in a quarter? How many spirit stones do you earn in a year? An apprentice in artifact forging? Why are you here mingling instead of wielding a giant sword? An entry-level talisman master? Are you here seeking a father figure?" Xu Changqing's delightful fantasies have now shattered into a million pieces. He had imagined that the search for a companion would unfold in a rather ethereal manner. Yet, he found himself bargaining as if in a bustling marketplace. Surprisingly, those who have formed partnerships with others seem to be the most sought after. First-time visitors or those with lesser abilities are not held in high regard. Furthermore, the search for companionship does not strictly adhere to traditional gender norms. Men seek men, and women seek women as well. Xu Changqing suddenly recognized a familiar face. Was that not the charming young man beside Lu Yuanyuan? He had encountered him at Li Lingbai's birthday banquet. From what he could see, it appeared that the young man had been cast aside. Nevertheless, he was surrounded by admirers. Regardless of gender, many approached him to negotiate terms. While Xu Changqing was lost in thought, Hu Buguei seized the opportunity to approach a female disciple with earthy spirit roots. "Friend, I can't help but notice your striking beauty and alluring figure. Shall we have a chat?" Xu Changqing watched with curiosity. The earthy-rooted disciple was quite fair. Her face was not slender but rather had a hint of baby fat. Her figure was not merely alluring but rather robust. To his surprise, Hu Buguei seemed to favor such a type. The earthy-rooted disciple responded, "I am Lin Su. What is your name?" "I am Hu Buguei." He cheerfully introduced himself. Lin Su scrutinized him. "What type of spirit root do you possess?" Hu Buguei blinked, fire and metal, a dual spirit root. Contradictory spirit roots? Lin Su's expression shifted subtly. Hu Bugue hastily added, though they are contradictory, I am in the Spirit Beast Valley. Upon hearing Spirit Beast Valley, Lin Su's demeanor softened slightly. The Spirit Beast Valley is indeed remarkable. Do you specialize in taming spirit beasts or breeding them? Hu Bugue grinned confidently, I sell spirit beast dung. Lin Su immediately exhibited an expression of utter disdain, fanning her nose with her hand as she turned to leave, not wishing to linger for even a moment. Hu Bugue stood there in shock. Xu Changqing, standing nearby, remarked, you truly are a talent. What's wrong? I really do sell dung. Hu Bugue protested, feeling unjustly treated. Isn't it obvious? She found you off-putting, Xu Changqing replied with exasperation. What should I do? Hu Bugue looked confused. Xu Changqing couldn't help but suggest. Just say you have business dealings with the spirit fields. While it's still dung, at least it sounds more sophisticated. Anyone who doesn't understand will be easily impressed. Hu Bugue pondered. You make a valid point. Xu Changqing, uninterested in further conversation, scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted another familiar face. Small in stature, tiptoeing through the crowd. Nearly lost among the throng, Xu Changqing approached and pulled the individual from the mass of people. Ah, Su Daoyu. Linger exclaimed in surprise. Xu Changqing queried. What brings you here at such a young age? Ling sighed. I came with my sister and senior sister, but I got separated from them while walking. Xu Changqing chuckled. Then you should stay out of the crowd. You wouldn't want to get lost if your sister can't find you. Linger rolled her eyes, huffing in annoyance. However, she truly dared not re-enter the throng. Those walking did not lower their heads, each one with an air of superiority. Completely unaware of the smaller individuals below, having stepped on her feet several times. What about Hu Bugue? Xu Changqing surveyed the area, realizing the fellow had vanished. Linger tilted her head. Curious, Su Daoyu, are you also here to find a companion? Xu Changqing shook his head. No, I'm accompanying a friend. Linger feigned understanding. Oh, you need not deny it. Seeking a companion is perfectly normal. Xu Changqing merely shrugged, uninterested in elaborating. Even if he were to search, he would approach it with utmost caution. Firstly, he could not allow his secrets to leak. Secondly, any partners would need to be exceptionally trustworthy. Lingo poked him. By the way, do you have any food? At her request, Xu Changqing retrieved 2 washed sweet potatoes from his small storage pouch, handing one to her while keeping one for himself. The two stood by, munching on sweet potatoes as they waited. Bringing a child to search for a companion? Was this a quest for a partner or a stepmother? One must understand that it isn't easy for them. Passers-by continually misinterpreted the situation. At this moment, Xu Changqing finally grasped the meaning of laughing out of exasperation. When one is too weary to argue or defend oneself, laughter often ensues. Lingo reassured him, it's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Hu Bugue returned. But he wasn't alone. He was accompanied by someone else. Who? It was Zhao Ziyue, the fish angler he had met before during the Foundation establishment period. Hu Bugue sighed, puzzled. Brother Zhao, why can't we seem to find them? As they conversed, they approached Xu Changqing. Upon seeing Lingo, Hu Bugue exclaimed, Old Su, whose child is this? Xu Changqing introduced, You've forgotten? This is Linger from the Rain Control Pavilion, who helped me summon rain for the spirit fields. Understanding dawned on Hu Bugue. Right, now I remember. Zhao Ziyue's eyes lit up upon seeing Xu Changqing. Did you bring bait? Xu Changqing instinctively took a step back. Zhao Ziyue, brimming with excitement, declared, Let us go fishing. No, let us try a black dragon pool. Perhaps we can catch a dragonfish. Xu Changqing quickly shook his head. I didn't bring any. Then that's that. Zhao Ziyue replied, somewhat disappointed. However, his words sparked an idea in Xu Changqing's mind. There happened to be a demon wood water avoidance boat that could enter the water. If he were to catch a dragonfish, it could fetch at least 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Moreover, he was not using inferior spirit rice wine, but rather a high-grade yellow rice wine that reached the level of a master's craft. As Xu Changqing contemplated, 2 female disciples approached. Linger, I finally found you. Zhure's voice rang out. Linger began to hum in annoyance, then complained, You all don't care about me. Is it you? Xu Changqing and the female disciple beside Zhu exclaimed in unison. It turned out to be Zhang Shui from the punishment department, whom he had encountered just the day before. To his surprise, they met again in this place. Zhang Shui smiled brightly. What a coincidence, Su Daoyu. Who would have thought the circle was this small? Xu Changqing was equally astonished. Zhao Ziyue inquired, Zhang Shui, aren't you investigating the disappearance of Zhang Er in your clan? Zhang Shui shrugged. These 2 matters aren't mutually exclusive. Xu Changqing's heart raced with caution. Zhang Shui and Zhang Er from the same clan? Although they shared the same surname, he hadn't considered that angle initially. After all, one was in the spirit fields and the other in the rain control pavilion. Thankfully, Zhao Ziyue's reminder had come just in time. Henceforth, he must keep a respectful distance from her. Bai Zhuo recognized Xu Changqing, pondering aloud, Su Daoyu, you must be here seeking a partner as well. Why not come with me? Xu Changqing was taken aback. Hu Bugui and Zhao Ziyue widened their eyes in disbelief, revealing expressions of astonishment. Regardless of looks or demeanor, they should have been more alluring. Why then had they chosen the plain Xu Changqing? Bai Zhuo half-jokingly remarked, just as wood fuels fire, with your assistance, I can not only cultivate a second spirit root, but also enjoy an endless supply of spirit rice. Bai Linger chimed in, yes, by following my sister. You won't need to worry about foundation-building pills. Of course, the most crucial aspect was that from then on, he could eat whatever he desired. Xu Changqing awkwardly waved his hand, let us pass on that. To become a partner in the Tao, to assist others in nurturing their second spiritual root, and even to relinquish spiritual rice, what one receives in return is but a mere elixir. No matter how one contemplates it, the loss is evident. Furthermore, he has a stronger inclination towards seeking a partner with a water spiritual root. Suddenly, the ground trembles. Countless fissures spread like a spider's web in all directions. Everyone is startled but reacts swiftly, rising into the air. Xu Changqing summons a flying paper crane to carry Bai Linger and Hu Bugui. Zhao Ziyue releases a bubble, allowing himself to float. Zhang Shui and Bai Zhuo stand on the back of another flying paper crane. Once stabilized, they gaze towards the source of the tremor, which turns out to be the enormous vessel of the Qiu family. The flags atop it flap wildly, thrumming in the wind. In the next moment, with a sharp crack, a figure bursts through the deck and leaps into the air. Hu Bugui exclaims in surprise, isn't that Qiu Feng, the young genius of the Qiu family? Zhang Shui furrows her brow, questioning, isn't he supposed to be breaking through to the golden core? What is he doing here? At this moment, Qiu Feng stands suspended in midair, his long black hair swirling in the wind. His gaze is profoundly complex, as if it embodies all the emotions of the world. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern an abyss of indifference lurking deep within his eyes. Suddenly, Qiu Feng speaks, his voice cold and sharp. In this world, there are 9 streams, 8 sufferings, 7 emotions, 6 desires, 5 colors, 4 seasons, 3 talents, 2 origins, all stemming from a single thought. Today, Qiu Feng shall harness the decadent winds birthed from your 7 emotions and 6 desires. Assist me in condensing the golden core. Chapter 74, Qiu Feng's demonic obsession. Sword cultivator Qin Bailey. Qiu Feng channels the sad wind technique. Instantly, a wave of compassion washes over him, as if he cannot bear to witness everyone separated by a translucent veil named desire. Tears silently fall from his complex gaze. He quickly interlaces his fingers, forming the emptiness seal. Thus I am, the clarity of emptiness is one. Thus you are, arising from emptiness. The cause of today shall be the fruit of tomorrow. As long as one follows their true heart, even impermanence can become permanence. The wind comes. Oh, a great wind rises. The invisible gust rends the earth, instantly obliterating the flower sea. From the fissures, a putrid earth energy surges forth like a billowing smoke. Everyone in the air plummets to the ground. However, the greatest danger lies not in the fall. Upon landing, their gazes gradually become dazed. Regardless of gender, they all instinctively fixate on their targets. Something feels amiss. Xu Changqing's expression changes dramatically. He senses a swelling in certain aspects, his breath becoming labored. A potent desire surges from the depths of his heart, as if yearning to shred the veil of morality. Fortunately, at this moment, the accompanying green lotus releases a wave of refreshing coolness, instantly cleansing the original distractions and desires. The issue is that while Xu Changqing remains unscathed, the 3 women beside him, Bai Linger, Bai Zhuo, and Zhang Shui, regardless of their cultivation stage, feel as though they are isolated boats amidst a turbulent sea, repeatedly shaken by the storm, instinctively drawing closer to Xu Changqing. Hu Bugui stands dumbfounded. Zhao Ziyue, equally bewildered. They had initially harbored expectations. At this moment, the surroundings mirror similar scenes. Yes, just like that, do not resist. Release the desires buried deep within. Qiu Feng's nostrils flare as he greedily inhales the decadent winds that surge forth. With each breath, his heart trembles, both physically and psychologically. An unprecedented ecstasy floods over him. From every pore, tendrils of black wind seep out, quickly transforming into a dark net that envelopes Qiu Feng. Just then, the heavens resonate. A series of piercing sounds pierce the air. A distant orb of golden light, akin to the sun, surges forth. The wind attempts to impede it, morphing into layers of invisible barriers, yet the resplendent golden light sweeps through effortlessly. Enough. A man's voice, cold and commanding as thunder, echoes. The dazzling golden light severs the invisible hand controlling everyone. The once-dazed crowd gradually regains their awareness. Bai Linger, in a daze, murmurs, "What happened to me?" Bai Zhuer narrows her pupils. "My desires were ignited?" Zhang Shui's cheeks flush, her teeth lightly biting her lip, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards the individual before her. Regrettably, Xu Changqing feels both relieved and somewhat regretful. "Damn it, am I really holding a man? Qiu Feng, you truly deserve to die. I shall ensure you pay 100-fold for today as humiliation. Why are you angry?" Qiu Feng is clearly a saint. The restored crowd gazes upward. Qiu Feng's expression is peculiar. On one side, he smiles, while on the other, he weeps, appearing utterly deranged. Anyone witnessing this would exclaim, "This person is not right." Floating directly opposite Qiu Feng is another figure, clad in white, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Tall and handsome, yet behind him blooms a massive golden sunflower. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the sunflower contains not seeds, but countless tiny short swords, each exuding a remarkable sharpness. Zhao Ziyue gasps, "Qin Bailey." "Who?" Xu Changqing inquires. Zhang Shui, her blush fading, introduces. This individual condensed a ground-grade golden core before reaching 100 years of age and is the foremost sword cultivation genius among the core disciples of Dongting Xianzong. Xu Changqing, pondering, asks, "How does he compare to Li Lingbai?" After all, Qin Bailey stands right before them. Who would dare to speak carelessly? Xu Changqing realizes this and quickly falls silent. At this moment, Qin Bailey speaks, "Qiu Feng, I initially thought you had failed to condense a ground-grade golden core and came to the Flower Sea for leisure, yet unexpectedly, you have nurtured a demonic obsession." "Demon?" Qiu Feng smiles, though his smile is ambiguous. Qin Bailey retorts coldly, "Look at your current ghastly appearance." Qiu Feng, refusing to look, bellows, "I am the most gifted young individual of the royal family, a cherished genius admired by all. Why would I fail to condense a ground-grade golden core? Tell me, why?" Qin Bailey furrows his brow. "Not everyone can succeed." Qiu Feng challenges, "Why can you succeed?" Qin Bailey is left speechless. On the ground, Xu Changqing can't help but shake his head. Suddenly, he comprehends why Qiu Feng has become deranged. Sometimes, being held too high is not necessarily a good thing. For ordinary cultivators, failure is just failure. Though hard to accept, they must come to terms with it. But who is Qiu Feng? He is a young genius admired by many, the best among the Qiu family, with countless resources at his disposal. Who could have predicted that he would fail to condense a ground-grade golden core? The blow from such a disparity is enough to destroy many. Moreover, for one as naturally proud as Qiu Feng, it becomes clear why such an incident has occurred. They had assumed the Qiu family had come here to seek partners. Yet they encountered an unprecedented situation. It is fortunate that Qin Bailey arrived in time. Otherwise, a disaster would have ensued. At this moment, Qiu Feng impatiently declares, "Do not hinder me. I shall condense the golden core immediately." Qin Bailey, upon hearing this, reveals a look of disappointment, his gaze sharpening. "If you do not awaken, I shall have no choice but to slay you." The word slay causes the sunflower behind him to tremble violently. The tiny short swords emit a resonant hum. The sharp sword intent instantly envelopes the area, sending chills down the spines of those present. Each one of them pales in fear. Fortunately, it is not aimed at them. Qin Bailey turns and commands, "You all must leave quickly. The Qiu family will offer compensation for this matter. Go." Xu Changqing calls out, regaining control of the somewhat damaged flying paper crane. However, the reactions among the group vary. Bai Zhuer clings tightly to her sister Bai Linger, unwilling to let go. Zhang Shui instinctively follows, only to halt upon realizing the Bai sisters have not moved. Azu Bugawei and Zhao Ziyue harbored no such concerns. The three of them boarded the flying paper crane and took off without hesitation. In an instant, everyone present rushed towards the direction of the Red Maple Valley. Those with means utilized their transportation tools, while the rest relied on their own two legs. The distance quickly expanded to over 10,000 meters. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from behind. A golden sunflower transformed into a resplendent sun, soaring skyward. Countless tiny swords radiated outward like beams of sunlight. The terrifying power obliterated the entire area in an instant. Xu Changqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The might of the golden core is truly fearsome. Chapter 75, Cultivating Spiritual Rice in Summer, Zhang Shui's Trial. High above the clouds, the immortal gazed down. Yet another succumbed to demonic influence. This marked the third instance in a century. Qiu Feng displayed decent potential. Could a life be saved? The demonic energy is formless and can only be dispelled by possessing a host. It seems the situation below is spiraling out of control. Upon entering the Red Maple Valley, Xu Changqing and the others did not linger, but flew straight to a fork near the spiritual fields, where they finally paused, gasping for breath. Hu Bugui exclaimed. The golden core is terrifying. Zhao Ziyue remarked seriously. Only upon reaching the golden core stage can one wield sufficient spiritual energy to execute earth-tier spells. Xu Changqing, while inspecting the damaged flying paper crane, inquired, was that strike from Qin Bailey an earth-tier spell? Zhao Ziyue shook his head. No. That was merely a casual strike with his magical artifact. Xu Changqing and Hu Bugui exchanged glances, both reflecting the shock in each other's eyes. A casual strike from a golden core practitioner could inflict such horrifying damage. Zhao Ziyue surveyed the two, cautioning, what transpired today will undoubtedly attract the attention of the immortals. If anyone inquires, do your best not to offend the Qiu family. Although many formal disciples were involved, the Qiu family is ultimately backed by the Tianyuan dynasty. There are other members within the Dongting immortal sect aside from Qiu Feng. It would be unwise for those without background or power to provoke them. Naturally, Xu Changqing and Hu Bugui were not foolish. Zhao Ziyue pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, shall we go fishing? Before Xu Changqing could respond. Even Hu Bugui couldn't help but retort, in light of such events, you still wish to go fishing? Zhao Ziyue pouted, if you won't go, I will. He then headed towards the river where they had previously fished. Once Zhao Ziyue had walked away, Hu Bugui, with a teasing expression, called out, Old Su. Xu Changqing looked at him in confusion. Hu Bugui blinked, curiously asking, what was that like? Xu Changqing, even more puzzled, responded, what do you mean what was that like? Are you pretending? Hu Bugui's eyes widened. I clearly saw those three young ladies hanging around you. Coughing awkwardly, Xu Changqing replied, I was too nervous at the time. I didn't really feel anything. Hu Bugui raised an eyebrow, perplexed. It's strange, with me and old Zhao being so handsome. Why did they all choose you? Xu Changqing scrutinized Hu Bugui, suppressing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hu Bugui now resembled a nouveau riche, while Zhao Ziyue exuded an air of an envious scholar. Each was more peculiar than the last. Of course, Xu Changqing did not truly believe he possessed any charm. He suspected it was due to the spiritual roots or the accompanying blue lotus. Firstly, both Bai Linger and Zhang Shui possessed water spiritual roots. Water nourishes wood, creating an inherent attraction between them. Although Bai Zhuo has a fire spiritual root, wood nurtures fire, fostering a similar connection. The two chatted at the fork before parting ways. With Hu Bugui heading towards the Spirit Beast Valley, who would have imagined that merely attending a gathering could lead to such an incident? It seemed prudent to avoid venturing too far in the future. Strolling around the vicinity of the spiritual fields would suffice, as encountering such bizarre events within the sect was already extraordinary. In the days that followed, Xu Changqing behaved quite cautiously, declining Hu Bugui's invitations to fish. He preferred to remain at home, venturing out only reluctantly. As the temperature rose day by day, summer finally arrived. The incessant chirping of cicadas grew increasingly deafening. At this moment, Xu Changqing, wearing a bamboo hat, stood at the edge of the fields. He had just contacted Bai Linger, requesting her assistance in summoning rain. Estimating the time, she should be arriving shortly. The spring season had been manageable, as the spring rains reduced the need for help from those with water spiritual roots. However, in summer, with rising temperatures, he would need to employ the minor cloud rain technique at least 3 times. According to current market rates, the remuneration for each invocation equated to 20 pounds of second-grade spiritual rice. Initially, the price could have been higher, but given their familiarity, they could negotiate a reasonable fee. At that moment, a shadow suddenly drifted overhead. Woot woof. The yellow dog, Wong Wong, barked excitedly. Su Daoyu. Simultaneously, a familiar voice called from above. Xu Changqing looked up. Momentarily stunned, Zhang Shui? He had clearly contacted Bai Linger. Why had this person come instead? Seemingly sensing his confusion, Zhang Shui descended from her flying shuttle and explained. Bai Zhuo wouldn't allow my sister to come here, so Lingo sent me to assist. Xu Changqing hesitated for a moment. Zhang Shui chuckled. Not welcome? Xu Changqing quickly waved his hands. No, as long as someone comes to summon rain, I'm fine. After surveying the spiritual fields, Zhang Shui raised her delicate hand. In an instant, the water's spiritual energy surged from within her, gathering a dark mist above the fields. Xu Changqing was astonished. Her minor cloud rain technique surpassed Bai Linger's significantly, not just by a little. One was slightly darkened, and the other was already visibly dark. In the blink of an eye, the rain began to fall, and it was more abundant, with richer spiritual energy. As the spiritual rain nourished the crops in the fields, the seedlings and vegetables unfolded as if they were breathing. At this moment, Zhang Shui casually inquired, Su Daoyu, I heard you know Zhang Su? Xu Changqing nodded, yes. I do know Zhang Xixiao. He helped me when I first joined the core of the spiritual fields. Zhang Shui continued. Did you know that Jiangsu and Zhang Er are cousins? The moment Zhang Er appeared and Jiangsu ceased cooperation, he already had his suspicions. To be honest, while he felt quite displeased with Zhang Er, he harbored no resentment towards Jiangsu. In fact, he was quite grateful, as he had genuinely assisted him without skimming off any spiritual stones. The only regret was that he could no longer harvest lifespan from the other's spiritual fields. Zhang Shui, with a half-smile, remarked, Zhang Er and Jiangsu come from the same cultivation family. Xu Changqing furrowed his brow. I am not concerned about that. Before long, the minor cloud rain technique was completed. She did not linger but quickly departed after receiving her remuneration. With no one around, Xu Changqing waved his hand, and the accompanying blue lotus flew out, landing steadily in the center of the spiritual field. The blue lotus field then unfurled, visibly causing the already nourished spiritual plants to grow slowly. At the current rate, they would likely mature in about 2 months. Consequently, this year's yield could surpass 20,000 pounds. Xu Changqing removed his bamboo hat, fanning his face while expressing his astonishment. What on earth does she mean by this? Chapter 76. Teasing the yellow dog, scrounging for dinner. The incessant cacophony of cicadas echoed above. Xu Changqing leaned against a poplar tree, chewing on a green herb. As he bit down, a bitter taste flooded his mouth. Yet, instead of spitting it out, he savored it. Wang squatted in front, tilting his head back and signaling with wild eagerness. Seeing this, Xu Changqing lazily raised his left hand above the dog's head, but did not let it fall. Instead, he pretended to stroke it from a distance of nearly 3 inches. Instinctively trusting, Wang squinted his eyes, revealing a look of enjoyment. Even his tail began to wag back and forth, betraying his inner joy. However, the happiness was short-lived. Within 3 seconds, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Though his master was ostensibly petting him, why could he feel nothing? The pleasurable sensation of his scalp and fur being stroked was conspicuously absent. Filled with confusion, he turned to glance back. Xu Changqing maintained his pose, appearing utterly unperturbed. At that moment, Wang began to doubt himself. Was his posture upon waking incorrect? Had he not eaten enough earlier? Or was he simply sleepy? His small head was filled with large question marks. Just then, he inadvertently looked up and froze. Although Xu Changqing's hand mimicked the motion of petting, it had not descended at all. Woof! Realizing he had been tricked, Wang barked angrily. Xu Changqing grinned. Haha, silly dog. The pair entertained each other for a while. Suddenly, Xu Changqing felt the spiritual energy in his dantian gradually depleting. He understood that his cultivation in the Qinglian domain was nearing its conclusion. Thus, he rose from beneath the shade of the poplar tree and made his way toward the second-grade spiritual field. In summer, the intense heat combined with a lack of moisture would cause spiritual plants to enter a languid state. In human terms, it could be described as lethargy, devoid of energy. While mere hydration was beneficial, it was not sufficient. Even the mutated spiritual plants at the foot of the Rocky Mountain, though shielded from the sun's scorching rays, would still exhibit this state, albeit to a lesser degree. Fortunately, with the aid of the Qinglian domain, these spiritual plants did not require an extended maturation period. Given the current situation, they could be harvested in approximately 2 months, compared to the time when he had just broken through to the initial stage of foundation establishment. The spiritual energy in his dantian had increased from a single drop to 5 drops. Both the quantity and quality, as well as the concentration, had experienced a notable enhancement. Presently, Xu Changqing's thirst for advancement was no longer as intense as it had been during the Qi refinement period. His only adversary, Zhang Er, had been dealt with, and subsequent investigations by the immortal sect and the Zhang family had come to naught. Now, as long as he tended to his fields diligently, everything would fall into place. At that moment, a vibration emanated from his small storage pouch. Xu Changqing swiftly retrieved a shimmering communication talisman. Hello? Junior brother Xu, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? You promised to help me harvest the Kailon. Not merely forgotten, it had been over half a year. The Kailon is ripe. Will you come or not? All right. I will head over shortly. Afterward, Xu Changqing placed the communication talisman back into his small storage pouch. Had it not been for senior brother Li's reminder, he would have completely overlooked it. Spending all day at home, tending to his modest plot of land, he sometimes truly lost track of time. Glancing at the sundial, it was just past the afternoon hour, equivalent to around 3 o'clock in his previous life. Neither early nor late. Xu Changqing did not set off immediately. Instead, a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. If he went now, he could finish harvesting the Kailon before nightfall. If he delayed, he would still be busy when darkness descended. Surely, senior brother Li would not neglect to provide dinner. Therefore, Xu Changqing continued to play with the dog and cat chickens, intentionally lingering until the evening hour before directing his tattered paper crane toward Li Sansai's spiritual field. By the time he arrived, the sun had already begun its descent, and the temperature was no longer oppressive. Li Sanzai's place appeared much the same as before. Two adjacent fields of equal size, one cultivated with spiritual rice and the other with Kailan. However, in the left field of spiritual rice, a striking golden mutated rice plant stood out, evidently the one Xu Changqing had sold initially. It seemed to be thriving, appearing even more robust than before. To prevent ordinary spiritual rice from siphoning off the nutrients of the mutated rice, Li Sankai had cleared a small area, uprooting all the previously planted spiritual rice. "Why are you so late?" Li Sankai inquired, perplexed. Xu Changqing had prepared an excuse. "Senior brother, as you know, I have a yellow dog at home. This fellow wanders about aimlessly, and it took me a while to find him." Li Sankai, believing him without doubt, urged, "Then let us not delay any further. Let us get started." "All right." Xu Changqing drew out his sickle and approached. Following the usual routine, he first attuned himself carefully. Previously, he would employ the Qingqing technique. But now, his spiritual sense was far more effective. It was not only meticulous, but also served as a form of training. Of course, the primary advantage was that it allowed him to perceive information. Kailan, ripe, no damage, sufficient spiritual energy, high quality today, excellent in 2 days. If Xu Changqing recalled correctly, the last time he had helped with the harvest, it had been excellent in 3 days. This implied that, over the course of the past 6 months, Li Sanzai's Qingqing technique, or with spirit cultivation method, must have improved. It seemed that the day for harvesting high-quality Kailan was drawing near. Harvested 1 high-quality Kailan. Lifespan 5 days. Harvested 1 high-quality Kailan. Lifespan 5 days. Harvested 1 high-quality Kailan. Lifespan 5 days. As time passed, the sun's rays grew increasingly dim. It was only when the western horizon was left with the sun's faint afterglow that he harvested the final Kailan. This time, the lifespan obtained was 5,575 days. A few days longer than last time. However, overall, it still amounted to 15 years, not much different. Now, the total lifespan had reached 127,056 days, which equated to 348 years. It is worth noting that a cultivator who achieved the peak of foundation establishment typically only lived for about 200 years. Although wood spirit cultivators enjoyed a longer lifespan, they too were capped at around 200 years. Thus, in terms of lifespan alone, Xu Changqing had surpassed all foundation establishment cultivators. "All done." Li Sanzai's voice called from the doorway of the stone house. He beckoned, "Come eat." Xu Changqing's eyes brightened instantly. Had he delayed for this long just for dinner? However, upon entering the dining room and seeing the food laid out on the stone table, he was left speechless. The table held only a large basin of porridge made from spiritual rice and a jug of second-grade spiritual rice wine taken from him, not even a dish of pickles. Chapter 77. The gentle night breeze, the arena opens. "Eat up," Li Sankai urged, shaking his chopsticks. Xu Changqing forced a laugh. "Senior brother, aside from me and Li Lingbai, has anyone come looking for you?" "No." Li Sankai shook his head, then asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that?" Li Sankai was no fool. He quickly grasped the implication and solemnly replied, The amount of spiritual energy one can refine in a day is limited. Eating too much is pointless." Xu Changqing could only chuckle helplessly, "But this is rather too plain. Isn't there wine?" Li Sankai smiled faintly, then picked up the wine jug. Xu Changqing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Goodness, porridge with wine, is it?" He had initially thought senior brother Li was a relatively normal wood spirit cultivator, but now realized he was quite eccentric. Subsequently, the two chatted casually while sipping porridge. "Junior brother Xu, the arena at the weapon forging peak opens tomorrow. Want you give it a try? Fight." "I'm not really keen on that. Though wood spirits are not suited for combat in the early stages, gaining experience is beneficial. Do you wish to go?" Every formal disciple at the foundation establishment stage would naturally desire more resources. "If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. It would be good to broaden our horizons." Thus, the two agreed to visit the weapon forging peak the following morning. It was now a little past 9 in the evening, a time that was not too late. The peacock hen has curled up in the coop to rest, while Wong Wong is brimming with energy. At the slightest sound, he begins to scan the surroundings. His luminous eyes particularly striking in the night. Cultivators do not require bathing, as their garments possess an inherent ability to remain clean. Thus, Xu Changqing simply reclines on the wooden bed, his eyes half closed, leisurely gazing at the night sky through the open window. The magnificent moon hangs in the firmament, casting a frost-white glow. The night is cloudless, with stars twinkling incessantly, and occasionally, a shooting star streaks across the sky. Fireflies drift by the window, and the world is enveloped in the soothing sounds of frogs croaking and insects chirping, creating an exceptionally tranquil atmosphere. A gentle night breeze wafts through the window. Light and tender, devoid of any heat. Gradually, Xu Changqing closes his eyes, and a night passes in silence. The next day arrives quietly. At the same hour, Xu Changqing opens his eyes and begins the day's routine, preparing breakfast, refining his spiritual field, and cleaning up the dog and chicken droppings outside. Finally, he extends his hand toward the peacock hen's nest, but this time, there is indeed something different. Typically, the hen lays one egg every 3 days. But Xu Changqing is astonished to discover 2 eggs this time. The hen cackles proudly, tilting her head as if to say, "See, I am remarkable." Xu Changqing carefully extracts the 2 eggs, holding them in his hands for close inspection. In terms of size and shape, they are nearly identical, with the only distinction being their weight. One is slightly heavier, while the other is a tad lighter. The additional egg is a delightful surprise, suggesting that today's fortune will be quite favorable. The hen gradually emerges from her warm nest, bobbing her head as if hinting at something. Observing this, Xu Changqing collects the 2 eggs and presents a small handful of second-tier spiritual rice before her, saying with a smile, "You've worked hard." At that moment, Wang, who has been on watch all night, bounds over, wagging his tail with a look of adoration. Xu Changqing pats the dog's head gently with his other hand. By the time he finishes tending to them, it is already morning. When the time agreed upon with his senior brotherly approaches, Xu Changqing prepares lunch in advance so that Wang can eat as soon as he wakes. Once everything is set, he takes flight on a paper crane towards xianxia's location. Not long after, he arrives and boards xianxia's flying paper crane to set off together. The arena is located at a well-known site, the Forging Peak. Xu Changqing had visited it once when he went to the scattered cultivators market and had a profound impression of it. Everywhere he looked, there were giant swords and flying swords, creating a stunning spectacle. Although it is still morning, the expansive square is teeming with people. Numerous formal disciples are present, representing every type of spiritual root imaginable. From the common 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to the rarest of ones, such as wind, thunder, and ice. All are visible here. Hurry, the arena over here needs repairs. Has the protective array been installed over there? We need an earth-rooted disciple over here, quickly. The atmosphere is bustling with excitement. The arenas have been constructed by the earth-rooted disciples, with 9 in total arranged in a sequence from 1 to 9. Xianxia guides the flying paper crane to land and remarks, although wood-rooted practitioners are not suited for combat in the early stages, it is crucial to understand battle experience and techniques. Otherwise, you will appear as wooden as a log during a fight. Spiritual roots interact in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Consequently, the attributes of spells are similarly affected. For instance, fire restrains metal, which means metal-rooted practitioners are often at a disadvantage. If they can unleash even half of their power, it is considered impressive. Conversely, a metal-rooted disciple with abundant battle experience and skill can minimize the effects of these restraints. In contrast, roots that generate one another, such as with nurturing fire, allow wood-based spells and fire-based spells to combine and potentially unleash exponential power. This is why 5 elemental roots are so highly coveted. The more roots one possesses, the fewer weaknesses one has, leading to improvements in spell variety, situational reactions, and various other aspects. Xu Changqing nods in agreement while listening. What you say is true, senior brother. Soon, the two arrive at the nearest arena, number 1. Since this is not an official disciple competition, those present are merely honing their experience and skills. Currently, 2 practitioners are engaged in battle on arena number 1, one with a water root and the other with a metal root. The water-rooted practitioner envelopes himself in a water sphere, which not only offers high defense but also allows for remarkable speed, slipping away like an eel. The metal-rooted practitioner simply tosses a tie-by sword pellet, which releases sword energy with a whooshing sound as it slices through the air. Although water and metal roots do not restrain each other, in fact, they can generate one another, the battle turns out to be a one-sided domination. The metal-rooted practitioner remains stationary, while the water-rooted practitioner, if even slightly slower, finds himself pursued by the tie-by sword pellet, leading to a situation riddled with peril. Thus, it does not take long for the water-rooted practitioner to concede. Maintaining the water sphere's defense consumes a vast amount of spiritual energy, and before he even approaches his opponent, he can no longer hold on. The metal-rooted practitioner, on the other hand, has barely exerted any effort, remaining still in place. Curious, Xianxia asks, "Junior brother, what would you do if you found yourself in such a predicament?" Xu Changqing shrugs and responds matter-of-factly, "I would concede." Chapter 78. The 5 talents make their entrance. Senior brother Li's plum blossom. Hearing this, Xianxia laughs, exasperated. "Junior brother, you truly are a qualified spiritual farmer." Beyond that, he finds no more delicate way to express his thoughts. He wants to praise but cannot, and he wants to scold but cannot either. Xu Changqing is neither a relative like Li Lingbai nor a close confidant with whom he shares everything. Ultimately, they are merely slightly closer fellow disciples. Each has their own pursuits. Since Xu Changqing does not enjoy combat, it would be unreasonable for him to insist otherwise. Isn't that Lan Tian? Oh my. The top few of the formal disciples have already arrived at the forging peak. At this moment, a clamor arises from the other side. Xu Changqing, Li Sankai, and those around them turn to look. They hear the sound of rushing water, and soon, a red boat shimmering with emerald waves gently lands. Following this, 5 individuals disembark, 4 men and 1 woman, each strikingly youthful and formidable in demeanor. The leader is none other than Lan Tian, the foremost disciple of the Water Control Pavilion. Although he possesses a singular spiritual root, his comprehension is exceptionally high. Furthermore, he had a fortuitous encounter in his youth, acquiring a growing spiritual artifact named Autumn Water. It is said that this Autumn Water Sword is on the verge of evolving into a higher-grade magical tool. Because of this, Lan Tian not only possesses the long-lasting spiritual energy characteristic of water roots, but also excels in defense, attack, speed, and all other aspects, surpassing his peers. Originally, he ranked second, always overshadowed by Li Lingbai. However, after Li Lingbai caught the eye of a nascent soul true monarch and became a core disciple, Lan Tian has occupied the position of the top disciple in the Water Control Pavilion for many years. The other 4 individuals are also noteworthy. Rong Yan, the first among the formal disciples of the spiritual field with a wood root. Xu Changqing, the first among the formal disciples of the earth vein with a soil root. Hu Wan, the first among the formal disciples of the alchemy pavilion with a fire root, and Jian Huanxin, the first among the formal disciples of the forging peak with a metal root. All are singular-rooted geniuses, each exceptionally gifted, and without exception, they have all reached the foundation establishment stage. Noticing that senior brother Li has been staring at Hu Wan, Xu Changqing curiously asks, "Have you taken a liking to her?" Senior brother? Once childhood companions, they have now grown apart, with one becoming the youngest alchemist in the alchemy pavilion and the first among the official disciples to possess a fire spirit root. Reflecting on their last conversation, which occurred 5 years prior, one might ponder their childhood bond. The gossip ignited within Xu Changqing. At that moment, Hu Wan unexpectedly drew close to Rong Yan. Their intimate gestures hinted at a relationship that could likely transcend mere partnership, resembling that of lovers sharing a bed. Li Sankai observed closely, his eyes narrowing slightly as his hands involuntarily clenched. Yet, he lacked the courage to approach, even just to greet them. Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow and queried, "Senior brother, is this Rong Yin not a member of the esteemed Rong family, the foremost cultivation clan in Lingtian?" Li Sankai nodded vigorously, "Not merely a member. His father is the current head of the Rong family." Xu Changqing quickly grasped the implications. In essence, Rong Yin was a privileged individual in his past life, endowed with status, identity, and talent, while his companion Li Sankai was rather unremarkable. Although a member of the prominent Li family, he was but a branch of the clan. Moreover, had it not been for Li Lingbai's sudden rise, the Li family would have struggled to compete with the Lan family, who stood behind the skies. Lan Tian surveyed the crowd with a gentle gaze, laughing lightly. "So many people." To which Xu Changqing scoffed, "What use is there in numbers when they are all worthless?" Nearby, Rong Yin and Hu Wan were engaged in soft-spoken conversation, with Hu Wan occasionally breaking into a melodious laugh. Upon hearing Xu Gandong's words, Jian Hanxin's eyes flickered with disdain. At that moment, Lan Tian confidently approached the freshly cleaned number 1 arena, drawing the curiosity of the onlookers. Soon, he ascended the platform and called out, "Esteemed guests, you have gathered here to enrich your battle experience and enhance your skills. Why not come forth and spar with me?" His declaration sparked immediate excitement. To everyone's astonishment, this top disciple of the Water Pavilion had opened himself to challenges, presenting a rare opportunity to test oneself against a genius. Many were eager to take their chances. Xu Changqing observed thoughtfully, surmising that Lan Tian intended to gauge the challengers, perhaps indicating an elevation in his cultivation level or technique. Meanwhile, on the other stages, number 2, number 3, and number 5, individuals had begun to ascend. Among them were Rong Yin, Hu Wan, Xu Gandong, and Jian Hanxin, all evidently sharing the same intent as Lan Tian. Xu Changqing's eyes brightened at this sight, and he hastily encouraged, "Senior brother, this is a splendid opportunity for you to reconnect with Sister Hua." However, Li Sankai, with his head bowed, appeared quite unconfident. Xu Changqing pressed earnestly, "Did you not just express the desire to enhance your experience and skills?" Li Sankai sighed, "But I am merely an ordinary spirit farmer in Lingtian." Xu Changqing pondered, "Our team is still in need of an alchemist. Since Sister Hua is so accomplished, why not attempt to engage her?" His words prompted Li Sankai to lift his head. Whether it was the persuasive nature of his argument or the confidence instilled by his cousin Li Lingbai, he began to consider. After a moment of contemplation, he squeezed through the crowd and made his way towards Huowan at the number 4 arena, closely followed by Xu Changqing. As soon as he reached the platform before Huowan could be challenged, he took the initiative and stepped up. "Brother Sankai?" Huowan exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Li Sankai suppressed his excitement and greeted her with a stoic expression. "It has been a while, Dao's friend Hua." Huowan paused, glancing instinctively at Rong Yin, only to meet his sharp gaze. She frowned slightly before responding, "Indeed, it has been some time." From his position below, Xu Changqing noticed a sudden commotion at the knelt. 1 arena. He instinctively turned to observe, realizing that a match was about to commence. Lan Tian's opponent was a young female disciple with a golden spirit root, notably short-haired and dressed not in the uniform white garb of official disciples, but in an efficient black training outfit. I recall this female disciple. She joined the Forging Peak less than a year ago and is said to possess remarkable talent. I believe her name is Yin Yang, someone remarked nearby. As Li Sankai and Huowan remained poised to engage, Xu Changqing directed his focus back to the number 1 arena. Yin Yang skillfully controlled the Tai by sword pellet with her left hand while wielding a silver short sword in her right. Unlike other golden spirit root cultivators, she did not remain stationary but charged toward her opponent. Lan Tian, observing her approach, chuckled. "A melee sword cultivator, I see." Yin Yang's expression was serious, her gaze sharp. She unleashed the Tai by sword pellet with her left hand, generating a flurry of white sword energy and a densely packed assault aimed at overwhelming her opponent. Yet, she faced not just any water spirit root user but the foremost disciple of the water pavilion, the most formidable presence among them. Consequently, Lan Tian remained remarkably composed. He did not even glance at the incoming sword energy. Just as it was about to strike, a translucent bubble enveloped his body. The white sword energy struck the seemingly soft bubble, failing to penetrate, and instead shattering into fragments that dissipated into the air. "What?" Yin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as her attacks yielded no effect. Lan Tian, with a playful smirk, remarked, "You do possess some potential, but what audacity drives you? A chi refining stage cultivator, to face me, a foundation establishment stage?" With a mere flick of his hand, the bubble surrounding him expanded rapidly, engulfing the entire arena in an overwhelming surge of water spirit energy, rendering Yin Yang breathless and immobilized, as though trapped in quicksand. Within moments, she collapsed to her knees. Her brain starved of oxygen, darkness creeping into her vision as consciousness faded. The suffocating sensation gripped her, instilling a fear unlike any she had previously encountered. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and the silver short sword slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. Lan Tian shook his head in disappointment. "At present, you lack even the qualifications to be my opponent." Yin Yang, akin to a fish deprived of air, lay helplessly on the platform, gasping for every breath of fresh air. Her eyes were bloodshot, brimming with defiance. Nevertheless, a loser remains a loser, and one must endure their defeat in silence. Lan Tian turned to the crowd, announcing, "Henceforth, only those at the foundation establishment stage may ascend the number 1 arena." At this juncture, Li Sankai faced Huowan. One wielded a wood spirit root, while the other commanded a fire spirit root, elements that both complemented and countered each other. Li Sankai gritted his teeth, his expression grave, as if he sought to prove something. He raised his left hand, and a wood spirit seal materialized. It turned out he had also mastered the wood spirit entwining technique. With a swift motion, dozens of tiny seeds were released, transforming into sharp, thorny vines that surged toward Huowan. Observing this, Huowan remarked coolly, "Brother Sankai, is this all you have?" Her words pierced through Li Sankai's resolve, rendering him momentarily speechless. In that instant, Huowan clapped her waist, summoning a small silver bell that hovered in midair, rapidly morphing into a vibrant red hue. As Li Sankai's thorns approached, the bell merely swayed back and forth, and with a whoosh, an orange flame erupted forth. In an instant, half of the arena was engulfed in flames. The spiky vines unleashed by Li Sankai were unable to even approach, turning to ash in an instant. Li Sankai was forced back by the searing heat, incredulously exclaiming, "A fire attribute spirit tool?" Huowan smiled softly. "This is the fire attribute spirit tool, the fire-absorbing bell, gifted to me by Brother Yin. There are many types of spirit tools, defensive, offensive, and everyday tools. This fire-absorbing bell is an offensive spirit tool capable of releasing intense spiritual flames, crafted by a master blacksmith at the peak of the Forging Mountain. Its current price stands at 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones with a quality that is exceptional." The raging sea of flames separated Li Sankai and Huowan. They exchanged looks, but their gazes grew increasingly indifferent, with all past connections reduced to ashes in the inferno. Finally, Li Sankai took a deep breath and stated, "I concede." Before he could finish uttering the word lose, he awkwardly descended from the arena. "Are you all right?" Senior brother? Xu Changqing hurriedly approached. Li Sankai grumbled, that girl is ruthless. All my stored seeds are burnt to cinders. Xu Changqing quickly reassured him, it's all right. Failure is the mother of success. We are here primarily to gain experience and refine our skills. To which Li Sankai retorted, experience my foot. I'm leaving. Xu Changqing was astonished. We just got here. If you're not leaving, I am, Li Sankai declared, not wishing to remain any longer. Xu Changqing had no choice but to follow him. And soon they exited the forging mountain, while the arena battles above had just begun. Standing atop the paper crane, Xu Changqing spotted his second-grade spirit field. However, as he drew closer, he suddenly noticed someone. Who could it be? Zhang Shui. She was crouched down, blocking Wang Wang in his doghouse, teasing him with a blade of dogtail grass. At that moment, Wang Wang wore an expression of utter desolation, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of fear, impatience, and overwhelming disdain. He made several attempts to escape, but the entrance was blocked, leaving him trapped. Zhang Daoist. Xu Changqing's voice resonated from above. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Shui stood up to look around. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wang bolted out, darting to Xu Changqing's feet, peeking out from between his legs, and began barking incessantly. Woof woof. Zhang Shui crossed her arms, snorting, look at you, a Wang, relying on others, are we? His name is Wang Wang. Xu Changqing gently patted Wang Wang's head before inquiring, is there something you need from me, Zhang Daoist? Zhang Shui produced another small storage bag from her belongings, saying, the compensation regarding Qiufeng has been delivered. Xu Changqing exclaimed, taking it eagerly. Upon opening it, he was astonished by the quantity of spirit stones inside. Zhang Shui smiled brightly. There are a full 100 middle-grade spirit stones in this storage bag. Xu Changqing clicked his tongue in admiration, as expected of the Qiu family. Truly affluent, he bore no resentment towards Qiufeng's earlier actions, as there had been no losses incurred. In fact, it was rather fortuitous. Zhang Shui teased. Now that you have money, Xu Daoist, shouldn't you consider finding a partner? Xu Changqing replied, puzzled. Why should I seek a partner? Zhang Shui immediately countered. Didn't you go to the Flower Sea last time specifically to find one? Xu Changqing waved his hand dismissively. You may have misunderstood. I was merely accompanying a friend. Zhang Shui narrowed her eyes. Then what kind of partner are you looking for? Xu Changqing pondered thoughtfully. I wish to cultivate a second spiritual root. If I were to seek a partner, she must certainly possess a water spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui stepped forward eagerly, pressing, what about her appearance, strength, her age? Xu Changqing regarded Zhang Shui, noting her slender figure and innocent demeanor, and blurted out, someone similar to you would suffice. Chapter 80, The Requirements for a Partner. Portable Arrays. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui couldn't help but suggest, shall we give it a try? Xu Changqing was taken aback by this unexpected proposal. Given Zhang Shui's connection with Zhang Er, he had intended to keep his distance, assuming their multiple encounters and exchanges were merely tests. He never anticipated that she might actually have feelings for him. Am I not good enough? Zhang Shui, sensing his lack of reaction, felt a tightening in her chest. She expressed her confusion. What kind of partner do you want? Xu Changqing replied earnestly. I seek a hired partner who can assist me in cultivating new spiritual roots, not a lifelong companion or someone to marry and bear children with. Zhang Shui was momentarily stunned, stepping back as her expression and emotions turned intricate. Her mind was in disarray. In her understanding, most spirit farmers sought water spiritual roots primarily for partnership, one to farm, the other to bring rain. But she hadn't expected Xu Changqing to seek a hired partner, one who would merely engage in mutual cultivation for compensation. This was indeed unexpected. Xu Changqing spoke solemnly. Zhang Daoist, please think carefully about this. He then summoned a black flying shuttle and departed swiftly. Xu Changqing gazed at the direction of her retreat with a complex expression. He truly had expected Zhang Shui to have feelings for him. Perhaps it was related to the previous incident in the Flower Sea. In the presence of a slender, pure-looking water spiritual root female disciple, it would seem illogical to refuse. Moreover, Xu Changqing was not devoid of desires since embarking on his cultivation journey. However, the issue lay in the multitude of secrets he carried. Firstly, he harvested spirit plants 5 times a year. Secondly, the mutated spirit rice beneath the stone mountain. Thirdly, especially the secrets pertaining to longevity. Each of these could not be disclosed lightly. Therefore, seeking a hired partner appeared to be the most suitable option. She wouldn't reside here permanently but would come and go at designated times. Additionally, as they were in an employment relationship, there wouldn't be excessive emotional entanglement. Nonetheless, Zhang Shui's arrival served as a timely reminder. Xu Changqing quickly retrieved a communication talisman from his small storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy. Hello? Hick. On Daoist, this is Xu Changqing. Ah, Xu Daoist, it's been a while. I would like to inquire if there are any arrays for concealing scents available. Indeed. There are, such as the concealment array, obstacle avoidance array, and traceless array. Is there one that is convenient to deploy at any time? You mean a portable array? Yes. Exactly. There are indeed, though they are rather expensive. How much? Considering we are acquaintances, at least 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Then please proceed. After arranging a time for the transaction with Han Xian, Xu Changqing stored away the communication talisman. He hadn't expected that, having just received 100 middle-grade spirit stones. He would soon part with half of them. However, if it could mask the scent of the mutated spirit rice from under the stone mountain, it would be a loss in the long run, especially since the price of mutated spirit plants was quite high now. Subsequently, Xu Changqing began preparing a meal while awaiting Han Xian's arrival. Roughly an hour later, a swaying black dot appeared on the horizon. Xu Changqing, having finished his meal and sitting under a poplar tree to cool off, recognized it was Han Xian. After all, she was the only one who dared to roam about while intoxicated. With a thud, the flying shuttle crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling. Where's everyone? Han Xian staggered down. Xu Changqing said irritably, "Can you be a bit more careful? You almost destroyed my spirit field." Han Xian chuckled, "Don't worry. I have no intention of offending you, Hick." Xu Changqing approached her, catching a strong whiff of alcohol, and frowned, promptly handing over 50 middle-grade spirit stones. "Here are the spirit stones." Han Xian reached out, but her hand met emptiness. She reached again, and still found nothing. From her perspective, the spirit stones had already split into 3 portions. Xu Changqing was momentarily speechless as he directly stuffed the spirit stones into the other person's arms. Then remarked, "Can't you drink a little less?" Han Xian, cradling the spirit stones, grumbled, "I would love to, but who could resist the delicious wine you brew?" Not only was it delightful, but it also enhanced her cultivation speed and significantly aided her comprehension of techniques. Consequently, she found herself intoxicated almost every day. Rather than her strength diminishing, it had been steadily increasing, the effects comparable to second-grade spirit rice. This led to an addiction that she simply could not shake off. Xu Changqing, upon hearing this, shrugged, "Is it my fault then?" Han Xian waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm not blaming you." Xu Changqing, uninterested in further conversation, urged, "All right. Hand over the portable formation." Han Xian rummaged through her storage bag, taking several attempts before finally locating it. With a thought, a jade plate materialized in her hand. Xu Changqing recognized some of the contents on it, resembling directional information, akin to the compass she had held earlier, albeit more rudimentary. Han Xian tossed it casually and explained, "This portable formation is called the concealment array, with a coverage of about 10 zhang." Xu Changqing took it into his hands, noting its weight. The jade plate was roughly the size of 2 adult palms, resembling a small shield when held. At that moment, Han Xian's eyes gleamed with mischief. "I finished the spirit rice wine I got from you last time. Sell me some more." Xu Changqing initially considered retrieving the remaining second-grade spirit rice wine, but quickly decided to test the quality of his new yellow rice wine instead. He stepped into the house and filled a jug with a pound of yellow rice wine. "It smells so good." Han Xian's nostrils flared as she inhaled the intoxicating aroma, her eyes widening in delight. Xu Changqing handed her the jug, saying, "This is my new brew. Give it a taste." Previously, the second-grade spirit rice wine had several adverse effects, but the current yellow rice wine was entirely different. Upon reaching the adept level, it bore no negative consequences at all, causing no harm to the body, only inebriation. Han Xian blinked, snatching the jug from Xu Changqing's hands, and without a second thought, began to gulp down the wine. The liquid was not harsh but rather sweet, more flavorful than the second-grade spirit rice wine. She drank the entire pound in one breath, leaving only a small amount at the bottom. Xu Changqing inquired, "How does it feel?" Han Xian, grinning foolishly, opened her mouth to respond, "It feels amazing." However, before she could finish, her eyes fluttered shut, and she instantly lost consciousness. Chapter 81. Installing the formation, an exasperated Han Xian. "Hey, you haven't taught me how to use this formation yet." Xu Changqing was taken aback by this unforeseen situation, but he quickly reacted. Before Han Xian could hit the ground, he commanded the surrounding wild grass to grow wildly, transforming it into vines that caught her. He then tossed her into the nearby flying shuttle. No way was he leaving someone reeking of alcohol in his house. "Dog." Xu Changqing called out to the doghouse. Soon, Wang Wang rushed to his side, wagging his tail and nuzzling against him. Xu Changqing pointed at the unconscious Han Xian in the flying shuttle, instructing, "Keep an eye on her. If she stirs or anyone approaches, bark at me." Wang Wang blinked, appearing to understand. And then Xu Changqing headed towards the nearby stone mountain with the portable formation in hand. Wang Wang, curious about the person in the flying shuttle, cautiously approached. Just as it peeked in, a strong, sour odor hit its nose. It is well known that dogs have a sense of smell 40 times more acute than humans. Moreover, this was a spirit beast. Detecting the pungent scent, it gagged multiple times, covering its nose with its front paw and stumbling back a few steps. Its curiosity replaced by disdain. Meanwhile, Xu Changqing arrived at the base of the stone mountain. He did not immediately set up the concealment array but instead circled around, assessing the area. After estimating the appropriate distance, he dug a small pit in the middle of the cave passage and placed the concealment array, worth 50 medium-grade spirit stones, inside. Of course, this was not the end, since Han Xian had not explained how to use the jade plate. He attempted to activate it by infusing it with his spiritual energy. Although it absorbed the energy, it did not activate, clearly ineffective. Suddenly, Xu Changqing noticed a depression in the center of the jade plate and pondered, could it be that I need to insert a spirit stone to activate the concealment array? He promptly took out a low-grade spirit stone and placed it on the plate. In an instant, the jade plate generated a powerful suction, drawing the low-grade spirit stone in and starting to absorb its minute spiritual energy. Simultaneously, an invisible aura began to radiate outward from the center. Within the formation, Xu Changqing could still smell the fragrance of the mutated spirit rice. He contemplated for a moment before exiting the cave. Once outside and beyond the radius of the concealment array, he confirmed that the unique scent of the mutated spirit rice had vanished. Not even at the cave entrance could the aroma be detected, unless one ventured inside. Xu Changqing had already anticipated this and had blocked the entrance with stones, only moving them aside when he needed to enter. He was initially unhurried, as formations were quite costly, and his location was quite remote. Usually, aside from Hubugue, no one came by except during rain. However, Xianxia had been coming by far too frequently recently, thus he felt it prudent to take precautions. After confirming that the formation was activated and functioning correctly, Xu Changqing re-entered. The low-grade spirit stone that the jade plate had absorbed was consuming its energy at a slow pace, suggesting it could last several days. Xu Changqing was quite satisfied. After all, he was reluctant to part with medium-grade spirit stones, but he still had dozens of low-grade ones. If the need arose, he could always sell some spirit rice. Currently, the low-grade spirit stones he possessed could last a year without issue. Xu Changqing then buried the jade plate along with the spirit stone in the soil and ventured deeper into the cave, where he again encountered 100 stalks of mutated spirit rice. Although they absorbed little sunlight, the rich black soil, occasional spring water irrigation, and the nurturing influence of the Qinglian domain had allowed them to thrive remarkably, each plant appearing robust. The mutated mother rice still bore 9 ears of grain, while the mutated offspring rice exhibited 6 ears. They resembled tiny grains of gold. Presently, the mutated mother rice retained the attributes. Many children bring many blessings, spirit qi cultivation, and domain of one zhang with no apparent changes. It was likely that any alterations would require a significant amount of time. Meanwhile, the mutated offspring rice showed no issues with attributes, unripe, no damage, and sufficient spirit qi, and continued to grow. With everything in order, Xu Changqing contentedly turned to leave the cave. Upon exiting, he immediately used stones to block the entrance. With the entrance concealed, the scent dissipated, ensuring that even if someone passed by, they would not suspect anything amiss inside. The only concern might be a sensitive-nosed spirit beast like Wang Wang. As time passed into the latter half of the night, Han Xian felt a tickle in her nose and slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay a dazzling galaxy, countless stars twinkling in the sky. Occasionally, she caught sight of fleeting meteors. The large moon cast a cool, silvery light, resembling a giant's eye, coldly observing the world below. The sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs filled the air, adding a touch of vitality to the tranquil night. Until this moment, Han Xian's gaze slowly descended, landing on her itchy nose. To her surprise, a firefly was perched on the tip of it. The yellow-green glow was not glaring. Rather, it was enchanting and dreamlike. It had already turned to night. Am I sleeping in the wild? Wait, the wild. Within her cross-eyed stare, transformed by the firefly, simmered an endless fury. She promptly shook her head, sending the tranquil firefly flying. Then, she climbed off her flying shuttle and swiftly glanced at the wooden house across the spiritual field. The dog was asleep. The chickens were asleep. The people were asleep. A serene tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Han Xian immediately cursed, "You heartless Xu Changqing. I specifically came from the earth veins to deliver the portable formation, and you let me sleep in the wild?" Soon, the window of the wooden house was pushed open, and Xu Changqing leaned out, resting his arms on the windowsill, chuckling. Isn't it inappropriate for men and women to be too close? Han Xian gritted her teeth upon hearing this. You must compensate me. Xu Changqing blinked. Compensate for what? Han Xian blurted out, the new spirit rice wine. Although she had only tasted it once, The flavor lingered in her memory. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. "Look at your feet," Xu Changqing said, already anticipating her reaction. Han Xian looked down and discovered a wine pouch, instantly thrilled to pick it up. However, upon feeling its weight, her expression fell. Judging by her years of experience as a wine connoisseur, the pouch contained no more than 10 pounds of new wine. Xu Changqing, not wanting to provoke her anger, quickly explained, "This new yellow rice wine is of higher quality, but the yield is a bit low. I can hardly bear to drink it myself." Han Xian huffed a few times before breaking into a grin. "Now we're talking." She promptly uncorked the wine pouch. After taking a hearty swig of the new yellow rice wine, she felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Chapter 82. The Mutated Four-Leaf Clover, the Sun Family's Proposal. The morning light was faint. The east began to glow with a pale dawn. The cacophony of insects and frogs that had filled the night faded like a receding tide. With a creak, the door of the wooden house behind the spiritual field swung open. Xu Changqing stepped out, a greenwood water-dividing hoe slung over his right shoulder. Wang Wang, curled up in his warm dog bed, tilted his head upon hearing the noise. Spotting his master, he immediately darted out of his bed, wagging his tail vigorously and stretching lazily, then trotting behind Xu Changqing with a notably flattering smile. As for the guinea fowl, it remained huddled in its nest, sound asleep. Ever since laying 2 eggs, its sleeping hours had increased significantly. Xu Changqing observed this with curiosity, remarking, "Wang Wang is still growing because he hasn't reached maturity. But why has this chicken also grown larger? Compared to when it first arrived, its size had at least doubled. It resembled a rather large lump. If it didn't poke its head out, one might mistake it for a soccer ball." Despite his puzzlement, Xu Changqing did not delay his daily tasks. He removed his shoes and, wielding the greenwood hoe, descended into the spiritual field. Where water needed to be diverted, he immediately dug a channel with the hoe. In areas overrun with weeds, a single sweep cleared them away effortlessly. After 3 years of continuous farming, his experience and skills had become increasingly refined. Once the first step was completed, he began the second. Xu Changqing stored the hoe and summoned the accompanying green lotus, aimed at the center of the second-grade spiritual field. He gently tossed it. It flew through the air, landing steadily, as though its spiritual energy in his dantian began to deplete. A refreshing aura emanated from the area of the green lotus, enveloping him. Within this aura, he felt the comfort of having just bathed. The spiritual plants in the field, namely the spirit rice and vegetables, sprang to life, their colors deepening vibrantly. Xu Changqing squinted, observing the state of the spiritual field. With the aid of the green lotus domain, the growth had advanced by half a month. At first glance, half a month might seem trivial. However, considering all 4 seasons, each quarter would be ahead by half a month, effectively providing an additional 2 months in a year, equivalent to 1 extra harvest. Moreover, this 5th harvest required no tribute. All the profits were his alone. Subsequently, Xu Changqing activated his max level, pointing green finger. Starting from the left, he pointed at each stalk of spirit rice before him. Although the chance of mutation for each was only 1 in 1,000, a successful one would yield unimaginable rewards. Even in the event of failure, he would merely lose a slight amount of spiritual energy. It was essentially a guaranteed profit, far superior to selling spirit rice. Pointing green failed, pointing green failed, pointing green failed. With each attempt, none of the stalks mutated. Nevertheless, Xu Changqing remained undaunted and unperturbed. He had been facing failures for several days, even with the vegetables. Thus, he had long grown accustomed to such outcomes. Next, it was time for the vegetables. This summer, he had planted cabbage and watermelon. Unsurprisingly, every attempt ended in failure. Finally, he was left with a patch of 4-leaf clovers beside the irrigation ditch. The vast majority were 3-leaf, with only a few 4-leaf clovers. There were no single or 2-leaf variants. The spirit rice and vegetables had undergone mutations. Yet the 4-leaf clover remained unchanged. Xu Changqing crouched down, beginning to point at each one. The 4-leaf clovers were low to the ground, nearly touching the damp earth. Even a light touch sent them swaying. 1 clover, 2 clovers, until the 40th clover. Suddenly, a chime rang out. Xu Changqing was taken aback and looked down to see a 4-leaf clover he had just pointed at visibly changing. First, its size, once small and adorable, began to swell. Especially the 4 leaves, which grew increasingly robust. The overall color shifted from pale green to a deep green. At first glance, it bore a weighty resemblance to tree leaves. Xu Changqing pondered, if I remember correctly, this spiritual field chronicles recorded that when a 4-leaf clover mutates, it is highly likely to become big leaf grass. Its primary purposes are twofold. 1, to serve as food for 1,000-year spirit beasts, and 2, to be used in crafting flying tools. Once the 4-leaf clover mutates into big leaf grass, it will contain a trace of wind spiritual energy. 1 leaf can be refined. With a current market price of 66 low-grade spirit stones, If refined together as 4 leaves, the flying height will be greater and the speed faster. With a market price of around 3 to 5 medium-grade spirit stones, it is valuable, yet not overly abundant. Xu Changqing could not help but exclaim, after all these months. It finally mutated once. However, he had no thoughts of selling it. His high-grade flying paper crane had been damaged during the last Flower Sea incident, diminishing its flying speed, distance, and safety. Meanwhile, the demon water evading ship was too ostentatious, not suiting his low-profile style. Using this big leaf grass as a means of transportation seemed like a splendid choice. Generally speaking, apprentices lack the qualifications to forge for others. Seeking help from the Luo siblings would not work. It must be a forger from Forging Peak. Xu Changqing contemplated, not rushing to find someone to customize the big leaf grass flying tool. There was no hurry. He could wait until summer passed. He then continued pointing at the remaining 4-leaf clovers. To his surprise, upon reaching the last one, another chime sounded. Goodness, fortune seemed to come in pairs. The final 4-leaf clover also mutated. Unfortunately, like the first mutated 4-leaf clover, its evolutionary direction was also big leaf grass. Xu Changqing pondered thoughtfully. Having an extra one is quite fortuitous. Just then, his storage bag vibrated, indicating someone wished to communicate. Xu Changqing retrieved it from the small storage bag and noticed it was somewhat unfamiliar. In the realm of communication talismans, characters such as Li Sankai, Bai Ling, and Hu Bugawei are prominently displayed for easy recollection. However, a particular talisman lay neglected amidst a pile of miscellaneous items, clearly unused for a considerable time. Is that you, Taoist Kai? Indeed, it is I. I am Sun Rong from the Sanzhou Fangshi. Ah, the head of the Sun family. What brings you here? Taoist Kai. It seems you haven't visited Sanzhou Fangshi in several months. Have you consumed all 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice? Not at all. I merely miss our encounters, haha. Very well, I shall visit Sanzhou Fangshi in a few days. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Meanwhile, in Dongqing City, within the spacious cultivation chamber of the Sun family, 2 individuals stand. One is Sun Rong, who has just set down the communication talisman, and the other is a remarkably young man, strikingly similar in appearance to Sun Rong. The youth inquires anxiously, Father, how is it? Sun Rong smiles gently, Pinger, Taoist Kai will be visiting Sanzhou Fangshi in a few days. Your proposal using second-grade spirit rice is finally on the agenda. Chapter 83. For 100 Years of Life, Spirit Beast Valley. Chu Chio, with gratitude to Enrua 123 for the generous gift. Xu Changqing laid down the communication talisman, contemplating, the timing is impeccable. I need to handle a batch of spirit rice and vegetables, particularly 2 mutated 4-leaf clovers. I will sell one and keep the other. He was reluctant to seek an external forger, as anyone truly skilled would not remain in a place like Sanzhou Fangshi. Conversely, the forging peak of the immortal sect houses numerous master forgers. If reliable individuals are available, why take risks elsewhere? As for the origin of the broadleaf grass, a trip to Sanzhou Fangshi would suffice. Its value is not particularly high, only slightly better than that of flying paper cranes. In the days that followed, Xu Changqing maintained his usual routine. 10 days swiftly passed, marking the day for harvesting spirit plants. Standing on the ridge, he beheld his second-grade spirit field, where all spirit plants, be they spirit rice, vegetables, or mutated 4-leaf clovers, had reached maturity. Instantly, his spiritual sense enveloped the entire field, revealing the information of the spirit rice, mature, sufficient spiritual energy, no loss, second-grade spirit rice, exceptional quality today yield, for 1,000 pounds. The summer season bore no difference from spring. The spirit rice remained exceptional with a yield of 4,000 pounds. The situation differed for cabbages and watermelons, which had improved from high quality to exceptional. This was evidently linked to the Qinglian domain. Without delay, Xu Changqing seized his sickle and began harvesting vigorously. Harvested exceptional spirit rice, 1 stalk. Lifespan 6 days. Harvested exceptional watermelon, 1 piece. Lifespan 5 days. Harvested exceptional cabbage, 1 head. Lifespan 5 days. With his increasing strength, the speed and efficiency of his harvesting grew remarkably. What once took an hour could now be accomplished in half that time. This harvest, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, amounted to several hundred pounds, while the yield of second-grade spirit rice remained at 4,000 pounds. After deducting 1,500 pounds for the immortal sect, 150 pounds for Hu Bugawei, 50 pounds for Han Su, and 800 pounds for Li Lingbai, 1,500 pounds remained, coupled with the prior stock of 5,000 pounds. The total of second-grade spirit rice reached 6,500 pounds. At the current market ratio of 1:13, this could yield 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Regrettably, no mutated vegetables appeared this time, possibly due to the early maturity of the spirit plants, or perhaps it was simply Xu Changqing's misfortune. The lifespan gained from this harvest reached 13,367 days, equivalent to 36 years. Now, his total lifespan increased to 146,153 days, translating to precisely 400 years. As a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment, Xu Changqing's lifespan far exceeded that of his peers, edging ever closer to those in the golden core stage. Yet, this was not the end, for Xu Changqing still had 2 four-leaf clovers yet to be harvested. The mutated four-leaf clover, now referred to as broadleaf grass, was mutated broadleaf grass, infused with wind spiritual energy, mature, ready for harvest. Without hesitation, Xu Changqing wielded his sickle. Harvested mutated broadleaf grass, 1 stalk. Lifespan 10 days, harvested mutated broadleaf grass, 1 stalk, lifespan 10 days. Thus, he simply added an additional 20 days to his lifespan. By this point, Xu Changqing's spirit field was entirely cleared. Yet, he did not rush to Sanho Fangshi. Rather, he opted to wait another 5 days. He then proceeded to the Stone Mountain, where the mutated spirit rice was concealed. Thanks to the formation, no scent could be detected from the outside. However, Xu Changqing regularly irrigated with spring water, knowing the mutated spirit rice within had matured. Consequently, he removed the heavy stone blocking the entrance and swiftly slipped inside. First, he unearthed the concealed portable formation and examined the low-grade spirit stones within, finding half of their spiritual energy intact, which pleased him enough to rebury them. He then ventured deeper, ultimately encountering the entirety of the mutated spirit rice. Mature, undamaged, sufficient spiritual energy, yield, 40 pounds. Whether the mutated parent rice or the offspring rice. The grains on the ears of rice were exceptionally plump, nearly indistinguishable from golden grains, shimmering with a dazzling golden light that left Xu Changqing momentarily bewildered. Harvested mutated offspring rice, 1 stalk, lifespan 10 days, harvested mutated offspring rice, 1 stalk, lifespan 10 days, harvested mutated offspring rice, 1 stalk, lifespan 10 days. In no time, he used his sickle to harvest all the mutated offspring rice, thus adding an impressive 1,000 days to his lifespan. The total lifespan now stood at 147,148 days. As for the mutated parent rice, Xu Changqing chose to retain it, for its presence ensured a continuous supply of mutated offspring rice. In contrast, the offspring rice harvested and then replanted would yield lesser quality and spiritual energy content. By now, Xu Changqing had thoroughly harvested all spirit plants from his summer cultivation. Yet he still did not hurry to Sanho Fangshi. More than the urgent need for second-grade spirit rice for a proposal from the Sun family, Xu Changqing was concerned about whether his 2 spirit beasts would go hungry. Only after preparing lunch and dinner and filling a basin with clean spring water did he don a bamboo hat and leisurely ride his battered flying paper crane towards the forging peak. Upon arrival, he found the arena still bustling with activity. Despite the passage of days, many formal disciples continued to compete, creating a vibrant scene filled with people coming and going. Moreover, some keen individuals had even compiled a ranking before the formal disciple competition. Previously mentioned figures like Lan Tian, Shi Ganding, Rong Yin, Huo Wan, and Jian Hanqin all ranked prominently. However, Xu Changqing was taken aback to discover that none of these 5 held the top spot. An entirely unfamiliar name stood at the pinnacle. Xu Qiu. Who is this Xu Qiu? From the Spirit Beast Valley, it seems. With dual spirit roots and chosen by a millennium-old spirit beast. No wonder they overshadow Lan Tian and the others. Xu Changqing sat cross-legged atop a massive flying sword, listening to the chatter of those around him. He had thought the 5 from Lan Tian were exceptionally talented, especially Lan Tian, who, despite possessing a single spirit root, had bonded with a growth-type spirit tool. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Spirit Beast Valley would produce an even more extraordinary individual. Blessed with dual spirit roots and remarkable comprehension, particularly favored by a millennium-old spirit beast. Xu Changqing could not help but exclaim, "Indeed." As the grand competition for formal disciples approaches, a plethora of prodigies and extraordinary talents will emerge in succession, with a year remaining until the competition. It is possible that someone even more formidable than Xu Qiu will arise. However, this bears no significance for Xu Changqing. He is merely one among the myriad of spirit farmers in the spiritual fields, content to toil away in his humble pursuits. The tempests of the outside world hold no importance for him. The notions of genius, extraordinary talent, or favored children of fortune are utterly meaningless. Regardless of how exceptional one may be, a millennium hence, we all return to dust. Chapter 84, Fragment of the Dragon Shaking Technique, Unknown Seeds. Xu Changqing boarded a colossal flying sword, which gradually departed from the sword pavilion. Upon reaching a safe distance and altitude, it vibrated and transformed into a golden streak, slicing through the sky. Just then, a sharp cry of a crane echoed from behind. Everyone aboard the flying sword felt a dense pressure enveloping them. Xu Changqing and those around him instinctively turned to look back, revealing a massive flying crane in their line of sight. Its wingspan was impressive, exceeding 20 meters, encircled by numerous circular bubbles. On its back stood a young man with a stern countenance, clad in the white robes reserved for formal disciples. Soon, the crane cast a vast shadow over Xu Changqing and his companions. Was that not Lord Crane 7? Then the individual atop it must be Xu Qiu. Remarkably, its speed surpassed that of the enormous flying sword, which was powered by formations and spirit stones. As they drew near, the appearance of the man and the crane became clear. The crane, ranked 7th in the Spirit Beast Valley, was known as Lord Crane 7 and was a formidable spirit beast of a millennium, recognized as the strongest in the valley. Its master, naturally, was none other than Xu Qiu. Fortunately, both the crane and Xu Qiu merely passed by, casting a fleeting glance at them without further incident. Only after they departed did the oppressive atmosphere dissipate, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, the presence of a millennium-old spirit beast was profoundly imposing. Xu Changqing's expression shifted slightly. He had previously inquired with Hu Gui about the rankings in the Spirit Beast Valley, learning that only those spirit beasts of great strength possess ranks. The Crane 19 he had seen earlier, as implied by its name, ranked 19th. The fleeting glimpse of Crane 7 indicated a being among the top 10 of the Spirit Beast Valley, a formidable existence. Fortunately, this was merely a brief interlude. In the following hour, no unexpected occurrences transpired. At last, they beheld Dongqing City and the towering Dongqing Tree. This time, Xu Changqing chose not to visit the fragrant pavilion, but instead selected a random inn. He removed his white robes from the daunting immortal sect and donned simple black attire. Adorning himself with a false mustache, he immediately appeared more composed and mature, resembling a seasoned cultivator weathered by time. Such individuals were common throughout Dongqing City, blending in seamlessly. Thus, Xu Changqing stepped out of the inn. Although they had arrived at the loose cultivator market, he did not promptly notify the Sun family. Instead, he entered a spirit rice trading point to inquire about the current market rates. The ratios remained largely unchanged since his last visit. Second-tier spirit rice still exchanged at 113. A low-grade spirit stone could be traded for 13 pounds of second-tier premium spirit rice. As for first-tier spirit rice, it was currently 1.6, equating to 1 low-grade spirit stone for 6 pounds of first-tier premium spirit rice, regardless of whether it was first or second-tier spirit rice. As long as it reached the top quality, it was essentially priceless and nearly impossible to procure. Any spirit rice of exceptional quality was monopolized by the owner of this loose cultivator market, the Golden Core King, and rarely flowed outward. For loose cultivators, the rarer the daily resources, the less inclined they were to share. Unlike the top-tier cultivation sects and families, who possessed ample resources, loose cultivators tended to be somewhat miserly. With their own supplies often insufficient, how could they afford to share with others? After eliminating Zhang Er and his associates, Xu Changqing had acquired 800 pounds of first-tier spirit rice. All of it was of premium quality. Subsequently, he sold it in batches at 3 spirit rice trading establishments, netting a total of 114 low-grade spirit stones. He then strolled confidently toward the auction house. During his last visit, he had purchased the Qingmu water dividing hoe here. Curious about any new items that might have surfaced over the months, he entered and discovered that indeed there was something new. A page from the Earth-level spell, Dragon Shaking Technique. Yes, indeed, just a single page. Yet, the starting bid astonishingly reached 50 medium-grade spirit stones. Many loose cultivators had come specifically for this item. I bid 60 medium-grade spirit stones. This Dragon Shaking Technique is exclusive to Earth cultivators. I bid 70 medium-grade spirit stones. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. I am Wang He of the 3rd Demon Hunting Team. I ask for your consideration. The bidding quickly escalated to over 100 medium-grade spirit stones, yet there remained many contenders. Is there truly a buyer for just one page? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. If it were a fragment, he might be intrigued. However, a single page left him merely curious. After all, fragments could be reconstructed with the aid of a system. This disjointed page? Who could ascertain if it would even suffice for entry? In the end, the crowd conceded to Wang He of the 3rd Demon Hunting Team, allowing him to acquire the incomplete page of the Dragon Shaking Technique for 300 medium-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the auctioneer addressed the attendees. I trust everyone remembers the 500-year-old rolling earth dragon that emerged from the ground in the Black Forest a few months ago? Particularly, Wang He from the 3rd Demon Hunting Team appeared grave. as they had been involved in the hunt and had suffered considerable losses. Xu Changqing calculated the time. It seemed to coincide with his first visit to the loose cultivator market. The auctioneer continued. This item consists of 5 spirit plant seeds that remained undigested in the stomach of the rolling earth dragon. Upon hearing this, many were taken aback, while Xu Changqing's interest deepened. As a wood spirit root farmer, agriculture was his greatest passion. The fact that the seeds had not been digested in the belly of a 500-year-old demon indicated their robust vitality. 5 seeds of unknown spirit plant varieties began with a starting bid of 20 medium-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 1 medium-grade spirit stone. The auctioneer announced the commencement of bidding. At this moment, someone stood to inquire. "Excuse me, auctioneer, have these seeds been identified, or do we remain unaware of their origins?" Xu Changqing immediately comprehended. If they were anything else, they would not have made their way into the auction house. Clearly, due to the lack of interest in the 5 unknown seeds, they were being auctioned off. If someone bought them, the sellers would face no loss. If no one bought them, they would not rush to cultivate them. It was a guaranteed profit. However, the ambiguity posed a certain risk. Having been in the belly of a great demon, they were undoubtedly extraordinary. I am indeed interested in collecting them. I bid 21 medium-grade spirit stones. Gradually, bids began to rise, but compared to the earlier excitement surrounding the fragment of the dragon-shaking technique, participation was scant, no more than 10 bidders, with most driven by mere curiosity. As the bids dwindled, Xu Changqing remained patient, waiting until the bid reached 31 medium-grade spirit stones and no further offers were made before he proclaimed 33 medium-grade spirit stones. Chapter 85, Sun Peng's Embrace. Spirit Rice Wine's Mastery. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for securing the 5 unknown seeds from the stomach of the 500-year-old rolling earth dragon for 33 medium-grade spirit stones. The auctioneer smiled in congratulations. Soon after, the auction house staff brought forth a jade platter displaying 5 spirit plant seeds of varying sizes. Some were as large as fingernails, while others were as small as grains of rice. 3 were a pale green, 1 a dull yellow, and the last a dark red. Xu Changqing handed over 33 medium-grade spirit stones to the staff, subsequently placing 5 seeds into his storage bag. He was in no rush to examine them, as the auction was still in progress. The next item, however, drew considerable attention and fervor among the attendees. It was named the Ding Mountain Seal, a damaged spirit artifact imbued with a fragment of yellow energy, amounting to 1,000th of its original essence. Although somewhat impaired, it remained functional, albeit its power was diminished to 70% of its capacity. Observing this, Xu Changqing pondered. The items at this auction seemed to be intricately linked to Earth's spirit roots. The earlier dragon-shaking technique was of the Earth attribute, and the 5 spirit plant seeds he acquired were extracted from the stomach of a rolling dragon. Now, another offensive spirit artifact requiring Earth's spiritual power for activation had emerged. Such occurrences could not be mere coincidence. Something extraordinary must have transpired deep within the Black Forest. After some time, having seen nothing else of interest, Xu Changqing rose to depart. Upon exiting, he found an unoccupied corner to rest and took out Sun Rong's communication talisman. "Hello? It's me, Kai Kuan. Kai Dayu, have you arrived at the scattered cultivators market?" "Yes, I have reached. Please provide a location, and I will send someone to trade." Xu Changqing swiftly conveyed his whereabouts and patiently awaited a response. Before long, a young man resembling Sun Rong appeared, holding a communication talisman that could sense locations. "Are you Kai Dayu?" Sun Peng asked, visibly excited. Despite some differences in appearance from his father's description, he was the only person present, so he had no doubts. Xu Changqing countered, "And you are?" Sun Peng hurriedly introduced himself. "I am Sun Peng. Sun Rong is my father." Xu Changqing's expression soured slightly. Do not frequently change representatives. Sun Peng, feeling anxious, nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, it will only be me trading with you from now on." Without further ado, Xu Changqing produced 500 pounds of second-grade spirit rice, which indeed was of the finest quality from second-grade spirit fields. Sun Peng was taken aback, astonished. To be honest, when his father first unveiled the exceptional spirit rice, he had thought him mad. After all, spirit rice of any grade that achieves such quality incites fierce competition. And its price remains high. How could it be so easily obtained? And the spirit stones? Xu Changqing raised an eyebrow. 5 pieces? Sun Peng explained with a smile. Though the market ratio remains unchanged, my father believes it is not easy for you to visit the scattered cultivators market, so the extra is essentially for travel expenses. Upon hearing this, Xu Changqing chuckled. 1 medium-grade spirit stone equates to 100 low-grade spirit stones. If it were truly for travel expenses, lower-grade stones would suffice. At that moment, Sun Peng produced an invitation card and politely inquired, "Kai Daoyu, I will be getting married next month. Would you do me the honor of attending? Xu Changqing shrugged. I may not have the time. Sun Peng waved dismissively. No matter, your presence is welcome regardless. Xu Changqing accepted the red wedding invitation and then retrieved a collection of exquisite vegetables from his small storage bag, stating, "This is my wedding gift." Upon seeing the vegetables, Sun Ping maintained a polite smile, though he initially did not regard them highly. However, upon sensing the rich spiritual energy contained within, his eyes widened in astonishment. Exceptional spirit rice was one thing, but these vegetables were also of the finest quality. The talent of this Tianyuan cultivation was truly remarkable. Noticing Sun Ping's delayed reaction, Xu Changqing inquired with a teasing tone, "Do you not want them?" Sun Ping promptly and earnestly accepted. "Thank you for your gift. With these spiritually enriched vegetables, my wedding guests will surely be very pleased." If they were merely ordinary vegetables, he would not have valued them so highly. Yet, both the vegetables and spirit rice exuded abundant spiritual energy, and when served at the wedding, they would undoubtedly earn him praise, enhancing the Sun family's reputation. "Farewell," Xu Changqing said, turning to leave. Sun Peng called out, "Wait." After securing the vegetables and spirit rice, he produced a transparent crystal ball, explaining, "This item is called Water Absorption Pearl, a daily use spirit artifact. I obtained it by chance. It can store 166 stones, June 6th, and 6 gene of liquid, which translates to 10 tons or 10 cubic meters." Xu Changqing, intrigued, held it in his hand. "Liquid?" Sun Ping added, "Rainwater, freshwater, seawater, any liquid can be stored within. And it can even house fish." Finding it quite interesting, Xu Changqing placed it into his storage bag and waved goodbye. As he departed, Sun Ping took a deep breath. Reflecting, father was right. If I can establish a good relationship with this Kai Daoyu, the Sun family is bound to rise in Dongqing City. Perhaps we can even send our descendants to a celestial sect to obtain the finest resources for cultivation. On his way back to the inn, Xu Changqing casually purchased 3 bottles of spirit rice wine, which were currently the most popular in the scattered cultivators market, with a constant stream of buyers. After tasting the first bottle, he spat it out in disgust. There were unfiltered grain residues. He grimaced and set the first bottle aside, then picked up the second one. This time, he specifically checked for any remnants. Finding it relatively clean, he took a small sip but soon frowned. Although the second bottle was clean, its flavor was somewhat sour, indicating a lower brewing quality. The only reason it sold was likely due to its low price. Next, he approached the third establishment, which had the longest queue. As soon as he uncorked the bottle, a rich aroma of grains wafted through the air. Xu Changqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately poured some into his mouth. With a low alcohol content and a hint of sweetness, it was undoubtedly the best spirit rice wine he had encountered thus far, explaining its popularity in the scattered cultivators market. Alas, compared to my own spirit rice wine, it still fell short. With a confident smile, Xu Changqing glanced at his attributes panel. Spirit rice wine, expert, effect 1. Increases spiritual energy absorption speed by 20 for 1 hour. Effect 2. Reduces spiritual power consumption by 15 when using wood-type techniques. Effect 3. In a tipsy state. Increases comprehension speed of low-tier techniques by 15. Effect 4. In a tipsy state. Increases comprehension speed of high-tier techniques by 5. Negative effect 1. Prolonged consumption will continually reduce reaction speed. Negative effect 2. Long-term consumption may cause internal damage. Would you like to consume 1888 days of lifespan to elevate spirit rice wine expert to master? Yes.